The late June sunlight spilled over the shimmering lake, reflecting the majestic castle on its shore. Young wizards and witches in black robes gathered in small groups on the grassy lakeside, chatting animatedly. The castle gates stood wide open with students of all ages streaming in and out. A tall, thin, black-haired boy hurried out of the castle, squinting slightly, adjusting his round, black-rimmed glasses and ruffling his messy, tufted hair. He headed straight for the south gate. "Hey!" A red-haired boy chased after him, calling loudly, striding over. His fiery red hair shone like a blazing flame in the sunlight. "Hey, Harry, wait for me." The black-haired boy stopped and turned his emerald eyes showing amusement. "Gareth, what's wrong? Don't ask me about the history of magic exam. You know I'm never good at that subject." Gareth finally caught up, bent over with hands on knees, breathing heavily. "Who asked about that? I always just pass with an acceptable. I want to ask, this summer break, are you still going to look for that?" Harry pursed his lips, irritably ruffled his hair, making it even more messy. "I have to go. I absolutely don't think it was just a dream, and Professor Ona told me it wasn't a dream. I will see him again." Gareth sighed helplessly. "I'm not saying you shouldn't go. Ever since you passed Professor Hecat's test and could go on adventures alone, you've explored every inhabited place around Hogwarts. You fought the O.W.L.s, helped Professor Fig stop the Ranrock rebellion of goblins, and you are the only one in decades with the ancient magic talent. Being called the Chosen One isn't an exaggeration. I'm just saying, take a break. Aunt has asked me several times to invite you over, and you've never come." Before Harry could reply, Gareth added quickly, "Sometimes I really think you're in the wrong house. The way you never give up and charge ahead. It's nothing like Slytherin." Harry gave an awkward smile. "The house doesn't matter. It doesn't affect our friendship, does it?" Gareth rolled his eyes. "So give me a definite answer. Are you coming to my place this year? Even just a week. So I can tell Aunt something." "He'll go definitely." Harry replied sheepishly. "I only have 2 places left, Crofshire and Cragmere Coast. After I go there, he'll come to your place for the summer, and I also need to ask Professor Weasley some things." "Wow, so you've explored all areas around Hogwarts." Gareth was impressed. Harry turned, squinting at the Hogwarts gates in the sunlight. "Of course. I have to find him." "All right, I understand." Gareth patted Harry's shoulder with a bright smile. "He'll go tell Aunt now, and he'll have your O.W.L.s results sent to my house, so you'll have to visit." With that, he laughed and ran back toward the castle, waving at Harry, bumping into a few students on the way and apologizing hurriedly. Harry couldn't help but smile watching Gareth disappear into the castle, then continued toward the south gate. "Finally here. I thought you'd be spending a lazy holiday with that redhead." As he reached the gate, a voice emerged from the shadows of Harry raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean, Sebastian?" "We agreed. Let's go to Hogsmeade to stock up. We need to hurry." He walked out from under the shadow of the tower, heading quickly toward the distant village. The brown-haired boy chuckled and followed swift. Bang, 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 bang. A loud noise echoed through the house like a herd of trolls running past. With the final bang, dust fell from the ceiling. In the smallest room of the house, a thin figure curled up on a narrow single bed, tightening even more as if disturbed. The figure under the thin sheet stirred, then suddenly threw off the sheet and sat up. A thin boy quickly reached under the pillows, searching, eyes narrowed, scanning the room. The wallpaper was old and patterned, peeling at the edges, revealing mottled walls. In the corner, a pile of broken toys occupied most of the space, all missing parts. By the window stood a wooden desk, looking intact from the outside, but he knew it had various small problems, never comfortable. Harry looked around warily, his hand searching under the pillow, but he couldn't find what he wanted. His wand. A soft clatter. Harry looked toward the sound. A pair of glasses had fallen to the floor, the temple piece, taped together, now completely broken. Getting out of bed, Harry picked up the broken glasses and put them on, breathing heavily, then took a fresh look at the small room. Seeing the black wand on the desk, Harry's eyes lit up. He rushed over, grabbed it, and checked it, letting out a slight sigh of relief. This was his holly wand that had accompanied him for years. Reparo. Harry took off his glasses, waved his wand, and the tape disappeared. The broken temple mended itself, attaching perfectly. Harry put on his glasses and finally noticed the strangeness. Since entering Hogwarts, he had been well healthy and even had nutritional potions from Professor Sharp. Now he was thin and frail. He looked at his thin wrist, feeling it could snap with little force. He glanced at the calendar on the desk with dates crossed off one by one. Today should be August 31st. Tomorrow is the start of Hogwarts. Like a lightning bolt, Harry clutched his head, fell to the floor, curled up, images swirling. One image was Hagrid handing him a ticket, happily waving goodbye. Another was Gareth Weasley, angrily waving a letter, accusing him of breaking his word. After an unknown time, the pain in his mind eased, only a dull ache remained. Harry shook his head, rubbed his temples, and sat blankly on the floor. Leaning back against the bed, he stared woodenly at the ceiling. So that's it, he murmured to himself. No wonder he had searched every inhabited place around Hogwarts, but couldn't find Hagrid. No wonder his summers always felt short. He never remembered going home. No wonder those classmates worried about the Muggle War. It turned out that somehow he had gone to Hogwarts 100 years ago. Harry reached up, looked at his thin fingers, frowning. According to the current situation, he would have to relive school. Thinking of this, Harry quickly stood up, looked around, found the big trunk at the foot of the bed, opened it, and took out a textbook. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. The textbook contents hadn't changed in 100 years, clearly telling him that his 5 years of study had not been wasted. He had learned all this. Suddenly Harry grabbed the History of Magic book and flipped through it quickly. But it only went up to 100 years ago. To know recent history, had need to buy a modern history book. Harry quickly pulled parchment from the bottom of the trunk, pointed his wand at the ink bottle and quill. The quill floated up, dipped into the ink, and wrote a list of book titles and Harry's vault number on the parchment in elegant This was a small spell O.W.L.s taught him since his eyes had trouble. The parchment rolled up by itself, a string crawled up and tied it. Harry picked up the scroll, walked to the window where an owl cage sat inside a snowy owl looking at him gently. Hesitating, Harry tested Hedwig. Hedwig hooted softly, obediently extending a leg. Harry smiled slightly, handed the letter to her. Send it to the bookstore, flourish blots right. Have them prepare the books on the list, and send them directly to the school, okay? Hedwig gently pecked Harry's finger, took the letter, and flew out the open window, disappearing in an instant. Harry stared blankly at the scene outside, feeling a sense of unreality. After a long moment, Harry rubbed his face vigorously, looked at the clothes on the chair with some distaste, tapped his wand, and the oversized shabby clothes transformed into a fitted shirt and trousers. Harry picked up the clothes, looked them over, imprinted simple patterns on the collar and cuffs, changed the style of the buttons. It wouldn't last long, but it would do for now. This was an instinctive reaction for all Hogwarts students under Headmaster Black's constant criticism and demands to keep their clothes neat, fitting, and proper. After changing, fastening delicate cufflinks, Harry picked up a handkerchief, flicked it, and it became a simple bow tie. He put it on, grabbed a coat, shook it, and it turned into a finely tailored trench coat. He checked himself in the mirror, ran a hand through his hair, and stomped his feet, turning his worn-out sneakers into new Oxford leather shoes. After tidying up, Harry tucked his wand into the inner pocket of his coat, then opened the door and walked out. He looked at the familiar yet strange corridor, feeling both nostalgic and repulsed, his emotions tangled. He shook his head slightly as if to shake off those messy thoughts, steadied himself, and descended the stairs. According to his memory, at this time his aunt, uncle, and cousin should be in the dining room. Ahem. Excuse me, may I come in? Harry knocked gently on the door, asking politely. This was also ominous teaching: never let others see your likes or dislikes, no matter how much you loathe them. Keep basic politeness. It might bring unexpected rewards. After trying it a few times, Harry had reaped the benefits and trusted ominous advice. The Dursleys, who had intended to ignore Harry, glanced up and froze. They had never seen Harry like this. In their memory, their nephew Harry Potter had always been small, thin, wearing ill-fitting clothes, looking timid and cowering. Today's Harry seemed like a different person: neat, well-fitted, elegant clothes, hair still messy, but with a disheveled charm, his battered glasses restored, adding an intellectual air despite their simple black round frame. The same person, but with his back straight, he became different. His every gesture carried an air of nobility. Harry looked at the three frozen people, puzzled. Could he come in or not? Ahem. Aunt Petunia recovered first, coughed, turned away awkwardly. Come in, who's stopping you? Harry smiled politely, entered the dining room, and sat down next to Dudley at the table. Dudley looked at the transformed Harry in terror, covering his bottom with his hands, moving closer to his father. Harry raised an eyebrow and gave Dudley a polite smile. Dudley whimpered, tears welling in his round eyes, looking terrified, as if Harry had sneered instead of smiled. Harry's smile froze awkwardly. For him, years had passed, and he barely remembered what had happened. Ahem. Boy, what do you want? Didn't I say? Before your... Vernon, Uncle mumbled, then continued. Before school starts, don't leave your room. Harry was unfazed. During his adventures, he had faced much ruder people than Vernon. This bluster didn't scare him. Of course, Uncle Vernon. I was wondering if you could take me to London today. I need to go to King's Cross Station to catch the train to school. If you don't have time, I hope you'll allow me to go on my own. Harry said politely. Before going to Hogwarts, Harry's life with the Dursleys hadn't been great. He had once thought of revenge, but after 5 years at Hogwarts 100 years ago, compared to his classmates in war, he felt some gratitude. At least they hadn't thrown him into an orphanage. Uncle Vernon looked as if he had been strangled, his face flushed red. After a long moment, he took a deep breath. You, this is your breakfast. Aunt Petunia walked over expressionlessly, interrupting Uncle Vernon, placing a plate in front of Harry. On the white porcelain plate were 2 freshly toasted slices of bread exuding the rich aroma of butter, a few strips of bacon sizzling, and a round, perfectly fried egg, its yolk trembling slightly, looking very appetizing. Harry couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Aunt. It was the first time he had sat quietly at the table and had food brought to him. Aunt Petunia pursed her lips, looking at Harry with a complicated expression. She had always thought Harry looked exactly like his irresponsible father, and every time she saw him it reminded her of unpleasant memories. Today was different. Whether it was because Harry had tidied himself up, or because Aunt Petunia was looking at him properly for the first time, she noticed that although his face was shaped like his brother-in-law, his almond-shaped eyes, lips, and delicate cheeks were very much like her own sister. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon exchanged a glance. Aunt Petunia turned to pour a cup of coffee, sat down at the other side of the table, and placed the coffee in front of Uncle Vernon. What are you going to London for? Isn't school starting tomorrow? Uncle Vernon took a sip of coffee and asked in a rare calm tone. Harry sat upright in his chair, meeting Uncle Vernon's eyes. I need to go to Diagon Alley again to buy some supplies. Also, the station is in London. If I go tomorrow, I'm afraid they'll be late. Uncle Vernon set down his cup. What about tonight? Where will you stay? Are you going to sleep on the street? What will people say about? There is an inn in Diagon Alley. Hagrid introduced me to it last time. I think I can stay there for one night. Harry earnestly explained his plan. Logically, he could just leave. He knew his aunt and uncle couldn't stop him, but they were the only family he had left. If they could get along peacefully, he didn't want things to become too strained. When Uncle Vernon heard the name Hagrid, his hand trembled. The cup not yet steady wobbled, and dark brown coffee spilled out. Don't say that name. Uncle Vernon's face turned purple-black. Dudley also let out a short scream, clutching his bottom in terror. Harry was startled, suddenly remembering what Hagrid had done to Dudley. He fell silent. After a long while, Uncle Vernon calmed down, breathing heavily, his face returning to normal. We are going to London. We plan to go tomorrow, but not for you. Uncle Vernon gritted his teeth. We must deal with that thing before Dudley starts school. Harry glanced at Dudley, who was still clutching his bottom, and nodded silently. It seemed he would have to go to London on his own. Of course, the sooner the better. Uncle Vernon suddenly said awkwardly, taking a big gulp of coffee. Harry was stunned, then couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Uncle Vernon. This thank you was from the heart. No matter how awkward or gruff Uncle Vernon would still take him to London, not making an 11-year-old boy figure it out on his own. That was enough. Finish your breakfast, and go pack your luggage. Don't expect us to wait for you, Uncle Vernon shouted gruffly. Harry quickly cleared his plate, then casually pulled out his wand and tapped it lightly. The plate floated up and flew into the sink, where a cloth cooperated to wash it and put it into the cupboard. Putting away his wand, Harry looked up at the terrified Dursleys. They huddled together, staring at him in fear. Uncle Vernon tried to shield Aunt Petunia and Dudley behind him, looking at Harry as if facing a great enemy. Put away your tricks, boy, Uncle Vernon shouted, his arms spread out, pulling his wife and son back. Harry pursed his lips. Sorry, I won't do it again. Shut up. Go to your room. Pack your luggage. Uncle Vernon's face was purple again, as if he might spit blood at any moment. Harry scratched his head awkwardly. He glanced at Dudley, who was already crying, and his aunt, whose expression was complicated. He said softly, there is one more thing I need to ask. The three Dursleys had already stood up and were carefully moving toward the wall. Are you going to London or not? It concerns Dudley, Harry said. Uncle Vernon froze immediately, his expression twisted. What's wrong with Dudley? If it weren't for that big oaf, I don't need to take him to London. Harry lowered his head in shame. Hag. The gamekeeper used a transfiguration spell on Dudley. It wasn't very successful, but it still had some effect. If nothing is done, Dudley will be affected in the future. I know you want to have the tail surgically removed, but that alone won't work. Aunt Petunia suddenly became anxious. She pushed her husband aside, rushed back to the table, and leaned over, staring at Harry. What will happen to him? Harry thought for a moment, then observed Dudley carefully before speaking. Dudley will have the habits of that animal, and some traits like body shape, appetite, things like that. Harry said very tactfully, unsure if the word pig would upset the Dursleys' sensitive nerves. So what do we need to do? Do we need to go to St. Mungo's? Will they help us? Aunt Petunia was silent for a moment, then asked. Harry looked at Aunt Petunia in surprise. He never expected to hear her mention the magical world. It was astonishing given her usual behavior. Petunia. Uncle Vernon was also shocked. Aunt Petunia glared at him like an angry lion, stopping his words with a... Harry wasn't sure either. He only knew St. Mungo's from 100 years ago. Who knew if they had moved? If you're willing, I think I can solve this problem for Dudley. Harry said seriously. Are you sure? You're only a first year. You haven't even been to school. How can you help Dudley? Harry had no answer. He couldn't produce any proof. His O.W.L.s. certificates were all left at the Weasleys 100 years ago. He hadn't even had a chance to look at them. Although he could take the Dursleys to the current St. Mungo, someone in Diagon Alley would be willing to help. But then Hagrid's actions would be exposed. He had specifically asked Harry not to tell anyone, saying it would be big trouble. This meant that casting spells on Muggles was a serious matter in the current magical world. Harry was silent. Deep down, he still harbored resentment toward the Dursleys. Between them and Hagrid, he subconsciously chose to protect Hagrid. Sighing, Harry pulled out his wand again. That was it. He would fix the trouble Hagrid had caused. He didn't care about the consequences. He couldn't let Dudley become a person with pig habits. At worst, he would be thrown out. With his savings and Gringotts, he could live well on his own. What are you doing? Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon screamed together, trying to rush over to stop Harry. Harry simply waved his wand, and two chairs jumped up to block them. Uncle Vernon tried to move his body to shield his son, but it was difficult. Dudley had grown quite a bit recently, and he couldn't cover him completely. Harry waved his wand like a sword, and a mysterious light shot toward Dudley, too fast for anyone to react. The small, thin figure stood there, giving the impression of a battle-hardened warrior, not an 11-year-old child. In the terrified eyes of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, the light hit Dudley, who was pressed against the wall. Dudley stood frozen, not even breathing. Aunt Petunia's shrill voice almost pierced the roof, but it seemed to startle Dudley awake. He took a sharp breath, pushed past Uncle Vernon, rushed to the trash can, and started vomiting violently. What did you do to him? Aunt Petunia, pinned to the wall by the chair, glared at Harry with hatred. If looks could kill, Harry would have been torn apart. Harry did not speak. He just stood there quietly. He waited until Dudley finished vomiting and leaned weakly against the cabinet. Then he released control of the two chairs and turned to walk out of the kitchen. Taking the stairs two at a time, Harry returned to his room. He waved his wand, and the scattered books and clothes began to pack themselves, jumping cheerfully into the suitcase and locking it neatly. Harry tapped the locked suitcase and headed for the door. The suitcase floated unsteadily behind him. Downstairs, Harry could hear sounds from the dining room. The Dursleys were comforting Dudley, and it sounded like they had called an ambulance. Harry bowed slightly toward the dining room and whispered only loud enough for himself to hear, "Sorry, and goodbye, Aunt." Given the current situation, he probably wouldn't be coming back. Before leaving, Harry looked back with a touch of melancholy at the so-called home where he had lived for 10 years. Finally, he walked out the door without looking back. The August sun was still a bit glaring. Harry raised a hand to shield his eyes, then grabbed the handle of the suitcase, making it look like it was being dragged on the ground, and walked down the road out of Privet Drive. After a few minutes, he left the residential area. Harry turned into a side street and disappeared from the main road. The dirty alley was filled with sewage, garbage, and some unfriendly gazes. Harry paid no attention. He walked to a spot hidden by trash bins and debris, looked around, and nodded in satisfaction. It was completely hidden from view unless someone came right up to it. The biggest problem now was how to get to London. With his small frame, it would take him days to walk to London. He had only galleons, no pounds, so he couldn't pay for a ride. Scratching his head, Harry sighed helplessly. If only his broomstick were still here, he wouldn't be so worried. He wondered what had happened to the magical creatures he had saved from the fire crabs, and whether Dyko had taken good care of them. So much time had passed. Dyko was already old back then, it was certain he would never see him again. Thinking of this, Harry couldn't help but feel a pang of grief. The people who were so vivid in his memories would probably never be seen. Shaking his head, Harry tried to shake off the distracting thoughts. For now, the most important thing was to get to London. The problem was Harry didn't even know which direction London was in. Frowning for a long time, Harry tentatively reached into the empty air as if grabbing something and pulled hard. From thin air, he pulled out an ancient, thick hardcover book. The Wizard's Practical Guide. This book was created when Harry was in his third year after he had passed Professor Hecate's test with great effort to search for Hagrid's tracks. Professor Weasley and several professors had applied to the Ministry of Education. Every page was painstakingly collected by Harry, containing maps, potion recipes, spell information, and more. It must be said this guide had helped Harry a lot. Especially after he collected all the pages scattered around Hogwarts and the village, it was practically a complete encyclopedia of Hogwarts. Harry opened the practical guide and quickly flipped through it. He remembered there was a map here that could locate and draw his current position. If he could find it, he could easily figure out the directions. Soon Harry found the page with the map and studied it carefully. The page, which was originally blank, seemed to have an invisible pen drawing rapidly. One line, two lines, gradually forming a simple map. Harry waited until the entire page was filled with dense lines, then studied it carefully. According to the map, he was still a considerable distance from London. This distance completely discouraged Harry from walking. He groaned and flipped to the magical creatures page, eyeing the illustrations of thestrals and hippogriffs he had collected. He remembered that during his adventures, he had tamed these two magical creatures. They were perfect for riding. But no matter how magical the creatures were, they couldn't beat the magic of time. With a sigh, Harry closed the practical guide and tucked it behind him, where the thick book twisted and vanished. He drew his wand and gave it a light flick, causing a string of green numbers to appear before his eyes. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. If he couldn't think of another solution, he would have to walk there. Tapping his wand against his palm, Harry paced in the cramped space, seriously pondering whether a tempting apparition would result in his body being scattered across various locations. After all, he had never truly learned this spell. He had only experienced sight-along apparition a few times. He knew the theory, but had never tried it himself. The magic required one to be at least 16 years old, and whether in his past or present, he was not of age. Beep, beep, screech, squeal. A loud car horn blared from the alley entrance, accompanied by the sharp sound. Harry started in alarm. The alley was extremely narrow, barely enough for two people to pass side by side. He had walked quite far in, so no car could possibly drive in here. Yet the sound was incredibly close, no more than 2 meters away. Anyone there? Any witches or wizards? Need help? A young male voice called out, sounding lively and carefree, immediately giving the impression that the speaker was not very old. Harry blinked. Wizards. He gripped his wand, cautiously cast a disillusionment charm on himself, and crept over to the crates by the alley entrance, peering out. A purple three-decker bus was parked crookedly at the alley mouth. It looked oddly as if it had been squeezed flat by the surrounding houses, with only the door area appearing normal. A pimply-faced boy leaned against the doorframe, wearing a uniform the same color as the bus, clutching several parchment slips that looked like tickets. Is anyone there or not? This godforsaken place isn't fit for parking. We've got less than a minute left. If no one answers, the conductor fanned himself with the tickets, tapping his foot and craning his neck as he peered into the empty alley. Harry pulled back his head and called out loudly, "What is this thing?" "The night bus. An emergency transport for witches and wizards in distress. It can reach any location in Britain accurately." The conductor straightened up instantly, the words spilling out without a second thought, as if he had recited them countless times, and they had become a habit. "Hey, Ernie, did you hear that? It's a young wizard," the conductor exclaimed, turning to the driver in surprise. The aged, hunched driver didn't even glance at him. "Stan, hurry up, time's almost up." All right, I know, but he's a young wizard. I think he might need help." Stan hesitated, staring at the alley entrance, uncertain whether to go down and assist. Harry overheard their conversation. Swiftly canceling his disillusionment charm, he summoned his trunk with an Accio spell and dashed toward the bus. Stan spotted Harry, and his eyes went wide. "Ernie, look, it really is a young wizard." As he spoke, he quickly jumped off the bus, took a few steps toward Harry, grabbed his trunk, and rushed back to the door. Harry didn't mind, and followed closely, leaping onto the bus. The moment he was aboard, the door slammed shut, and the bus sped off, hurtling wildly through the alley. If Stan hadn't grabbed him, Harry would have been thrown to the back of the bus by the momentum. "Thanks," Harry muttered, gripping a nearby railing tightly with one hand while using the other to pull up the hood of his coat. There were already quite a few passengers on the bus, some of whom looked rather unfriendly. Drawing on his past adventures, Harry quickly concealed his features and lowered his voice. "How much to the leaky cauldron?" 11 sickles. If you're willing to pay 13 sickles, you'll get a hot cocoa. 15 sickles gets you a hot water bottle, and it's—" The conductor Stan chirped cheerfully, standing steady on the moving bus. "By the way, I'm Stan Santos, conductor of the night bus." Harry struggled to keep his balance, fumbled for his money pouch, and counted out the right coins. "Nothing else, just getting there is fine. My name is Omini Salo." He borrowed the names of two former companions without a hint of embarrassment, a trick he had often used with Sebastian when gathering information. Sometimes he even called himself Harry Weasley. All right, here you go. This is your ticket. Find yourself a seat. We'll be there soon. Half the bus is headed to the leaky cauldron." Stan scribbled a few words on the ticket with a quill, tore it off, and pressed it into Harry's hand. He then grabbed Harry's arm and guided him into a chair that happened to slide by, eyeing him intently, clearly curious about why a young wizard was traveling alone the day before term started. Harry ignored the stare, focusing instead on anchoring himself to the chair and doing everything possible to keep it from sliding. After a bumpy ride, the bus finally came to a halt. The night bus stopped outside the leaky cauldron, and the door opened with a hit. Stan stood at the door, calling out loudly, "Leaky cauldron. Passengers getting off, grab your luggage and hurry. Have your tickets ready." Friendly reminder: fare dodging doesn't pay off. Harry, who had been the last to board and was closest to the door, immediately summoned his trunk at Stan's shout, pulled the scribbled parchment from his pocket, handed it to Stan, and disembarked without looking back. Leaning against the wall for a while to recover from the nausea, Harry silently vowed that once he reached Hogwarts, he would immediately tame a new magical creature as a mount and never ride this bus again. Ignoring the sound of Stan haggling with an old witch over a ticket, Harry walked a few steps to the leaky cauldron's door, pushed it open, and entered. The dim, grimy leaky cauldron looked just as it had during his last visit, except now it held a few families with young witches and wizards apparently also planning to head to King's Cross Station from here, just like Harry. Dragging his trunk to the bar, Harry searched his memory and retrieved the owner's name. "Hello, Tom. Any rooms available? I need one for a day, just for myself." Tom grinned. "Of course, plenty of rooms. I remember your voice. Thanks, could you please show me to the room?" Harry cut him off immediately. He recalled the chaos that erupted when Hagrid had announced his name here last time, and today there was no Hagrid to hold back the crowd. Tom, shrewdly catching on, stopped mid-sentence. He set down the glass he was polishing, pulled out a large ring of keys from under the counter, and came out, picking up Harry's trunk. "Follow me." It was only when they reached the fireplace that Harry noticed a staircase leading upward. Tom led him up to the second floor, walked quite a distance, and stopped in front of a locked door. "This one should do. It's suited for a single person, and the rooms around here are empty. The rate is 1 galleon, including dinner and breakfast. You came a bit late, or you could have had lunch too. Take a look. If you're not satisfied, you can switch. There are still plenty of rooms available since term starts tomorrow." Tom found the key, opened the door while speaking, and stepped inside, placing the trunk by the shoe rack. He gestured for Harry to come in. The room was modest, about a dozen square meters. It featured a 4-poster double bed with drapes, a large window overlooking a railway track, a desk with a chair by the window, a soft carpet on the floor, and a door leading to a bathroom. Harry was quite pleased with the room. He fished a gold galleon from his pocket and handed it to Tom. "Thanks, I'm very satisfied." Taking the galleon, Tom smiled warmly. "Would you like dinner brought to your room, or will you eat in the common room? And would you like a wake-up call tomorrow morning?" Harry thought for a moment. "I'd prefer dinner sent up and breakfast too, if that's all right." "Of course, no trouble at all. Dinner will be delivered promptly at 6. If you're hungry now, you can find something to eat in Diagon Alley." Tom handed Harry the room key. "Do you remember how to get into Diagon Alley?" Harry took the key and nodded. "Thanks for the reminder. I was thinking of having a good look around. 3 up and 2 across, right?" Tom chuckled, gestured for Harry to do as he pleased, gave a slight bow, and left quietly, pulling the door shut behind him. As the door closed, the faint noise from outside vanished entirely. The soundproofing seemed excellent. Harry walked over and flopped onto the soft bed. The sheets and pillow gave off a fresh scent of detergent and sunshine clean. After lying there for a few minutes, Harry got up, straightened his slightly rumpled clothes, and headed to the bathroom. The sink had a large mirror, and Harry frowned as he lifted his bangs to reveal the lightning-shaped scar stark and prominent. But he remembered that during his 4th year, while adventuring with Professor Fig, he had learned ancient magic and discovered the cause of the scar, which he had successfully healed. Why was it showing again now? Rubbing the slightly raised scar with his fingers until it turned red, Harry sighed. He pulled out a handkerchief, flicked it, and it transformed into a headband. He tied it around his forehead to conceal the noticeable scar. He didn't have enough time now to remove the scar again, and the location was unsuitable. His current 11-year-old body lacked the magical power to use ancient magic. He would need to be in a place rich in magical energy to succeed. The most abundant source of magical energy at the moment was undoubtedly Hogwarts. For now, covering it up would have to suffice. Confirming that the scar was well hidden, Harry left the bathroom and opened the door to step. As he passed through the common room, Tom was serving drinks to patrons and paid no attention to Harry descending the stairs. Harry didn't greet him, either, heading straight for the back courtyard. He used his wand to open the entrance to Diagon Alley and stepped through. The street wasn't very crowded, likely due to the upcoming school. Harry patted the coins in his pocket, made a rough estimate, and headed straight for Gringotts. The goblins were busy with their own affairs, paying no mind to the person entering through the main doors. Harry was unfazed. He walked directly to the innermost counter. The counter was built very high, and at his current height, he couldn't even see the top. He had to cough to alert the goblin on duty above. This goblin was not the same one he had seen with Hagrid before. This one looked older. From Harry's angle, only a tuft of white hair was visible above the counter. "Hello, what can I do for you?" the goblin's raspy voice sounded. Harry stepped back a few paces to get a proper look at the goblin behind the counter. He was deeply wrinkled, wore thick spectacles, and had somewhat cloudy eyes peering down at Harry from above. "I'd like to withdraw some money." "Vault 687, Harry Potter's vault," Harry said. The goblin sat back and flipped through the records on the counter. "Do you have the key?" "Yes." Harry pulled out the golden key Hagrid had given him, stood on tiptoe, and struggled to place it on the high counter. A sharp-fingered hand reached out, took the key, and after a moment returned it to the counter. Harry had to strain once more to retrieve it. "Grip hook, grip hook, grip hook," the raspy voice called out, but there was no response. He grumbled as he clambered down from the high counter, muttering, "Damn it, where did grip hook go?" A passing goblin replied offhandedly, "He's taken someone to the vaults. You'll have to take the customer yourself." "Isn't there anyone to help me? I'm so old. I'm about to retire," the elderly goblin grumbled, tottering out from behind the counter. The other goblins paid him no mind, not even a glance. He could only stomp over to Harry in frustration. "What are you waiting for? Let's go. Don't let my age fool you. I can still drive the tunnel cart." Harry could only rub his nose, feeling he had come at a bad time. "By the way, is Vault 12 still there?" he suddenly asked, recalling something. The elderly goblin walking ahead stopped abruptly, his eyes widening as he turned to stare at Harry. Pushing up his spectacles that had nearly slid off, he asked incredulously, "How do you know about Vault 12? This vault was a top-secret matter in Gringotts nowadays. The Goblin Rebellion a century ago was said to have been crushed because of something inside that vault. But for 100 years that vault could only accept deposits through special magic. No one could withdraw anything from it, and no one could enter. Many goblins, not believing the tales, had broken Gringotts' contracts to enter Vault 12, but none of them ever reappeared, as if they had never existed. A vault in Gringotts had fallen beyond the goblins' control, causing them immense embarrassment. They desperately suppressed all news regarding this vault, and after the few who knew of its existence had passed away, it had remained unmentioned for decades. "You don't need to know how I found out. Is that vault still there?" Harry murmured. The aged goblin sneered. "It is, of course it is. But do you have the key? Do you know Gringotts' rules? Without a key, no one may enter a vault that isn't their own." With that, he headed toward the tunnel cart. Harry was unfazed and followed. "Isn't there any other way? As far as I know, the key to that vault has been lost, hasn't it?" "I don't care how you learned of this vault. Unless you want to die, stop asking." The aged goblin panted, his voice harsh. "Young wizard, how many years have you lived, You still have plenty of time. If your name weren't the same as that person's, I wouldn't have warned you." Harry was taken aback. No one had ever said his name matched another's, and because of that, a notoriously xenophobic goblin had during his adventures back then, he had indeed helped the goblin named Arn. But a century had passed, and even though goblins lived longer than wizards, Arn was surely gone by now. "What relation are you to Arn?" Harry glanced around. They were alone. He quickened his pace to catch up with the aged goblin and asked, "Who was that? Don't try to trick me." The aged goblin sped up, unwilling to continue the topic. "If you want to go to your vault, we have to." He stopped abruptly beneath a torch, staring at the wand in Harry's hand with a peculiar expression. "Now can you tell me?" Harry raised an eyebrow. How many years had passed? Why were these goblins still the same? One either offered them tempting benefits or conquered them by force, otherwise nothing could be extracted from them. 11 inches holly phoenix feather. The aged goblin's voice was so faint Harry barely heard him. How do you know my wand's specifications? Harry frowned. Wand details, though not secret, weren't common knowledge. Of course I know. The wand of the hero who stopped the Goblin Rebellion a century ago. And the only key that can open Vault 12. The aged goblin's eyes burned as he gazed at Harry's wand, his voice growing hoarser. My father Arn told me. He said the young wizard would return one day. Back then, if he hadn't helped my father retrieve a crucial shipment, our family would have been ruined. So he told me to wait for that young wizard at Gringotts and repay the debt of gratitude no matter what. I've waited my whole life here and never saw him. I'm old now, about to retire. My father didn't lie to me. You've returned. I've grown up seeing images of this wand. I couldn't be wrong. Harry was somewhat moved. When that goblin had asked for his help back then, he had taken the commission because he was already investigating Ranrock's affairs. Besides, he had been paid for it, so it should have been settled. Who would have thought that so much later had encountered something connected to that past? So can I go see Vault 12? Harry asked after a brief silence. This time the aged goblin said nothing more. He nodded briskly and led Harry in another direction. This way. Vault 12 was isolated years ago. Only a specific tunnel cart can reach it. Harry didn't put his wand away but held it tightly. No matter how touching the aged goblin's words were, he remained vigilant. Having experienced so many adventures, Harry was no longer the naive youth he once was. He wouldn't easily trust someone had just met, let alone a goblin. A Chinese saying Professor Baying had once quoted seemed particularly fitting. Those not of our kind are bound to have different hearts. After walking through the dim tunnel for nearly 10 minutes, they reached the end, where an old, dusty tunnel cart waited. The aged goblin climbed into the driver's seat without concern, brushing the dust off the seat with his hand, and gestured for Harry to board. Revelio. Harry cast a spell to inspect the area, confirming there was no danger before getting on. He lowered the safety bar and secured himself firmly in the seat. The aged goblin had no objection to Harry's precautions. To him, it was perfectly normal. Hold tight. The aged goblin shouted, pulling the lever. The cart shot forward like an arrow from a bow. Is this speed normal? Harry clung to the railing, his face distorted by the rushing wind. He genuinely wondered if this goblin was trying to kill him. Haha, perfectly normal. Don't worry. This is a private track. Of course it's faster than the regular carts. The aged goblin let out a grating laugh, expertly maneuvering the tunnel cart. The wind was so fierce it made Harry dizzy. He lost track of time entirely until the wind against his face lessened, and he realized they had arrived. The tunnel cart stopped at a cliff's edge. Beyond it, a metal door was embedded in the rock face, its intricate patterns shimmering with an eerie light. These were not mere decorations, but layers of contracts and protective enchantments. This is it. The aged goblin climbed down from the cart, staring at the door with a complex expression. I can only take you this far. You'll have to open the door yourself. This place is no longer under Gringotts' jurisdiction. Harry shot him a surprised glance, got off the cart, and stood still. Don't worry, you'll wait here. But I can only give you half an hour. If you're not back by then, I'm leaving on my own. Bringing you here was a huge risk for me. Your debt to our family is hereby repaid. The aged goblin stood at the cliff's edge, fixing his gaze on Harry as he spoke slowly. Harry studied him for a moment and nodded. Understood. Regardless, thank you. With that, he stopped looking at the aged goblin and strode briskly toward the vault door. At the door, Harry halted. He didn't recklessly touch the surface covered in magic and curses, but instead inspected it carefully. Unfortunately, after 5 minutes, he had discovered nothing. He frowned deeply, staring at the wand in his hand. Since they said his wand was the only key, he must be able to open this door. His wand's composition, though rare, wasn't unique. Surely others had tried wands of similar materials, and the door remained sealed. The problem must not be the wand, but him. What made him unique? Harry paused, then it struck him. Ancient magic. Those with the gift for ancient magic were rare, appearing only once every few decades. Professor Fig had told him that. And his own awakening of ancient magic had begun when he accompanied Professor Fig to investigate his wife's research, starting from this very vault. With this realization, Harry's eyes lit up. He concentrated, channeling his magic, letting a trace of ancient magic's aura, a silvery light invisible to others, coiled around his wand, transforming into streams of radiance that surged toward the vault door. The door groaned with the sound of mechanisms, its enchantments flickering as it slowly swung outward. Harry stepped back to let the door open fully and glanced toward the cliff. The aged goblin was visibly excited but remained rooted to the spot, his eyes fixed on the vault's interior. Harry murmured under his breath, setting trap spells at the entrance before stepping into the open vault. It wasn't that he was overly cautious, but the memory of that incident was still vivid. Being trapped in here with Professor Fig by that banker goblin was something he would never forget. As he entered the vault, the torches inside flared to life. Harry stared in astonishment at the floor. Piled there were numerous items, the most conspicuous being a familiar leather satchel made of dragon hide, its buckle crafted from mithril, and emerald engraved with a small serpent. That was the birthday gift O.W.L.s Gaunt had given him. A silver-white tassel made of unicorn tail hair hung from the satchel, a gift from a unicorn herd he had saved. They had asked the centaurs to collect shed tail hairs and craft it for him, granting it some protection against dark magic. Ignoring the other items, Harry rushed to the satchel, picked it up, and examined it closely. It was indeed his old bag. This bag had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm capable of holding a great many things, an essential item for his adventures. It had been a birthday gift from Sebastian when he was 14. Harry stroked the dragon hide satchel, which was a bit large for him now. It bore no dust. Over time, various professors had cast additional enchantments on it, even allowing him to temporarily house rescued magical creatures inside, without worry for their safety. It still contained all of Harry's possessions from that time. He couldn't recall what had happened back then, only that after his last outing with Sebastian to search for Hagrid's whereabouts, they had rested for a night in a shack by the coast. When he woke up, he was at the Dursleys. Various packages were scattered on the floor, a considerable number. The handwriting on them was familiar, belonging to his old friends Gareth Weasley, Sebastian Sallow, Amini's Gaunt. He even saw the script of the house elf Deke. "Hey, time's almost up. Are you done yet?" The aged goblin's shout came from outside. Harry turned sharply, relieved to see him still in place. "Coming." With that, Harry tapped the satchel's buckle with his wand and hissed in Parseltongue, "Open." The buckle engraved with the serpent clicked open, and Harry quickly stuffed the packages on the floor into the bag. Soon all the items were inside the satchel. Speaking of Parseltongue, it was Omini's who had accidentally discovered Harry could speak it, teaching him many serpent-related spells. A century ago, Parselmouths weren't extremely rare, but they were uncommon. Omini's had even gone home to search the family tree. It wasn't until much later, when dealing with the scar on his forehead, that Harry learned the origin of his Parseltongue ability. After confirming nothing was left behind, Harry slung the satchel over his shoulder and exited the vault. He paused, dispelled the traps on the ground, and ran toward the cliff's edge. The aged goblin was already climbing into the tunnel cart. No sooner had Harry sat down than the cart shot off. By the time they reached the surface, Harry had revised his list of least favorite rides. The night bus had been bumped down a spot. "Our family's debt is repaid. From now on we have no connection. I'm old enough to retire, so I won't be at Gringotts anymore," the aged goblin muttered quietly before leading Harry out of the tunnel. Harry nodded, his face pale. At that moment he dared not speak, afraid he might vomit if he opened his mouth. Back in Gringotts' gleaming hall, Harry's complexion improved slightly. "By the way, didn't you need to withdraw money?" The aged goblin suddenly stopped and asked. Harry's face threatened to turn green again. After a moment's thought, he waved a hand. "Not for now. Can I sign a draft?" The aged goblin returned to the counter, flipped through some records, then nodded to Harry. He handed him a blank seal and told him to design a mark. As long as he left that seal's impression on a bill, the amount would be transferred directly from Gringotts. Harry let out a huge sigh of relief. After a moment's consideration, he infused the seal with his magical signature and added a sinuous serpent-like character, the Parseltongue letter for P. Stepping out of Gringotts, Harry's earlier hunger had completely vanished. He had no desire to eat anything. Looking around, he headed toward Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Last time he had been here, he knew nothing and only ordered school robes, never considering that he couldn't wear only uniforms throughout the year. The clothes the Dursleys had given him were all Dudley's hand-me-downs and didn't fit. Harry had no intention of wearing those to school. After ordering new shirts, trousers, pajamas, and other garments, Harry signed the bill and left. After a moment's thought, he went directly to Flourish and Blots. Earlier he had thought he'd be spending the day at the Dursleys, so he had asked the bookstore to send his books to school. Now that he was out and staying at the Leaky Cauldron with the train departing tomorrow, he needed something to pass the time. He figured he might as well pick up his order, hoping the staff hadn't been too quick to send it off. At the bookstore, the clerk handed him a large, heavy package. "School term starts tomorrow, so we were going to send it then. Perfect timing that you came to pick it up. That'll be 147 galleons and 10 sickles. Seeing as you've bought so much, I'll waive the 10 sickles." Harry's mouth twitched. The price of knowledge was indeed valuable. He had just ordered a year's worth of clothing, including shoes, for less than 60 galleons. Harry took a deep breath. "Just give it to me. I can sign for it, can't I? I really don't want to ride those Gringotts carts again." "Of course, no problem at all." The shop assistant's eyes lit up as he thoughtfully shrank the large package and handed Harry a palm-sized bookcase ornament. "This is a gift for our valued customers. It can hold up to 5 books on the go. Any more than that, and you'll need to spend another 100 galleons to get our top-tier gift. A bookcase ornament that can hold 50 books. The assistant chattered on tirelessly, for aside from the annual back-to-school season, few ever made such a lavish purchase at the bookstore. Many preferred second-hand copies, making their business difficult indeed. Can purchases be accumulated? Harry was somewhat tempted. Though he had his satchel, it was so crammed that he had to rummage for ages, relying on the summoning charm to find anything. This bookshelf seemed incredibly convenient. Who would turn down such a handy, compact, and spacious ornament? The assistant raised a hand and a parchment unfurled before Harry, listing the names of various books. Some titles glowed, but most did not. "This is the store's complete catalog. The glowing ones are what you've already bought. Take a look. Anything else you need?" "Yes, purchases can be accumulated, but I advise you to hurry. There's only one top-tier bookshelf left. It's a rare find." The assistant, sensing Harry's intent, persisted in his pitch. "Judging by what you've bought, are you interested in history?" Take a look at these books. They may be unofficial histories, but they still hold some value. For instance, this one. It recounts the deeds of the hero who crushed the Goblin rebellion a century ago. Though not recognized by historians, many in the know are evasive about it. I'm certain it's true. Harry's jaw clenched as he saw the author's name on the book, blatantly Gareth Omini Sallow. As if he wouldn't know who was behind it. With a sharp slap, Harry slammed his seal onto the table. Pack this one up for me. And this, and this. He randomly pointed to a few series to meet the spending threshold. Amid the assistant's delighted farewells, he gritted his teeth and strode out of flourished blots, clutching the unofficial history the man had recommended. Just let him get his hands on any descendants of that lot. Professor Hecat was right. A father's debt should be paid by the son. Even a grandson would do. Checking the time, he still had over an hour before dinner at the Leaky Cauldron. Harry turned toward the apothecary at the end of the street. His body was in a state of malnutrition, and if he didn't address it properly, it wouldn't just stun his growth. It could even hinder his magical development. This was not something to take lightly. A century ago, Professor Sharp had spoken of such matters. But he had only retired from being an Auror to teach potions at Hogwarts in Harry's third year, regretfully telling him that he had missed the optimal window for treatment. Though he had done his best to help Harry recover his magical core, bore no lasting damage, yet his height had never matched his peers. Professor Sharp had said the best time for a young wizard to recuperate was the year they started school. With proper magical control training supplemented by potions and regular exercise, 6 months would suffice to make up for past deficiencies, allowing them to grow like any normal child. Upon inquiring at the apothecary, Harry was dismayed to find they had none of the potions he needed. Such potions had short shelf lives, and the more effective ones had to be brewed fresh and consumed immediately. Moreover, over the century, many recipes had changed. Even if Harry could brew them himself, the formulas he knew were 100 years old, and some ingredients were now extinct or exceedingly rare. The apothecary owner finally suggested that Harry go to St. Mungo's for a full checkup, where he could obtain slightly less potent potions. Otherwise, he would have to find a potions master to customize a treatment based on his condition. But a quick inquiry told Harry this wasn't feasible. St. Mungo's would insist on admitting him, which would delay his schooling. He had a major problem waiting for him at Hogwarts that he had to resolve, and the cost of hiring a potions master was far beyond what Harry could afford. He had already spent a fortune at flourished blots. If he kept spending recklessly, his vault wouldn't last until graduation. Buying a few ready-made potions, Harry left the apothecary running a hand through his hair in frustration. He opened the bookshelf hanging from his satchel, remembering he had placed a copy of Modern Potioneering Developments inside. It was bound to contain information about potions masters. Though he couldn't afford one now, once at Hogwarts, he could apply to explore the Forbidden Forest as he had before. The surrounding villages also offered commissions, and he could earn some money that way. Squinting, he finally spotted the book he wanted tucked away in a corner, a thin volume. Harry extended a finger and gently pried it out with his nail. The book shrunk to about a centimeter, dropped into his open palm, growing back to its original size as it met the air. Flipping it open, he ignored the tedious foreword and introduction, going straight to the table of contents to find the achievements and profiles of modern potions masters. He skipped over those who had been renowned for years. Their fees would be exorbitant, and they had seen too many rare treasures to be easily swayed. He focused only on those who had achieved mastery in the last decade. Those with short tenures and no family backing might be tempted by century-old recipes or rare ingredients from the Forbidden Forest. Reading intently as he walked, Harry's brow furrowed deeply. He finished the last line and closed the book, tucking it back into the ornament where it shrank and returned to its place. Good news and bad news. Harry frowned. The good news was that the only potions master in the last 30 years would be at the school he was about to attend. The current potions professor at Hogwarts, Severus Snape. The bad news was that he couldn't use Forbidden Forest specialties to tempt his own professor. He could only hope that the ancient potion recipes he had collected would be enough to sway Professor Snape. With that thought, Harry stroked his chin and looked toward the end of the street where a small, dim, and ominous alley lay. On its wall hung a crooked sign, Nocturne Alley. Harry was somewhat familiar with such places. That aura definitely marked it as a gathering spot for dark wizards. In his past life, he and Sebastian had often frequented such places, seeking information on dark magic and handling village commissions. But glancing at his current small frame, Harry decided to hold off. Without absolute certainty, he wouldn't put himself in danger. A promising new life had just begun. He couldn't afford to fall here. With that resolve, Harry turned and walked away from the alley, heading swiftly toward the Leaky Cauldron. Finding a corner seat in the main hall, Harry told Tom he wouldn't need dinner brought to his room. He had many things to do and didn't want to waste time clearing a table. Thanking Tom softly as his meal arrived, he began to fill his growling stomach. Dinner was quite good: a tender, juicy steak, a fresh vegetable salad, a small basket of warm round rolls with a dish of butter, and even a slice of apple pie for dessert. His drink was chilled pumpkin juice, which Harry found tolerable, unlike his 2 Slytherin roommates who would rather drink plain water. Finishing his meal quickly, but without rudeness, Harry downed the last of his pumpkin juice, shivering at the cold. After greeting Tom, he climbed the stairs by the fireplace to the second floor. Back in his room, Harry smiled. Hedwig was perched on the stand by the window, letting out a soft hoot. You found me here. Good girl, get some rest. We're off to Hogwarts tomorrow. Harry walked over, stroked Hedwig's feathers, and fed her some owl treats from his hand. Once she was full, he washed his hands and sat down at the desk. On the desk lay a quill and ink bottle and several pieces of parchment bearing the leaky cauldron's crest. Harry leaned back in his chair, staring at the wallpapered ceiling, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. Figuring out how to get on good terms with the potions professor was proving elusive. Harry sighed. Time was tight. He had to get his body in shape within his first year, leaving no weaknesses. Since that was a dead end for now, he would focus on what he could handle. Harry opened his dragonhide satchel beside the desk and began pulling out items one by one. Soon the desk was piled high and the floor around him was covered with stacks of belongings before the satchel was finally empty. Harry crouched down and started organizing. For items already in the bag, he checked if they were still usable. If they were, he put them back, like parchment with notes and non-perishable ores. If not, he vanished them with evanesco, such as unrecognizable potions, dried out food, and empty glass bottles. Once the original items were sorted, Harry turned to the well-wrapped packages from Vault 12, bearing the handwriting of his friends. He picked one and opened the package from the house elf Deke. Inside were piles of magical creature materials, feathers of the augury, fur of the puffskein, and hide of the mooncalf. But time had taken its toll, the materials were decayed, and even those with intact forms had lost their magical essence. Aside from these, there were clothes Harry had once left in the room of requirement, garments and accessories enchanted with various enhancement runes by a magical loom. They had survived well enough, but they no longer fit him. He tucked them into the bottom of his satchel for future use when his body grew into them. Lastly, there was an old, battered parchment. Before his death, Deke had left a message. After Harry's disappearance, when years passed without his return, Deke consulted Professor Weasley and released the magical creatures back into their respective habitats in the Forbidden Forest. Professor Weasley assured Deke that Harry would surely return to Hogwarts. But Deke never lived to see that day. He left behind an offspring also working at Hogwarts named Dee, whom Harry could call upon if needed. Harry's heart grew heavy. He had long known that a century had passed, taking all the familiar faces and things with it. He thought he had steeled himself for never seeing them again. But confronting this reality so soon made him realize his mental preparations were far from adequate. Otherwise, why did his chest feel so tight, his eyes so stinging, and his throat so choked, as if a stone were lodged there? Uncomfortable in every way. After a long moment of composure, Harry blinked back the tears threatening to spill and continued opening the packages. His three mischievous friends had mostly left him letters. Harry arranged them chronologically, noting that some were accompanied by notes and letters the professors had asked them to pass on. Those he set aside for last. The remaining packages contained personal belongings he had left in the dormitory, all packed up. To his surprise, Harry even found his money pouch. It still held several hundred galleons. That was the reward from his last adventure with Sebastian, which they had stashed with him to avoid trouble, planning to split it once back at school. What an unexpected windfall. Harry silently thanked the goblins for their conservatism. The galleon's craftsmanship hadn't changed in a century, otherwise if these coins had to pass through goblin hands again, who knew how much they'd skim off as fees. With no desire to sleep, Harry spent the next hours opening the letters in order. Setting aside Gareth's rambling nonsense, Harry gleaned the news from after his disappearance. First, Sebastian had been terrified. They had bid each other goodnight, only for Harry to vanish without a trace by morning. His wand was left behind, his coat still in the room, but he was simply gone. Sebastian had immediately used the inn's fireplace to flew back to Hogwarts, rushing to the only reliable professor he knew, Professor Weasley. Fortunately, Professor Weasley hadn't left the school right after the holiday began, so Sebastian found him. When they reached the inn, Professor Weasley firmly ordered the Hogwarts house elves to seal the entire building. A thorough search yielded no trace of Harry whatsoever. Just as Professor Weasley was about to notify the Aurors, an owl delivered a letter from Professor O.W.L.s stating that she knew Harry's whereabouts and asked Professor Weasley to return to school, promising to explain everything. Professor Weasley did not delay, taking Sebastian back to the school, heading straight for the top floor of the main building and climbing up to the divination classroom via a rope ladder. Professor O.W.L.s explained everything she had seen. After much contemplation, Professor Weasley initiated a series of actions, first blocking all news about Harry and erasing some traces of him within the school. He issued a gag order to Harry's 3 troublemaking friends, instructing them to keep Harry's situation confidential. He contacted the professors aside from the headmaster collaboratively, leaving Harry the materials they believed would be useful. Upon Professor Figo's suggestion, they placed the items in Vault 12 of Gringotts, employing various methods to secure the vault, ensuring that only Harry could open it. It wasn't until the sun rose that Harry finished reading all the letters. He carefully placed them into an available box, stuffing it into his dragonhide satchel, and finally sighed in relief. Rubbing his forehead, Harry once again went to wash his face, trying to clear his buzzing head. He felt that the amount of information he had absorbed that night was even greater than when he had just returned to this timeline. Back at his desk, Harry looked at the last piece of parchment on the table, which was his O.W.L.s from a century ago. The results were quite decent. He had taken 8 exams, scoring an A in history of magic and O in all the others. This was already a good score, and the only thing Harry was considering now was whether he could hand this transcript directly to the current headmaster to skip grades or exempt himself from classes. He just wondered if the current headmaster Albus Dumbledore was as unreliable as Principal Black. Feeling a bit melancholic, Harry carefully rolled up the transcript and stuffed it into his bag, thinking it might be useful. Harry packed his things, organizing an entire large suitcase into his backpack. The suitcase was also put inside, containing only some daily necessities, making it seem large yet lightweight, and dragging it was not strenuous at all. Just as he was about to take a break, a knock sounded at the door. Harry opened it to find Tom holding a tray, grinning at him with uneven teeth, saying, "You're up already. I thought I would have to wait a while. Here's your breakfast, along with some Muggle coins that you can use to take a Muggle taxi to King's Cross Station, since that's Muggle territory and the Flu Network can't reach it." "Thank you. How much is this?" Harry asked, feeling grateful for Tom's thoughtfulness, as he only had wizarding money on him and was unsure how he would manage to get there. No, this is a complimentary service. After all, Muggle coins are meaningless to goblins, and if it weren't for the Ministry's requirements, they wouldn't even bother exchanging them for Muggle-born students every year. These are just tips given by those little wizards' parents, which can't be used in the wizarding world. I can only keep them as souvenirs," Tom explained, handing the tray to Harry. "You can just leave the breakfast on the table when you're done. No need to clean up. It takes about an hour to get from here to King's Cross Station, and it's already 8 a.m. You better keep an eye on the time." Without waiting for Harry to respond, Tom turned and walked away, knocking on another door at the end of the corridor, where there were still a few families rushing to catch the train. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Harry accepted the proprietor's kindness, closed the door, and returned to his desk. He needed to finish his breakfast quickly, as he still had to pick up the clothes he had ordered from Madame Malkin yesterday. Breakfast was quite common: bacon, sausages, and fried eggs, accompanied by toasted bread and baked beans, with a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. The taste was indeed good, and Harry quickly filled his belly, then grabbed his suitcase and exited the room. As he went downstairs, he could still hear noisy sounds coming from another direction, which sounded like children being scolded for lingering in bed by their parents. The Hogwarts Express was scheduled to depart at 11 a.m., taking an hour to travel, factoring in the time to call a taxi and walk to the platform. This meant Harry had to leave the Leaky Cauldron by 9:30 a.m. It was indeed urgent. Harry directly left his suitcase at the bar counter and quickly ran towards the backyard. Madame Malkin had opened the shop early, neatly packing up the clothes Harry had ordered. Seeing him come over, she handed them directly to him. As Harry thanked her, he ran back the way he came, also stuffing the sizable package into his satchel. Panting, Harry returned to the Leaky Cauldron, where the previously empty hall was now filled with people hurriedly eating breakfast. Harry glanced up at the clock on the wall. It was already 9:10 a.m. Seeing the time, Harry sighed in relief. Good, there was still plenty of time. He retrieved his suitcase from the bar and walked towards the front. Ding, ding, ding. The bell on the bar door chimed softly as Harry moved. After stepping out of the Leaky Cauldron, the door closed behind him automatically, and the passing Muggles did not notice a boy with a suitcase suddenly appearing. Harry brushed his forehead where the headband was, confirming that the transfiguration would last for a while longer. He then dragged his suitcase towards the roadside, needing to find a taxi that would accept a child. After walking a few steps, Harry suddenly stopped, feeling a bit lost as he looked at the roadside. There was a small car that looked very familiar. He had seen it several times each year, standing by the window of Mrs. Fig's house, watching that car slowly drive out of Privet Drive. He had even ridden in it that summer. It couldn't be, could it? Harry hesitated, wondering if he should step forward to confirm. After all, Uncle Vernon's car wasn't a limited edition. There should be many identical ones. There he is. Mum, look. The car window rolled down, and Dudley's face appeared inside, pointing at Harry, and while this confirmed it for Harry, this was definitely Uncle Vernon's car, especially with Dudley's unmistakable chubby face, which no one else could possibly have. After hesitating for a moment, Harry dragged his suitcase over, because the people in the car had already gotten out. Aunt Petunia with a complicated expression, Uncle Vernon, whose face was flushed, and of course Dudley, trying to muster some courage. Uncle Vernon glanced around at the bustling crowd, his expression darkening. He quickly walked a few steps, circled around his car, and approached Harry, forcibly snatching the suitcase from him, nearly tripping over its unexpected weight. Harry awkwardly smiled, pretending not to notice Uncle Vernon's clenched fists. As Uncle Vernon shoved Harry's suitcase into the trunk of the car, he gruffly said, "What are you still standing there for? Don't you want to go to your school?" Harry quickly shook his head, jogging forward and getting into the car behind Dudley. As the car started, it slowly drove towards King's Cross Station. "How did you find this place?" The atmosphere in the car was quite heavy, making Harry feel a bit nauseous, so he had to break the silence himself. "My sister, your mother, is also a student at that school. I came with my parents to help her shop for supplies. Although I've never been inside." After a moment of silence, Aunt Petunia finally spoke, keeping her gaze on the window and not turning back to look at Harry. "Shut your mouth, kid. We're a respectable family. We won't do anything to let others talk." Uncle Vernon gripped the steering wheel tightly, speaking harshly. "Our neighbors are gossiping. Ooh, we can't let them know we've abandoned you. Although I would love to do just that. You better be grateful, kid. Listening to that familiar tone, Harry couldn't help but grin slightly. Was he going insane? We took Dudley for a checkup. He just overate yesterday. The doctor said that if he hadn't thrown up at that time, he would have had major problems with his digestion. Aunt Petunia said softly, moving her lips as if she wanted to say more, but didn't. Harry didn't see this. He just nodded, saying he didn't ask why the Dursleys were here. There was no need to. After all, the people in this car were his last relatives in this world. If possible, he didn't want to make things too awkward. He just wanted to keep things polite and cordial, as those past grievances weren't something that could simply vanish. The car fell silent again. Harry turned his head to look out the window, seeing pedestrians busy with their own affairs rushing about. Through the reflection in the window, Harry saw Dudley, who was also sitting in the back seat, stealing glances at him. Raising an eyebrow, Harry turned to look. Dudley stiffened as if pricked by a needle, quickly straightening up and subtly shifting towards the other side of the door. Harry twitched his mouth, but no longer looked at him, continuing to gaze at the scenery outside the window. Soon they arrived at the parking lot of King's Cross Station. The Dursleys got out first. Uncle Vernon went to the back of the car to retrieve Harry's suitcase, while Aunt Petunia stood beside the car, without making any move. "Thank you." Just as Harry was about to get out of the car, he heard a very soft voice. He turned around to see Dudley, quickly turning his head away as if he had not spoken. Unable to suppress a laugh, Harry lightly replied, "No need to thank me." He opened the car door, got out, took his suitcase, and looked at the Dursleys standing by the car, saying, "Well then, goodbye." Aunt Petunia quickly nodded, her gesture so slight that Harry almost missed it. After waiting a few seconds to confirm that they had no further words to say, Harry dragged his suitcase towards the station. Although the interior of the station had changed considerably over a century, Harry still easily found the entrance to platform 9 3/4, passing through the wall to reach the station where the Hogwarts Express was waiting. At this moment, there weren't many people. The deep red train lay quietly on the tracks. Harry looked at the train with a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, after 100 years, aside from some signs of aging, this train hadn't. Easily boarding the train, Harry quickly walked a few steps, opened the door to a compartment, finding it empty. He walked in, using a levitation charm to place his suitcase on the luggage rack above. Harry closed the compartment door and sat quietly in his seat, watching the bustling scene on the platform where students were bidding farewell to their parents and chatting with friends from different houses. After watching for a while, Harry withdrew his gaze and reached under the seat, feeling until he touched a carved mark, unable to help. "Looks like I won," Harry murmured, gently caressing the marks. Those were left by the four of them. During their 4th year, they had wagered in the compartment whether this train would be updated along with Muggle's development. Harry had chosen no, while the other 3 had all chosen yes. Gareth had even said that if it didn't get updated, he would apply for the position of train conductor to push for the updates. It seemed that Gareth had not gotten that job. He waved his hand to summon the time, green numbers flashing before his eyes. It was already 1030, and the train was set to depart in half an hour. The noise outside grew increasingly chaotic, the voices of adults and children mingling, interspersed with the hoots of owls, and occasionally a cat's screech could be heard. Harry quietly closed the window. Luckily, he had let Hedwig fly to Hogwarts on her own when he left in the morning. Otherwise, she would have become restless by now. Swish! The door to the compartment where Harry was sitting swung open, and a girl with fluffy brown hair stood at the entrance, astonished. "Sorry, I knocked, but no one answered. I thought there was no one here." Seeing Harry's surprised expression, she immediately explained. Harry smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's fine. I should apologize too. I probably didn't hear you knock because it was too noisy outside. So is there still room here? Can I sit here?" the girl asked, visibly relieved. Harry nodded. "Sure, it's just me here." "Thank you. I'm Hermione Granger. A new student this year. Are you one too?" Hermione said, struggling to drag her suitcase into the... Seeing this, Harry stood up and pulled out his wand, saying, "Yes, I'm also a new student. If you don't mind, I think I can help you with your luggage." Hermione's eyes lit up at once, looking at the wand in his hand with excitement. "Can you use spells?" "I experimented with some simple spells at home, and although they all worked well, I read later that casting unfamiliar spells at random can be dangerous, so I didn't continue trying. I think I can manage the spells." Harry indicated for Hermione to back up a bit, waved his wand, Wingardium Leviosa. The suitcase slowly floated up. Harry directed it to hover at the height of the luggage rack, gave his wand a flick, and it drifted in slightly before he canceled the spell, allowing the suitcase to rest steadily on the luggage rack. "I'm truly grateful to you. I still don't know your name," Hermione inquired. "No need to thank me, it's nothing. My name is Harry Potter. Just call me Harry." Harry withdrew his wand, walked to the compartment door, and closed it once more. The corridor outside was filled with students calling out to one another, which was indeed quite noisy. Harry, already suffering from a headache due to lack of sleep, felt even more discomfort by the commotion. No sooner had the compartment door shut than Harry turned around to find Hermione staring at him in sheer astonishment, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Harry glanced down at his attire in bewilderment. He had changed into a brown shirt and dark trousers with black shoes. All his buttons were properly fastened, and the pattern, a common moongrass motif, seemed perfectly unremarkable. "So you're that Harry Potter?" Hermione let out a small gasp, her words tumbling out like rapid gunfire. "I know everything about you. Of course, I bought a few extra reference books. A modern history of magic, the rise and fall of the dark arts, and important magical events of the 20th century. You're mentioned in all of them. Harry had no idea what expression to wear. This was a first for him. Miss Granger. Just call me Hermione. Hermione declared, her gaze burning into Harry. Her eyes lingered on his forehead for a moment before she continued. No wonder you're so adept at spells. I tried that charm at home, but I couldn't make it work at all. Yet you effortlessly placed such a heavy trunk onto the luggage rack, and so you're Harry Potter. That explains everything. You're the chosen one. Of course you're different from us ordinary people. Harry slapped his palm against his face. Unlike Gareth's teasing, this young girl genuinely believed what she was saying. Did I say something wrong? Hermione asked, puzzled by Harry's reaction. Well, yes and no. My levitation charm is decent, but that has nothing to do with being the chosen one. I'm not the chosen one, Harry said. Hermione was shocked. That's impossible. The books say. Miss Granger. All right, Hermione. The books aren't entirely correct. What's the smartest one-year-old baby you've ever seen like? Harry changed his address under Hermione's gaze and countered with a question. Hermione pondered for a moment. Well, maybe they can say a few words. So to be immodest, even at my smartest as a one-year-old, I could only manage a single sentence at most. Do you really think a merciless dark wizard would be driven back by a baby's words? Harry said, walking over to the seat and sitting down. And why don't we sit down to talk? Aren't you tired? Hermione sat down opposite Harry in a daze. What he said made sense, but what the books described didn't quite match what she had just. This realization struck her hard. For the past 11 years of her life, everything in books had been correct. That belief had. Are you all right? Harry asked, concerned by Hermione's dazed state. Had he said something inappropriate? After all, this girl was only 11. With his century-old memories plus 5 years at Hogwarts, he was practically an adult. Had he? No, you're quite right. I think I need to think this over carefully, Hermione said, snapping back to reality. After a moment's hesitation, she added, sorry, but may I ask, do you know what really happened back then? Harry fell silent. Once again, a flash of sickly green light streaked before his eyes, accompanied by the blurry silhouette of a woman. He turned to look out the window where a large family with red hair was bidding each other farewell. I want to know too. That's one of the things I plan to do after I enroll, to uncover the truth of what happened, he said softly. Hermione was about to ask another question when the compartment door was knocked on again. Come in. Harry responded quickly, breathing an imperceptible sigh of relief. He wasn't keen on discussing this topic just now, and he was glad for the interruption. Hi. Is there any room here? A round-faced boy asked timidly from the doorway, clutching a golden toad in his hands. Of course there are empty seats. You can come in, Harry said warmly after glancing at Hermione to see she had no objection. Do you need help with your luggage? Thanks, but I can manage. The boy gave an embarrassed smile, let go of the toad to scratch his head, then dragged his trunk into the compartment and hoisted it onto the luggage rack with a few swift moves. Harry and Hermione couldn't help but twitch their mouths. This kid was incredibly strong. I'm Neville Longbottom. Just call me Neville. Thanks for letting me sit here. I've asked in several other compartments. Neville plopped down next to Harry with a broad grin. Harry quickly closed the compartment door just as the golden toad made an unsuccessful escape attempt, bumping into it. Trevor! Neville exclaimed, leaping from his seat. He rushed over and carefully picked up the dazed toad from the floor. Sorry, I forgot about you again. I'm so sorry. Neville looked like he was about to cry. This wasn't the first time he had nearly lost Trevor. Harry sighed, pulled an empty box from his bag, tapped it with his wand, and transformed it into a pet cage with a higher left side and a lower right side. He poured some water into it, leaving one side exposed at the bottom. You can put Trevor in here. I think he might be a bit dehydrated, Harry suggested. Having lived a century ago at Hogwarts, he knew a thing or two about toads. They had been all the rage as pets back then, being ideal for practicing charms and testing potions. He prefers a damp environment. Your hands might be too warm for him. He'll be more comfortable in here, Harry said, placing the cage on the table for Neville to decide. Convinced by Harry's words, after all, anyone who could say so much must be knowledgeable, and he had nothing worth stealing, Neville followed the advice. Thanks for the tip. I don't really know how to take care of Trevor. My uncle gave him to me, even though I'm not very fond of him. Neville muttered the last part, almost swallowed up, so that Harry barely caught it. By the way, I don't know your names yet. Are you first years too? Neville asked, sheepishly looking up after placing Trevor into the water-filled cage. Just call me Harry. She's Hermione Granger. We're all first years like you, Harry said, having learned the power of his name, deliberately omitting his full surname and asking Neville to call him simply Harry. Neville didn't notice anything amiss. He gave them both an embarrassed smile, clutched the box containing Trevor tightly, and sat quiet. With a loud whistle, the Hogwarts Express slowly began to move. The station outside the window started to recede, gradually picking up speed until it was left far behind. The scenery outside transformed into endless fields with herds of cattle and sheep visible in the distance. Harry rubbed his temples wearily. Having stayed up all night, he was struggling to stay awake. But since the compartment wasn't empty and they were still strangers, he couldn't simply fall asleep. It was quite uncomfortable. After a moment's thought, he reached into his bag, rummaged around, and pulled out a bottle of emerald green potion. He uncorked it and prepared to down it. What's that? Hermione couldn't help asking. Harry paused, shaking the vial in her direction. It's a vitality tonic. I bought it at an apothecary in Diagon Alley. It invigorates you. With that, Harry tilted his head back and swallowed the potion in one go. His face contorted, and he struggled to get it down. He should never have held out hope for change in the wizarding world. The damn taste of potions hadn't changed in 100 years. It was even worse. Hermione and Neville watched Harry's expression with concern, half convinced he had just drunk poison rather than a potion. Once the potion settled, Harry shuddered. His foggy mind instantly cleared as if doused with a bucket of ice water. I'm alive again. Harry exhaled, now fully alert. Neville fished a homemade toffee wrapped in colorful paper from his pocket and offered it to Harry. Want one? My grandmother made them. They might not taste great, but they should mask the potion's flavor. Thanks, Harry said gratefully, quickly taking the candy, peeling off the wrapper, and popping it into his mouth. A sweet, rich, milky flavor instantly filled his mouth, reviving his taste buds, which had been numbed by the potion. Harry expressed his sincere gratitude to Neville, once more chewing the toffee with relish. The compartment fell quiet again. Hermione clearly wanted to start a conversation, but though she opened her mouth several times, she couldn't find a suitable topic. The silence made the sounds from outside all the more apparent. Harry, having grown tired of the scenery outside the window, cleared his throat to break the stillness. Well, since we've nothing to do, how about some reading? I brought a few books with me. What books? Can I have a look? Hermione, who loved books, perked up immediately. If there's one I haven't read, could I borrow it? Harry unhooked the bookshelf ornament from his bag and placed it on the table. He tapped the special pattern the shopkeeper had explained with his wand. The palm-sized ornament slowly expanded until it reached the size of a book. Harry quickly tapped the pattern again, and the bookshelf stopped growing. That was enough. It allowed them to see the titles inside. Any larger, and Harry feared it wouldn't fit in the compartment. Hermione and Neville marveled at the sight. After getting Harry's permission, they approached the bookshelf and began browsing. Neville quickly picked out a book titled A Thousand Uses of Magical Plants. Harry nodded in acknowledgement and glanced at the selection himself, deciding on Hogwarts A History. He had read it a century ago, but the book was said to be updated every few years. A century had passed, so he needed to catch up on the major events at Hogwarts. Both had made their choices, but Hermione was still deliberating. Harry had asked the shopkeeper to select the books covering a wide range of subjects, though they were a bit pricey. Hermione didn't receive many galleons each year. She had spent ages at Flourish Blotts just to pick a few. While Harry's collection wasn't as vast as the bookstores, Hermione spotted several volumes she had been unable to afford. Hermione, you can borrow one for now and swap it out whenever you finish. Besides, the Hogwarts library has thousands more books than mine, not to mention Ravenclaw's common room has its own library, Harry urged, seeing her indecision. Hermione cast a longing glance at the shelves before finally choosing Travels with Trolls. Harry pulled out the 3 books they had selected and tapped another pattern on the bookshelf, which shrank back to palm size. By the way, Harry, you mentioned Ravenclaw has its own library. Hermione asked eagerly, not yet opening her book. Harry nodded. He had been invited to Ravenclaw's common room by Amrit Khanna before and had been amazed by the scale of their library. Though not as vast as Hogwarts' main library, it was rich in collections. Many were notes left by former Ravenclaw students, never published elsewhere. With that in mind, Harry gave Hermione a brief account of what he knew. What about Gryffindor? Neville couldn't help asking. My grandmother insists I must be sorted into Gryffindor, or else he'll disgrace my family and my... Harry thought for a moment. He had visited the Gryffindor common room often, but he wasn't sure if it had changed much over the century, so he simply gave a brief description of the environment. Which house will you two go to? Hermione clutched her book tightly, momentarily forgetting to read it. I told you my grandmother wants me in. Neville muttered, his fingers unconsciously tracing the gilded patterns on the cover. I'm not sure I'll make it. I don't think I'm good enough. And what about yourself, Neville? Where do you want to go? Harry asked softly. Neville froze. No one had ever asked him that before. His grandmother had arranged everything for him since childhood. He had never made a single choice on his own. He stared blankly at the book in his hands, pondering for a long while before answering. I don't know. But if I could, I'd still choose Gryffindor. Not just because of my grandmother's wish, but because both my parents graduated from there. I want to see the house they once belonged to. He then looked at the other two and asked, what about you? Hermione was deeply conflicted. I've been torn between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. I heard that Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the century, graduated from Gryffindor. But Ravenclaw is also wonderful, and Harry mentioned they have their own library. Hermione was exceedingly agitated. Even her beloved books could not soothe her restless spirit. Harry found it rather amusing and finally spoke. I don't think you need to worry about that. The courses are more or less the same. The divisions between houses are merely to foster a sense of belonging. In my opinion, it's just a difference in decor. Besides, if you're sorted into Gryffindor, you can always visit the Ravenclaw common room. As long as you answer the eagle statue's riddle, it won't deny you entry. Hermione stared at him in disbelief. Is that true? How do you know? Harry faltered, mumbling a vague reply. Someone told me. So which house do you want to join, Harry? Hermione shifted the topic, sensing his reluctance. Harry pursed his lips, unable to resist reaching up to touch the headband on his forehead, where the scar lay. "I'm going to Gryffindor," Harry declared with unwavering resolve. His reason echoed O.W.L.s. His parents had also graduated from Gryffindor, and he yearned to see the house they once belonged to. Last time he enrolled, that had been his intention, but the Sorting Hat had barely touched his hair before bellowing Slytherin, granting him not a single chance. With that thought, Harry once again touched the concealed scar on his forehead, pondering how he might temporarily shield himself from its influence. As far as he knew, occlumency could effectively seal off his mind from external interference, but he lacked that skill. A wizard proficient in occlumency was a rare find, let alone one willing to teach. Despite sneaking into the restricted section numerous times to consult texts, Harry had only grasped a superficial understanding, barely enough to sense when someone was probing his mind. If this path was unfeasible, his only hope was to reach Hogwarts and see if he could draw upon more ancient magical energy. Not much was needed, just enough to envelop the scar and render it undetectable to the Sorting Hat. The trio discussed the houses for a while longer before each burying themselves in their books. The rhythmic clatter of the train accompanied. Noon arrived swiftly, and the three, engrossed in their reading, failed to notice the passage of time until a knock echoed through the compartment. O.W.L.s book nearly slipped from his grasp. He fumbled to catch it, striving to keep it from falling, while casting an inquiring glance at Harry and Hermione. Should they open the door? Harry closed his book, rose, and slid the door open. A cheerful woman with dimples stood before him, pushing a trolley laden with treats. "Do you care to buy something to eat?" Harry's stomach growled in timely response. For hours had passed since breakfast, and hunger had long set in. "Absolutely." With that, Harry surveyed the trolley's offerings and began selecting. He grabbed 4 or 5 chocolate frogs, several cauldron cakes, fished out a few chilled bottles of juice from beneath the cart, and after another glance deemed his haul sufficient. After paying 6 sickles, Harry stepped aside, motioning for the other two to make their choices. Neville deliberated for a long while before picking a pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and several pumpkin pasties, while Hermione took nothing. Once the trolley departed, Harry set the food on the table. "Come on, let's share. I can't finish all this alone. I rarely have the chance to share a meal with friends. Indulge me this small wish." Neville chuckled, placing his own snacks on the table and pulling a handful of toffees from his pocket. "Me too." Hermione eyed the table's contents with deep conflict. All sweets. Her parents, both dentists, had raised her on tales of dental agony and cavities, leaving her with little enthusiasm for sugary treats. Yet she was not unprepared. From her small bag, she produced a lunchbox containing sugar-free crackers and a full container of whole wheat beef sandwiches. Though their appearance had suffered from the morning's passage, Harry couldn't help but swallow. He too felt the sweets were excessive, but the trolley had offered no savory options. The three exchanged their provisions. Neville kindly introduced Hermione to the wonders of wizarding snacks, urging her to try them. Harry, meanwhile, cautiously selected the colors of his every flavor beans, hoping to avoid an unpleasant surprise. With their hunger sated and thirst quenched, drowsiness began to settle over them. "Should we change into our robes early?" Hermione suddenly inquired. Harry glanced at the light outside and conjured the time. Nearly 2 in the afternoon. "I think that's a good idea. We'll arrive around 5, so changing now will save us the rush later," Harry agreed. After a brief discussion, Hermione, being the lady, changed first, while Harry and Neville stepped into the corridor, leaning by the window in idle conversation. "Have you seen Harry Potter? My father said he's a first year this term. I searched the first half of the train, but didn't spot him." A haughty voice suddenly rang out behind Harry and Neville. Harry turned to see a boy with platinum blonde hair standing behind him, chin held high, gray blue eyes betraying a mix of tension and impatience, flanked by 2 larger companions. The sight reminded Harry of an easel he once owned, and a smile tugged at his lips. "Who are you? What business do you have with Harry Potter?" Harry asked. Neville peeked out, then immediately shrank behind Harry, tugging urgently at his robes to warn him. "I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. As for my business with Harry Potter, why should I tell you?" He raised an eyebrow, exuding arrogance. Harry thought for a moment. He recalled that among the younger students there was indeed a Malfoy, but the age gap was significant, and they had no prior interaction. He had only heard that the Malfoy family was a wealthy, pure bloodline, consistently sorted into Slytherin. Though he was determined to join Gryffindor, that didn't preclude making friends from other houses. Moreover, a true friend from Slytherin was the most reassuring ally one could have. With this in mind, Harry offered a polite smile and extended his right hand. "Hello, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Harry Potter." Draco Malfoy paused, scrutinizing Harry carefully, his gaze lingering on the headband across his forehead before finally looking. He extended his hand with some reserve, clasping Harry's. "Hello, pleased to meet you. I merely wish to befriend you. I permit you to." "Is that so? How wonderful. I happen to feel I lack a few friends." "You may call me Harry as well," Harry replied, his eyes crinkling with a smile. They shook hands briefly before withdrawing. "Why are you in the corridor? Don't you have a compartment? Would you like to join ours?" "Oh, and this is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. They've been with me since childhood," Draco said, now in better spirits, introducing his companions. Harry nodded to the two. "We have a compartment, but the lady inside is changing into her robes. As gentlemen, we must step out." Draco seemed uncertain. Having grown up in Malfoy Manor, he had little exposure to outsiders, even among fellow pure-blood children his age. Their rare meetings were at formal gatherings where they adhered to adult social niceties. He was unfamiliar with ordinary interactions, but if Harry said, so it must be correct. After all, he was the boy who lived. With that thought, Draco nodded in agreement. You're right, but waiting here indefinitely isn't ideal. Before he could finish, the compartment door slid open. Harry, Neville, I'm done, your turn. Hermione called out, adjusting her robes oblivious to the newcomers. Let me introduce you, Harry said, pulling Neville, who was nearly tearing his robes forward. These are my friends from the train, Neville Longbottom and Hermione Granger. Draco frowned at Neville. He had heard of the Longbottom family. Adults often sneered at generations of Gryffindors, and rumor had it that the current heir was nearly a squib. But Harry called him a friend. Draco pursed his lips, gave Neville a curt nod, and offered a perfunctory greeting. Neville stammered a reply before clamping his mouth shut, wary of drawing further attention. Hermione, however, extended her hand boldly. Hello, pleased to meet you. Draco, searching his memory for a Granger wizarding family, gave her hand a brief shake. Draco Malfoy. Are you related to Hector Granger of the Potioneers Association? A granddaughter, perhaps? Draco asked, having dredged up a single Granger from his recollections. Hermione shook her head. I don't know who you mean. My parents are both dentists. They're muggles. Also, they're ordinary. Draco began attempting to follow his mother's advice, to feign familiarity with unknown names. But mid-sentence the implication struck him. Wait, your parents are muggles. That's correct, but I dislike that term. Hermione retorted, chin raised, glaring at Draco with displeasure. You? Draco's hands trembled, his face flushed with a mix of horror and fury as he stared at Hermione. Sensing the brewing storm, Harry swiftly threw an arm around Draco's shoulders, clamping a hand over his mouth to stifle the harsh words about to escape. He offered Hermione an apologetic smile. Hermione, it's our turn to change. Would you mind waiting in the corridor or visiting another compartment for a bit? He knew all too well the venom these self-proclaimed pure-blood children could spew. They hadn't even reached school yet, and he had no desire to make enemies on the train. In this world, as long as one had many friends and few foes, nothing was insurmountable. Hermione glanced at the struggling Draco wisely, choosing not to inquire about his intended words. She gave a brief nod, adjusted her robes, and strode toward the rear of the train. Harry half-dragged Draco into the compartment, pulling the bewildered Neville along. He grabbed a handful of sweets from the table, thrust them into the hands of Crabbe and Goyle at the door, and sent them back to their own compartment. The two looked at the candy, unwrapped, and ate one, then departed with broad grins. Draco, fuming, pounded the table inside the compartment. How dare they? A bit of food, and they forget all about me. Harry closed the door, stepped past Draco, retrieved his bag from the seat, and fished out his robes before turning to him. Draco, have you ever been to the Muggle world? Harry, why did you stop me? Aren't Muggles all filthy, stupid, and greedy? Draco's face twisted with disgust. Have you seen them yourself? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow as he changed. Of course. Draco began without thinking, then abruptly stopped, clamping his mouth shut. What did you see? Something you can't talk about. Harry conjured a mirror of shimmering light, adjusting his slightly crooked headband. Draco shifted, uncomfortably unwilling to pursue the topic. Spotting Harry's action, his eyes lit up. They all say you've lived like a prince. Is that true? And what was that spell? Can you teach me? Harry's hand paused. Who says I've lived like a prince? That's just a minor charm. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. It's simple. He had been about to mention that Headmaster Black had forced everyone to learn it, insisting that wizards must always maintain proper attire. But the origin of those etiquette rules was anyone's guess. To avoid losing points, even first years could summon a mirror and tidy up within a minute. Then thank you. I find carrying a mirror rather inconvenient. Father gave me a small, undetectable extension pouch, but it's too tiny. He'll write to him as soon as we arrive at school and ask for a bigger one. Want one too? I can have him make two. Draco said cheerfully, finally answering Harry's earlier question. That's what the books say, and the papers too. When I was little, I'd see news about you all the time. Wizarding children grew up reading about you. Harry dispelled the mirror and turned to Neville. Really? Neville, fidgeting with his robes and uncertain whether to change, nodded at Harry's question. My grandmother told me your stories since I was young. He's right. Harry frowned. He was no naive child. He had been adventuring for a long time. What they said was completely different from what he knew, which proved that someone was hiding their true situation. Based on what he had learned in the past 2 days, this was clearly off. If it wasn't to suppress him, then it was to protect him. As for why they would protect him, Harry couldn't help but touch the headband on his forehead. Was it because of the person who left this scar? Seen this way, the wizarding world was not at peace. Harry couldn't help but sigh. When he was at Hogwarts, aside from worrying about Headmaster Black's occasional eccentricities, he only needed to be concerned about safety during his adventures outside. Now it seemed he would have to be cautious even during school. I grew up in the Muggle world. Apart from having food and clothes, I was nothing like a prince. Harry shrugged, addressing the two in the... How is that possible? That's impossible. Neville and Draco spoke in unison, for once one questioning, the other affirming. Why is it impossible? Harry asked. My grandmother said you were well taught, that you knew many spells before starting school, and you don't look like. Neville's voice trailed off, and he fell silent awkwardly, not knowing how to continue. And you? Harry turned to Draco fumed. I've been to the Muggle world. I've seen those Muggles. How dare they? Letting you stay with those filthy vermin. You've been. Harry was genuinely surprised this time. As far as he knew, these pure-blood families rarely set foot in the Muggle world, especially after the International Statute of Secrecy was enacted in 1689. They had distanced themselves completely. This wasn't something Harry made up, or it was written in wizarding history, and he had at least gotten an A on that subject. Draco hesitated for a moment, carefully eyeing the cowering Neville before reluctantly saying, "When I was little, I followed my godfather to learn potions. He lived in the Muggle world. My father told him many times to move, but he refused, so I had to go through the Flu network to his house every week. Once he went out on an errand, and I was curious about the Muggle world, so I ran out the front door and saw those Muggles." They. Draco couldn't finish shuddering. "Do you know where you went?" Harry couldn't help but ask. "My godfather's address was number 19 Spinner's End. I don't know where that is in the Muggle world," Draco said, relieved that Harry didn't press further about what he had seen. Harry stroked his chin, thinking, that street sounded familiar somehow. After a moment, he dug it out from a distant memory. It was mentioned by Aunt Petunia when she went to Cokeworth to deal with grandparents' house. It was the roughest area in the surrounding towns, a street filled with the poor, the homeless, and criminals. Thinking this, Harry looked at Draco with pity. This poor kid, the only place he had ever been in the Muggle world was a place like that. What? No wonder he had such a bad impression of the Muggle world. What's that look? Did I say something wrong? Draco asked indignantly. Do you want to see the real Muggle world? Harry had a mischievous idea. He wanted to know what these ancient pure-blood children would think when they saw the modern world. He couldn't say for sure, but the towering skyscrapers outside, the cars running on the roads, and the amusement park he had once passed by, they surely had never seen any of it. Draco curled his lip in disgust. What's there to see? It's dirty and smelly. Harry ignored him and fumbled in his bag. After a long while, he found what he was looking for. Oh, found it. You two don't just stand there, help. This thing is too heavy. Saying this, Harry let the bag fall onto the seat, grabbed the edge of a stone basin that was peeking out, and pulled it out with effort. Draco and Neville quickly came to help, and together they pulled the stone basin out of the bag and lifted it onto the table. The table, sturdy enough, trembled slightly before steadying itself. Draco looked at the stone basin carved with intricate patterns, then at Harry's bag. How much space does this bag have? This can't be cheap. The Ministry doesn't allow making these anymore. Anything larger than twice the size of the carrier needs to be registered. I found this in my vault. Harry vaguely explained the bag's origin, leading the two to stand by the table. Let me show you the real Muggle world. A pensive, Draco finally realized what the stone basin was. He was amazed such things were rare nowadays. Even the Malfoy family didn't have one. It was said that Headmaster Dumbledore had one, but it was school property for the headmaster's exclusive use and couldn't be taken away. Harry smiled. Good eye. As expected from a pure-blood family. Of course, I am a Malfoy, Draco said smugly. The origin of this pensive wasn't exactly legitimate. When Harry was in his 5th year following Professor Fig in search of traces of ancient magic, he had seen pensieves many times. He found them very useful, so he quietly swiped one. After all, no one had asked for it back. Are we going to look or not? Hermione might be back any minute. We don't have much time, Harry urged. Draco was still unconvinced. Who wants to see those vermin? But Neville was curious. I want to see. I've never been to the Muggle world, never seen it. Harry smiled. It'll definitely blow your mind. With that, he drew a silvery blue thread from his temple with his wand, wound it around a few times, and gently placed it into the pensieve. He gave the pensieve a slight turn, and the silvery blue thread transformed into a pool of water-like misty substance that filled the basin's bottom. Last chance. Do you want to see? Harry asked Draco with a smile. Draco hesitated, watching as Harry began to pull Neville in with some impatience before finally making up his mind. They'll watch. Harry finally smiled, pulling Draco over as well. The three of them squeezed around the table, and following Harry's instructions, slowly lowered their faces into the pensieve. With a dizzying whirl, the three of them landed on a bustling street. Harry grabbed the stunned duo and pulled them to the side of the road, dodging a car speeding by. Even though it was just a memory and couldn't hurt them, he still acted on instinct. This is the Muggle world. Draco looked at the clean streets, the bustling crowd, the carriages on the road, and the towering skyscrapers. It took him a moment to find his voice. Of course, this is just outside the Leaky Cauldron, Harry said, pointing behind them. The two turned and indeed saw a shabby door that was completely out of place with its surroundings. Next, Harry quickly showed them a few glimpses of the streets, a shopping mall, a school, and an amusement park. Of course, these memories were carefully chosen. Dudley and his gang of friends were nowhere to be seen. After about 10 minutes, Harry grabbed the two by the arms and pulled them out of the memory. Now do you still think they're all vermin? Harry asked Draco with a smile. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat. But what I saw was real too. Diagon Alley has Nocturne Alley as well, you know. Every place has its bad parts. Don't judge people by your own prejudices, Harry replied with a smile. Draco still looked unconvinced. Seeing this, Harry said nothing more. It was hard to change a person's mind, and this was probably a childhood trauma for Draco. A few minutes of memories wouldn't change that, only time could slowly shift his perspective. Glancing at the time, Harry tactfully reminded Draco to return to his own compartment. They were almost there and Hermione would likely be back soon. If Draco didn't want to sit with Hermione, it was best for him to go back now. After all, neither he nor Neville would kick Hermione out for Draco's sake. Draco left the compartment indignantly, wanting to say some harsh words to Harry, but Harry promised to teach him the spell to summon the mirror when they got to school. So he didn't say much and went back to his own compartment. Before leaving, he didn't forget to help stuff the pensieve back into Harry's bag, and he specifically reminded him not to take it out casually. The method of making pensieves was now lost, any one of them was priceless. Less than 3 minutes after Draco left, Hermione returned with a pale red-haired boy. "This is Ron Weasley. I found him being bullied by his brothers and some older students while I was walking around, so I brought him back," Hermione explained to the two. "We have spare seats anyway, and we're almost at Hogwarts, right?" Harry nodded, inviting Ron in to sit down. He stared at the boy's red hair, lost in thought. Red hair, the surname Weasley. Was he a descendant of Gareth? Thinking this, Harry asked, "Have you heard of Gareth Weasley?" Ron, pale and shaken, was startled out of his daze at the mention of Weasley. What did you say?" "Gareth Weasley. It's been about 100 years, Harry said. Ron's face scrunched up. 100 years. That was a long time. I don't know if we have that ancestor. I've never paid attention to our ancestors' names. If you want to know, I can write to my dad when we get to school." "He'll definitely know," Ron said apologetically. Harry wasn't too disappointed. If asked about the name of a Potter ancestor from 100 years ago, he wouldn't know either. "All right, thank you in advance. By the way, you were bullied by your brothers. I saw your family at the station and they seemed quite harmonious." Harry asked, puzzled. Ron's face turned pale again, and he shuddered, as if remembering something terrifying. Hermione gave him a pitying look before explaining to Harry. It turned out that Hermione had just wanted to walk along the corridor and come back when the time was right. But as she passed a compartment, she heard Ron's terrified screams laced with sobs. Without a second thought, she pulled open the compartment door and saw a pair of red-haired twins and a dark-skinned boy. The three of them were holding a box full of spiders, closing in on Ron, who was cowering in the corner. Hermione's sense of justice flared. She stopped them, rescued Ron, and scolded the three of them harshly. When she found out the twins were Ron's brothers, she was even angrier. She yelled at them, grabbed Ron, and led him out of the compartment. She comforted him for a while in a secluded spot before bringing him back. Ron was very grateful for Hermione's timely rescue and followed her without hesitation. Harry looked at the pitiful Ron, grabbed a chocolate frog, and handed it to him to calm his nerves. They introduced themselves again, and Ron was instantly stunned by Harry's identity. He stammered, staring at Harry's forehead, wanting to see the famous scar. But Hermione and Neville stopped him with serious expressions. They had asked Harry why he covered it, and he had said the scar reminded him of losing his parents, so he didn't want people to see it. They believed him without question. Hermione quietly explained to Ron, who flushed and apologized to Harry. Harry waved it off, saying ignorance was forgivable. They chatted a bit more about Hogwarts, and the atmosphere relaxed. Even Neville joined the conversation easily. The sky gradually darkened. The compartment's lights flickered twice, and then came on. Looking out the window, they could only see faint, shadowy tree silhouettes against the pitch-black darkness. A cool female voice echoed through the train, announcing that there were only 5 minutes left until arrival. They stood up, tidied up the leftover snacks and rubbish on the table, agreed with Harry on a time to return the books, and prepared to disembark. Soon the train slowed down and came to a gentle stop at a very historic-looking station. Harry followed the crowd off the train and looked around, feeling a bit emotional. This place looked almost the same as it had 100 years ago. Except for some changes in the trees, everything else, even the benches by the platform, hadn't changed. Harry habitually adjusted his school robes and was about to head towards the thestral-drawn carriages. First years over here. Hurry up. Let me see you." A gruff voice came from the other end of the platform. A towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, stood there holding a lantern as large as a horse's head. His face was obscured by a thick beard, and his beetle-like eyes were wide open, searching through the crowd of first years gathering around. Harry's heart raced. It was him. It was Hagrid. The Hagrid he had been searching for 5 years. His pace quickened, and he jogged towards Hagrid. "Hagrid," Harry called out. Harry, how have you been this past month? Come here, let me see you." Hagrid laughed heartily, stepping forward to meet the running Harry. Harry choked up. How had he been this past month? He hadn't just had a month, it had been 5 years. "I'm fine," Harry said hoarsely, reaching out to pat Hagrid on the waist, the highest point he could reach. "That's good. We'll talk later. I have work to do now." Hagrid winked at Harry, raised the lantern high, and shouted, First years assemble here." Harry gazed fixedly at Hagrid's retreating figure. This was real. It wasn't a dream. He had truly seen Hagrid again, even touched him. This was no mere dream. He knew it. He wasn't dreaming. Though several days had passed since his return, an air of unreality still clung to him. The Dursleys' complex attitude, the timeless Hogwarts Express, and the vaults of Gringotts all felt familiar yet strange. Only upon seeing Hagrid and making contact did Harry truly believe he had returned to 1991, 100 years into the past. Harry watched Hagrid without blinking, utterly forgetting Hermione, Neville, and Ron, who were separated from him by the crowd. He followed closely behind Hagrid into the narrow path beside the station, taking the very first position in line. Upon reaching the lake, Hagrid pulled over a specially made boat and shouted to the group of young newcomers behind him, "For to a boat! All aboard! Be careful not to fall in. The lake water is quite cold." Harry finally averted his gaze, remembering the friends he had neglected. He randomly chose a boat, steadied it with one foot, while turning back to search for the three. Soon illuminated by the lantern hanging from Hagrid's boat, Harry spotted the unmistakable red hair and called out, "Hermione, Neville, over here." The trio heard the shout and followed the sound to find Harry. They hurried over, and one by one Harry helped them into the boat. Harry, boarded last, pulled aboard by the three and withdrew his foot from the shore. No sooner had he sat down than he heard a disdainful snort. In a nearby boat sat 3 figures: Draco and his 2 cronies. The snort came from Draco, who glared indignantly at Harry, displeased that he hadn't been called. Harry grinned at Draco and pointed at Crabbe and Goyle. "There's no room left in your boat either. See you at school." Draco was left speechless. He gave the 2's bulky frames a contemptuous once-over, noting how the boat's waterline had already been exceeded, and finally relented. Once everyone was seated, Hagrid counted heads and stepped onto his own boat. The vessel shuddered, and all the boats fell into line behind Hagrid's, beginning to move. Moonlight cast a cold, shimmering glow across the lake's surface. Dozens of small boats glided silently over the dark, fathomless water, leaving only ripples in their wake. "Heads down," Hagrid bellowed as they approached a cliff overhanging the lake. He ducked his head low, just barely grazing the rough. Harry looked up with mixed feelings at the stone ceiling still a good distance above his head. For him, ducking was entirely unnecessary. Passing beneath the cliff, they sailed for less than 5 minutes before Hagrid called out again, "Get ready. This is your first chance to see Hogwarts in all its glory." The new students were all captivated, shifting restlessly in their boats and craning their necks, afraid of missing the sight. Harry, too, stretched his neck eagerly. He couldn't wait to see Hogwarts again. Would it look the same as it had 100 years ago? Had there been new changes? He had already attended school once. Would Hogwarts still acknowledge him? Wow! A chorus of gasps erupted in unison, the combined sound of dozens of voices creating a loud clamor. Harry noticed the fish in the lake startle and flee. Perched atop a distant mountain peak stood a majestic ancient castle, reflecting varied hues in the moonlight. Nearly every window glowed with warm orange light. Ancient, austere, noble, mysterious, and inviting. Almost every beautiful word could describe this castle, yet each fell short, unable to capture its true splendor. Harry gazed at the castle with rapt fascination. No matter how many times he saw it, Hogwarts never failed to enchant him utterly. Before long, the boats docked at the lakeside pier. The new students disembarked in single file and followed Hagrid along a wooden path toward the castle gates. After a short walk, they stood on the steps before the great doors. Hagrid counted heads once more, straightened his clothes, and raised a hand as large as a ham to knock. The door creaked open, revealing a witch in emerald green robes. Her expression was stern. She wore silver-rimmed spectacles, and her black hair was pulled back into a neat bun. "First year's Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said with a smile. "Counted them myself. Not one missing." Professor McGonagall's expression remained unchanged as she nodded to him. "Thank you, Hagrid. We'll take it from here." Hagrid barely had time to wink at Harry before hurrying off in another direction. Without any visible gesture from Professor McGonagall, the half-opened door swung fully open, revealing the vast entrance hall beyond. "Follow me." With that, she turned and strode into the hall. The new students fell into silent, swift step, crowding together shoulder to shoulder, none daring to speak. Torches lined the stone walls of the entrance hall, their flames flickering. The ceiling was barely visible, and before them stretched a wide marble staircase with smooth wooden banisters on either side. "Welcome to Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall led the group up the stairs and stopped at the top, turning to address the students. "The Startofter banquet will begin shortly, but before that we have a necessary ceremony to perform the sorting. Hogwarts has 4 houses: Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. Each has its own glorious history and has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will lose them. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will bring glory to whichever house you join. Wait here for a moment. Tidy yourselves up and look presentable. The sorting ceremony will take place before the entire school." Professor McGonagall delivered her introduction, evenly, her gaze sweeping over the new students and pausing briefly on their slightly disheveled robes. "In a few minutes, once the ceremony is prepared, I will return for you." With that, she turned and walked toward an inconspicuous wooden door on the right side of the staircase. Once her figure disappeared through the doorway, the students began chattering about the sorting ceremony. Ron's face was pale as he shared his brother's experiences. After all, he had 5 of them. Harry paid no attention to the buzzing whispers around him. He closed his eyes, concentrating on channeling his magical energy and resonating with the ambient magic in the environment. Drawing upon the rich elemental forces, he activated an ancient form of magic. A series of silvery bubble-like auras invisible to others materialized and vanished around Harry's body until a single finger-thin strand of light remained silently swirling around him. He guided that unique strand of magic to his forehead, letting it seep through the headband and settle over his scar. Harry let out a breath of relief, his back damp with sweat and his face slightly pale. Wielding ancient magic at the age of 11 was a strain, but the other young witches and wizards were all startled by the ghosts drifting past, their faces equally ashen. Harry blended in perfectly. A flicker crossed his vision, and a cool sensation touched his forehead. Harry instinctively reached up and caught the transformed handkerchief just as the transfiguration spell was about to wear off. Having been permeated by ancient magic, the enchantment failed completely, and the object reverted to a plain handkerchief slipping from his forehead. Grasping the handkerchief in one hand, Harry used the other to smooth down his fringe, staring glumly at the cloth. Having been saturated with ancient magic, it could no longer be transfigured. He had nothing suitable on hand to replace it. It seemed his scar would have to be exposed. Here. A hand extended before Harry, offering a neatly folded white handkerchief embroidered with a golden fire-breathing. Harry looked up to find Draco standing a step above him on the staircase, turning his head to glare fiercely at any curious eye. Harry thanked him with a smile, accepted the handkerchief, and with a flick of his wand transformed it into a white headband adorned with a golden dragon motif. He quickly tied it around his forehead, but before he could say anything more, Professor McGonagall returned. She stood behind Draco holding a roll of parchment. Her gaze lingered briefly on Harry's wand and the new headband. Now form 2 lines and follow me. She led the group toward the grand doors opposite the marble staircase, from behind which came a low murmur of voices, as if hundreds of people were speaking inside. Professor McGonagall pushed open the doors and guided the new students through the vast great hall, past tables filled with seated students, all the way to the far end where a raised platform stood. Behind it sat the staff table with over a dozen professors, and at the center Headmaster Dumbledore in his Starin moon-patterned robes. The students fell silent, craning their necks to get a look at the newcomers. Professor McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool on the platform and set a tattered, old hat upon it. The hat twitched, and a tear near its brim, like a mouth, opened to sing. With a swift flick of his wand, Harry cast. The song reached his ears as nothing more than a faint hum. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at Draco's contorted expression. He could only offer a silent apology. The Sorting Hat song was a rite of passage for new students, but as a veteran, he had no intention of suffering through it again. Only when the Sorting Hat fell silent did Harry quietly dispel the charm. He glanced around. No one had noticed his actions, much to his relief. Now when I call your name, come forward to be sorted. Professor McGonagall unfurled her parchment and began the roll call. A round-faced blonde girl stepped forward nervously. Hufflepuff, the hat shouted. The table on the right erupted in cheers, welcoming the girl among them. Professor McGonagall continued calling names in alphabetical order. Some took longer, others were quick. Harry watched with keen interest. No matter how many times he witnessed the sorting, he still found it fascinating. Among them, Hermione was one of the first. She hurried up, muttering something under her breath. Gryffindor. Hermione removed the hat and dashed toward the table against the far right wall, where cheers welcomed her to sit. Next came Neville. The sorting took a long time, nearly 3 minutes, before the hat finally declared Gryffindor. Neville jogged over to Hermione, inadvertently taking the hat with him. Laughter rippled through the hall. Blushing deeply, he had to return the hat. A few names later, it was Draco's turn. He sat on the stool, and the moment the hat touched his hair, it shouted Slytherin. He grinned triumphantly and waved at Harry, mouthing for him to join too. Harry could only pretend not to see. He had lived in Slytherin for 5 years. The damp, gloomy dungeons and the ugly mermaids outside the windows had more than enough. Finally, he heard his own name, Harry Potter. The hall fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos. Everyone was talking, some even standing to get a better look at it. Harry felt like a monkey in a zoo. He sat on the stool, and Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat on his head, its brim slowly sliding down to obscure his vision. How peculiar. Why do I feel as though I've already sorted you? A thin voice whispered in his ear. Harry clenched his fists nervously inside his sleeves. Would he be discovered? Most strange. You feel familiar, yet you are definitely a new student. What could be amiss? Harry grew weary of the hat's muttering. Perhaps we could proceed with the sorting first. He feared that if he waited any longer, the hat might actually remember something. After all, Professor Weasley's letter had mentioned a confundus charm placed on the hat, but 100 years had passed. No spell could last that long intact. What if it failed right now? Very well, very well. I have plenty of time to think it over. Let me see. The noise outside grew louder. Harry had been sitting on the stool for over 3 minutes with no decision from the hat. Whispers spread, and everyone watched the platform tensely. Then Gryffindor. Finally, the hat bellowed the house name. The table adorned in gold and scarlet erupted in the loudest cheers of the night. Some pounded the tables in excitement. Though Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were slightly disappointed, they offered polite applause. Only the Slytherin table sat in utter silence, Draco's face flushed with fury as he glared at Harry. Harry removed the hat, placed it on the stool, and gave a slight bow to Professor McGonagall. Then he jogged toward the Gryffindor table where nearly everyone had risen to their feet. Hermione and Neville waved excitedly, making room for him to sit beside them. Harry nodded and smiled at the students who greeted him, feeling his face stiff from the effort as he sat down beside Neville. 3 students followed Harry. Lisa Turpin was sorted into Ravenclaw, then Ron, who was sorted into Gryffindor. His rigid body immediately relaxed, and he bounded happily over to Harry and the others. The last was Blaise Zabini, who was sorted into Slytherin. Harry sat by the wall, able to see the farthest Slytherin table through the gaps in the crowd. Draco was still glaring at him. Harry mouthed words and gestured, signaling they would talk later, which finally made Draco look away. Hello, I'm Ron's brother Percy Weasley, a 5th year and the Gryffindor prefect. Welcome to Gryffindor. An older red-haired boy leaned over to speak to Harry, extending his hand, his tone carrying a formal, official air. Harry shook his hand. Thank you. I'm glad to be in Gryffindor too. Huh. We've got Potter. We've got Potter. 2 voices spoke the same words simultaneously, each grabbing one of Harry's shoulders and shaking him. Harry felt as if he were adjusting the left and right audio channels while secretly watching TV. He turned around to see a pair of red-haired twins, identical in appearance, impossible to tell apart. Were these the twins who had bullied Ron on the train? I'm George. I'm Fred. On behalf of the entire 3rd year, welcome our savior, they said in unison. They exaggeratedly stepped back, raised their hands high, and bowed deeply to Harry. This caused the entire Gryffindor table to erupt in laughter, and even some at the distant Ravenclaw table joined in. Harry frowned, scrutinizing the prankster twins. He couldn't see them as the type to bully their own brother. They might pull pranks, but what happened on the train had gone beyond that. So what was their intent? The twins keenly sensed Harry's displeasure. Glancing at Hermione and Neville, who were also glaring at them, they seemed to understand. It seems you have some misunderstanding about us. If there's a chance we can talk, Fred said with a smile. Of course, if you don't want to, we want Bob. George grinned, resting his arm on Fred's shoulder. Quiet. Sit down. Headmaster Dumbledore is about to speak, Percy called sternly to the twins. They made a face at their brother before running back to their seats. Headmaster Dumbledore rose, spreading his arms. Welcome to all new students to Hogwarts. Before the feast begins, I have a few words to say. Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. Thank you. He sat back down, and everyone applauded and cheered. In the blink of an eye, the table before them was laden with food: roast beef, pudding, fried chicken legs, and vegetarian options like baked potatoes and vegetable salad, though in small quantities, as the young witches and wizards seemed unenthusiastic about them. Harry didn't wait for others. He quickly grabbed food from the dishes onto his plate and ate ravenously. He picked up a cup, saw it was pumpkin juice, and took a sip, sighing with satisfaction. Hogwarts pumpkin juice still tasted the same. When his stomach was about 70% full, Harry noticed the conversations around him. A boy next to Ron was talking about his witch mother and muggle father, making everyone laugh. Seeing that Harry had almost finished eating, Hermione quietly introduced the new students in their year, noticing he had been too focused on eating to pay attention to the earlier introductions. Harry listened carefully, matching names to faces. The one who had just spoken was Seamus. The dark-skinned boy next to Neville was Dean, and the 2 girls further ahead were Parvati and Lavender. Having recognized his classmates, and with everyone's stomachs full, the food on the table vanished, replaced by desserts, fruit tarts, cream cakes, jelly, and ice cream. Harry took a fruit tart and nibbled it slowly, looking up at the staff table, scrutinizing the professors one by one. Suddenly, Harry felt a surge of intense hostility. Having recently used ancient magic, he was sensitive to such feelings. He immediately looked over and saw a professor wrapped in a thick turban who was now talking with his back to him to another professor in black. Harry frowned. He recognized him as Professor Quirrell, whom he had met when Hagrid took him shopping. But he didn't understand why this professor held such strong animosity toward him. Before he could figure it out, Harry noticed the dark professor staring intently at him. The gaze held curiosity, disgust, and a hint of guilt, so subtle it was barely perceptible. Guilt. Who was he? Why would he feel guilty toward Harry? Harry immediately seized on this crucial point. Their eyes met. The professor immediately looked away, his lips moving as he said something to Professor Quirrell, who dropped his fork. Harry turned to Percy. Who's that next to Professor Quirrell? Oh, you already know Professor Quirrell. That's Professor Snape, Severus Snape. He teaches potions and is the head of Slytherin House. He's very biased toward his own house. You'd better not provoke him. He hates Gryffindor the most. Percy leaned in and whispered to Harry. Harry's face lit up briefly, then fell. That was the potions master he had hoped to seek help from. But now he was a Gryffindor, and the master hated Gryffindor the most. This was terrible news. Nevertheless, Harry began to ponder. Guilt. He was certain this was his first time meeting Professor Snape. Where did that guilt come from? According to records, Snape was 31 years old. A simple calculation suggested it involved his parents. Did he have a connection with Harry's father or mother? But the disgust in his gaze was also unmistakable. Everyone said Harry looked like his father. So did Snape have a bad relationship with his father? Harry felt a headache coming on. A grudge with his father, but a possible good relationship with his mother. Could it be a romantic rivalry? That would be very difficult to deal with. Harry couldn't help but tap his head. After eating and drinking his fill, his mind felt rusty. He couldn't figure out how to approach this potion's master professor for now and would have to observe during class. Soon all the food on the table vanished and the plates were clean again. At the staff table, Dumbledore stood up once more. The hall fell silent and he began to speak. Now that everyone is fed and watered, I have a few more words for you. At the start of term, I'd like to mention a few points of note. First-year students should note that the forest on the school grounds is forbidden to all students. Some older students would do well to remember this as well. Harry felt Dumbledore glance at the twins who were snickering. Also, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind you that magic is not to be used in the corridors between classes. Quidditch tryouts will be held in the second week of term. Anyone interested in playing for their house team should contact Madam Hooch. Finally, I must tell you that anyone who does not wish to meet a painful and untimely death should avoid the corridor on the 4th floor. A few people laughed loudly, but Harry did not. He frowned, deeply puzzled by such a warning. In his previous schooling, the only danger had been curses on books in the restricted section. When had the 4th floor corridor become a danger zone? Why hadn't any part of Hogwarts history mentioned this? Was this forbidden area there before? Harry asked Percy quietly. Percy also frowned. No, it's new this year. Normally such dangerous places are explained, but this time it wasn't. At least they should have told us prefects. Now before we go to bed, let's sing the school song. Dumbledore said, waving his wand. A ribbon appeared in the air, curling into a string of words. Everyone can pick their own tune. Dumbledore raised his hand as if conducting. Ready, sing. Harry looked at the lyrics solemnly and sang the school song in a hymn-like melody. But soon his tune was drowned out by all sorts of strange melodies. He even heard a funeral march. During Headmaster Black's tenure, the school song had always been sung in unison. Harry could swear he had never seen such a chaotic school song chorus. After enduring the song session with difficulty, Dumbledore even used his wand to conduct the final verse of the Weasley twins' funeral march. Harry sat restlessly, feeling as if needles were pricking his seat. He desperately wanted to return to the dormitory. Finally, he heard Dumbledore say they could go to their rooms. Harry immediately stood up and strode toward the hall's exit. Harry stumbled as he was pulled back. Don't run off. First years must follow the prefect. Percy grabbed Harry's arm and shouted on the spot, Gryffindor first years, follow me. Fortunately, everyone was seated nearby and gathered quickly, all following behind Percy. Harry reluctantly followed Percy, unable to say he knew the way to the Gryffindor common room perfectly and didn't need guidance. As they walked, Percy explained the route to the new students and warned them about the trick steps. Along the way, they encountered Peeves, and Percy scolded him to go away. But Peeves didn't play tricks on them. Instead, he looked terrified at the familiar figure among the new students. When Percy threatened to fetch the Bloody Baron, Peeves let out a scream and fled through a wall. See, when you encounter Peeves in the future, be careful. He'll prank everyone. Only the Slytherin ghost, the Baron, can stop him. Percy thought his words had been effective and earnestly instructed the new students. Only Harry rubbed his nose awkwardly. Peeves' origins were lost to time, but 100 years ago when Harry attended school, Peeves had already been at Hogwarts. Back then, Peeves was the same, delighting in pranks, often bothering Harry until he learned ancient magic and taught Peeves a harsh lesson. After that, Peeves would flee in terror at the sight of him. But theoretically, this shouldn't be possible. Harry was puzzled. At the feast, he had seen the ghosts of all the houses, and none seemed to recognize him. Had Professor Weasley and the other professors used powerful spells on the ghosts, including Peeves? But now Peeves clearly recognized him. Unfortunately, Peeves had fled too quickly. Otherwise, Harry would have asked him for an explanation. Finally, they stopped in front of a portrait. It depicted a plump woman in a pink court gown who smiled and said, password. Dragon Dung. Percy said. Correct. Well then. The portrait swung open like a door, revealing a circular passage behind it. The passage was narrow, barely allowing two people to pass at once. Let's go, Percy said, leading the way. The others quickly followed into the passage. After a few steps inside, the space opened up into a wide hall decorated in gold and red. A fireplace on the wall crackled with warm flames. From the fireplace to the entrance, soft armchairs lined the walls with small round and square tables scattered about. Large windows offered a clear view of part of the Black Lake and vast stretches of grass. Harry yawned. The effects of the invigoration draft were fading. He hadn't slept for 2 days and a night, and was now extremely tired. When Percy said the password, Harry barely registered it. In Slytherin, after mastering Parseltongue, he had never used passwords. Fortunately, Percy had grabbed him in the hall. Even if he knew the way, he couldn't have entered the common room. After entering, Percy first guided the girls to a door where a female prefect was waiting, then led the boys to another door. Inside, a spiral staircase led upward. Percy stopped. All right, here we are. 5 to a dormitory. Names are on the doors. Your luggage is by your beds. Rest well, everyone. With that, he turned and left. Harry looked at the names on the doors, found his dormitory, and staggered in. The polygonal room contained 5 four-poster beds with deep red velvet curtains. Spotting his trunk, Harry mumbled something, rushed over, and collapsed onto the bed. The next moment, soft snores filled the room. The remaining 4 looked at each other in bewilderment. Neville remembered. He didn't sleep last night. He drank a potion on the train, and its effects must be wearing off now. Ah, so that's it. I thought he didn't want to talk to us. Seamus scratched the back of his head and smiled sheepishly. No, Harry is a good person. You'll know once he wakes up, Neville said with firm conviction, and Ron nodded in agreement, carefully placing his pet by the pillow. By the way, if he sleeps like this, will he feel uncomfortable tomorrow morning? Ron frowned, standing by Harry's bed, which was right next to his own. Should we help him? The others exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Just as they hesitated, Harry's neatly arranged clothes began to change, reverting to the shabby coat he had worn at the Dursleys, and the clothes underneath turned into a tattered pajama top. What's happening? Dean's eyes widened in shock. Neville, with a solemn expression, stepped forward to draw the bed curtains, then reached out to remove Harry's glasses and place them on the bedside table. If Harry wants to tell us, he will. Don't pry into others' privacy. Oh, it's not right. Seamus stepped in to smooth things over. All right, Dean was just a bit surprised. He didn't say anything bad. By the way, aren't you all? I'm exhausted. Reminded by Seamus, their bodies seemed to suddenly realize how weary they were. After a quick wash-up in a hurried cue, they each climbed into their beds, and as if it took only a second, everyone fell into a deep, sweet slumber. Hogwarts at night had most of its lights extinguished, hidden in the darkness like a slumbering giant beast. Peeves darted through the castle corridors, finally arriving at a place he usually avoided. The headmaster's office. Protected by various magical defenses, ghosts usually couldn't enter, but that didn't stop Peeves. With some effort, he squeezed past the stone gargoyle, floated up the spiral staircase, and poked his head through the office door to survey the room. The dimly lit office was empty. The portraits on the walls all had their eyes closed in sleep, and a few were even snoring loudly. Dumbledore, Peeves called out softly. There was no other sound in the room, not even the snoring stopped. Peeves entered fully, raising his voice a little. Dumbledore. Still no answer. Only then did Peeves relax, quickly rushing to the portrait wall and whispering to a specific portrait. Black. The portrait showed a black-haired man with a well-groomed goatee. Even with his eyes closed, it was clear he was not a kind. Peeves, what do you want? Phineas Nigellus Black opened his eyes lazily, looking at the colorful ghost with disdain. What do I want? Peeves was instantly furious. Just as he was about to shout recklessly, he suddenly remembered something and lowered his voice. You told me to deliver a message. He's back? He's really back at Hogwarts. Who? Of course it's Han. Peeves felt something was wrong. The voice, Dumbledore in his pajamas, held up a candlestick, looking at Peeves with great interest. So it's Headmaster Dumbledore. Peeves gave a dry laugh, slowly floating toward the window. No, I prefer it when you call me old madman. Dumbledore said cheerfully, stepping forward to place the candlestick on the table. As if struck by a whip, Peeves let out a piercing shriek, and with the fastest speed he had ever mustered, shot through the window and vanished instantly. Dumbledore pursed his lips, carefully set the candlestick down properly, then stood before the portrait wall. Phineas, I think you know who Peeves was talking about, don't you? In response, Phineas' loud snoring filled the air. All the other portraits in the wall opened their eyes, no longer pretending to sleep, and began calling out to the figure in Phineas' portrait. Finally, Phineas could no longer feign sleep. He opened his eyes and looked innocently at Dumbledore. Were you calling me? Sorry, I was asleep. You can't expect too much from a portrait, can you? Phineas, we have a duty to help the current headmaster of Hogwarts. That's an ironclad rule. Headmaster Derwent scolded sternly. Do you want to be expelled from Hogwarts? Phineas glanced upward warily, then curled his lips in annoyance. I haven't said anything yet. Don't pin such a big accusation on me. This back you speak of, who is it? You should all know that the child has already enrolled this year. I must confirm the situation, Dumbledore said patiently. Phineas made a face as if in pain, straining to look upward to see if the person in that portrait was there, but unfortunately something seemed to be blocking the view, and he couldn't see anything. His eyes darted around, and Phineas immediately called out loudly, Headmaster Fitzgerald. Headmaster Neve Fitzgerald, are you there? May I speak? Hearing Phineas shout, Dumbledore looked up along the chronological order. It was a blank portrait with no one inside. Below the portrait was a nameplate and term dates. It was the headmaster who preceded Phineas. Stop shouting, but she's never there. Headmaster Diley said irritably. Phineas' eyes kept moving, and Dumbledore waited. Seeing this, Phineas realized that if he didn't say something today, this matter wouldn't blow over. After all, he had asked Headmaster Neve for her opinion, and she hadn't given an answer, so it wasn't his fault. What we meant was a student from my time. His name is Harry Potter, the one who stopped the Goblin Rebellion. Phineas blurted it all out in one breath, then clamped his mouth shut, refusing to utter another sound. Harry Potter. Dumbledore's expression changed dramatically. Such an important matter. Why is there not a single mention of this name in history? It should have been significant. And what do you mean by back? Back for what purpose? Phineas remained silent, even closing his eyes. If not for the Black family's remaining legacy, he wouldn't have remembered any of this either. Those professors. So audacious. They even dared to lay hands on the headmaster. He was unwilling to speak of such a disgraceful affair, being outwitted by the entire student body and faculty during his tenure. Dumbledore looked thoughtfully at the blank portrait. It seemed necessary to investigate this Headmaster Neve Fitzgerald. However, Harry Potter. The same name as Harry. What did that signify? Dumbledore frowned deeply, turned around, and pulled a thick ancient book from the wall of shelves. Thank you all for your help. Good night, everyone. Dumbledore took the book, waved his hand at the candlestick which floated steadily behind him as he walked toward his bedroom. At that moment Harry was still comfortably tucked in his bed, completely unaware that despite all the efforts of Professor Weasley and the others, his cover was nearly blown on his very first day at school. No matter how tired he had been the previous day, Harry opened his eyes promptly at 7:00 a.m. The next morning. He rubbed his blurry eyes, fumbled around for a while, and finally found his glasses on the bedside table, restoring his clear vision. His dorm mates were still fast asleep. Harry checked the time, saw it was still early, and decided not to disturb them. He opened his trunk, took out his toiletries, and headed to the bathroom. Finishing in just 10 minutes, Harry wrapped a towel around himself and dried his hair with another as he returned to his bed. His old clothes were too tattered to wear again, so he simply threw them into the trash bin. The house elves would come to collect them. He took the parcel Madame Malkin had packed from his backpack, found the clothes he needed, and put them on. Then he began to unpack his luggage, hanging up the rest of his clothes, arranging small decorations and leftover snacks on the shelf by his headboard, and placing a few extracurricular books there as well. He set aside his first-year textbooks separately in one side of his shoulder bag along with brand new quills and ink. But after checking the quantity, Harry felt he would need to buy more. This wouldn't last him the entire year. Finally finished organizing, it was almost 8:00 a.m. Harry quickly went around waking his roommates. They had to gather in the Great Hall today. Percy had mentioned the night before that Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House, would be handing out their timetables during breakfast. Being late would surely mean a scolding. Once everyone was roused, the quiet dormitory turned into a battlefield. Everyone was rushing around frantically, without any order, occasionally bumping into each other. With no other choice, Harry picked up his wand and started to help. With his roommate's permission, he used skilled household charms to organize their clothes into sets and hang them in the wardrobes, packed their textbooks into their respective bags along with a suitable amount of parchment and ink. By the time everyone had finished washing up, the dormitory was neat and orderly. Seamus looked so moved, he could almost cry. Harry, you're my absolute savior. Thank you so much. Seamus looked like he wanted to give Harry a hug, but Harry quickly declined. Hurry up and get dressed, we don't have much time. The Gryffindor common room is still a bit of a walk from the Great Hall. Neville, who was putting on his shoes, turned pale. I've forgotten how to get to the Great Hall. Ron and Dean exchanged glances. They hadn't remembered the route from the night before, either having been too tired. Harry thought for a moment, then using his bed as cover, pulled out his practical guide to wizardry. He flipped to the map page and tore it out cleanly with a firm tug. Taking out several blank pieces of parchment, he cast Gemino. Maps appeared on each sheet. Here, this is a simple map of Hogwarts. It's not completely detailed, but it'll be enough to find the classrooms and the Great Hall, Harry said, distributing the maps, and once again receiving thanks from his roommates. The group hurried out of the dormitory, down the stairs, and into the Gryffindor common room. There weren't many people there yet, and they didn't have time to look around. They followed closely behind Harry as he led the way out. By the time they reached the Great Hall, breathless Professor McGonagall was just walking over to the Gryffindor table with a stack of timetables. The long tables were laden with breakfast, scrambled eggs, beans, bacon, sausages, and more. They quickly found their seats and grabbed a few items of food. Professor McGonagall reached them, looking pleased that the first years were on time, and handed out the timetables. Harry took his timetable, said thank you, and began to study it. The first year schedule wasn't too heavy. There was almost half a day of free time every day. However, they needed to note that it was Monday, and they had Transfiguration in the morning. The timetable clearly stated that the Transfiguration professor was their head of house, Professor McGonagall. Judging by the professor's stern demeanor, Harry figured that being late would lead to consequences he'd rather avoid. He shared this news with his roommates, and they all silently quickened their eating pace. After hastily swallowing a few bites, they followed Harry, jogging all the way to the Transfiguration classroom. They finally arrived safely at 8:55 a.m. The classroom was already quite full. When Harry and the others burst in, there weren't many empty seats left. Without a word, they found spots and sat down, taking out their Transfiguration textbooks and placing them on the desks in front of them. As soon as he sat down, Harry felt an intense gaze. He looked over and saw Draco sitting alone across the aisle, staring fixed. Harry gave an awkward smile. They were already seated, so switching places now wouldn't be easy. Besides, he noticed a tabby cat on the podium watching them with a sharp eye. Draco seemed about to say something, but seeing Harry repeatedly signaling him with his eyes, he stayed quiet and didn't move. When class started, the tabby cat on the desk leaped gracefully and transformed into Professor McGonagall upon landing, causing an uproar in the classroom. Draco patted his chest, relieved he hadn't acted rashly, or he would have been caught red-handed. Excellent, no one is late. Professor McGonagall looked approvingly at the first years, all present and accounted for. After a few more words, she performed her signature demonstration, turning a desk into a pig and back again, capturing the students' attention and sparking their keen interest in Transfiguration before she began the lesson. She had everyone practice the hand gestures and wand movements, then handed each of them a match, instructing them to start by turning the match into a needle. Harry looked left and right. Everyone had received their match, but Professor McGonagall seemed to have forgotten him. She hadn't given it. Professor McGonagall. Harry raised his hand. I didn't get a match. Professor McGonagall nodded. I didn't give you one. Come with me for a moment. She turned and walked toward the podium. Harry followed her to the front where there was a small distance from the first row of desks enough that speaking quietly wouldn't attract the students' attention. Everyone else keep practicing. The first one to succeed will earn points for their house. Professor McGonagall announced to the students who were glancing their way. Hermione and the others who had been worried immediately lowered their heads and focused intently on their matches. Satisfied, Professor McGonagall nodded and then turned her attention to Harry. What did you use to transform that headband yesterday? Professor McGonagall asked in a low voice. Harry was surprised for a second, quickly realizing that Professor McGonagall must have seen it last night, and he immediately replied, It was a handkerchief that Draco lent me. As he spoke, he took out the clean folded handkerchief from his pocket and placed it on the table. This was what he intended to return to Draco, he just hadn't found the opportunity yet. Professor McGonagall picked it up to take a look, then put it back, signaling Harry to keep it safe. Where did you learn transfiguration? What level are you at now? Professor McGonagall was well aware of the Dursleys' character. They would definitely not do anything to initiate Harry into magic. Harry scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. Should he tell Professor McGonagall that he learned from Professor Weasley, the transfiguration teacher from 100 years ago? Just as Harry was struggling, a faint flicker of firelight flashed beside Professor McGonagall, and a piece of parchment with singed edges appeared next to her. Professor McGonagall immediately picked it up to take a look, then furrowed her brow, glanced at the note, then at Harry, who looked conflicted, and pressed her lips together as she put the note away. You may go back and sit down for now. You can freely read during today's transfiguration class, and you don't have to do the homework. However, you need to submit a transfiguration paper to me within a week, so I can understand your current level of study and arrange your future classes. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and quickly nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Professor McGonagall called out to him. I remember you don't have class in the afternoon, right? Yes, Professor McGonagall, Harry replied. Then after lunch wait for me in the Great Hall. Oh, Professor Dumbledore needs to see you, Professor McGonagall said sternly. Harry was taken aback, and before he could ask, Professor McGonagall sent him back to his seat. Reluctantly, Harry could only sit back down with a frown, pulling out the still unfinished A History of Hogwarts to continue reading. Before he could read 2 lines, there was a commotion in the classroom. Professor, why does Potter not have to practice? A rough voice rang out, causing everyone to turn and look. Millicent Bulstrode, a girl with thick brown hair and a sturdy build, was eyeing Harry with ill intent. Draco's face turned pale. Bulstrode, what are you doing? Millicent couldn't help but shrink her neck, but still defiantly looked at Professor McGonagall, pointing directly at the book in Harry's hands. He's not even reading the Transfiguration textbook. Or are you protecting a Gryffindor student, Professor? Enough. Professor McGonagall walked over, her gaze sharp as she looked at her. Mr. Potter's learning progress far exceeds yours. To accommodate you new students, he has to sit in the same classroom with you. It's permitted for him to read other books, and if you can do what he does, I will also allow you to read different books, and even do assignments from other classes. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall gestured for Harry to demonstrate for everyone. Harry thought for a moment, tapped the empty desk behind him with his wand, and in the next moment the desk transformed into a majestic lion. It crouched on the ground, lazily raised a paw to lick it, then stood up and let out a roar directed at Millicent, spraying her face with Enough, Professor McGonagall said. Harry immediately waved his wand, and the lion transformed back into the desk. He waved his wand again, and the desk floated back to its original position. A splendid transfiguration spell. A splendid levitation spell. If Professor Flitwick were here, you would definitely earn extra points from him. However, since this is transfiguration class, I can only give you points for the transfiguration spell. Gryffindor gets points. Professor McGonagall was pleased with Harry's demonstration. She turned to Millicent. Miss Bulstrode, can you do something like this? If you can, I will also give you extra points and exempt you from your homework. Millicent was dumbfounded by the lion standing there with a face full of sticky saliva, and after a while she shook her head, indicating she couldn't do it. Then sit down. If you disrupt the classroom discipline again, I will deduct points from Slytherin. Professor McGonagall scolded. Millicent hurriedly sat back down, and her classmates immediately shifted away from her, fearing they would get splashed with that sticky. The first-year Slytherins were still very united. They all had good relations with the Malfoy family. And Draco had already made it clear in the dormitory last night that he would stand by Harry Potter, which angered some older students. Those upperclassmen had little means to deal with this year's freshmen. Their respective families were not to be trifled with. It was only this foolish Millicent, who had never interacted with anyone before, who under the influence of someone slapped the Malfoy family in the face on the first day. The new Slytherins exchanged glances and secretly resolved to keep their distance from this classmate in the future. The classroom returned to calm, and by the end of class, only Draco and Hermione had their points changed. Professor McGonagall awarded both of them 5 points. After class, the hallway began to fill with students rushing to the Great Hall. Harry signaled for his roommates to go ahead. He stood at the classroom door waiting for Draco. After most of the students had left the hallway, Draco finally emerged from the transfiguration classroom with the first-year Slytherins. "What are you doing here?" Draco said in a rather unfriendly tone. Harry smiled nonchalantly and took out the handkerchief, handing it over. "Here, this is for you." "Thanks. I wanted to set a time to teach you that little spell we talked about." Draco's expression softened a bit as he reached out to take the handkerchief and stuffed it into his pocket. "Do you have class in the afternoon?" "I can't this afternoon. The headmaster wants to talk to me," Harry replied. "What? It's only the first day of school. What does he want with you?" Draco was taken aback. At home, he had heard many bad things about Dumbledore. From his godfather to his father, no one had anything good to say about Dumbledore. Aside from admitting that Dumbledore was a great wizard, he had no good impression of him. Harry couldn't help but laugh. "It's nothing. It's probably about my learning progress. You saw that too." Harry didn't say the rest, but everyone present understood that Harry's learning progress was not the same as that of those ordinary first-year students. Even though they all came from pure-blood families and had learned some ancestral magic before school, they didn't compare to Harry. "All right then, let's meet another day. How about Wednesday afternoon? We only have one history of magic class." Harry also took out his schedule. "Sure, our classes are the same and we only have one history of magic class, so we can meet after class. Then it's settled. Are you going to the Great Hall for dinner together?" Draco asked as he put away his schedule. Harry looked in the direction behind Draco and shook his head. "You guys go ahead, but seems someone is looking for me over there." Draco looked back and only saw a flash of red hair in the corner. "Is there trouble, eh?" "No, it should be a misunderstanding. I'm just going to talk to them," Harry said. Draco didn't press further, saying, "If there's trouble, you can find me. After all, my father is still a board member of Hogwarts, so I can still have a word." Harry smiled and nodded, bidding farewell to everyone. After the Slytherins left, Harry leaned against the wall and looked over. "Aren't you coming over?" "Do I need to go ask you?" Two red-haired heads popped out from the corner, the Weasley twins from the third year. "Hey, Harry." One of the twins greeted him cheerfully, as if they were just passing by rather than having come specifically to find him. "We want to talk to you." The twins walked over and said. Harry nodded. "Let's talk here. Just say what you want to say." The twins exchanged glances and looked at Harry seriously. "We want to know why you seem to have a big opinion of us." Harry carefully examined the twins, who were a head taller than him, confirming they were serious before recounting the incident on him. After hearing Harry's explanation, the Weasley twins had strange expressions, a mix of anger, helplessness, and guilt. "So what exactly happened?" Harry asked. The twins looked at each other, and one after the other they began to explain. "When we were little, we stole Dad's wand to try a spell we saw in a book. But we needed a target, so we chose Ron's toy bear. But he refused to lend us the bear no matter what, so we wanted to play a prank on him. Who knew the spell went wrong, and the bear turned into a spider of the same size in his arms. Since then he's been afraid of spiders, even the tiny ones that aren't bigger than a grain of rice. We thought this was unacceptable, because there are many spiders in Hogwarts." Our friend Lee Jordan, after hearing about it, said he saw in a Muggle magazine that this is a kind of psychological affliction and potions and magic can't solve it temporarily. We borrowed that magazine, and it said to use desensitization therapy. So we asked Lee, and he brought a realistic toy. We wanted to cure him of this affliction before he started school. After all, it was caused by us. Harry slapped his forehead. What could he say about these two? Should I say that Ron is lucky to be alive? That's not how you cure an affliction, eh? Aren't you afraid of scaring Ron to death on the train? Harry said helplessly. The twins' shoulders slumped. We just wanted to make amends. After all, it was our fault. We thought it was just a small problem, but that Muggle magazine said the consequences could be serious if it developed further. Didn't you think of going to St. Mungo's? Or the Hogwarts hospital wing? Or at least ask your parents or professors for help? Harry couldn't help but ask. The twins exchanged looks and scratched their heads awkwardly. We didn't think of that. Harry was completely speechless and once again lamented Ron's bad luck. Encountering these two clowns, it was a miracle he was still alive. After resolving the misunderstanding and saying a few words to advise the twins not to do such things again, Harry hurried to the Great Hall. He needed to finish lunch quickly. His appointment with Dumbledore was fast approaching. The Weasley twins exaggeratedly bowed to Harry's retreating figure, shouting to send off the great savior. Hearing this, Harry quickened his pace, almost wanting to break into a run. Once Harry's figure disappeared down the hallway, Fred frowned and asked, "George, did you notice? In front of Harry we feel like we're facing Bill." "Yeah, I felt that too. It's like how the upperclassmen lecture us, but he's only 11. George was also puzzled. They had actually been persuaded by Harry and had no intention of resisting. "Forget it, it doesn't matter. Harry is Harry," Fred said. George leaned on Fred's shoulder. "That's true. Let's hurry to the Great Hall before there's nothing left to eat. Let's go ask Madame Pomfrey and see if she can solve Ron's little problem." After settling this, the twins hurriedly ran toward. After a while, the door to the Transfiguration classroom finally opened. Professor McGonagall stood behind the door, holding her forehead in pain, truly grateful that Harry had persuaded the Weasley twins. Otherwise, this year's freshmen would surely have been in trouble. Harry sat at the long table, casually grabbing some fries and fried fish, eating quickly while feeling frustrated. Originally, he had planned to go to the library in the afternoon. It was said that there was a collection of the Daily Prophet from the first edition to the present, as well as a shelf of essays by outstanding students over the years filled with many gossip. He wanted to look up information about his parents and the Potter family. After all, the Potter family was also an old pure-blood family. Their vault couldn't possibly contain just a few galleons. Not to mention that he also needed to check on the relationship between his parents and Professor Snape. It would be best to clarify everything so he could address it accordingly. After all, time was short. He only had this year, and considering the time needed for potion brewing, he might not even have a full year. But all those plans were ruined. He could only go another day. He hoped that Dumbledore wouldn't have anything major to discuss that would take up more. Soon Harry's stomach was filled. He wiped his mouth, placed his knife and fork on the edge of the plate, and the entire set of cutlery. He got up and looked around. Dumbledore was not at the professor's table. Harry could only greet Ron and Neville and directly exit through the small door by the Great Hall. He climbed the stairs, and even knowing a shortcut, it took Harry more than 10 minutes to reach the entrance to the gargoyle. "Hello, Professor, Dumbledore sent me here." Harry didn't know the password, so he could only try talking to the gargoyle. After waiting for a while, there was still no response. Harry hesitated, wondering if he should go back to the Great Hall to ask Professor McGonagall, or should he wait here? Just as he was in a dilemma, the gargoyle turned its body, revealing a staircase leading upwards. Harry looked around, and could only resign himself to stepping up. He ascended the spiraling steps, and stopped in front of a black wooden door. Harry raised his hand, and gently knocked on the door. The door swung open at once, yet no one stood behind it. Harry stepped into the headmaster's office, which looked vastly different from before. Though the general layout remained unchanged, the subtle decorations and certain objects revealed that the current occupant was not Headmaster Black. "Headmaster Dumbledore," Harry called softly. No response came, only a gentle chirp. Harry followed the sound to a bird perched by the window where a golden-red, feathered creature stood. "A phoenix!" Harry exclaimed in delighted surprise, immediately drawing closer. He had always yearned for a phoenix and had once rescued one, but it had flown away after recovering. Rumors said phoenixes were exclusive to the Dumbledore family, each member bonded with one for life. This must be Headmaster Albus Dumbledore's bonded phoenix. Harry raised his hand, looking at the phoenix inquiringly. The phoenix chirped softly, shifting its position to press against Harry's hand. Only then did Harry place his hand on the phoenix's feathers, stroking gently, with unrestrained joy. Even if it wasn't his, just touching a phoenix was already marvelous. "I see you've already met Fawkes." Dumbledore's voice came from behind Harry. Unable to tear himself away, Harry continued stroking the phoenix. "Her name is Fawkes. A wonderful name. Well, Harry, if you don't mind my calling you that, I've summoned you for serious matters." Dumbledore sighed in mild exasperation. He had pondered this meeting all morning, never anticipating such a scene. Reluctantly, Harry withdrew his hand and turned to face Dumbledore. He still wore Starenmoon robes, his hair and beard snow-white, but somewhat disheveled. Half-moon spectacles perched on his nose and dark circles beneath his eyes, as if he had stayed up all night. "Come have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Pumpkin juice or tea?" Dumbledore walked behind his desk, sat down, and rummaged through a drawer. Harry approached and settled into the armchair opposite the desk. "Tea, please." "Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore." As the words left his mouth, a tray appeared before Harry bearing a teapot, a cup, sugar cubes, and milk. The teapot floated to pour tea into the cup, and a spoon stirred on its own. Harry dropped in a sugar cube, added half a portion of milk, and let the spoon continue its work. Dumbledore watched contemplatively, finally withdrawing his hand from the drawer, clutching a potion bottle Harry recognized all too well, Vitality Tonic. He uncorked it, hesitated for a moment, then downed it in one gulp. Grimacing, he quickly fished a handful of cockroach clusters from a nearby cabinet and stuffed them into his mouth. Harry's lips twitched as he watched the cockroach candy legs wriggle at the corners of Dumbledore's mouth. So this was the real Forgive me. Age catches up. A single night's vigil leaves me quite drained. Dumbledore swallowed the candy, then grabbed a few more and offered them to Harry. "Care for some?" "No, thank you." Harry declined at once. He disliked them. "Headmaster Dumbledore, may I ask why you summoned me today?" Harry asked directly. Seeing Harry's refusal, Dumbledore looked somewhat disappointed, stuffed the remaining candies into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Then he slowly shifted his chair, turning to face the wall of former headmasters' portraits. "I'd like to introduce you to a headmaster." Harry's heart skipped a beat as he followed Dumbledore's gaze. Phineas Black. Phineas was staring intently, scrutinizing the young wizard half hidden behind the desk. He wasn't familiar with Harry as a first year. After all, as headmaster, he couldn't know every new student, even a Slytherin. He had only learned of Harry in his third year, when Harry applied to explore beyond the school grounds, and passed the professor's trials, earning Phineas' formal acquaintance. Boys changed the most in their teens. The difference between third-year Harry and first-year Harry was immense, let alone the fifth-year version Phineas remembered most vividly. Finally, through those large, almond-shaped, emerald-green eyes, he recognized him. "Harry Potter. It's you." "It is you," Phineas exclaimed excitedly, leaning over the edge of his frame, as if ready to leap out. Harry maintained a puzzled expression, but inside a storm raged. What was happening? Though he knew he couldn't hide it forever, this was only the first day of school. Wasn't this too soon? No need to pretend. I've already told the current headmaster everything. I'm merely a portrait now. I must cooperate. Phineas said, settling back into his seat with a smug grin as he watched Harry. Very well, Phineas. Thank you for your cooperation, but I need to speak with Harry alone. May I? Dumbledore said gently. Harry's heart sank like a stone, plummeting from his chest to his stomach, heavy and weighty. Then Dumbledore nodded apologetically to the other headmasters, drew his wand, and gave it a light flick. Harry felt as though a bowl had been placed over them. The whispers vanished, the silver instrument's chimes ceased, even Fawkes' calls fell silent. Only the faint stirring of the spoon in the teacup remained, suggesting the barrier encompassed only the desk area. The next moment Harry's attention was captured by Dumbledore's wand, 15 inches with gnarled knots along its length. This wand was deeply familiar to Harry. Not just familiar, he had used it before. Though only in a vision, the sensation was This was the real thing. Noticing Harry's gaze, Dumbledore asked, "You recognize it?" Harry involuntarily followed Dumbledore's hand, nodding instinctively, then immediately shaking his head. Dumbledore burst into laughter. "Harry, let's have a frank discussion. Last night Peeves came to Phineas late at night, and he told me that 100 years ago there was also a Harry Potter, a very famous student who disappeared after his 5th year. His deeds were enough to leave a mark in wizarding history, but oddly, after searching through books all night, I found no trace of him. Only some clues in a historical novel written by a Weasley ancestor. According to the descriptions, I discovered that the Harry Potter from a century ago bears a striking resemblance to you. No an exact like the lightning-shaped scar, the small frame." Dumbledore spoke slowly. Then, following the clues Phineas revealed, I looked into Headmaster Newfer's affairs. She isn't in the portraits. I initially thought she simply didn't frequent the headmaster's office, but after consulting the former headmasters, they all said her portrait hadn't appeared since Phineas took office. As the current headmaster, I have certain secret privileges. Through them, I found a hidden chamber, never marked on any map. Unfortunately, despite trying numerous methods, I couldn't open its door. Harry listened silently, resigned to his fate. In just one night, the preparations made by the Weasley professors had been unraveled thread by this elderly man. What could he do? He had to accept it. Moreover, a thought struck him. Could he seek the headmaster's assistance? "Then, Headmaster, what do you wish to know?" Harry straightened up, looking earnestly at Dumbledore. Since things had come to this, he might as well secure some benefits for himself. "Are you still Harry Potter?" Headmaster Dumbledore frowned, scrutinizing the young boy before him, before finally asking. Harry looked at him, puzzled. "Who else would I be?" Dumbledore's gaze fell on Harry's forehead, where an exquisitely crafted brown headband embroidered with gold thread perfectly concealed the ugly scar. Pricked by Dumbledore's stare, Harry rubbed his forehead, and suddenly understood. "You mean the remnant soul in this scar? No need to worry. He'll deal with it when I find the time. In fact, I've already dealt with it once before. It's just that after returning the Dumbledore's eyes sharpened, instantly his grip on the wand tightening until his knuckles turned white. A remnant soul, eh? Harry didn't understand why the old man had suddenly exuded such intensity, causing him to tense up, as if facing a dragon. What kind of remnant soul? Dumbledore relaxed slightly before pressing further. Harry made a disgusted face. It looked like a flayed house elf, devoid of thought or consciousness, clinging to my soul. After extensive research, I realized it was a fragment of a soul. With Professor Fig's help, I destroyed it, and my scar vanished. That was in my 4th year. He paused, then continued. Later, I delved deeper into the records and learned this phenomenon occurs when creating a Horcrux. But at the time, I didn't understand why I had become one. Eventually, Harry trailed off vaguely. I explored my oldest memories and saw my mother standing before me, shielding me from the killing curse. Then I began exploring Hogwarts and its surroundings, searching for places that matched my memories and the one who killed my mother and left the soul fragment. It wasn't until I returned that I realized he might not have been born 100 years ago, so naturally, I couldn't find him. Can you still destroy it now without Professor Fig's help? Dumbledore asked after pondering for a moment, selecting the question that concerned him most. Harry nodded. Of course. Although Professor Fig assisted, the main effort was mine. I could do it again, but I need Hogwarts environment, at least a day. I plan to handle it over the weekend. Dumbledore tapped his fingers on the desk, his eyes still thoughtful and probing. After a long while, he carefully questioned Harry about his story from a century ago. Harry could only start from his enrollment, selecting key events to recount. The entire afternoon was spent recounting his past until nightfall, when his stomach growled loudly. "Oh dear, I've lost track of time. It's already this late." Dumbledore feigned surprise at the candles that had lit themselves. "Would you mind having a simple meal here? The Great Hall's dinner should be over by now." What could Harry say? He could only nod. Dumbledore tapped the desk, and 2 place settings appeared along with a table full of food. "Sorry for taking up your time. Let me make it up to you with some of Hogwarts' hidden dishes, shall we?" Dumbledore said with a twinkle, and the barrier around the desk remained, but Harry didn't mind. He was simply delighted by one dish on the table. Sweet and sour rib. You know this? Dumbledore was taken aback. Seeing no objection from Dumbledore, Harry drew his wand, deftly transforming the knife and fork into a pair of chopsticks, and awkwardly used them to pick up a glossy, richly colored rib. "My former care of magical creatures, Professor Howing from China loved magical creatures. I rescued many during my adventures, and she invited me to try some of her hometown specialties. So that's how it was. Dumbledore conjured his own pair of chopsticks, handling them far more adeptly than Harry. I only knew Hogwarts had some special hidden dishes, but they require advance notice to the house elves. I'm not too familiar with their origins. The two quickly polished off the food, leaving only scraps on the plates. Dumbledore tapped the desk again, clearing the dishes and replacing them with 2 drinks. Harry downed his glass in one gulp and let out a satisfied sigh. So do you know how to open the hidden chamber's door? What's inside? Dumbledore pressed on. Harry leaned back in his chair. Opening that chamber requires ancient magic, the kind Professor Fig and I explored. Inside are 4 portraits, including Headmaster Newfers. Then would you care to join an old man for an after-dinner stroll? Dumbledore followed up immediately. Harry glanced at the eager Dumbledore, then at the darkening sky outside, and resignedly nodded. Since the day's plans for the library were already ruined, laying everything out openly would allow him to lead Dumbledore to evidence proving his story. This should align them, benefiting his future activities, especially since Dumbledore had taught at the school for decades and would know more about his parents and Professor Snape than any book could tell. By the way, Harry, may I inquire about your current magical proficiency? Dumbledore asked. Though he was eager to know everything about the chamber, he had to consider Harry's safety. Harry scratched his head, uncertain how to answer. After a moment's thought, he pulled out his century-old O.W.L.s. certificate from his satchel and laid it flat on the table. Perhaps this might explain. However, my age has regressed back to 11, so my magical power might be somewhat insufficient. Other than that, everything else is Dumbledore picked up the certificate, tapped it with his wand to verify its authenticity, and confirmed through temporal detection that the parchment was indeed 100 years old before returning it to Harry. Since you possess a certain ability to protect yourself, there shouldn't be any issues. Is there anything else you need to prepare? Dumbledore. Harry opened his satchel and glanced inside. No, I'm ready to go anytime. I have everything I need. Then let's go. After curfew, the corridors of Hogwarts were eerily silent, with even many torches extinguished, creating an atmosphere of chilling dread. Yet the 2 figures hurrying through the passage paid no heed to their surroundings. 2 silhouettes, one tall and one short, swiftly traversed corridor after corridor, descending stairways, passing through door after door until they halted before a wall. This wall appeared identical to those around it, but upon careful examination, Dumbledore discerned a subtle difference. Yet despite employing every method at his disposal, he could not open the hidden door within the wall. Harry pressed his hand against the wall, channeling ancient magic. Silvery streams of ancient magical energy transformed into a cascade of bubble-like patterns that adhered to the surface, slowly seeping inward. The wall turned transparent and clear like a watery mirror. Through this peculiar liquid pane, they could distinctly see what lay beyond, a corridor utterly incongruous with Hogwarts. Harry stood before the door, beginning to stretch his limbs. Headmaster Dumbledore, let's warm up. The journey ahead might not be easy. Dumbledore glanced at his own aging limbs and followed Harry's lead in stretching. Had anyone passed by, they would have been utterly startled. 2 figures extending arms and kicking legs before a rippling watery mirror, a sight that was decidedly abnormal. All right, are you ready? Harry asked. He wasn't certain whether the mechanisms and guardians beyond the door had undergone automatic restoration, but being prepared would certainly prevent mistakes. Dumbledore stretched his arms while transforming his robes into narrow-sleeved, short-clothed attire and trousers suitable for movement. Harry extended his hand, slowly reaching into the watery mirror. Ripples spread across its surface as his hand passed through without obstruction. Without further hesitation, Harry stepped forward and walked straight in. Dumbledore followed closely behind, entering the corridor beyond the watery mirror. Behind them, the ripples gradually subsided, and the mirror reverted into an unremarkable wall. The remainder of the journey was relatively smooth, requiring only some magical puzzles and triggered mechanisms. Having traversed this path once before, Harry was quite adept, while Dumbledore, despite being a first-timer, matched him with his own magic and intellect. After passing several mechanisms, they arrived at a combat section. Perhaps due to Dumbledore's presence, the number of stone guardians had doubled compared to Harry's first visit. These stone guardians were exceedingly difficult to deal with. Ordinary spells had at most half their usual effectiveness against them, and only ancient magic could inflict substantial damage. Harry moved nimbly, unleashing spells relentlessly upon the stone guardians, while using positioning to prevent multiple guardians from attacking him simultaneously. Amidst the assault, he continuously collected ancient magical energy from the dissipating magical currents. Once accumulated sufficiently, a single strike could slay a guardian, though the collection process was slow, preventing consecutive use. Harry's physical condition had also regressed to that of an 11-year-old, and he gradually began to tire. Fortunately, Dumbledore swiftly dispatched his own guardians and came to Harry's aid. Thank you, Headmaster. Good thing you were here. With all guardians reduced to rubble on the ground, Harry collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily. He pulled several potion bottles from his satchel and downed them in rapid succession. There was still a stretch of road ahead, and no time for gradual recovery. You're welcome. I should be the one apologizing. Your familiarity with magic made me forget that you are only 11. Dumbledore said apologetically. After the battle, he was merely slightly out of breath, barely breaking a sweat. No wonder he was hailed as the greatest wizard of the century. Harry gazed with envy, wishing only to possess such physical prowess by the time he came of age. I am old now, but you are still young. You will surely surpass me in the future, Dumbledore said, cheerfully observing Harry's expression. After a brief rest, they continued onward, passing several more checkpoints of stone guardians before finally arriving at the last stone door. Harry spotted the conspicuous ancient magical symbols on the door and was about to step forward when Dumbledore stopped him. This door seems peculiar. Could it be dangerous? Why don't I try first? Dumbledore frowned at the stone door. It felt similar to the outermost wall, yet different. The knowledge Harry possessed was a century old. Who knew what new dangers might have emerged over these 100 years? Harry had no choice but to let Dumbledore test it. After several detection spells yielded no reaction from the stone door, Dumbledore stepped aside, allowing Harry to approach. Placing his hand on the symbol, ancient magical energy emanated from Harry's body, pouring entirely into the insignia. With a creak, the door swung open. Even after being sealed for a century, the stone door opened with remarkable smoothness, producing only the faint sound of hinges turning and nothing more. Beyond the door lay pitch-black darkness, obscuring everything. Dumbledore pulled Harry back and stepped inside first. No sooner had they entered than the stone door closed again. Lumos. Dumbledore illuminated his wand, but the effect was limited, only lighting the platform they stood upon. He tried channeling more magical power, yet the surrounding darkness seemed like a devouring beast consuming the light, to no avail. Taking a few steps forward, they revealed a waist-high platform with an empty surface, as if something were missing. Recognition dawned on Harry, and he halted Dumbledore's advance. Fumbling in his satchel for a while, he finally retrieved a somewhat tattered book. Meeting Dumbledore's gaze, Harry felt his cheeks flush. This book was originally a restricted section volume he had taken and never returned. He had no idea if the school had records of this book. If they were to accuse him of theft at this moment, he would have no defense. Forcing himself to ignore Dumbledore's stare, Harry strode forward quickly and placed the book on the platform. A peculiar light spread from the platform in all directions, igniting the braziers along the walls with blue flames. After all braziers were lit, the light continued converging upon the floor. The edges of the floor began to glow blue, as if there were no solid floor at all. The interplay of light and shadow formed a color. They could clearly see vast, shimmering mountain ranges. Dumbledore stood at the railings, studying the floor intently. After a long moment, he realized with astonishment. It was Hogwarts. Harry also approached, examining the map. Compared to his memory, the shimmering spots in the mountains had diminished significantly, with only 2 locations still emitting copious blue light. Cross-referencing the map, Harry identified those 2 places as Hogwarts and Hogsmeade Village. The lights of the wizard villages that once surrounded Hogwarts had all vanished. You have finally returned. A resonant voice startled the 2, lost in contemplation. Harry looked up to see 4 enormous portraits on the right wall, with a lady in the center portrait gazing at them. Headmaster Niove. Harry responded quickly, descending the steps to stand before the oversized portrait. Is this the current headmaster? Niove looked at the tall figure behind Harry. Harry hastened to introduce, this is Headmaster Dumbledore, Albus Dumbledore. Greetings, madam. Dumbledore bowed respectfully to the portrait. Niove lifted her skirt in return. Then Mr. Potter, thank you for bringing the current headmaster here. You need not participate in what follows. A good student should be in bed. Harry was stunned. Was this burning the bridge after crossing it? Ignoring Harry's protests, Dumbledore followed Niove's cue and summoned Fawkes, forcibly transporting Harry before the fat lady. Fawkes vanished immediately after delivering him, leaving Harry unable to even grab a tail feather. Checking the time, it was already midnight. Returning now would be futile, and he was truly exhausted. With that thought, Harry stopped fretting, recited the password, and headed straight to his dormitory. What transpired between the man and the portrait in the map chamber remained unknown. Dumbledore only returned to his office near dawn, and Niove's portrait remained blank. The next morning, Harry roused his entire dormitory as usual. At breakfast in the Great Hall, he did not see Dumbledore. First period was Charms, and the classroom was a fair distance from the hall, so he hurried off. The Charms professor was Professor Phileas Flitwick, head of Ravenclaw. A short man with unusually large ears, he was rumored to have goblin ancestry and had been a dueling champion. Before class began, he took a roll call. When he reached Harry's name, he became so excited that he fell off his stack of books, eliciting gasps from the students. During the lesson, Professor Flitwick did not have the students use their wands. Instead, he explained wand movements, spell composition, and pronunciation. Only near the end did he gaze at Harry with shining eyes. I heard from Professor McGonagall that you earned a homework exemption in her class. You know, if you could. Flitwick trailed off, staring at Harry's textbook. After a moment's hesitation, Harry understood. He drew his wand, performed several spells from the book, and combined them into a small... Professor Flitwick was overjoyed. Excellent. Truly splendid. Your spell work is outstanding, Harry. As a reward, I will grant you a homework exemption as well. The classroom erupted in murmurs as everyone gazed at Harry with envy. Yet no one raised objections this time. The last person who did was still being ostracized by classmates. After charms, the students stampeded toward the Great Hall. Teenagers were always ravenous, and mealtimes felt like releasing beasts from cages. The afternoon was packed, first herbology in the greenhouses outside the castle, then a mad dash to the third floor for history of magic with only 30 minutes between classes. Time was tight. After a quick lunch, Harry and his group hurried to the entrance hall, exiting the castle toward the greenhouses north of it for herbology. Herbology was taught by Professor Pomona Sprout, head of Hufflepuff. A plump, which she habitually wore patched earthy yellow robes often stained with soil and plant colors. When the students arrived at the greenhouse, she was already there, hidden among lush magical plants, tending to those needed for the lesson. As the bell rang, Professor Sprout emerged from the foliage. She greeted the students warmly and took attendance. From the moment he saw Professor Sprout, Harry had been in a daze. The herbology professor before him was nothing like the one who had taught him for 5 years. Professor Mirabelle Garlick was a witch as radiant as the sun, not just in her speech and demeanor, but in her appearance. Even after years of adventuring, Harry could confidently say Professor Garlick was the most beautiful witch he had ever met. From first years to 7th years, she had admirers throughout Hogwarts. But Professor Sprout before him, not that she was bad, but the two were entirely different in style. Yet they both exuded the same warmth and comfort. This unsettled Harry greatly. The same aura paired with a different face. Anyone would find it disorienting. As a result, when Professor Sprout called his name during roll call, it took several repetitions before he snapped to attention and answered. Until class ended, Harry remained in a daze. Fortunately, his herbology grades were decent, and he had reviewed first-year material beforehand, so he avoided any mishaps. Though his friends were worried about his state, they said nothing, simply dragging him toward the history of magic classroom. It was not until he saw Professor Binns that Harry truly came back to his senses, unable to help but marvel at the professor's dedication. He was the history of magic professor 100 years ago, and he still was 100 years later. Unfortunately, even after a century, Professor Binns' class remained as monotonous as ever. Harry strained to keep his eyes wide open, determined to endure. After all, he had only managed an A in history of magic on his O.W.L.s, and this time he aimed to challenge an E. However, he overestimated his resistance. Though he lasted 5 minutes longer than his classmates, he still slumped onto the desk 10 minutes into the lesson. Harry's only comfort was catching a glimpse of Hermione diligently taking notes before he collapsed. He now knew where to borrow history of magic notes. "Wake up. Class is over." Hermione packed her bag, looking utterly exasperated at the sea of sleeping students around her. Regardless of gender or house, everyone was sleeping soundly, not even noticing when Professor Binns had left. Harry jerked his head up from the desk, his gaze dazed as he looked around, his cheek marked with red creases from the book. With people calling out to each other, they finally roused the entire classroom. Everyone trudged wearily toward the Great Hall, where dinner awaited them. After dinner, the first-year students, just emerging from the ordeal of history of magic, finally seemed to revive. "Harry, are you going to the library after you eat?" Hermione swallowed her food and asked. Harry first glanced up at the staff table. Dumbledore was still absent. He nodded decisively yes. The plans made yesterday had been interrupted, but today they could not be derailed. He had already realized that his classmate was no ordinary top student. If she could help him search for information, it would be far more effective than going it alone. But he needed to think carefully about what reward he could offer to secure Hermione's assistance. Harry also turned to ask Ron and Neville. Neville was determined to follow Harry and Hermione, while Ron wavered for a long time between returning to the common room to play and going to the library to do homework, before finally deciding for Harry's sake to go to the library. As for Seamus and Dean, they shook their heads vigorously, insisting on returning to the common room. Harry did not mind. The four who had decided on the library silently quickened their pace of eating. Once their stomachs were full, they bid farewell to familiar faces at the long table and headed to the library. By the time they reached the library, dusk had fallen. The library was ablaze with candlelight, with flaming braziers on the walls and numerous candles floating in midair, illuminating the entire space as brightly as day. Hermione quickly found an unoccupied long table and quietly beckoned the others over. "You must be very quiet here. It's best not to speak at all. That over there is Madame Pants, the librarian. If you can't find any book, you can ask her for help. But be careful. She hates people who mistreat books. If she catches you mishandling one, you'll definitely be thrown out." Hermione leaned in, and the four of them huddled together to listen to her introduction. Harry was astonished. Apart from today's full day of classes, they knew students had hardly any free time, yet Hermione had already managed to grasp the general rules of the library. He had certainly chosen the right person. Hermione quickly spread out her homework, skillfully pulled a few reference books from the nearby shelves, and immediately began writing the essay assignments left by the professors that day. Ron and Neville stared at Hermione's actions in utter amazement. They hadn't even figured out the direction for their essays, and judging by Hermione's speed with her quill scratching away, her handwriting small and dense, they suspected she could finish the entire length assigned by the professor in one go, if not for her occasional pauses to consult references. Although Harry was exempt from homework, Professor McGonagall had also left an essay requirement, though it was not urgent. He could write it over the weekend. He went to the shelves, picked out a few books, handed them to the two stunned boys, and told them to try writing their essays first, or just read if they couldn't. As for himself, he went to find Madame Pants. The newspapers he needed were added to the library collection daily. If he searched through them one by one, he would accomplish nothing else tonight. "Excuse me." Harry whispered a greeting. Madame Pants stood behind the checkout desk looking down at him sternly. "What can I'd like to find newspapers from 1971 to 1981. Could you help me?" Harry asked. Madame Pants nodded, came out from behind the desk, and led Harry to the newspaper section. With a wave of her wand, a thick stack of newspapers flew off the shelves and piled onto a nearby empty table. She did not stop. A stack after stack flew out, neatly stacking up. Harry stared in disbelief at the newspapers. 10 years' worth had formed two towering piles, each nearly as tall as half. He then realized his miscalculation. He had never imagined there would be so many newspapers. "All the newspapers you need are here, but I must warn you they cannot be taken out of the library, and no one is allowed to stay after curfew," Madame Pants said sternly. Harry scratched his head apologetically, thanked Madame Pants, then drew his wand, and directed the newspapers to be divided by year into 10 smaller piles. He did not return to Hermione's table, but began flipping through them right there at the empty table. Fortunately, Harry's levitation charm was decent enough, and Madame Pants did not scold him for using magic in the library. She merely instructed him not to damage the archived newspapers before turning and walking away. Harry started with the 1971 newspapers. His parents had just started school that year, but were not famous. Besides reports on the evil deeds of a certain dark figure and news of victims, there was nothing else. An entire year's worth of newspapers was filled with such news, weighing heavily on Harry's heart. The long lists of victims and the moving magical photographs of despairing crowds made him speed up his flipping. Harry worked quickly, using a small charm invented by O.W.L.s to search through the newspaper piles for the surname Potter. Apart from some magical shampoo advertisements, there was nothing relevant. It wasn't until the 1979 newspapers that the name Potter appeared more frequently. Harry immediately set down the older newspapers and pulled out that year's issues to search carefully. On February 14, 1979, the sole heir of the Potter family, James Potter, married a Gryffindor, witch of Muggle birth, complete with a photograph. Harry's fingers paused on that photo. It showed a large group of people with a young couple beaming happily at the center. The man had tousled black hair and round glasses, while the woman wore an elegant gown and held a bouquet, smiling with pure joy. Beside the man stood an incredibly handsome friend, shooting celebratory sparks from his wand at the couple, and a slightly gaunt man stood at the edge of the crowd watching the revelry with a smile. In the photograph, a short man flickered in and out of view, showing only his back, never his face. Harry stared at the photo for a long time before reluctantly turning the page. He felt an urge to cut the picture out, but the sight of Madame Pants's watchful glare made him abandon the idea. He could always sneak a copy of this newspaper at midnight. On April 20, 1979, James Potter and Lily Potter became Aurors under the guidance of Frank Longbottom. They successfully captured several dark wizards and prevented the dark figure from persecuting Muggles. On June 15, 1979, the renowned Auror couple, the Potters, were pursued by the dark figure, but successfully repelled the Death Eater's attack and escaped unscathed. On August 3, 1979, the renowned Auror couple, the Potters, along with the Longbottoms, once again repelled the dark figure, successfully rescuing a family of Muggle-born witches. From then on until the end of the December newspapers, Harry found no other news. After a moment's thought, Harry began searching the 1980 newspapers. That year, news about the Potter couple was even scarcer, with only a January report about their third escape from the dark figure. Only 1 year remained. Harry checked the time. Unbeknownst to him, he had been flipping through newspapers for over 2 hours and curfew was approaching. Harry had no choice but to speed up, opening the last pile, the 1981 newspapers. The first half of the year was still filled with a string of victim reports which Harry skimmed. It wasn't until the August newspapers that he saw a familiar name. The Longbottoms had been rescued, but they had been tortured to insanity. Fortunately, their child survived and was placed in the care of Madame Longbottom. Harry paused briefly before continuing to flip. He stopped at the November 1st newspaper. The front page was a joyous report of the dark figure's disappearance, with large photographs of celebrating witches and wizards everywhere. The second page featured the boy who lived, Harry Potter, complete with a photograph of a sleeping baby, the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead clearly visible. It was only on the third page that news of the Potter couple appeared, stating simply that they had been tragically killed by the dark figure. Harry stared blankly at the page, unmoving for a long time. It was not until Madame Pants approached, informing him that curfew was near and the library was closing, that he stood up to tidy the news. Madame Pants glanced at the page Harry had been lingering on, waved her wand to send the newspapers flying back to the shelves, and told him to leave quickly. Harry politely thanked her before walking out. Hermione and the others were already waiting for him by the door. Seeing Harry's troubled expression, the three of them grew worried. "What's wrong?" Hermione asked first. Harry rubbed his face. "Nothing, just found out some things about my parents." He glanced at Neville as he spoke, but Neville only looked concerned with no trace of personal connection. "Come on, let's hurry back. Curfew's almost here and we don't want to get caught." Harry said, leading the way as he quickened his pace toward Gryffindor Tower. The other three had to jog to keep up. Harry was right, getting caught would mean losing points. After 2 days of classes, everyone knew how hard it was to earn points, and how easy it was to lose them, and no one wanted to find out. Once in the common room, no one was in the mood to talk. They exchanged goodnights and headed to their dormitories. Harry lay in bed, drawing the curtains around him. The thick fabric enclosed the bed like a small tent. In the dormitory, Seamus and Dean were still arguing over wizards' chess strategies, with Ron chiming in with suggestions. Neville was not joining them, but muttering to himself in his bed, sounding like he was reciting something. The noise outside only accentuated the silence within the curtains. Harry stared at the patterns on the bed canopy, his mind filled with the wedding photo and the image of a ruined house. After who knows how long, the noise outside finally subsided, replaced by soft snores. Harry rubbed his eyes, mumbled to himself, and closed his eyes, ready to sleep. No need to rush, no need to rush, everything must proceed slowly. The newspaper said the figure had only vanished, not died. His conversation with Dumbledore yesterday had also shown that the wizarding world was not as peaceful as it appeared on the surface. He had looked through recent newspapers, and they were full of trivial matters. If something could put Dumbledore on guard, it could not be anything. From the limited information available, the most likely culprit was the dark wizard who had terrorized the wizarding world for over a decade, Voldemort. Slowly, Harry reassured himself, squeezing his eyes shut tightly, afraid that opening them might reveal the murderess. As he thought, drowsiness gradually overcame him, and somehow he fell asleep. Wednesday morning's class was Defense Against the Dark Arts. The moment Harry entered the classroom, he wished he could block his sense of smell. The room was filled with the stench of garlic mixed with a foul, rotting odor, no better than a troll. After enduring for a few minutes, Harry could take it no longer. He rummaged through his bag, found a half-face mask, sprinkled peppermint oil on it, and put it on, managing to somewhat filter the smell. Harry set an example, and the students quickly followed suit. Those without masks used handkerchiefs, those with nothing sprinkled oil on their sleeves, and pressed them to their faces. Some even went further, using a small knife to cut a strip of cloth from their shirts to cover their faces. Professor Quirrell could only watch helplessly as the students noisily exchanged oils and cloth, stammering out an explanation that it was to ward off vampires. But no one paid him any attention. If not for the fear of losing points, the students would have fled long ago. Even after solving the smell problem, Harry was still dissatisfied. Quirrell merely read from the textbook, uttering not a single word beyond what was written, let alone teaching any defensive spells or sharing practical experience. Even when reading aloud, Quirrell stumbled through the text, his efficiency far inferior to the students reading on their own. After frowning through half the lesson, Harry could no longer bear it. He decisively packed away his books and pulled out the homework Professor McGonagall had assigned, beginning to write. His time was precious. It was not something to squander recklessly. Quirrell caught sight of Harry's movement, and his eyes flickered for an instant, so quick that no one noticed, before he resumed his stammering recitation. As he turned to write on the blackboard, Harry abruptly lifted his head. He sensed hostility once more. This time, with no distractions, Harry clearly perceived it, the enmity emanating from Quirrell himself. Beyond that, there was also a strange sense of familiarity. When Quirrell turned back, Harry immediately lowered his head, focusing his mind on the homework before him. If an opportunity arose, he could ask Headmaster Dumbledore about Quirrell's background. Until everything became clear, it was best to conceal his thoughts. As the bell rang, students in the classroom rushed toward the door, drowning out even Quirrell's voice as he assigned homework. Harry pretended not to hear, as well, dashing out of the classroom swiftly. He pulled down his hood and took a deep breath of the fresh air out. Tugging at his robes, Harry curled his lips in disgust, feeling as though the lesson had marinated him in its stench. After discussing with his friends, none of them wanted to carry such a foul odor into lunch. They unanimously decided to return to the dormitory to change clothes. If they ran fast enough, they could still make it to lunch. If not, they would rather go hungry. Driven by hunger, Harry and his friends managed to grab a few chicken legs just as lunch was ending in the Great Hall, thus avoiding an empty stomach. After devouring the chicken legs hastily, they rushed toward the History of Magic classroom, without pause, complaining all the way about the day's grueling schedule. Look at this mess. Quirrell in the morning, Professor Binns in the afternoon. After a satisfying nap, Harry noticed Draco lingering in the classroom and suddenly remembered their agreement. He was supposed to teach him the mirror spell today. Harry turned to ask his friends. Aside from Hermione, who was eager to learn any charm and wanted to join, the two idle companions showed no interest. Ron grimaced at Draco, hesitating as if to speak, but Harry paid him no mind. He had seen plenty of inter-house discord. Gareth and Sebastian had argued from their first year, yet he got along well with both. Neville, what about you? Want to come along? Harry asked. Neville hesitated, then shook his head. No idea, better go to the library. I'm struggling with a lot of recent lessons and need to study more. Hearing this, Hermione also wavered. She wanted to go to the library too. Yet she couldn't bear to miss the little magic trick Harry was teaching. If the Malfoy family of pure-blood lineage found it so intriguing, she was even more curious. In the end, Harry's lesson won out. The library would always be there, but Harry's guidance was a one-time opportunity. Though they were in the same house and could ask for help anytime, Hermione felt it was unfair to take that for granted. From the past few days' lessons, she had clearly seen that Harry's skill was far beyond what a child his age should possess. The challenges he faced were surely not limited to academics. As a friend, the least she could do was not burden him with trivial problems. As they left the classroom, Draco quickly caught up, greeting Harry cheerfully. He gave Hermione only a brief nod, saying nothing more. Draco hadn't brought Crabbe and Goyle, thinking their presence would only waste Harry's time. Better not to annoy him. After a moment's thought, Harry led the two out of the castle. By the Black Lake stood several large trees, behind which lay a small patch of grass, secluded and cool. The Harry of old had loved reading and practicing magic there. The incantation is aqua speculum apare, and the wand movement goes like this. Combined with this gesture, Harry wasted no time and began teaching immediately. The principle of this spell is to form a water mirror from moisture in the air. Beginners should practice near water sources. Once familiar, you can summon it anywhere. Hermione murmured the incantation, twice, her eyes fixed on Harry's demonstration. After committing it to memory, she began trying it over the lake. Draco, true to his status as the sole heir of the Malfoy family, had been exposed to magic from a young age. Despite his parents' indulgence, he had learned everything a proper heir should. With Harry's explanation, he grasped it quickly and summoned a functional water mirror from the surface after only 2 attempts. Not bad, that's it. I told you it was a simple spell. All that's left is practice, Harry said, clapping his hands in approval at Draco's speed. You mentioned earlier that you study potions with your godfather. What level is he? Draco shot a smug glance at Hermione, still struggling by the lake, before replying, my godfather. He's our head of House Severus Snape, a potions master. Harry's eyes widened. Such a stroke of luck. Could you introduce me to your godfather? I mean Professor Snape. Harry asked eagerly. I have some potions that need a master's brewing. It's hard for me to contact established masters, and of course he'll pay well. Draco couldn't hide his schadenfreude. I told you to join Slytherin. As far as I know, my godfather despises Gryffindors. If you were a Slytherin, it wouldn't be a problem, but now. He gestured mockingly at the Gryffindor crest on Harry's chest. Harry felt helpless too. He hadn't anticipated this, but what was done was done. What could he do? All right. Since you taught me that spell, I'll help you get in touch, Draco said after enjoying the joke. Harry was overjoyed. Thanks. Draco, you're a good guy. Draco's pale face flushed. Potter. Harry laughed and ran off to guide Hermione by the lake. Hermione was sharp, and the spell wasn't difficult, judging by how quickly Draco learned it. However, having grown up in the Muggle world, she lacked some basic knowledge of the magical realm, making her progress slower. But with a simple hint from Harry, she caught on and succeeded on her next attempt. For Muggle-born witches and wizards, once that barrier was broken, their learning speed often surpassed those from magical families. Before entering Hogwarts, Muggle-born children attended primary school, where they developed systematic study habits. Even the most reluctant learners were subtly influenced. In contrast, children from magical families relied entirely on their parents' teaching. The wizarding world had no primary schools, and parents, though well-meaning, were not professional educators. They taught what they could when they could, but work often kept them away. This led to a relaxed learning environment with little pressure. Comparing the two, a gap emerged that only closed as young witches and wizards grew older and developed self-discipline. After watching for a while, both could summon the water mirror near water sources with ease. The extracurricular lesson concluded. Draco left first to inquire about the potions for Harry. Hermione felt she had learned enough, and they agreed to continue to the library. Harry had only glanced at the newspaper yesterday. Today, he planned to search the student bookshelves. But before they could enter the castle, they were stopped. Oh, Harry, what a coincidence. Heading back to the castle, Dumbledore stood in the entrance hall, a smile on his face, as if about to go out. Good afternoon, Headmaster Dumbledore. Hermione quickly greeted him. And to you too, Miss Granger. Harry frowned. Dumbledore had already disrupted his plans once. What now? I need to speak with Harry. Is that all right, Miss Granger? Dumbledore said gently to the young witch. Hermione looked as if she might faint. She couldn't believe it. Dumbledore had remembered her name. A Muggle-born first year less than a week into school. Despite her excitement, Hermione didn't forget her role as Harry's friend. She looked at him with concern, seeking his cue. Harry nodded. It's fine. Go to the library, O.W.L.s still there. Only then did Hermione reply, all right, Headmaster. I'll take my leave. She had guessed right. Harry had been facing challenges since his first year. That was why he was so strong. No, she couldn't fall behind. She had to speed up. If Harry ever needed help, and she was powerless, it would be devastating. Hermione walked quickly, biting her lip until it turned pale. No, she couldn't do it alone. She needed companions. Images of everyone she had met since the train flashed through her mind, leaving behind a few figures. Her gaze hardened. She paused mid-step, looked up to get her bearings, and checked the map Harry had given her before dashing off. Would you mind taking a walk with me? Dumbledore asked. Harry felt irritated. Would it matter if I did? What else is there to say? I've already told you everything I know and can say. Despite his words, Harry followed Dumbledore out of the castle. They didn't go to some remote spot, but walked along the path by the Black Lake. Sorry for disrupting your plans, but I'd like to know, what are your plans? And what do you think of the current situation? Dumbledore said. Harry paused, studying the tall, old man carefully. After a long silence, he decided to be honest. Whatever the case, this headmaster seemed more reliable than Black. Moreover, his status in the current magical world was high enough that with his help Harry's goals would face far fewer obstacles. As for scheming, without his advisors Onimus and Sebastian, Harry was willing to set aside his intellect and become a soldier who followed orders. After all, he was already a Gryffindor. First, I need to understand Professor Snape's relationship with my parents. I need a potions master to help restore my health. Next, Harry laid out his entire plan, including his investigation of Voldemort and his quest for vengeance. Dumbledore listened somewhat stunned, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. What could he say? This was the person who had stopped the Goblin Rebellion. Without his interference, Harry could have accomplished everything in his own order. Though the path might have been rocky with his status as the boy who lived once he was older and rallied support no one in the magical world could. I think I can help with Professor Snape. Tell me what potions you need, and he'll have him brew them, Dumbledore said. Harry frowned at Dumbledore's matter-of-fact tone, then suddenly understood. Does Professor Snape have something on you? He asked bluntly. Dumbledore stumbled, nearly falling. Why do you ask? Because I can't think of any other reason a young promising potions master would be stuck teaching clueless students at a school, Harry said flatly, unbothered by his crude phrasing. Even my former potions professor, Professor Sharp, only chose teaching after retiring as an Auror. I can't imagine what else would make a potions master endure such humiliation. Dumbledore awkwardly stopped himself from speaking further. From an outsider's perspective, Harry's reasoning did seem plausible. Well, there's a lot involved, and you're still young. Dumbledore fell silent again under Harry's reproachful gaze. Though Harry's appearance was still that of an 11-year-old, his mind was that of a nearly adult, powerful wizard, not someone to be. Headmaster Dumbledore, we agreed to be open with each other. I've been clear about my thoughts and goals. I don't expect you to hold nothing back, but at least don't treat me like a fool, Harry said solemnly. All right, I understand. Dumbledore stood still, took off his glasses, wiped them with his robe, and put them back on, a glint of sharpness in his eyes. I heard you have a pensieve. Harry fell silent. Only Neville and Draco knew about his pensieve, and Harry didn't believe either would betray him. That meant the headmaster had other channels to learn what happened on the train. Thinking further, Dumbledore likely knew everything. He had spies around him. Watching Harry's wary expression, Dumbledore could only sigh. The child had grown up and was no longer easy to deceive. He does have some leverage over me, Dumbledore had to admit. Harry wore an expression of I knew it. Though curious about what that leverage was, seeing how obediently Professor Snape followed Dumbledore's orders, it must be something substantial. Harry had no desire to meddle in their feud. Dumbledore felt somewhat stifled, but had no choice. He spoke again. What do you wish to know? The relationship between Professor Snape and my parents. Harry said promptly. Why would you want to know that? I've noticed Professor Snape looks at me with a strange expression. I'm certain this is my first time meeting him. Given his age, he must be connected to my parents. Perhaps enmity, perhaps a misunderstanding. Once I understand their relationship, I can tailor my approach and find a way to seek his help. Harry explained. Dumbledore wore a complicated expression. In that case, you're not wrong. He does have a connection to your parents. Your father once saved his life, and your mother was a friend he knew before enrolling. Harry was utterly shocked. Are you sure? Dumbledore looked righteous. I am absolutely certain. Impossible, Harry declared resolutely. I've never seen anyone show hatred towards the child of their savior. I have the memories. Dumbledore pulled out his trump card. What could be more convincing than a reenactment of events? Harry immediately began looking for a suitable spot. Glancing around, Harry used his wand to transform a pebble into a perfectly level surface. He laboriously pulled the pensieve from his bag and placed it upon the stand, his gaze burning as he looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore was equally eager. His memory was absolutely correct. He had spoken nothing but the truth. He was not wrong. He deftly extracted a silvery strand of memory and placed it into the basin, while causing the surrounding grass to grow wildly into a makeshift tent. The two then immersed their heads into the pensieve. When their feet touched solid ground, they were inside the headmaster's office. Another Dumbledore sat behind the desk perusing several. A portrait on the wall suddenly came to life, shouting at him, Headmaster Dumbledore. A student is chasing Madame Pomfrey towards the Whomping Willow. It's a full moon tonight. The Dumbledore behind the desk rose instantly and strode swiftly to the window. Fawkes the Phoenix flew down in perfect sync to land on his shoulder. With a flash of fire, the scene before them shifted. When they landed again, the scene had transformed into the dark edge of the Forbidden Forest. Harry thought he saw himself, an older version of himself. Upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't him, but a much younger James Potter. His father, even younger than in the photograph. James, his face grim, charged towards the Whomping Willow. He skillfully dodged the tree's thrashing branches and used a levitation charm to guide a branch to strike a knot on the trunk. The Whomping Willow immediately froze. The Dumbledore in the memory remained hidden to one side, simply standing and watching. A mournful wolf howl echoed from the distance, and James' movements grew faster. He rushed to the base of the Whomping Willow and, ducking down, disappeared into a hole that had seemingly materialized from nowhere. Harry urgently tried to follow, but the Dumbledore beside him held him back. Patience, they'll be out soon. You didn't even follow them in to see what happened? Harry asked, shocked. He suddenly wondered if Headmaster Black was a bit better than Dumbledore. At least Headmaster Black would step in to deal with the trouble when he saw a student in danger. But Dumbledore just stood on the sideline. Even Harry had recognized the howl as that of a werewolf, so surely Dumbledore had too. He knew a werewolf was there, that one student had already gone in and another had followed. Yet he just stood there watching. Dumbledore coughed awkwardly, suddenly regretting bringing Harry to see this. But Dumbledore had been right about one thing. They emerged quickly, accompanied by loud crashes and panicked shouts. James pulled a thin, dark-haired boy out of the tree hollow, swiftly distanced themselves from the whomping willow, and reacted. A young werewolf had just poked its head out when it was immediately struck back down by the whomping willow, letting out agonized howls. A werewolf. You've been hiding a werewolf in the school. I'm going to tell the headmaster. The dark-haired boy screamed, his face pale. Sniff. Snape. Calm down. Calm. You're telling me. Snape's words caught in his throat as a realization struck him. You already knew. The headmaster knew too. That was Lupin. Lupin is a werewolf. His face grew even paler, drained of all color. You even let a werewolf stay with you. Lupin is safe. He's under control. James' expression was equally grim, unable to control his temper as he shouted. How could you? Snape glared at James with hatred, then shifted his gaze to the werewolf, still struggling to break free from the whomping willow, a ruthless glint in his eyes. He pointed his wand at the werewolf, the tip beginning to glow. James immediately tackled Snape. You can't do that. Let me go. Potter, I won't let Lily stay in the same house as a werewolf. Snape roared. The two scuffled until they both drew their wands. Only then did the Dumbledore from the memory step forward. Enough. The two, locked in combat, were separated by an invisible force and pinned to the grass. Mr. Potter, you did well in preventing a fellow student's death. Dumbledore appeared, speaking gently to James. 50 points to Gryffindor. Now you may return. But Professor. There. He'll handle the rest. Dumbledore cut James off, fixing him with a steady gaze, until James, unable to withstand it, reluctantly left the clearing, looking back every few steps. You knew? You knew all along. Snape was panicked, then his expression twisted into something savage. There are so many students in this school. What do you take them for? Dumbledore said nothing, merely watching him quietly until Snape had exhausted his emotions and slumped to the ground, panting heavily. I know. That's why I've done everything in my power to protect the students in this school, Dumbledore said calmly. Snape's face contorted. He's a werewolf. He's been in the school all along. What if he bit someone? He almost did today. If you had chosen to follow the school rules, you wouldn't be in this situation. I know you're worried about your friend, but the one inside is also your classmate. Mr. Potter just saved your life. Dumbledore's expression was stern. He's no classmate of mine, and I didn't need him to save me. Regardless of your denial, he saved you. That is a fact. Go back now. This ends here. I won't publicize that Mr. Potter saved your life, nor will I deduct points from you. Dumbledore said flatly. Snape looked utterly despairing. He wanted to argue, but the words never came. In the end, he cast one last hateful glance toward the tree hollow, scrambled to his feet, and ran towards the castle. The memory ended there. Harry and Dumbledore exited it. Harry silently stowed his pensive back into his satchel, waiting for Dumbledore to restore the surrounding vegetation to its original state. So that's how it was, Dumbledore said. Harry looked at him with a peculiar expression. I'm genuinely curious now, just how big is the leverage Professor Snape has on you? For him to have gone through all that and not poisoned you yet. Dumbledore was silent, then hesitantly asked, what did I do wrong? What did you do right? Harry was astounded. He actually thought he was blameless. Not to mention the fact you admitted a werewolf into the school, endangering every student. Professor Snape was clearly lured there. Seems like my irresponsible father had a hand in that. And you didn't even punish the culprit. You even rewarded one of the perpetrators. And on top of that, you threatened a student with your words and attitude. Harry, that was your father. I know he was my father. But that doesn't mean everything he did was right. Harry's eyes were clear. Everyone makes mistakes when they're young. He did something wrong and should have been punished. That's what proper education looks like. But I didn't see any of that. All I saw was your favoritism and cover-up. Has no one ever told you that you're not a qualified professor? Dumbledore was taken aback. No one had ever confronted him like this. Everyone always assumed he was right. Ever since he had locked Grindelwald in that tower decades ago, he had been lauded and praised. Despite his caution, the environment had made him complacent. I'm sorry. Dumbledore snapped back to reality, meeting Harry's eyes with utmost sincerity. You're right. I made a terrible mistake. But what's even more frightening is that I didn't even realize it. I am not a qualified educator. You don't owe me an apology. You owe one to Professor Snape. You owe him an apology. Harry said earnestly. Yes, I will. Dumbledore replied with great sincerity. Then he looked at Harry with a complex gaze, hesitating for a long moment. I have another memory. It concerns Severus. And your parents. Harry was speechless. Why hadn't he mentioned this earlier? He had already packed everything up. Glancing at the sky, Harry resigned himself to pulling out the pensive again and placing it on the stone stand that hadn't been restored. If you don't mind. Dumbledore extracted another memory and repeated the process of making the plants grow. The two entered the new memory together. Where they landed was the second floor of a dimly lit pub. Harry recognized it as the Hog's Head Inn. The angle gave him a perfect view of the giant boar's head behind the bar downstairs. Soon a hooded figure quickly passed through them and crept to peek through the crack of a door on the second floor. Harry walked over to get a closer look at the hooded person and immediately recognized him as Professor Snape. He followed Snape's gaze to the room beyond, lit from within, where Dumbledore and a witch were present. The witch wore glasses as thick as bottle bottoms adorned with inexplicably glittering trinkets. Her gaze was vacant, her voice raspy. The one born at the end of July shall defeat the Dark Lord. Only one. Fragments of the prophecy drifted out. Harry was about to enter the room to hear more when the Dumbledore inside turned his sharp gaze to the door. Who's there? Professor Snape was hurled backward, as if struck, crashing into the wall. But he scrambled up instantly and disapparated, vanishing so quickly that by the time Dumbledore opened the door, he only caught a glimpse of a robe's edge. Excellent. Madam Trelawney, you will receive an appointment letter from Hogwarts. Congratulations, you are our new divination professor. Dumbledore scanned the corridor warily before turning back to the narrow-covered witch. Really? I mean, thank you very much. Trelawney was overjoyed, trying to feign an air of having known it all along. The scene blurred, and then they were standing on a cliff. Dumbledore stood at the edge, his expression cold. Behind him stood Professor Snape, looking terrible, unkempt, pale, with hollow eyes. Please, I know only you can do something. Professor Snape begged, his voice low and desperate. This is all your fault. I know, but please, please save her. I didn't know, I truly didn't know it would be her. Only you can. No, only you can save her. Professor Snape pleaded urgently. Then what can you offer? Dumbledore turned and looked coldly at the disheveled wizard before him. Everything. Professor Snape fell to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground, prostrate before Dumbledore. The scene shifted again, this time to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, looking exhausted. Snape's eyes were bloodshot, his expression twisted as he glared at Dumbledore. You promised. You guaranteed it. I'm sorry, but I arrived too late. You said you would. Snape shouted, drawing reproachful looks from the... She had a choice, but she chose to protect her child, Dumbledore said quietly. Snape froze, his expression hollow as he muttered, gone. Nothing is left. No, her child remains. Have you seen him? He has her eyes. She gave her life to protect him. You will help him, won't you? Dumbledore folded his hands on the desk, hiding the lower half of his face, his eyes gleaming. Her child, eh? Snape's gaze shifted to Dumbledore's face, but seemed to look through him at something else. Yes, the child she protected with her life. Dumbledore's voice was low, like a whisper from a demon. Where is that child? A glimmer of light flickered in Snape's eyes. He is in a safe place where he will live securely before entering Hogwarts. We all know that Voldemort has merely vanished, not died. He will return one day, and when he does, that child will undoubtedly become his target. Dumbledore remained motionless as he continued, will you protect him? Will you protect the child Lily gave her life for? Snape turned and walked away, leaving only one word before departing. This is the last time. The memory ended and the two returned to where they had been. The sky had begun to darken, and the afterglow of the setting sun painted a streak of crimson across the horizon, vivid, as if dyed in blood. Harry stared blankly at the distant sunset, unable to speak for a long time, even forgetting to put away the pensive. That's... Dumbledore withdrew his wand and said. Harry did not answer, his mind a chaotic mess, unable to discern what he was thinking. Are you all right? Dumbledore asked with some concern, wondering if he had been too impulsive. After all, Harry was still just a child. Had he been too hasty in burdening him with all the causes and consequences? Yet he could not entirely blame himself, Dumbledore thought sheepishly. He had been unsettled by Harry's accusations, and had wanted to see how Harry would react upon learning that Snape was the one who had caused his family's downfall. I'm fine, Harry said sullenly, unable to resist shooting Dumbledore a glare. Did he think Harry couldn't see it? The old man was up. He strode forward a few steps, then abruptly turned back to retrieve the pensive, before continuing on his way. I'm fine. I need some time alone. May I take 2 days off? Headmaster. Harry's face was a mask of false cheerfulness, making Dumbledore's hair stand on end. Of course. Your current lessons are certainly no challenge for you. I will arrange your leave. Dumbledore said promptly. Harry nodded in satisfaction, then ignoring Dumbledore strode straight across the lawn in a direct line, toward the castle, moving aside anything that obstructed his path. This included, but was not limited to, several boulders and a few large trees. Dumbledore touched his crooked nose and silently followed behind to clean up the mess. He couldn't very well let anyone discover a new path had appeared here tomorrow, could he? Stepping into the castle, Harry quickly ran to the second floor, bypassing several staircases to arrive beneath a staircase devoid of portraits. There stood a clock with a mirror as tall as a door. The clock's mirror also bore a keyhole engraved with a lifelike serpent. Harry traced a few lines on the mirror's surface with his wand, then whispered in Parseltongue at the keyhole, open. The serpent hissed, flicking its tongue, then turned several times in the keyhole with a soft click. Harry pulled open the mirror door and stepped inside the door, closing slowly behind him. By the time Dumbledore had tidied up the mess and followed the portrait's reports to search nearby, Harry was nowhere to be found. He could only sigh, preparing to inform Harry's professors of his leave. Friday included Snape's potions class, and at that thought Dumbledore felt a pang of guilt. He wrote a few notes, had Fawkes deliver them to the professors, and then promptly decided to leave the castle. He had matters to attend to. Once inside the corridor of secrets, Harry was plunged into darkness as the door closed behind him. The place had been untouched for so long that the air was thick with dust. Harry coughed a few times, then cast a bubblehead charm, encasing his head in a transparent bubble to ease his breathing. He had planned to use it in Quirrell's class, but the spell was too conspicuous for a first year, so he had opted for a mask instead. Once his breathing steadied, Harry lit his wand and located the braziers on the stone pillars. Incendio. A flash of fire shot forth, and the brazier burst into flames with a soft thud. The fire spread along the surrounding chains, igniting the 4 central braziers, and the modest corridor immediately brightened. Harry looked at the dust on the floor and began casting Scourgify repeatedly, gradually revealing the original color of the stone. After a few steps forward, he halted, frowning at a spot against the wall. There sat a set of furniture. A tall armchair, a row of low stools, and several square coffee tables scattered about, some even draped in velvet cloths. On the tables were a few elegant tea sets, though they were thick with dust. These exquisite furnishings were definitely not his doing, nor had his companions brought them in. Sebastian and O.W.L.s were Slytherins, but one was poor and the other blind. Neither had such refined tastes. When they met here, they had never even set up chairs, they always stood. And Gareth was a Gryffindor. Even if he had brought something, it would never have been Slytherin-style furniture. Harry gripped his wand and cautiously approached to inspect. Though the chairs and sofas were covered in thick dust, he could not afford to be careless. Who knew if curses lurked upon them? After casting several detection spells and confirming there was no danger, Harry drew closer. He cleaned the dust off the sofa, checked it again, and finally sat down in the sole armchair in the center. The spacious armchair swallowed him whole. He leaned back silently against the chair, staring blankly at the blazing braziers. After a long while, Harry sat up straight and pulled a thick-bound bundle of letters from his satchel. He found Sebastian's letter about the Corridor of Secrets and read it carefully. It said that after Harry's disappearance, the two of them, along with Gareth, had made some modifications to the place. First, they sealed the passage leading to the abandoned manor outside the school. Then O.W.L.s added a parcel-tongue key to the entrance on the second-floor corridor, ensuring that only a parcel mouth could enter the corridor. They had also left some items for Harry in the corridor, things unsuitable for storage in Gringotts. For instance, the leather armor and clothes Harry had left in the room of requirement brought by the house elf Deke, and even some goblin. O.W.L.s had specifically noted that the only parcel mouths were the Gaunts, but he could guarantee that no other Gaunt would learn of this place. Moreover, he was likely the last Gaunt student at Hogwarts. His uncle had already decided to keep his own children at home for education, never sending them to school. That was strange. So who could have entered here? Had the Gaunts later allowed their descendants to attend school? Harry put away the letter, frowning in deep confusion. One trouble after another. This enrollment was far more exhausting than the last. Standing up, Harry began to pace along the walls. Since they had said they left things for him, and now everything was gone, replaced by other items, there must have been a thief. This thief had not only stolen his belongings, but had also taken over the place, turning it into some sort of meeting spot. There might be clues left behind. Soon Harry reached the wall directly opposite the armchair. There stood a triptych frame containing a landscape painting which had once been the exit to the abandoned manor. But they had somehow sealed that passage, and now it looked like nothing more than an ordinary painting. With a nostalgic hand, Harry traced the edge of the frame. He remembered that he and Sebastian had spent a long time piecing this painting together. The magic concealed its former damage. Ow! Harry jerked his hand back. A small cut had appeared on his finger. He looked at the spot he had touched. There was a small serpent ornament, and his finger had accidentally scraped against its fangs. Harry immediately examined the tiny snake carefully, only relaxing when he confirmed it was merely a decoration. In the wizarding world, many curses could be activated with just a drop of blood. Harry had encountered such things during his adventures, and was always cautious. The small wound on his finger healed quickly with a simple healing charm, causing no trouble. But when Harry looked up, he froze. The single landscape painting, divided into 3 frames, had suddenly transformed into 3 entirely different domestic scenes. The left panel showed only a simple chair, the right depicted a roaring fireplace, and the center displayed a long table laden with food. Harry was bewildered. What was happening? Since discovering the Corridor of Secrets, they had gathered here many times and studied this painting thoroughly, but it had never changed like this. A hooded figure passed through the right-hand painting. Harry immediately leaned in. Who are you? The figure froze mid-step. Harry Potter. It was a grown man's voice, vaguely familiar. You know me? Harry asked, stepping back, warily, wand pointed at the painting, ready to destroy it at the first sign of trouble. Wait! The figure hurried toward the edge of the painting, vanishing in an instant. Soon he returned to the painting, pulling back his hood and smiling at Harry. Long time no see. Sebastian, Harry gasped, nearly dropping his wand. And me? Quiet down, Weasley. Can't you be more composed? Gareth, O.W.L.s. Harry leaned closer to the painting, gazing eagerly at the figures within. The three stood in the painting beaming at Harry. Huh. I never thought I'd see you like this again, Harry, laughed red-haired Gareth. All three appeared around 30, youthful yet composed. How did you come to be here? Harry's lips curled involuntarily, though his eyes glistened. Let me explain. If Weasley and Sebastian start, it might take all night. In the left painting, O.W.L.s sat leisurely on the sole stool. He looked gaunt, cheeks sunken, clad in an ill-fitting black robe that made him seem even more fragile. After you left, Professor Weasley ordered us to keep everything about you secret. We went our separate ways after graduation and lost touch until Professor Weasley sent us letters on her deathbed. At her funeral, we reunited. Professor Weasley lifted our restrictions, perhaps because we had matured. Later we discussed leaving something behind, but debated for a long time whether you would ever see it. So we created these portraits. We also argued about where to hang them until ominous health failed. We finally decided on Hogwarts, Gareth interjected. Sebastian told us about the entrance from the abandoned manor. We decided to modify the landscape, painting hiding ourselves in the forest scenery. Only your presence could make us reappear. But don't worry, we usually stay elsewhere. We destroyed the manor entrance, making this a true secret chamber. Perfect for hiding portraits. Sebastian began speaking. The ornament on the frame was ominous handiwork. We also had help from Professor Fig. His wife had long studied ancient magic, and their home contained artifacts imbued with ancient magical energy. He used those items to craft the little snake, which can detect ancient magic. Sometimes we peek out from the forest. Speaking of which, I must apologize, Harry. O.W.L.s looked ashamed. I assumed no more Parselmouths would attend this school, so I made Parseltongue the first key and stored your belongings here. But who knew the Gaunt family would lose their minds and send another descendant to Hogwarts? They took everything of yours. Gareth looked guilty. It had been his idea to move everything from the room of requirement, and now it had all fallen into someone else's hands. Harry couldn't help but laugh. That's all right. They're just material things. I can earn them back. If I got them once, I can get them again. With that, Harry sat down on the floor, and the three portraits began to chat with him. Harry spoke of his situation, while the portraits recounted events after his disappearance. Harry felt completely at ease, a smile never leaving his face. Learning of Harry's troubles, Gareth eagerly offered advice, though Harry felt it best not to try any of them. O.W.L.s, however, began to ponder combining known information to devise a foolproof plan for Harry. Sebastian said nothing, but tirelessly taught Harry new spells he had learned, urging him to practice. Yet the curses he uttered nearly drove Gareth and O.W.L.s to leap through the portrait and duel him. Since Harry was no longer by his side for adventure, Sebastian had strayed further and further down the path of dark magic. Fortunately, he still clung to his true heart, otherwise he would surely have earned a place among the infamous dark wizards. Harry twitched the corner of his mouth and politely declined Sebastian's offer, stating that the spells he had already learned were sufficient for now. Should the need arise, he would certainly seek Sebastian's tutelage. After catching up, the hour had already slipped past midnight. Harry's stomach growled loudly, especially since Gareth's portrait contained a table laden with delicacies from which he occasionally picked a morsel to savor, making Harry even hungrier. Unable to bear it any longer, he chose not to resist. Harry recalled something and softly called out, "Diddy." With a soft pop, a young house elf appeared beside Harry, clad in a somewhat worn tea towel. Its enormous eyes occupied half its face, bat-like ears stood erect beside its head, and its crown of hair was relatively thick compared to other elves. "Young wizard, sir, how may I help you?" Diddy squeaked. Harry stared in amazement at this youthful house elf. The age was all wrong, wasn't it? "Dicko told me to summon his child Diddy, if needed." "Are you truly Dicko's offspring?" Harry couldn't help but ask. The three portraits immediately pressed close to the edges of their frames. They had seen Dicko before, but this was their first encounter with his child. Diddy's expression was dazed at first, then dawned with realization. Soon he grew excited. "Are you Mr. Harry Potter, the legendary Mr. Harry Potter?" "If there's no other Harry Potter, then I suppose it must be me," Harry said dryly. Diddy let out a shriek and vanished instantly. Harry looked at his friends in bewilderment. What was that all about? "How should we know?" the three chorused. Before they could say more, a loud crack echoed, and Diddy returned, pulling an aged house elf beside Harry. "Mr. Potter," Diddy squeaked with delight. "This is my father. His name is also Diddy. He can tell you everything." Old Diddy tottered, his entire body wrinkled and bent, appearing barely able to straighten his back. He too seemed moved and began to speak in a hoarse voice. It turned out that he was the child Dicko had mentioned, the one named Diddy. But he grew old waiting for Harry, who never came. Sensing his time was short, he simply passed his name to his own child, tasking him to remain at Hogwarts and await Harry Potter's return. Harry was deeply touched. A house elf who didn't even belong to him would pass down the duty of waiting for him through generations. It was simply unbelievable. No matter how moved he was, the immediate matters still needed resolution. Harry asked young Diddy to send old Diddy back, and Diddy was delighted with the errand and departed with his father. Before long, he returned with a tray of beef sandwiches and a large pitcher of warm milk. After finishing his long-delayed dinner, Harry finally felt drowsy. His body was only 11 years old, and the first few days of school had been far from smooth. Now having chatted for a long while with familiar companions, his inner agitation had dissipated entirely, and he could barely keep his eyes open. Glancing around, Harry decided not to return to his dormitory. He simply arranged the stools into a makeshift bed, pulled a blanket from his backpack, and collapsed into sleep. He slept soundly and dreamlessly. The chamber of the corridor had no windows, so he had no idea what time it was outside. He only knew that this sleep was deeply comfortable. The most restful head had since returning to the age of 11. This made him reluctant to rise from the bed. He curled up motionless under the blanket. Finally, his hunger became unbearable. He slowly crawled up, fumbled for his glasses on the pillow, restored the bed to its stool form, and called Diddy to bring some food. In the entire corridor, the only sounds were the faint crackling of the brazier and Harry's chewing. After Diddy cleared away the dishes, Harry checked the time and was stunned to find it was already 2 p.m. on Thursday. He had slept for over 10 hours straight. No wonder his whole body ached. "Harry, are you all right?" O.W.L.s asked. Harry paced slowly to the portraits. Of the 3 frames, only O.W.L.s remained, the other 2 were empty. "Where are they?" Harry couldn't help but ask. O.W.L.s chuckled softly. "Neither of them can stay still. They've hung their portraits all over the place, so they've wandered off elsewhere by now." Harry nodded, then realized O.W.L.s couldn't see him. He quickly said, "That's good. I was worried you were confined here. Last night, I was even thinking about how to take your portraits with me." "No need for such trouble. We have portraits elsewhere. The ones here are usually hidden, and we don't visit often. In the future, if you don't see us, you can activate the small snake beside the frame using ancient magic, and well, no," O.W.L.s explained patiently. "That's a relief." Harry let out a small sigh of relief. He sat blankly before the portrait, his gaze distant, lost in thought, still troubled by that professor's matter. O.W.L.s asked after waiting for Harry to speak again to no avail. Harry sighed. "Oh, it's such a mess. My mind is in turmoil. What kind of situation is this?" No wonder Snape had looked at him with such a complicated expression on the first day of school. If it had been him, he wouldn't have had that kind of composure. Had have already caused a scene. O.W.L.s began to analyze point by point. First, the professor's relationship with your father must have been poor. From your description, he was likely the one on the losing side, since your father probably had several good friends who would have backed him. But this has nothing to do with you, so we can set it aside for now. Second, there is his relationship with you. Because of him, your parents were murdered by Voldemort. This is a debt he owes you. Then O.W.L.s paused before continuing. Lastly, there is his relationship with your mother. I personally believe he harbored a secret affection for her, which later turned into guilt. That guilt gradually transferred onto you. Listening to ominous, clear, and logical analysis, Harry's restless heart gradually settled. "Thank you. I know what I need." Harry's gaze grew resolute. He was not one to dally. Now that he understood, it was time to act. But before he could leave, Gareth came bustling and noisily. Harry, guess what I discovered?" Gareth rushed out from the edge of the portrait frame, nearly colliding with the long table. "What did you find?" "Slow down, I'm not going anywhere." Harry was a little exasperated. Gareth was always so impetuous no matter the time. Gareth's face was lit with excitement. "Huh, you won't believe it. I told you getting along with everyone would pay off. What exactly did you find?" Harry grew curious. Gareth grinned, showing his teeth. "You know I have many friends." "Oh, and then?" "I gave some portraits to friends' houses, agreeing we could visit each other later. And then, one of my friends, inspired by me, also gave portraits to his friends." "Are we getting to the point yet?" Harry rolled his eyes. Almost. Gareth chuckled. "That friend has a close connection to the Potter family. He actually managed to contact Henry Potter." "Potter? My ancestor?" Harry perked up with interest. "Much more than that." Gareth sat on the edge of the frame. "He had a son, named Fleamont Potter, and Fleamont's son was James." After Harry processed this, he froze. "Are you saying you met my great-grandfather?" Gareth roared with laughter. "Yes, I met your great-grandfather. That messy hair of yours is hereditary. Seeing him was like seeing an older version of you." Harry shot to his feet, pacing in circles. "Where is he? Can I meet him? Wait, does Hogwarts have a portrait of him? Are there portraits of my grandfather or father? When can I see them? What do they think of me?" Gareth felt dizzy from the pacing and quickly continued. "I've made some arrangements. Keep an eye on your mail. I'll have the Potter family house elf write to you. As for the rest, I haven't found out yet." Harry suppressed his excitement and thanked Gareth sincerely. Gareth looked a little embarrassed. "Ah, if only I could have found out more. This is already wonderful. At least now I know I still have other family." Harry broke into a grin. After chatting a while longer, Harry decided to leave. He had been in the corridor for a long time without telling Hermione and the others. He hadn't returned to the dormitory all night and wondered if his classmates were worried. Judging by Dumbledore's unreliable demeanor, Harry doubted he would kindly explain anything to the new students. Before leaving, Harry thought for a moment and called Diddy. He asked him to tidy up the place and add some furnishings. With O.W.L.s and the others here, this chamber could serve as a small gathering spot. He wrote down the needed items on a piece of parchment and gave Diddy some galleons, letting him handle the arrangements. Above all, the first priority was to install adequate lighting, otherwise the perpetual dimness would be bad for the eyes. Just before stepping out, Harry asked through gritted teeth, "By the way, do you know who the other parcel mouth is? The one who cleaned out my bowl?" Gareth scratched his head. "I think his name was Tom." I heard his companions call him Lord, maybe a nickname. That was about 40 years ago. I can't remember clearly. Harry nodded, opened the corridor door, and stepped out. Outside the corridor was a large window. Harry looked up to see the sky, filled with stars. Unknowingly, he had spent another afternoon in the corridor, and it was now past curfew. After a moment's thought, Harry decisively cast a disillusionment charm on himself. Orienting himself, he headed toward the dungeon. He had asked Percy about the location of Snape's office on the second day. Originally, he had planned to build a good relationship later, but now it seemed unlikely he would get along with the potions master. So he might as well seize the moment to secure some benefits for himself. What could be used should be used to the fullest. Harry thought somewhat coldly. Regardless, he had spent 5 years in Slytherin House. He knew both what he should and shouldn't do. He crept quietly down the stairs as the torches on the stone walls began to dim. Harry listened carefully for sounds in the corridor, identifying each door one by one. Finally, on the lowest level, he found the sign for the potions professor's office. Harry glanced around. The patrolling professor was nowhere nearby. He canceled the disillusionment charm, raised his hand, and pounded fiercely on the door before him. Bang, bang, bang. The loud echoes reverberated through the corridor, startling the figures in the portraits at the far end into scattering. Harry waited a moment. There was no response. He raised his fist again for a second assault. But just as his hand went up, Harry turned to see a figure clad entirely in black, standing behind him. Pale fingers gripped his arm tightly with a force that nearly lifted him off the ground. What rotten luck. Snape was on patrol tonight, Harry thought to himself. He wrenched his arm free, turned around, and looked up at the wizard who towered over him. Snape glared at Harry with a sinister expression. When his eyes met Harry's bright gaze, his breath hitched. He immediately looked away, his face twisting with distaste. Look who we have here. The Gryffindor savior pounding on his poor professor's door in the dead of night. Ah, and it's past curfew, so this is nighttime wandering. Gryffindor loses. Professor, I know everything. Headmaster Dumbledore told me. Harry interrupted Snape's point deduction decisively. He didn't want to suffer a major loss before gaining any benefit. Snape's face darkened. He didn't believe Harry's words. In his view, Harry was merely an 11-year-old child. That old fox Dumbledore who constantly prattled about giving Harry a complete life would never reveal everything in the first week of school. Absolutely impossible. It seems the savior intends to use Headmaster Dumbledore to suppress his poor professor. Truly unexpected. In order to. Snape sneered, drawing out his words as he searched for more reasons to deduct points from Harry. Werewolf prophecy, mother. Harry spoke 3 words very calmly. Snape's face instantly turned deathly pale. His eyes were hollow, his lips pressed into a thin line. He stared down at Harry, as if trying to bore a hole through him. Professor, are you sure we should discuss this here? Harry raised an eyebrow. That damned old bee. Snape cursed under his breath. He grabbed Harry, who was standing in front of the door, yanked out his wand, and slashed it through the air violently. The office door flew open, slamming hard against the wall. The door swung open, revealing the pitch-black, dim office beyond. Snape strode in with long steps, not turning back until he reached his desk. What are you standing there for? Do I need to invite you in? Harry curled his lips and stepped into the office. After taking a few steps forward, the door behind him slammed shut with a thunderous bang, the echo lingering for a long while before fading away. What do you know? Snape asked coldly. Harry observed the office environment without answering, immediately walking straight to the chair before the fireplace and sitting down. I know most of it. The details aren't very clear, but that's not too important. Harry sat with his back to Snape, gazing at the unlit fireplace and speaking in a soft voice. Snape pressed his lips together, silent. He didn't know what to say nor how to treat the child before him. He had promised Dumbledore for Lily Sake to protect Harry's life, but that didn't mean he could face this child calmly. What do you want? Why did Dumbledore tell you all this? After a long pause, Snape finally asked in a hoarse voice. Harry didn't turn to look at him, as if the ash-filled fireplace held flowers. Why, he told me you can ask him yourself. If he's willing, he'll tell you. If not, that's none of my concern. Pausing, Harry continued. I know your relationship with my parents is complicated, but that's none of my business. You can't transfer your hatred or feelings for them onto me. This was the solution he had thought of after much deliberation. Since O.W.L.s had said that the grudges of the parents' generation were their own affair, he didn't need to meddle. I'm here to seek some help, or you can see it as a transaction. Harry stated his purpose, pulling out some items he had prepared long ago, several pieces of parchment, and some well-preserved potion ingredients. He placed these items on the coffee table before him, and said, These are my payment. I'd like you to brew some potions to regulate my body. The apothecary told me only a potions master can brew these. The office fell into dead silence again. Snape stood motionless, as if hit by a petrification curse. Harry wasn't in a hurry, just sitting in the chair staring blankly at the fireplace. After a long while, Snape slowly walked over and examined the items on the table. He was somewhat startled. The potion recipes, though about a century old, could still be found with diligent searching. But the well-preserved ingredients were different. Some had been confirmed extinct 30 years ago. After finishing his examination, Snape suppressed his doubts, avoiding Harry's gaze and staring at the items on the table. Which potions do you need? Harry named a few potions, then added, Some are lost now. There might be substitutes, but I'm not sure. I may need to get checked at the hospital wing first. These are part of the payment. If you're willing to help brew them, I can cover the materials and galleons. Snape said nothing, simply raising his wand. Harry froze for a moment, but made no move, letting Snape's spell hit him. Soon rings of various colors began to circle around Harry. Only a few were green, representing health, most were yellow, and some were even approaching red. Snape's face darkened. He didn't know what kind of life Lily's child had been living, but Dumbledore had always said he was doing well. Yet now this was far from doing well, barely better than Snape himself when he first started school. Clenching his jaw, Snape swallowed the curses threatening to spill out, and summoned a piece of parchment to write on. The quill moved swiftly, the handwriting somewhat scrawled, but still legible. Soon a parchment was filled. Snape placed the parchment on the table and took away the other items. I accept this transaction. The parchment lists what you need to prepare. Of course, if the Savior doesn't trust it, you can have someone else verify it. Harry ignored his sarcasm, picking up the parchment to read. It contained instructions what not to eat, how much to exercise daily, and even specific times for sleeping and waking. It also included the timing for taking the potion, not just drinking it all at once as Harry had assumed, but taking a little each day, paired with various soothing agents and nutritious food. The potion formula would need to change periodically, a process lasting half a semester. He had to follow the parchment daily at least until Christmas. The good part was that it was a one-time regimen. If he stuck to it for a few months, he wouldn't have to worry about his health afterward. Thank you, I accept. So how much do I need to pay for the materials and labor? Harry carefully put away the parchment and asked. Snape was silent for a moment. What you've given is enough. Harry frowned. Since this is a transaction, I don't want you to bring other emotions into it. Does the Savior think his potions professor lacks judgment? Snape's voice seemed squeezed through his teeth. Do you think I don't know what's enough? Who do you think you are? Worthy of my helping you at a loss. The Savior indeed lives up to his name. Arrogant, conceited self. Harry's lips twitched, his face turning cold. Since you say it's enough, then it's enough. I'm done here. When can we start? Next Monday, Snape said curtly. All right, I understand. Thank you, Professor. I'll take my leave now. Harry stood up and walked toward the office door. As he pulled open the door, Harry paused. Professor, from now on we're even. What happened between you and my parents is none of my concern, and I can't interfere. But if Dumbledore uses my mother to coerce you, you don't have to listen to him anymore. I think I can make that decision. With that, Harry pulled the door to leave. Snape's cold voice came from behind him. Gryffindor student out after hours insulting a professor. 50 points. Harry turned around in shock, but the door slammed shut in his face, nearly hitting his nose. Damn it. Harry couldn't help cursing under his breath, quickly casting a disillusionment charm and running toward the Gryffindor tower. Passing through the entrance hall, Harry couldn't help glancing at the gem hourglass. The Gryffindor hourglass, which had only a few rubies left, was now completely empty with many black gems inside. The deduction wasn't enough, so it had gone into debt. Clenching his teeth, Harry stormed up the stairs. In this life, and his previous one, he had never lost so many points in a single day. He dared not imagine what the Gryffindors would think when they saw the hourglass tomorrow. But following Slytherin's habit, deducted points had to be repaid double or internal punishment would follow. He believed Gryffindor had similar rules. He couldn't afford any mistakes in the coming half semester and needed to earn at least 100 points in extra credit. What a trouble to bring upon himself. Harry panted as he climbed the stairs. His chemistry with Snape was truly incompatible. When he returned to the dormitory, his roommates were already asleep. Harry quietly washed up, not even bothering to close the bed curtains before collapsing into bed and falling asleep. The next morning, Harry was woken by Ron, who was shouting about Harry's whereabouts the previous day. He had skipped classes, wasn't in the dormitory or the library, and they had even asked the professors only to learn he had taken leave. Harry felt a warmth in his heart. It's nothing, just some small matters. Almost resolved. It won't happen again. After changing clothes and leaving the dormitory, he saw Hermione sitting in the common room, holding a thick book. She was browsing, though her gaze kept drifting toward the stairs. When she saw Harry, she visibly relaxed, closed the book, and hurried over. Are you all right? I'm fine, don't worry, Harry said with a smile. Let's go. Don't we have class this morning? It was Friday, with only a potions class in the morning. Thinking of this, Harry couldn't help feeling uneasy. He had clashed with Snape late last night, and now had be at the professor's mercy this morning. He doubted it would end well. Harry had carefully memorized the parchment Snape gave him the night before, selecting foods he could eat normally and chewing slowly. Although the official regimen wasn't until Monday, Harry figured starting 2 days early wouldn't hurt. It would be like getting used to it. Despite eating slowly, Harry finished breakfast before everyone left. Following the others toward the dungeons, he heard fierce arguing in the entrance hall. Harry guiltily shrank his neck, and entering the potions classroom, there were still 10 minutes until class. The room was silent. The Slytherin students were already seated in their places, 2 per table. Harry picked a random table and set down his belongings. Ron was about to sit next to him, but Harry refused. Ron, sit with Hermione. She's good at her studies. If anything goes wrong, she can help you. Potions can be dangerous, Harry said. Ron's face flushed red as he muttered and threw his bag beside Hermione. Hermione gave him a disdainful glare, holding her head high proudly. Harry's praise made her feel accomplished. Harry breathed a slight sigh of relief. He didn't want to experience Gareth's wild ideas and potions class again. Calling over Neville, who was standing frozen, Harry tidied the books and notes on the desk. Based on experience, the first lesson should be the boil cure potion. A simple potion perfect for beginners' first attempt. Almost every first-year potions class started with this. Harry was no stranger to this potion. It was simple, requiring only attention to a few key points to brew an excellent batch. Neville quickly followed Harry's lead. He knew Harry was an exceptional student, so following him was definitely the right choice. Soon class began. Snape strode in swiftly, his pure black robes billowing behind him like bat wings. After a brief lecture, Snape took out the roll and began calling names. When he reached Harry, he paused briefly, but said nothing more. Now set up your cauldrons. Ingredients are in the cupboard. The cupboard against the wall sprang open. Instructions are on the blackboard. A series of words appeared on the board. Get moving. Harry had Neville light the fire and add water while he went to the cupboard to fetch the needed ingredients. When he returned, the water in the cauldron was just at the right temperature. Harry processed the ingredients quickly and accurately, whispering explanations of each step and key points to Neville. Snape paced around the classroom, occasionally praising Slytherin students or scolding Gryffindors, never idle. Strangely, he never came near Harry. Even the table in front where Ron sat was subjected to Snape's venomous tongue, leaving Ron pale, but he didn't glance at Harry and O.W.L.s table behind. It was as if that table were empty. Harry merely shrugged, feeling no pressure. Neville also ignored, breathed a huge sigh of relief. From the first moment he saw Snape, he had been inexplicably terrified of the professor. Being ignored was just perfect. In half the time, Harry finished brewing a cauldron of boil cure potion. Carefully bottling it, he cleaned the cauldron, refilled it with water, and let Neville try on his own. There were still unused ingredients from earlier, enough for another batch. Without Snape looming behind him, Neville managed to follow his notes and successfully brew a passable potion. Neville stammered his thanks to Harry. This was the first time besides herbology that he had successfully completed a class operation on his. The two spoke quietly when a sudden scream rang out. Harry instinctively cast a shield charm protecting the area around it. Green gas billowed through the classroom. Snape roared, "You idiot! Can't you read the blackboard properly?" Scourgify. The green gas vanished, instantly revealing the front row students. Almost every exposed patch of skin was covered in large boils, including Draco's. Crabbe sobbed loudly, the huge boil on his nose threatening to burst. Snape's face was black as he instructed the students to help each other to the hospital wing. The Slytherins were nearly wiped out, save for a few who sat farther away. Snape told the rest to continue their work and submit their finished potions. Harry cleaned up his workspace. After Hermione and Ron finished the four of them went to the podium and placed their potions on the. Harry's potion was a pure light blue, appearing quite successful, while O.W.L.s potion contained some impurities, though it wasn't a major. Hermione and Ron had made their potion together, but something had gone wrong at some step, resulting in an eerie pink color and a thick texture, with Harry even noticing bubbles forming in the bottle. Neville received an A. Harry had no score, and Hermione and Ron ended up with AP. Hermione looked extremely angry, glaring at Ron as if she wanted to snap his neck. However, she managed to restrain her temper as they were still in front of the professor. "Professor, you haven't graded Harry yet," Hermione said. Snape seemed to be ignoring her, engrossed in his own work. Hermione was about to say something else when Harry alongside Ron and Neville, the three of them dragged Hermione out of the potions classroom. "It's okay, Hermione, it's fine, don't worry. This is a personal grievance between me and the professor, that's all it is," Harry explained. Hermione appeared unconvinced. "That's different. He's a professor. Even if there are personal grievances." She trailed off. What personal grievance could Harry have? He had only returned to the magical world for less than a week. If there was truly a grievance, it could only be that person. Thinking of this, Hermione gasped, her gaze scrutinizing the classroom door behind her. Why would Dumbledore allow him to be a professor? What? Harry was somewhat confused. Where was this heading? "All right, let's hurry. If we delay any longer, lunch will be gone," Ron impatiently urged. Hermione was furious. "How dare you? How did you mess up that potion just now? I clearly told you to stir it 5 times. What did you do?" Ron's eyes were wandering. "I stirred it 5 times. It should be. No, it definitely wasn't wrong. You must have messed up some step earlier." The two of them began to argue fiercely about the issue, neither willing to back down. Neville looked troubled. He had also brewed potions on his own and could confidently say it was Ron's fault, but the two were arguing too intensely for him to interject. Harry walked ahead, amused by their argument. As they passed through the hall, Hermione inadvertently caught sight of the Gryffindor hourglass, with several large black gems sitting prominently inside. She suddenly erupted with a scream that could shatter eardrums. Who did this?" "Harry, and I worked hard to add points." Harry, feeling guilty, hurried a few steps ahead. He had just received points from Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Sprout, and he had skipped class all day, so he couldn't take credit for them. Not to mention those points had been deducted because of him. Seeing Hermione's agitated expression, Harry had no doubt that if she found out it was because of him that points were deducted, she would definitely snap his neck. After a hard time pulling Hermione away from the hourglass and into the great hall, the three boys couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their foreheads. It was terrifying. They should absolutely never provoke her again. While having lunch, Hedwig dropped the note in front of Harry. He was somewhat puzzled. Oh, generally owls delivered letters in the morning, so who would send him a letter at this time? Unable to figure it out, he opened the note. The handwriting was very messy, as if it had been written in a hurry, and it was a letter from Hagrid. Hagrid invited Harry to visit his hut in the afternoon, located at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Harry pondered and asked his friends, "Hagrid invited me over. Are you guys going? I have no classes in the afternoon." Neville decisively declined, as he had arranged to help Professor Sprout care for some magical plants in the greenhouse, which he was very interested in. Ron and Hermione were very interested, and both expressed their desire to go. Ron was purely looking to have fun, while Hermione was curious about everything and wanted to see what it was. Harry quickly wrote on the back of the note that he would be going with his friends, and had Hedwig fly away with it. After lunch and a short break, the group headed outside the castle. They walked across the sunlit grass and along the path to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. There was a wooden hut there, though small was a relative term for Hagrid. Outside the door, a fence enclosed several plots of land where cabbages and pumpkins were growing. The door to the hut was closed, and Harry went up to knock. Excited barking came from behind the door, along with Hagrid's voice, "Clear the way! Clear the way! Fawn, get out of the way!" Heavy footsteps stopped behind the door, and the front door was pulled open, revealing Hagrid's figure. "Harry, you're here? Huh? Is this your friend? Come in." Hagrid joyfully ushered the three of them inside. Everything inside was enormous, and Harry and the others felt as if they had stumbled into some giant's realm. Struggling to sit on the high chairs, Hagrid came over with a kettle and made tea for the three of them, though the teacups were quite large, resembling... "I just baked some rock cakes. Would you like to try?" Hagrid asked enthusiastically. Having just eaten, Harry's stomach was still full, and only Ron chose to try one. "By the way, Hagrid, let me introduce you. This is Ron, this is Hermione. Both are classmates from Gryffindor and my good friends. There's also Neville, but he has plans with Professor Sprout to go to the greenhouse, so he couldn't come." Harry introduced his companions to Hagrid. Hagrid laughed heartily at Ron. "Another Weasley, huh? It took me half a lifetime to get his twin brother out of the Forbidden Forest." Ron smiled, awkwardly reaching for a rock cake to stuff into his mouth. Harry swore he heard a crunch. Ron displayed a pained expression, silently putting the rock cake back down. The group began to chat about the Weasley brothers, and as Hagrid poured tea for Harry, a clipping fell from his sleeve, fluttering down in front of Harry. The clipping reported on the July 31st incident of Gringotts being invaded by dark wizards, and Harry picked it up to examine it closely. It mentioned that Vault 713 had been invaded by dark wizards, but the goblins insisted that nothing was stolen, as the vault had been emptied prior to the invasion. Harry recalled a somewhat distant memory. He vaguely remembered that before withdrawing money, Hagrid had indeed taken something from another vault with him, but he couldn't quite remember which vault it was. Could it be this? Harry immediately asked Hagrid, but Hagrid avoided his gaze and shoved a rock cake at him, intending to change. "Hagrid, who asked you to invite me over?" Harry asked straightforwardly. "What? No one. It was my own idea to invite you." Hagrid quickly replied, his eyes darting, clearly unable to meet Harry's gaze. Harry was almost amused to the point of anger. "Was it Dumbledore? When did he contact you?" Hagrid paused, awkwardly picking up the teapot to refill the cups, but forgot that he had just done so, causing tea to overflow and spill onto the table. The group hurriedly jumped up, as the tea was very hot, and dripping onto them was not pleasant. Hagrid flusteredly apologized while wiping the table with a cloth, and after cleaning up, he began to gruffly urge everyone to leave. Harry didn't take it to heart, holding onto the clipping as he prepared to leave. "Hagrid, if there's anything you can tell me directly. They'll go see Dumbledore about it. You don't need to worry." Hagrid panically knocked over a chair. "How did you know?" "No, I mean, don't worry, I didn't mean to blame you." Harry smiled slightly and bid farewell to Hagrid. The three of them were on their way back to the castle, with Hermione and Ron not daring to say a word. They had keenly sensed something was off, but since Harry hadn't spoken, they felt it would be inappropriate to pry. The next day was the weekend, and almost everyone had not crawled out of bed except for Harry, who got up strictly on time, had breakfast in the Great Hall, and then took a leisurely stroll around the castle before stopping in front of the headmaster's office. The gargoyle stood motionless, and Harry tentatively asked, "Is Professor Dumbledore in?" There was no response, and after a few minutes of silence, Harry rolled his eyes and turned to leave. He found Professor McGonagall's office, knocked on the door, and immediately heard "Come in." Harry pushed the door open to find Professor McGonagall sitting seriously behind her desk, which was piled high with parchment, some of it homework, and some of it documents. "Mr. Potter, what brings you here?" Professor McGonagall paused her work and looked up at him. "Do you know where Professor Dumbledore? He arranged to meet me on Saturday, but didn't tell me the password." Harry lied without changing his expression. Professor McGonagall frowned. "Did you not visit him last time?" "He didn't tell me he had an appointment with you, and the headmaster left the school on Wednesday night. As for where he went, I think you don't need to know. Last time there was no password. I just walked in." Harry internally cursed. That old man was quick. In that case, he'll wait for the headmaster to return to discuss this. "Sorry for bothering you, Professor McGonagall." After saying this, Harry intended to leave, but was called back by Professor McGonagall. "Wait, Mr. Potter." "Professor McGonagall." Harry replied, puzzled. I would like to ask how you managed to upset Professor Snape so much that he deducted 50 points from Gryffindor right at the beginning of the term. Professor McGonagall asked sternly, if this deduction exceeds what you did wrong, I believe I can still have a say in this matter. Harry inwardly cursed Snape was unethical. He had thought that this deduction was only witnessed by the two of them, and Snape's character should not be the type to brag about things, but who would have thought Professor McGonagall would inquire? Snape actually said something. Sorry, Professor McGonagall, I will do my best to make up for the deducted 50 points and strive to earn another 50 points before Christmas. Harry said sincerely. Professor McGonagall tightened her brows, so what Professor Snape said is true. You really insulted your potions, Professor. Harry's mouth twitched, that old bat. No sense of martial virtue. Professor McGonagall, you should be aware of my father's situation with Professor Snape, so. Tattling. Who can't do that? Halfway through the sentence, he left the rest to others' imagination. Seeing Harry's difficult expression, Professor McGonagall looked a bit angry. Professor Snape, too, things from the previous generation should be resolved by the previous generation. Blaming a child for it is ridiculous. Who told you about your father's past? No need to say, Professor, that was a debt my father owed, and he is no longer here. It is normal for me as his son to be targeted. All of these things were told to me by Professor Dumbledore. Harry displayed a restrained attitude and expressed that he did not want to pursue the matter further. Professor McGonagall couldn't say anything more and handed a document to Harry. Since you say, so let's leave it at that. Can you help me deliver this to Professor Flitwick? Of course. Harry stepped forward to take the document, ready to take his leave. Thank you for your help, Mr. Potter. Gryffindor gets 20 points. Professor McGonagall continued to handle her documents. Harry could hardly contain his laughter, quickly expressing his thanks as he jogged out of the office. After delivering the seemingly unimportant document to Professor Flitwick, Harry left. Wandering around the castle for a while, he momentarily didn't know what to do. Standing at the railing of the corridor, Harry looked at the students playing outside, feeling somewhat melancholic. After daydreaming for a while, Harry touched his forehead. He would need to start conditioning his body next Monday, so before that he had to eliminate the hidden dangers on himself. Since he had made up his mind, Harry knew he had to start preparing. After checking what he needed and looking at the time, he resolutely headed towards the Great Hall. After all, he couldn't miss lunch. When he arrived at the Great Hall, lunch was already laid out on the long table, with hungry students filling the seats. Harry found Hermione and the others explaining that he needed to disappear for the afternoon and might not return to the dormitory until later, so they shouldn't worry. Ron didn't say anything. After all, Harry had already stayed out overnight once, and now he was here fine, which indicated there wouldn't be any major issues. He boisterously stated that it was no problem. Hermione pressed her lips together, nodded seriously, and decided that after finishing lunch, she would go to the library and not come out until it closed, intending to take Ron and Neville along. They were too weak. They couldn't help Harry at all. Watching Hermione drag Ron by the collar towards the library, Harry could only shrug his shoulders at the utterly confused Ron, signaling that he was powerless. The next step was to find a sufficiently safe place and a location rich in magical elements. Harry couldn't help but glance towards the Forbidden Forest, where the magical elements were the most abundant, and he also knew there was a place in there that was relatively safe. The weather was clear and cloudless, and even though it was already September, the sunlight still felt scorching on the skin. Harry skirted the lawn in front of the castle and found a secluded corner on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. There was no path leading into it. The lush trees and bushes obscured the view, and despite the bright sunshine outside, the woods remained shrouded in gloom. After carefully checking his surroundings and ensuring no one was around, Harry pulled a broomstick out of his bag. The broom looked somewhat old, but was well preserved. Harry placed the broom on the ground. Up! The broom obediently rose and flew into his open hand. Swinging his leg over the broom, he gave a gentle push. The broom slowly ascended, circling a tree twice before Harry breathed a sigh of relief. The broom's quality was decent, undamaged after all these years, and still usable. Orienting himself, Harry leaned forward and accelerated swiftly, darting past tree after tree, heading north. After half an hour of extreme flying through the jungle, Harry finally rose above the treetops and climbed higher. He was now far from Hogwarts, and it was unlikely anyone would spot him. Flying in a straight line was much faster than weaving through the forest, so Harry sped up again. After another half hour, he stopped by a small pond, squinting at the scene below. A tiny waterfall cascaded noisily into the pond, its waters a deep murky green, seemingly bottomless. Strange rocks jutted out around the pond, crisscrossing the surface and obscuring the view within. Harry circled the pond twice, confirming there was no danger before landing on a relatively flat spot. The place had been untouched for years, with vines crawling everywhere, erasing all traces of the past. Harry had to clear away the vines himself. After more than 10 minutes, he roughly uncovered what he was looking for: a stone brazier, hidden among a pile of rocks, nearly invisible unless examined closely. Incendio. A jet of flame struck the brazier precisely, and fire began to burn out of thin air. With a creaking sound of machinery, the stone wall behind him began to open. Dirt crumbled away, vines were torn apart, revealing a pitch-black cave entrance. Harry waited until a breeze blew out before moving inside. He had been here once before to help Jackdaw find his body, and walking cautiously for a while, Harry was pleased to find that no one had been here since his last visit. After his previous clearing, no new magical creatures had taken up residence. The tunnel was empty except for dust. Continuing deeper, he reached a spacious hall with a cliff. Through the cliff, a sliver of sky was visible. Harry cleared a small area and took out a sleeping bag, an iron pot, and various bottles and jars from his bag. He set the sleeping bag against a stone wall, rigged up a tarp with wood for cover, and cast strengthening and protective charms on it. He placed a stone platform on the ground, set a Gabrathian fire upon it, and then sprinkled the contents of the bottles and jars around These were potions with protective and warning properties. It was better to be safe than sorry. Though the place had been undisturbed for so long, preparations were necessary. Using Aguamini, Harry summoned a full pot of water, placed it on the platform, and waited for it to boil. When the water was rolling and bubbling, Harry poured in a bottle of oddly colored dark brown potion. Bang! With a soft pop, a grayish-brown mist rose, and the water instantly cooled, turning a fresh silver gray. Sniffing the scent, Harry nodded in satisfaction. He took out another potion and waited for the liquid to boil again before pouring in a bottle of emerald green potion. Another burst of smoke exploded, and the liquid in the pot turned sky blue. Repeating these steps, Harry kept adding potions of different colors. The various mists gradually merged into a white fog that completely enveloped the corner. By then, the liquid in the pot had returned to its original clarity, with tiny bubbles slowly rising from the bottom. Harry set an empty vial aside and carefully poured the liquid into it. Though the pot had seemed full, the liquid barely filled the palm-sized vial to 7/10, leaving not a single drop behind. Harry cleaned the pot, picked up the vial, and shook it gently, sending small bubbles scattering. He raised it toward the air. Harry put the vial to his lips and tilted his head back, letting the unknown potion flow into his mouth. Smash! The vial fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Harry fell back onto the sleeping bag, struggling to control his body. He leaned against the stone wall and closed his eyes. Darkness enveloped him, and every bone and muscle felt as if it were being torn apart and reassembled. The scar on his forehead began to burn with a piercing pain, as if it were boring through his skull and branding itself onto his brain. After an unknown duration, streams of silver light bubbled toward Harry like foam, and his furrowed brow relaxed as they drew near. More and more light poured in from all directions, gradually surrounding Harry. An invisible current gently lifted him, suspending him in the air. Harry hung limp, unconscious, his limbs dangling, encircled by silver radiance. The darkness before his eyes had vanished, replaced by a brightness as clear as day. Slowly opening his eyes, Harry found himself standing before a magnificent structure reminiscent of Hogwarts' main castle. He pushed open the grand doors before him. Inside, it resembled a church with row upon row of chairs. Large stained glass windows adorned the walls, and where a statue of Jesus might have stood, there was a peculiar sculpture resembling an upward surge of water. The statue emitted a silver-gray glow that stood in stark contrast to its surroundings. As Harry walked forward, his clothes transformed into a pure white robe, though it looked somewhat dirty. Suddenly, he stopped beside a row of chairs and looked down at the floor. Beneath the chair, a crimson shadow was curled up like a flayed house elf. It was alive with faint breaths and a heartbeat, even emitting low groans. Harry gazed at the huddled monster with revulsion. This was what lurked inside his scar. He reached out toward the statue, and the silver light obediently flowed over, gathering around his hand. With a forceful swing, the light in Harry's hand surged toward the creature on the ground. Like ropes, it wrapped around the monster, tightening relentlessly as it let out a piercing shriek. Harry frowned in discomfort, but did not relent, continuously summoning more light from the statue to join the bindings. As more light joined, the ropes embedded themselves into the creature's flesh. Its shrill cries echoed through the hall, but Harry watched coldly, his face expressionless. Finally, the monster was torn apart by the ropes of light, and the screams ceased instantly. The creature lost its life, yet no blood flowed. Instead, it dissolved into a mist. Harry silently watched the images within the mist. Visions of his parents, whom he had seen before, and figures in black robes kneeling on the ground. He plucked some glimmering fragments from the mist and stood there watching until the mist dissipated. By now, the statue on the platform had shrunk to less than half from Harry's constant summoning. He wasted no time using the fragments mixed with light to wipe the stains from his white robe. Each stain was covered by the fragments, becoming clean and new. As the last stain vanished, only a sliver of the statue's base remained on the platform. Harry smiled, turned without hesitation, and walked toward the hall's exit. As he stepped out, a bell tolled from somewhere, deafeningly loud. Harry obediently closed his eyes, the white light before him fading as he sank back into darkness. Bang! He jolted awake, falling from midair onto the sleeping bag. Feeling the thick sleeping bag beneath him, Harry couldn't help but laugh. Good thing he had prepared thoroughly, or he would have hit the mist that had surrounded him was completely gone, and the cave had lost all light except for the Gabrathian fire still burning quietly, illuminating a small area. Harry tried to get up, but failed. His limbs wouldn't obey, as if they had minds of their own. When he meant to push against the ground, his hand slapped his left leg instead. Helplessly collapsing back, Harry could only be grateful that the warning and potion traps he had set were effective enough. Right now he was as good as useless, unable to use even a trace of magic, let alone ancient spells. Harry meant to stay alert, but perhaps the sleeping bag was too soft and the fire too warm. He drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, back at Hogwarts, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the third-floor defense against the dark arts classroom, startling hurriedly notifying nearby professors. The students gathered as the professors broke through the classroom door and rushed inside. The students tried to follow, but Professor Flitwick's magic blocked the entrance, leaving them crowded at the door, straining to overhear something. Unfortunately, Professor Flitwick was too experienced to let anything slip. Professor McGonagall stepped onto the staircase at the far end of the room and quickly climbed toward the office door. The screaming continued, though weaker than before. When Professor McGonagall opened the door, she found Quirrell curled up on the floor, drenched in sweat, emitting a strong stench of decay. The exposed skin on his arms was covered in rotting marks, with bone showing through in some places. Quirinus, what happened? Professor McGonagall asked, startled as she drew her wand to examine him. Quirrell's scream stopped abruptly. He struggled to open his eyes and stared at her wand in terror. No. Wait. Don't. Quirrell's voice trembled as he resisted her examination. Sorry, Professor McGonagall, I was just injured by a dark artifact. I can't accept any magical examination right now, or it will reactivate the dark magic. Quirrell explained quickly without his usual stammer, but he couldn't afford to. If Professor McGonagall discovered something, it would. Professor McGonagall hesitated, looking at Quirrell's pale face. Are you sure? Do you need me to take you to the hospital wing? No need. I mean, I have preparations. I was just trying to cure my stutter, and there was a small accident. They'll be fine soon. Quirrell forced himself up from the floor, trembling slightly. Professor McGonagall eyed him suspiciously. Are you certain you don't need help? Of course. I mean, Professor McGonagall, I might need to take leave from next week's classes, Quirrell said. Very well then. He'll inform Dumbledore to arrange for next week's lessons. Get some rest. Seeing Quirrell's insistence, Professor McGonagall relented. Before leaving, she couldn't help but advise, Quirinus, I know the students haven't been kind to you, but that's no reason to be reckless. Every dark artifact comes at a price. It's best to avoid them from now on. Quirrell's face was pale, and he shuddered, forcing a tearful smile. Thank you for the reminder, Professor. They'll never do it again. With that, Professor McGonagall said no more and left. She called Professor Flitwick, and together they dispersed the students at the door and repaired the classroom door before parting ways. Quirrell collapsed to the floor again, trembling all over. In unseen places, every part of his body was covered in rotting wounds like those on his arms, yet not a drop of blood flowed. Master! Master! Quirrell murmured, trying to seek help. After a long pause, a hoarse voice replied, Useless. Quirrell whimpered, his gaze falling on the locked cabinet in the corner. When he regained consciousness, the cave was already lit by the light streaming through the cliff. Harry tried to stretch out his hand, and slowly made a fist, confirming his body had fully recovered. He carefully got up from the sleeping bag, stretched his limbs, and checked the potions he had scattered around. The traps were untouched, with only a few dead rats and insects nearby. Harry packed up his belongings and checked the time. It was already 3 p.m. on Sunday. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. His estimated time had been fairly accurate, though the recovery phase took a bit longer. Otherwise, everything was the same as last time. As he strode toward the cave's exit, Harry was troubled by how to return swiftly to Hogwarts without drawing attention. Halfway there, Harry was already short of breath. He took some food from his satchel and sat directly on the ground to eat. After steadying his breath, he rose and continued outward, yet his body seemed weaker than before. He could barely endure after walking only this short distance. Harry couldn't resist casting a diagnostic charm on himself, confirming that his body had not changed, and could only attribute it to his magic not yet being fully restored. Struggling to reach the entrance, Harry rested for a few minutes before mustering enough magic to open the door, inwardly grateful that he hadn't ventured too deep. Otherwise, getting out would have been a real problem. Within the secret chamber, magic was suppressed, and brooms were unusable. He could only rely on his own legs. Outside the cave, the sunlight was dazzling. Harry instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes, accustomed to the dimness, finding the brightness outside particularly harsh. Ah, you're finally out, Harry. Harry's wand instantly pointed toward the source of the voice, his gaze sharp. When he saw clearly, Harry slowly exhaled in relief and sat down against the stone wall. The sudden tension had left him. Headmaster Dumbledore, how did you know I was here? Harry raised an eyebrow. This old man. He hadn't even settled scores with him yet, and now he was showing up again. Dumbledore stood by the pool, taking off his glasses and wiping them leisurely. You probably haven't realized that you've left the grounds of Hogwarts, have you? Harry was taken aback, looking around in confusion. He remembered that this area should still be part of the Forbidden Forest, right? The Forbidden Forest had always been part of Hogwarts, hadn't it? How was he outside Hogwarts? This isn't part of Hogwarts anymore. Harry's face was full of shock. What had happened in the past 100 years? How had the school's grounds shrunk so much? Seeing his stunned expression, Dumbledore was briefly at a loss, awkwardly putting his glasses back on. Indeed, in recent years Muggles have developed so rapidly that many places originally belonging to the magical world have been compressed. Even Hogwarts could not escape. I checked. According to records from over 100 years ago, there should have been a purely magical village nearby, which was also part of Hogwarts assets back then. But now it has become a Muggle farm. To further protect the secrets of the magical world, Hogwarts had to keep shrinking its boundaries. Until now, although the Forbidden Forest has some magical protections to prevent Muggles from stumbling in and causing accidents, it is indeed outside Hogwarts territory. Harry was somewhat resigned, never expecting to be discovered for this reason. On the first day of school, when he heard the Forbidden Forest had been declared off-limits, he thought it was just to prevent younger students from wandering in. Who knew it had truly become a Forbidden Forest now? Going beyond a certain range counted as truancy. Since it had come to this, Harry had no choice. He couldn't even run away now, let alone escape, right in front of Dumbledore. "I'm sorry, Headmaster Dumbledore. This was truly my oversight." Harry admitted his fault directly. "Then can you tell me why you—" Dumbledore asked. Harry thought for a moment, then yanked off the headband from his forehead, pulled a bottle of scar-removing potion from his bag, poured it into his hand, and pressed it firmly against the scar on his forehead. "This—" Harry's face twisted, and he let out stifled groans of pain as white smoke rose from his forehead. When he lowered his hand, the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead had visibly faded. If it had been clearly visible before now, it was barely a faint mark. "You solved it." Dumbledore shuddered, forgetting all decorum as he quickly stepped forward, crouching down to examine Harry's forehead closely. Harry chuckled. "Of course. I wouldn't allow such a glaring weakness on myself." Dumbledore's eyes flickered. He couldn't quite understand what Harry had learned 100 years ago. He seemed to have somewhat underestimated Harry's abilities. "Headmaster Dumbledore," Harry spoke, interrupting Dumbledore's thoughts. What? What is your plan, and what is your goal? Can you tell me? Don't involve innocent people, and don't use Hagrid to lure me in. You know Hagrid isn't cut out for that." Harry's expression was calm. Dumbledore smiled, mimicking Harry's posture as he sat on the ground leaning against the other stone wall. "It seems you already know everything." "No, I only know part of it. Perhaps the shock I gave you that day was too great, making you forget Hagrid's nature. He's not good at remembering things. You had to hastily redeploy on Friday. That newspaper clipping and Hagrid's invitation. Doesn't that say enough?" Harry said. Dumbledore continued to smile, looking somewhat gratified. "It seems I really can't treat you like a child anymore." "You certainly can't treat me like a child. After all, I've already passed my 16th birthday. In another year, I'll be an adult." Harry couldn't help but say. Dumbledore laughed heartily, looking at Harry's youthful face, paired with a mature expression beyond his years, and sighed. He was truly getting old. "So tell me, Headmaster Dumbledore, what do I need to face? What do I need to do?" Harry asked seriously. Dumbledore still seemed hesitant, but his greatest worry had been eliminated today right before his eyes by Harry. What else was he? The sunlight fell silently on the water's surface, casting patches of light on the stone walls. From the forest came the occasional chirping of birds and the roars of unknown beasts. Harry waited patiently, taking out some food and drinks on his own, placing them on the relatively flat ground between them. He waited for a long time, so long that Harry began to imagine what was happening in the Forbidden Forest based on the various sounds, until Dumbledore finally sighed and began to speak. 12 years ago, I received a job application letter." Dumbledore leaned against the stone wall, gazing at the rugged rock face, slowly recounting the root of everything. Harry listened quietly, his face expressionless, only his whitened knuckles revealing the turmoil within. Dumbledore kept speaking, his aged voice weaving through the perilous tale like a bard singing an unknown epic. After a long while, Dumbledore took off his glasses and wiped his slightly moist eyes. "That's how it is. I'm sorry, Harry. I originally wanted to give you the normal life that any ordinary child could enjoy, but I failed. Magic is so wondrous. Perhaps Merlin didn't want you to endure this and gave you a relatively perfect school life as compensation." Harry stared intently at his own hands, which held a teacup. He was using all his strength to keep himself from doing something like assault. What did he mean by his compensation? What did he mean by normal life? Was being treated unfairly at his aunt's house, or rather being abused, considered normal? Did the wondrous compensation of magic come from Dumbledore? What kind of compensation was that? "Headmaster, have you made up your mind? Care to share some information?" Harry asked through gritted teeth. "Care to share some information?" Harry asked through gritted teeth. This old man had no sense of honor. Although he seemed to have said a lot, it was all about the past, things Harry could find out with a little effort and time. As for the real issues, the old man hadn't revealed a single detail. Harry had already made up his mind. If this old man kept being so evasive and saying nothing, then don't blame him for flipping the table. As long as he avoided all the old man's arrangements and didn't follow his intentions, he could definitely disrupt his plans and force him to adjust. Harry didn't believe it. Could this old man change his subsequent plans at any time? Dumbledore was a bit embarrassed. He did have some less than honorable ideas, but he hadn't had a chance to say them yet. "Professor Quirinus Quirrell, you know him?" Dumbledore said. Harry rolled his eyes. "The garlic-loving one. What's his—" He was originally a Ravenclaw graduate with excellent grades. After graduation, he applied for the position of Muggle Studies professor and stayed on. Last year, he went to the Albanian forest and came back like this. Dumbledore decided to come clean. Seeing Harry's demeanor, he realized Harry had already sensed something was wrong with Quirrell. To prevent Harry from directly getting Quirrell killed, he'd better be honest. There are rumors that Voldemort once appeared in the Albanian forest, so I suspect his change is related to Voldemort. And you still let him into the school to stay with a bunch of young witches and wizards with no self-defense ability. Harry was shocked and couldn't understand. Even during Phineas Black's tenure, the school never had such an irresponsible thing happen. Although most of the decisions were made by Professor Weasley back then, Dumbledore was a bit deflated. So I arranged for Severus to be a safeguard to keep an eye on Quirrell's movements. The air was filled with a wordless silence broken only by the sound of flowing water. Even though I don't get along with Snape, I have to say he's been through too much. Harry sighed. It's not that bad, is it? Just teaching classes and keeping an eye on a suspicious person in his spare time. Dumbledore's voice trailed off as if he suddenly realized he was indeed being a bit unethical. Teaching potions to 7th grades, dealing with nonsense essays, patrolling at night, and taking on extra tasks from you. Harry counted on his fingers, then suddenly looked warily at Dumbledore. How many salaries are you paying him? You're not going to do this to me in the future, are you? I'm telling you, I'm only 11. I'm still a child. You just said you were 16, Dumbledore argued. Go check with the Ministry of Magic. I was born in 1980. I am 11. Harry was alert. This shameless old man actually had that idea. He wasn't going to do it. Snape could handle it since they didn't get along anyway, but he couldn't end up like Snape, doing several jobs for one. The two argued further about future treatment, and finally, as the sun set, they reached a partial consensus. From then on, Harry could freely enter and exit the headmaster's office to seek Dumbledore's help with things he couldn't figure out, and Dumbledore couldn't refuse. If Dumbledore needed Harry to do something, the base price was 100 galleons per task, with prices varying according to the event, no upper limit. Any information Dumbledore obtained about Voldemort had to be shared with Harry and vice versa. As for what Harry needed to do, it was to attend classes on time. He wouldn't get any special treatment from professors in his courses, but he had to keep up with the normal learning pace alongside his classmates. Although Harry was a bit dissatisfied looking at his small frame, he agreed to this term. After the negotiations, both the old and the young were satisfied, wearing polite smiles as they shook hands. By the way, Headmaster, I have something to ask you. Dumbledore used Fawkes to bring Harry back to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Just before leaving, Harry suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask. Oh, what is it? Dumbledore asked. Do you know a student named Tom from about 40 years ago, also known as Lord? Dumbledore's expression froze. Tom. Lord. It seems you do know him. Harry was in no hurry to leave now, revealing a friendly smile as he kept rubbing his wand. Is he still alive? I have a considerable debt to settle with him. Dumbledore was very conflicted, unsure how to say it. Sort of alive, sort of dead. I'm not sure if he counts as alive now, but he's definitely not dead, and you know that. With that, Dumbledore waved his wand, and golden lines formed a string of words in the air. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Then the letters rearranged themselves to become I am Lord Voldemort. Harry's teeth ground audibly. Excellent. He'd add another heavy entry to that thick mental bill. How did you find out that name? After all, in today's magical world, I might be the only one who knows that Tom is Voldemort. Dumbledore asked curiously. Harry had wanted to leave, but bound by their newly made agreement, he reluctantly answered. My friends Gareth Weasley and O.W.L.s Gaunt left behind portraits and a gift for me in a secret room at Hogwarts. But when I searched for it, everything was gone. They told me that this Tom took it. The surname Gaunt caught Dumbledore's attention, and he looked at Harry with a complex expression. The Gaunt I know. There seems to be only one Gaunt family in the magical world, right? But are there any of them left? Harry's expression was one of sheer schadenfreude, showing not a shred of respect for what should have been considered his friend's family. The Gaunt family has had no descendants for decades, Dumbledore said. That's absolutely splendid. Harry laughed. Dumbledore looked perplexed. Isn't your friend a Gaunt? Well, you see, O.W.L.s has been blind since birth. After he got his wand, he used it to perceive the world. But the Gaunts reveled in torturing muggles with dark magic. He couldn't stand it, so the family ostracized and abandoned him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Hogwarts, since the Gaunts always insisted on homeschooling. At this point, Harry suddenly realized that Voldemort was the Parselmouth who had entered the Chamber of Secrets, the very descendant of the Gaunts. Good grief. Another debt to settle. In the end, Harry flipped through the thick ledger in his heart and walked out of the headmaster's office. Rubbing his growling stomach, he felt dismayed. The old man hadn't even given him dinner. With curfew approaching, Harry quickly found an empty classroom, summoned Diddy to bring some food, stuffed it into his backpack, and returned to the dormitory. After wolfing down his belated dinner in the common room, Harry also helped Hermione with some academic problems she found puzzling. After an uneventful night, it was time to begin the second week of Hogwarts life. When his specially set alarm rang, Harry yawned and dragged himself out of bed. After a hasty wash, he left the dormitory, crossed the empty common room, and descended the stairs all the way to the Great Hall. It was still before 8 o'clock. Judging by Snape's parchment, the timing was just right. Harry felt a quiet satisfaction. He took his seat, grabbed some scrambled eggs and bread, and began to eat. The salted meat and bacon were off his diet, so he could only sigh inwardly. He tapped his cup and the pumpkin juice inside turned into warm milk. Harry gulped down the hot milk, leaving a white mustache around his lips. Just as he set down his cup, a thumb-sized potion bottle appeared on the edge of his plate. The transparent bottle set off the grass-green potion inside, making it look quite beautiful. Harry glanced at the staff table. Snape sat there with dark circles under his eyes, his face expressionless, cutting something with his knife. He uncorked the bottle and took a sniff. A fresh herbal scent wafted over him, and Harry couldn't help but smile. He downed the potion in one gulp, and his face immediately turned green. Darkness swam before his eyes. He had to cover his mouth with his hand, terrified he would spew out both the potion and his... An indescribable taste flooded his mouth. Harry mustered every ounce of strength to swallow the potion, stars dancing before his eyes. He glared indignantly at the staff table, only to see Snape flash him a fake smile. Harry could only grit his teeth and lower his head. What else could he do? His appetite ruined by the potion, Harry looked at what remained on his plate and felt no desire to eat. At least he had managed to eat some food before taking the potion. Otherwise he would have had to force himself to eat now. He fished a candy out of his pocket and was about to pop it into his mouth when he noticed a note on the table. A sense of foreboding crept over him. He opened it and read in a scrawled hand, "No sweets for 2 hours after taking the potion." Harry took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and shoved the candy back into his pocket. "Just you wait." That was what he said, but for now he had no choice but to obey, silently comforting himself. It was only a few months. No fear. He looked up at the staff table. Snape was indeed watching him. Seeing Harry's sour expression, Snape gave a bare-teeth fake smile that startled all the students who witnessed it. Harry adjusted his expression, nodded at Snape with a Plastaridan smile, turned the empty potion bottle upside down to show it, and immediately packed up to leave the Great Hall. There was no point in staying since he couldn't eat anymore. By the time Harry reached the classroom, Ron and the others rushed into the Great Hall, just catching the tail end of breakfast and grabbing a few pieces of bread. Dean complained, "Why didn't Harry wake us up?" Harry was up early. He set his own alarm. "If you want, you can set one too. Why should Harry have to look after you?" Ron shot back, bread in hand. "We're all in the same dorm." Dean's face flushed red. "So what if we're in the same dorm? If you want to get up at the same time as Harry, you'll talk to him. He'll have him call you every day. Just don't complain if he wakes you too early." Ron rolled his eyes. "He's not your dad. He can't be responsible for everything." With that, Ron ran off toward the classroom, and Neville hurried after him, thinking Ron was absolutely right. Seamus hesitated, then patted Dean on the shoulder. "Let's go, mate. We're about to be late. Besides, Harry's a few months younger than us. Instead of expecting us to take care of him, we're expecting him to take care of us. That's not right." Dean muttered under his breath, and quickly followed Seamus. In Transfiguration class, Harry turned in his special assignment. Professor McGonagall graded it on the spot, gave him an O, and awarded Gryffindor an extra 10 points. After class, because Draco and Hermione had both turned their matches into needles almost simultaneously, each earned 5 points for their respective houses. At lunchtime, Harry looked gloomily at the pink potion in front of him. The note this time read, "Take before meals." Based on the morning potion's taste, Harry figured he wouldn't be able to eat lunch. But Snape's parchment clearly stated he must eat 3 meals a day on time. He rolled his eyes and didn't bother looking at the staff table. Looking would only annoy him further. He picked up the potion bottle, uncorked it, and downed it in one gulp. Harry's face contorted instantly. His mouth hung open uncontrollably, and saliva nearly dripped from the corner of his lips. Sour. An extreme sourness. A sourness so intense it almost burned his mouth. Harry frantically covered his mouth, fumbled through his pockets, found a handkerchief, and pressed it to his lips to avoid spraying saliva in public. "What are you drinking?" Hermione couldn't help asking. After a moment, Harry replied, "A potion to regulate my body." Hermione looked at him sympathetically. No wonder he needed regulating. He wasn't even as tall as she was. Once the sourness subsided, Harry felt a wave of hunger, as if the potion had burned a hole in his stomach and his entire being screamed for him to stuff all the food on the table into his mouth. He hastily grabbed some food and began eating nonstop. Only after consuming twice his usual amount did he feel satisfied. By evening, the potion had turned a deep black, looking like nothing good. Ron was so horrified he told Harry not to drink it and was about to take the potion to Dumbledore for verification. Harry had to expend great effort to hold him back. Fortunately, there was no note this time. Harry decisively chose to eat first. After eating until about 70% full, Harry drank the pitch-black potion with an expression of heroic martyrdom. Everyone around held their breath, watching him. Seamus and Dean even started tensing up, ready to spring into action, afraid Harry might collapse, and they wouldn't catch him in time. But what they feared didn't happen. Harry's expression was twisted, but he felt no other discomfort. This black potion was extremely bitter, 10 times more bitter than the Eastern drink he had once encountered at Professor Hao Ying's place. Harry even felt as if he had swallowed a bottle of bile straight. Fortunately, the bitterness in his mouth disappeared after a quick rinse. Harry had no homework, so he returned to the common room, guided everyone through their assignments, and then started yawning incessantly. Everyone urged him to get some rest. Harry, his eyes watering from the yawns, didn't refuse their kindness. He went straight to the dormitory, washed up, quickly changed into his pajamas, and fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed. He slept dreamlessly until 1 minute before the alarm went off. Harry opened his eyes on time and stretched his body in surprise. The effect was this noticeable. After just 1 day of taking the potion, he felt much lighter, as if a massive boulder had been lifted from his body. Thus days passed one by one. Harry endured the assault of potions daily, and everyone at the Gryffindor table grew accustomed to it. Recording Harry's changing expressions became a regular pastime. Every 2 weeks he had to go to Snape for a new checkup, and the potion's color grew increasingly lighter. Snape still treated Harry the same way. Unless necessary, he acted as if Harry didn't exist. Neville, who partnered with Harry, was also ignored. But fortunately, Harry's potions grades were decent enough. First-year coursework was easy, and he had no trouble teaching Neville. Besides, potions class now consisted of Snape explaining some ingredient processing steps, writing the procedure on the blackboard, and letting everyone work. As long as one paid attention, they could follow the steps and produce a passable potion. Without Snape's constant surveillance and scathing remarks, Neville even found potions class not so difficult. Quirrell returned to class after taking 2 weeks off. During that time, Snape had substituted, successfully turning defense against the dark arts into the most unpopular class at Hogwarts, even dethroning potions from its perennial top spot. The root of all this was that Snape had always applied to teach defense against the dark arts, but never succeeded. Now he was indulging himself to the fullest, assigning an excessive amount of difficult homework and unleashing 12 attempts of his venomous tongue. The students were miserable, and some younger girls even cried. When Quirrell returned to class, he was greeted with applause. No one complained about the garlic-scented classroom anymore. A mask was enough to handle it. Moreover, Quirrell had cured his stutter, read smoothly, and was even comprehensible. The homework from those 2 weeks was also handed back to Professor Quirrell. Everyone was astonished to find they had received an O. Uniformly, not even an E in sight. Ron stared in disbelief at his own error-riddled essay and nearly declared he would have it framed. During this time, there were several more encounters with Draco. Harry never indulged his temper. If Draco wanted to hang out, fine. If not, they'd just split their time. Ron had no objections, and no matter how they divided it, they still spent more time together than with Draco. Eventually, Draco even set aside his pride and discussed academic problems with Hermione. Slytherin wasn't without objections, but Draco sneered them down, telling them to dare confront the boy who lived and see who, if any first year had a problem, they should surpass Granger first. A bunch of purebloods couldn't even match a Muggleborn in studies, yet they dared to gossip. If it were him, he would have died of shame. Better than tarnishing Slytherin's pureblood reputation. At that, Slytherin fell silent. No one dared to object to Draco associating with Gryffindor anymore. Gryffindor also had some unpleasant remarks, but those words never left the common room. The gossips met with misfortune, either getting beaten in a bag over the head or breaking out in rashes and pustules. Gradually, Gryffindor quieted down too. The Weasley twins took the credit quietly, having received some research funds from Harry to start their own venture. The atmosphere at Hogwarts grew increasingly harmonious. Students from different houses gathered to study or play as if the barriers between houses had vanished. On Halloween, Harry woke up to find the castle's decorations transformed. Bats and jack-o'-lanterns were everywhere, and the suits of armor in the corridors had been adorned in ways that were simply hilarious. The morning potion had faded to almost no color. Harry figured it was almost time for a change. He decided to visit the Forbidden Forest in the next few days to gather some acromantula, venom, and troll snot as ingredients for Snape. These materials were expensive and hard to come by. Trolls were scarce, with only a few left in the Forbidden Forest, and the Ministry was reportedly considering breeding them. As for acromantulas, they were 5X classified dangerous creatures notorious for living in colonies. Most wizards would bid the world farewell upon encountering one, let alone considering that they weren't native to Britain. Thus, both materials were always in short supply on the market. They wouldn't be an unworthy form of payment. Having made his decision, Harry put the matter out of his mind, attended classes quietly, and prepared for the evening feast. Today was Charms class, and Professor Flitwick finally had them practice the levitation charm. It had been a while since Charms class started, and everyone was excited to finally use their wands. Even though they had used them in Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall had them repeatedly practice turning matches into needles, insisting that everyone produce a qualified needle before moving on. Amid the excitement, mistakes abounded. Seamus blew up his feather, Ron knocked his feather to the ground and nearly broke his wand. Hermione succeeded on the first try and earned points. She then began guiding those around her. Everyone trusted her since Harry had repeatedly praised her learning ability in the common room. The first years all looked up to Harry, so they naturally had no complaints. After class, everyone rushed toward the Gryffindor Tower in a swarm, for tonight was the Halloween feast. They all had to dress up as different ghostly figures, each secretly resolved to be the most unique one. Harry had no particular thoughts on this. He used the transformation spell to conjure an eagle's head on his own and a pair of enormous wings on his back, disguising himself as a griffin. To distinguish himself from Ravenclaw, he also made his sleeves fluffy like lion's paws. Nodding with satisfaction at the mirror, Harry turned around and nearly jumped onto the sink in fright. Behind him was a chaotic pandemonium of monsters. There was Neville wrapped in strips of cloth pretending to be Devil's Snare Seamus with a pale face and a long wig, and Ron haphazardly covered in a white cloth. Harry was silent for a long moment before deciding to look away. He still had to eat later and couldn't bear to see more. The group walked out of the dormitory and Harry's costume was undoubtedly the highlight of the entire room, earning everyone's admiration. Laughing and chatting as they headed to the Great Hall, Harry couldn't help but sigh. Gryffindor was great in every way except it was a bit far from the hall. Upon reaching the Great Hall, one couldn't help but wonder if they had stumbled into some strange place. Everyone's costumes were mostly handmade, combined with their unique imaginations, resulting in all sorts of bizarre outfits. After Dumbledore gave a brief speech announcing the start of the feast, food instantly appeared on the tables, and the hall erupted into lively chatter, with everyone eating and having fun. Harry occupied 3 seats alone, picking his favorite dishes from the long table. His wings took up space, but removing the costume before the feast ended would be unsociable, so he had to make do. Just as he stuffed a piece of roast beef into his mouth, before he could even chew, the Great Hall doors burst open with a bang, and Quirrell stumbled in, shouting, "Troll! Troll in the dungeons! Thought you ought to know." The hall fell silent for 2 seconds, then someone started screaming, and the chaos spread throughout the hall. Students dropped their things in terror and scrambled around seeking what they thought was a safe spot. Quirrell finished speaking and collapsed to the ground unconscious. Dumbledore had to point his wand at his own throat and amplify his voice. Silence. Once the hall quieted down, Dumbledore continued, "All students, follow your house prefects back to your common rooms." The chaotic hall became orderly as the prefects stood up and loudly called their house students to evacuate in an orderly fashion. Harry stood up and looked toward the staff table. Dumbledore gave him a slight nod. Harry removed the wings from his back, changed his hat back to normal, signaled to Hermione, and then vanished from the Gryffindor line. This was a stroke of luck. Harry gleefully ran toward the dungeons, thinking he would have to search the Forbidden Forest for a troll clan, but Quirrell had delivered one. What a generous fellow. Just as he left the hall and descended the stairs, Harry caught the distinct stench of the troll and immediately used the revealing charm to track its location. In that short time, the troll had already reached the first floor, and Harry frowned. This troll was moving fast. He dashed toward it, casting various protective spells on himself as he ran. At a corner, Harry stopped and leaned against the wall. According to magical detection, the troll would pass by here soon. Indeed, as soon as Harry's breathing steadied, he heard the heavy footsteps of the troll. Carefully distinguishing the sounds and smells, Harry silently counted down. 3, 2, 1. Wingardium Leviosa. Locomotor Mortis. Defendo. Confringo. Harry lunged forward, waving his wand in midair, unleashing a barrage of spells without restraint. The troll's club was first knocked away, then manipulated by Harry to smash heavily into its head, followed by 2 attack spells that left shallow marks on its thick hide. Dazed by the blow to its head, the troll shook itself, grabbed its weapon back, and roared in fury, charging toward Harry with heavy strikes. Harry frowned and quickly retreated behind a corner. This troll was wrong. Harry keenly sensed that given his spells and the magical power expended, the troll should have at least been stunned or affected. But judging by its wild rampage in the corridor, his spells hadn't had their intended effect. Harry used spells to slow the troll's pace while observing. Soon Harry noticed a faint shimmer on the troll's body. It was magically enhanced. Harry grew alert. Trolls had high resistance to magic, with reduced damage from curses and limited effects from healing or strengthening charms. But to enhance it to this degree required more than ordinary spells. It needed magical runes. Yet could anyone calmly inscribe runes on a troll? That was clearly impossible. It must have involved dark magic like the Imperius Curse. With this thought, Harry's eyes narrowed. Seeing the corridor end and people ahead, he stopped. He turned and cast a spell to knock the troll back a few steps, switched his wand to his left hand, and opened his right hand toward the troll. Silvery light began to swirl around Harry, concentrating on his right hand. The troll, seeing its prey standing still, charged toward the small figure at the end of the corridor, its face contorted with ferocity. Harry remained unmoved, continuously gathering ancient magical energy. "Potter!" A roar sounded behind him, but Harry had no time to look back. His open right hand suddenly clenched, and the troll, just a step away, froze in place, unable to move a finger. Harry swung his arm widely, and the troll, like a basketball being bounced, crashed violently into the wall's floor and ceiling with each motion. Until Harry felt his arm ache, he pressed it down with force. The troll, as if struck by 1,000-pound boulder, slammed into the floor, shattering stones. The runes on its body flickered and vanished completely. The injuries hidden by the runes erupted all at once, and the troll lay still in the shallow crater on the floor, its breath fading. Harry exhaled slowly, shook his arm, switched his wand back to his right hand, cast a cleaning charm on himself, and tidied his slightly disheveled clothes. "How dare you? How dare you?" Harry then remembered someone had been behind him. He turned around and saw Snape, pale-faced and wand raised, glaring at him in fury. "A professor, is something the matter?" Harry cursed his carelessness and feigned innocence. "Potter, how dare you? You went after the troll alone. Just like your father. Arrogant, reckless, and senseless." Snape's voice was hoarse as he spat venom at Harry. "Gryffindor loses. Professor, Dumbledore sent me. Harry cut Snape off decisively. If it was just scolding head, let it slide since Snape was worried, but losing points was another matter. He still hadn't made up for the last deduction. What did you say, Merlin? Another voice came and Harry and Snape looked over together. Professor McGonagall, also pale, stood with Professor Flitwick. Mr. Potter, is that true? You know accusing the headmaster carries severe penalties. Harry's mouth twitched. Was everyone here in a group? Couldn't that old man Dumbledore cover for him? He had no choice. Yes, it's true. Headmaster Dumbledore sent me. He wanted to test my learning progress. Harry said with a straight face full of righteousness. Dumbledore. Snape's voice was almost a growl. McGonagall's hands began to tremble. How could he better him than me? Harry thought to himself. Old man, fend for yourself. Harry stood obediently the chaotic corridor behind him, making him all the more conspicuous. McGonagall took a deep breath, suppressing the curses on her lips, and said to Harry in a low voice, You did well, Mr. Potter, but don't do this again. Leave it to the professors next time. If Dumbledore gives you any more tasks, come to me directly. Harry crossed his fingers behind his back. Yes, Professor McGonagall. Gryffindor gains 30 points. For Mr. Potter's bravery and splendid magic, said McGonagall. Harry's eyes crinkled with joy. This was an unexpected bonus. Over the past month, he had been constantly seeking opportunities to earn points, having only 10 points left to repay the 100-point deficit. McGonagall's addition perfectly covered it with even 20 points to spare. What are you waiting for? Go back to your dormitory. With the matter resolved, Snape's face returned to normal, and he said darkly to Harry. McGonagall nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. Potter, hurry back. Food has been sent to the common rooms, so you can join the Halloween feast there. Thank you, Professor. He'll go now. Harry replied obediently, then glanced reluctantly at the troll behind him. Professor McGonagall, since I killed the troll, does it count as my trophy? Snape snorted, but said nothing under McGonagall's glare. McGonagall thought for a moment. It can be considered yours, but this troll was reported to the Board of Governors as a teaching aid by Professor Quirrell, so. She hesitated, looking troubled. I understand, Professor. I only need some materials from the troll, not the whole thing. Just a little. Harry quickly said. McGonagall smiled. Of course. You can sell the rest to the school since you hunted it. She paused. Do you need help from the professors? Professor Snape is quite skilled at collecting materials. Harry glanced at Snape's expression and quickly shook his head, pulling out a large glass jar from his bag. No need, Professor. I'll do it myself. I'll be quick. He hurried to the troll, suppressing his disgust, to collect the most valuable materials, carefully storing them in various containers before bidding the professors farewell. Snape had been watching Harry intently since he ran over, and his brow furrowed at the boy's practiced movements. Logically, Harry couldn't be this skilled. It took collecting materials from hundreds of trolls to achieve such proficiency. Where had he learned? Where could he have found so many trolls to practice on? Coupled with Dumbledore's vague remarks about Harry, a foreboding feeling rose in Snape's chest. He really needed to have a serious talk with Dumbledore. Back in the Gryffindor common room, Harry slipped into the crowd and found Hermione at a small round table. Ron and Neville sat nearby, both looking anxious, leaning forward as if ready to bolt. The table was laden with various foods, many of which were Harry's favorites. He joined them, smiling, and briefly recounted the night's events. Then he quickly washed his hands and started eating. He was famished after all the exertion. Ron and Neville enthusiastically praised Harry's heroic deed, while Hermione frantically searched her books for the spells he mentioned, but her first-year texts contained none of them. This left Hermione disheartened until Harry finished his meal and promised to train her later, teaching some practical spells, which lifted her spirits. Neville, overhearing this, looked at Harry hesitantly, opening his mouth several times, but ultimately saying nothing, becoming distracted even in conversation with Ron. Ron noticed, and with a glint in his eye understood. He grinned at Harry. Would you mind adding 2 more? Neville, and I want to learn too. We're friends, aren't we? We don't want to fall too far behind. Harry thought it over. 1 sheep to herd, 3 sheep to graze, and had no objections. But he laid down the condition: if they wanted to learn, they had to see it through. He set phase requirements that must be met, and dropping out midway was not allowed. Ron confidently thumped his chest, vowing to work. Neville said nothing, but looked at Harry with gratitude, a firm resolve shining in his eyes. Since that's the case, why don't we form a small club? That way we could even apply to Professor McGonagall for a dedicated activity room, Hermione suggested. Harry pondered for a moment. I'm afraid it's not possible. Only 3rd years and above may officially establish a club, and it requires both a senior student 2 years their elder as mentor and a professor willing to serve as faculty advisor. Hermione reluctantly abandoned the idea and immediately began considering suitable times and locations for their studies. Harry pulled out his class schedule. We could meet on Friday afternoons. No classes then, so we'd have ample time for both learning and practice. As for the practice room, leave that to me. I know just the place, perfectly suited and utterly secluded. The others heartily approved Harry's suggestion. Ron even marked Friday afternoon on the schedule with a golden star conjured by his wand. Though only 3rd years may formally found a club, we could still choose a name in advance, Ron declared enthusiastically. Hermione's eyes lit up. Of course, we should pick a name early. What shall we call it? The Gryffindor squad. Ron blurted out instantly. No. What if Harry later teaches students from other houses? Hermione objected at once. Harry promptly opted out of the naming debate. He freely admitted he had no gift for names and wisely chose to stay clear. How about the Hogwarts squad? Ron proposed next. Why must you fixate on squad? Hermione sighed exasperated. Then what would you suggest? Ron retorted, growing defensive. Neville looked anxiously between them. Please don't argue. We're trying to work this out together. Hermione offered several names, each swiftly rejected by Ron. Though indignant, she had to concede. He possessed an uncanny talent for finding flaws, and she couldn't counter a single objection. Harry paid little mind to their squabble, instead frowning at the now spotless tableware. By all logic his potion should already have appeared, but it hadn't. Had Snape forgotten? Interrupting this regimen would force him to restart entirely, and Harry had no intention of enduring another month. Before the two could reach any conclusion, a familiar small vial materialized before Harry. Yet this one differed markedly from those before. Previously the evening dose had been deep black, gradually lightening over time. Yesterday's was already translucent gray. Tonight's, however, shimmered with vivid peacock blue and bubbled strangely within. Hermione and Ron ceased arguing, instantly staring in alarm at the vial before Harry. What is that? Ron asked. Harry picked up the accompanying slip of parchment. It bore only a single line: potion formula updated. He scrutinized the handwriting, identical to Snape's previous notes, then tucked the slip away and lifted the vial, preparing. Wait. Hermione seized his wrist. You can't just swallow it. It's completely unlike anything you've taken before. Have you verified it? Harry gave a wry smile. Of course I've verified it, don't worry. I value my life rather highly. Indeed, aside from Hermione, neither Ron nor Neville had even noticed the change in Harry's potion. After all, the earlier vials were thumb-sized, easily overlooked amid the crowded, cluttered Great Hall table. At the very least, they were certain this cerulean concoction bore no resemblance to Harry's prior doses. Harry sighed inwardly and explained once more. He knew precisely what he was doing. Neville grew increasingly uneasy and insisted they consult Professor McGonagall at once. Snape loathes Gryffindor. Why would he act so generously? Harry rolled his eyes. He's certainly not being generous. It's a transaction. A transaction, understand. I paid for it. Though the cost far outweighed the benefit, wasn't he already seeking ways to compensate? Upon learning Harry had consumed the potion daily for over a month, Ron and Neville relented. Harry closed his eyes and downed the draft in one swift motion. Remarkably, this potion carried no unpleasant bitterness. Instead, it held a delicate herbal fragrance. Harry opened his eyes, astonished, gazing at the vial in disbelief. Had Snape truly undergone a transformation? Ron watched Harry intently, poised to rush him to the infirmary at the first sign of distress. Yet 5 minutes passed. Harry remained baffled. Had Snape at last experienced a pang of conscience? Not until drowsiness settled over him did he notice any anomaly within himself. After prolonged observation yielded no irregularities, Ron finally gave up. Harry waved them off, saying he needed rest, and headed back to his dormitory. But the moment he stood, he sensed something amiss. His legs felt utterly numb. He barely managed to remain upright, yet walking even 2 steps proved impossible. Harry sighed. So even a palatable potion comes with a price. I knew it. Snape must have poisoned it. I'll fetch Professor McGonagall right away. Ron, Professor Snape. Wait, listen to Harry first. Hermione grabbed Ron's arm as he bolted, turning her gaze. A scrap of parchment appeared upon the table. Harry strained to reach it and read, take before bed. Though if the boy who lived prefers post-dinner ingestion, that is acceptable too. Harry rolled his eyes. Snape's pettiness ran deep. It's merely a side effect. You'll just have to bear with me. I need your help, Harry said resignedly. Ron and Neville puffed out their chests and each took an arm, hoisting him up and staggering toward the dormitory. Hermione gathered their belongings last, shouldering all 4 book bags as she followed, only setting them down after confirming Harry lay safely in bed. The next morning, Harry flexed his legs, feeling fully restored. Scanning his body, he detected none of the intense reactions from his first dose. He shrugged it off, rose, and swept everything from his bed into the laundry hamper. After battling a troll the previous day and mistiming his potion, he'd slept fitfully. Now the bedding reeked beyond description. Only his housemate's forbearance spared him from waking up in the common room. Over the following days, Harry nearly lost his mind. The morning potion numbed his mouth entirely. Any attempt to speak triggered uncontrollable drooling, effectively silencing him during class and eliminating his chance to earn extra points. At noon, the effect shifted to his stomach. Not numbness but ravenous hunger, he devoured triple his usual portion. The entire Gryffindor table stared aghast. Half ready to bundle Harry off to the hospital wing, terrified, he burst at the table. Fortunately, these side effects diminished daily, leaving Harry little choice but endurance. Quirrell, having reverted to his original stammering manner after Halloween, frustrated the entire school. Rumor had it the Weasley twins were already hunting dark artifacts to force another episode, hoping to cure his stutter permanently. When Harry heard this, he sought them out, urgently warning them against recklessness. Not only due to the inherent danger of dark objects, but because Quirrell himself remained deeply enigmatic. Harry wouldn't have doubted it if Quirrell suddenly turned and slew them both. This thought tightened Harry's brow. Dumbledore still hadn't uncovered Quirrell's secret. Even after the troll incident, he'd taken no discernible action. That Harry felt bordered on negligence. 2 weeks after Halloween, Harry returned to the headmaster's office. Fortuitously, Dumbledore was present, slumped wearily behind his desk, massaging the bridge of his nose. When precisely will Quirrell be dealt with? Harry asked bluntly. Dumbledore leaned back silently. You cannot stake the safety of every student on the slim hope that Quirrell might someday choose mercy. Harry pulled up a chair and sat directly across the desk. I know. But Harry, something feels profoundly wrong. Dumbledore paused before speaking. Harry's eyes widened sharply. You mean, he was calling for help? Dumbledore regarded him approvingly. Yes, I believe so. That troll, if Quirinus truly intended harm, why stage it when the entire school was gathered? And remember his words. You should know. Know what? His own instability. Or the troll's intrusion. What was he trying to say? Harry exhaled sharply. That complicates matters. If he was pleading for rescue, it means he has no other recourse. He resorted to such veiled, nearly imperceptible signals. So he's under coercion. But how? By what means? An unbreakable vow. A binding curse. Something else entirely. Harry longed to consult spellbooks. His knowledge simply wasn't broad enough for such a predicament. Dumbledore sighed. I too seek answers. Lately I've been investigating his time in the Albanian forests. Progress, yes, but it appears he's nearing his breaking point. Then we simply wait. Harry frowned. What if he collapses and turns on the students? I've assigned Severus to monitor him closely. He'll have no opportunity to harm anyone, should he truly. Dumbledore left the sentence unfinished, yet a glint of ice flashed in his eyes. Harry's skin prickled. In that instant he grasped, viscerally, why this old man commanded such legendary awe. Must we remain passive? Is there truly no alternative? Harry pressed. Dumbledore fell silent again. Then after a long pause murmured, there is one other path. What is it? Harry demanded. Dumbledore countered, do you know his objective? Harry grimaced. He detested riddlers. Wasn't circling around questions exhausting? Couldn't he just state it plainly? No, I don't. Then, do you know Nicholas Flamel? Dumbledore asked. Harry paused, then recalled instantly the French alchemist, the one who forged the Philosopher's Stone. Wait, his target is the Philosopher's Stone. It's here at Hogwarts. Hold on. My birthday robbery at Gringotts. You deliberately let Hagrid leak that news. So the small package he retrieved that day was the stone. Flamel entrusted it to you. Percy mentioned the 4th floor restricted area was newly established this year. Is the stone hit? Dumbledore cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem. Past matters are best left undisturbed. Since then I've asked nothing further of Hagrid. Let's refocus the stone. Beyond transmutation and immortality, the stone's sole power lies in eternal life. Whoever stands behind Quirrell seeks not gold, but the elixir of life. Harry frowned. But wasn't he already defeated? What use is immortality to a vanquished spirit? Precisely why I'm investigating, to confirm his current state. So we're left watching powerless. Harry protested. Dumbledore reflected a moment. Might we provoke him? Lure him into revealing himself? Harry's eyes nearly rolled skyward. Present a viable plan. Clear, explicit, no riddles. I refuse to risk my life only to be betrayed by my own allies. Dumbledore feigned offense. Perish the thought. I'm always sincere. With that he placed a crimson stone upon the desk. Harry instantly recognized it, and held his breath, studying the Philosopher's Stone with rapt attention. Irregular in shape, like a gem carved from coagulated blood, palms-eyed, radiating an eerie, pulsing luminescence wreathed in palpable magical energy. I wonder, if we use this as bait, will his master emerge? Dumbledore mused, uncertain. Emerge? Undoubtedly. But revealing it prematurely risks Voldemort eliminating Quirrell outright. And all our Dumbledore said nothing, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, then fixed his gaze squarely on Harry. Harry shivered involuntarily. What do you intend? Dumbledore offered a faint sheepish smile, then abruptly changed tack. Your flying skills seem quite exceptional, don't they? Harry sensed foreboding. Just tell me, what's your plan? Voldemort has at least 2 objectives within this school. One is the stone. The other is... Dumbledore studied Harry gravely. Harry's lips twitched. What exactly do you want me to do? Give him an opening to strike it? Harry leaned back, crossed one leg over the other, and tapped his fingers rhythmically on the armrest. Headmaster Dumbledore, may I consider this a formal commission? If you wish, it certainly qualifies as such. Understand, though, it carries grave peril. I can guarantee your safety, but should you decline, I'll devise a safer alternative. Dumbledore spoke with quiet, unwavering sincerity. Harry chuckled softly, extending his hand to summon his wizard's practical guide. He flipped through the pages rapidly, pulling out a sheet of paper covered in writing, then placed it on the desk and slid it toward Dumbledore. I accept this commission. This is the contract. Please take a look, Headmaster. If there are no issues, kindly leave your magical signature as a mark of agreement. Harry's movements were remarkably deft, as if he had performed them countless times before. This was a habit cultivated after completing numerous commissions. First, secure a contract no matter what, just to avoid anyone backing out. Dumbledore glanced curiously at the book in Harry's hand, then picked up the sheet from the desk and examined it closely. The paper clearly outlined the terms to be observed by both the client and the contractor, along with the payment required. Dumbledore winced slightly at the compensation column, which distinctly stated 500 gold galleons. Harry, no bargaining, headmaster. After all, I'm risking my life. Harry cut him off precisely. Very well, very well. Dumbledore drew his wand and left his mark on the paper. Harry cheerfully retrieved the commission form, satisfied with the signature that appeared on it. He tucked the form back into the wizard's practical guide before turning to Dumbledore. So what's the plan? What do I need to do? Dumbledore calculated his finances, somewhat ruefully pondering where to scrape together a sum to pay Harry. I want you to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. I've seen your flying. It's quite skilled, isn't it? But aren't first years forbidden from bringing brooms? Besides, is it that easy to join the team? They've already trained and played a match, haven't they? Can a mid-season recruit really play? Once Dumbledore finished speaking, Harry grasped his plan. Harry rarely moved alone outside his usual haunts, the library, dormitory, and classrooms. To give Quirrell a target, an opportunity had to be created. Harry couldn't easily alter his routine, so a chance had to be manufactured. What better opportunity than a Quidditch match? In the school there truly was none. During a Quidditch game, with so many eyes around, Quirrell could seize the moment to strike Harry. If Harry's position were that of a keeper or seeker isolated from the other players, that would be even more perfect. He'll arrange an opportunity for you. You'll showcase your flying skills before everyone. He'll ensure Professor McGonagall witnesses your performance. She won't let it pass. After all, Gryffindor has been lacking a suitable seeker for a long time, Dumbledore said. Harry snorted coldly. You've had this planned all along, haven't you? If I hadn't been discovered with a new identity at the start of term, I'd already be on the Quidditch team by now, right? Dumbledore rubbed his nose. Don't put it that way. I'm discussing it with you now, aren't I? Fine, since we've signed the contract, I won't say more. Please inform me of the plan, headmaster, and I'll cooperate. Of course, if you keep things hidden and I fail to act in time, that's not my concern. Harry offered a false smile. Dumbledore smiled, not bothering to address Harry's sarcasm. He simply outlined his plan, even specifying exactly when Harry should act. This made Harry somewhat admire Dumbledore. According to his arrangement, even without prior knowledge, Harry would have rushed in on his own accord. Truly, it was meticulously calculated. With everything clarified, Harry didn't linger. He turned and left the headmaster's office. His hand slipped into his bag, stroking the broomstick handle inside, feeling troubled. After a century of upgrades, flying brooms were nothing like the old ones. Had heard the latest model was the Nimbus 2000. He wondered if his antiquated broom could keep up with the speed of modern ones. But for now he had no other choice. He'd take it one step at a time. According to Dumbledore's plan, a suitable broom would surely be available when the time came. Harry stood in the corridor, gazing outside. The sun still hung high in the sky, its rays dazzling despite the winter season. At this hour, if he hurried, he could still make it for lunch. Harry rushed toward the Great Hall, but ran into Hermione and the others along the way. Even Draco was among them, without Crabbe and Goyle. Where are you going? Where have you been? Harry and Hermione asked in unison. Harry smiled. I went to the headmaster's office. What about you? We were heading to the Gryffindor common room to find you. I brought your lunch along with your potion. Hermione said, taking off her backpack and pulling out a familiar lunchbox and a potion bottle wrapped securely in a handkerchief. Harry thanked her, took the lunchbox, and sat down on a chair by the window. He drank the potion first, then immediately opened the lunchbox and began to eat. This lunchbox was one Hermione's mother had used to pack food before boarding the train. It wasn't very large, and though Hermione had stuffed it full, it wasn't enough to satisfy Harry's current appetite. Harry rubbed his stomach, eyeing the empty lunchbox and swallowing hard. The midday potion was fine in every way except for the gnawing hunger that came when he couldn't eat his fill. Unexpectedly, Ron and Neville also pulled out packed food from their pockets, and even Draco produced a pretty bag of biscuits. With his friend's support, Harry accepted everything and finally filled his stomach. I'm alive again. Harry belched contentedly. What did you need me for? Hermione cleaned the lunchbox with a practiced wave of magic. Have you forgotten? It's Friday. Friday. Harry was puzzled at first, then quickly realized, slapping his forehead. Oh dear. I almost forgot. The potion's side effects have been making me forgetful lately. Sorry. It's all right. Where are we going next? Hermione said, putting away the lunchbox. Malfoy overheard Ron and insisted on joining. Do you agree? Of course, Harry said with a grin. Ron muttered under his breath. He didn't want to be in a club with Draco, but since Harry had agreed, there was nothing he could do. Besides, it was his own loud voice that had caught Draco's attention. He had no one to blame. Harry stood up, ignoring Ron, and led the group upstairs. Come on, I'll take you to my secret base. Ron immediately forgot his displeasure with Draco and began chattering endlessly, asking Harry about the secret base. Hermione firmly silenced Ron, telling him not to talk so much lest they attract even more people before they arrived. Ron clamped his mouth shut, not daring to make a sound. They climbed to the 8th floor and walked to the end of the corridor. Harry stopped in front of the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy and said, It's here. The others looked bewildered, exchanging glances as they followed Harry's gaze to the tapestry. Was there a secret passage behind? Ron even stepped forward, running his hands over the tapestry inch by inch, provoking the troll on it to swing its club at him, relentlessly ignoring Barnabas entirely. This show of familiarity fooled Hermione and the others who crowded around to join him. Ron declared confidently, "Fred and George told me. They said if you're diligent enough you'll find secret passages behind these tapestries and paintings. Some even lead to Hogsmeade." Hearing this, they searched even more meticulously for any irregularities on the tapestry, even rubbing and picking at stains left by years of hanging. What if one of them was a mechanism? After Harry had paced back and forth 3 times and opened the door to the room of requirement, he realized no one had followed. He looked back in confusion and couldn't help but laugh. "What are you doing? The door's already open." The others, practically glued to the tapestry, turned around in bewilderment. Opposite the tapestry, an ordinary double wooden door had appeared on the wall with Harry standing before it, one hand on the handle. Draco quickly moved away from the tapestry, dusted off his non-existent dirt, and coughed lightly into his fist. "Nothing, we were just studying this tapestry. I recall the history of magic mentioning this story." Yes, that's right." Ron quickly agreed, setting aside his grudge against Draco's Slytherin affiliation to get past the awkward. Hermione snorted. "I believe Malfoy remembers something from History of Magic, but Ron, have you ever even opened your textbook?" I have." Ron's face flushed bright red, nearly matching his hair. All right, hurry up. Do you want to waste more time?" Harry had to interrupt, or Hermione and Ron would bicker for ages. At Harry's words, they both fell silent and quickly gathered around. "Well then, welcome to Harry Potter's secret base," Harry said with a smile, pushing the door open wide. Beyond the door was a short corridor. Once everyone had entered, Harry went in last and closed the door behind him. The 8th floor corridor fell silent again. The tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy returned to its original state, and the opposite wall stood bare once more. After passing through the short corridor, their eyes were met with a dazzling sight. It was a vast vaulted room with light streaming down from the ceiling like sunlight, yet without any heat. The circular walls were covered in cream-colored wallpaper adorned with elegant patterns. 3 of the walls were lined with shelves full of books, while before one wall stood a potion-making station and a strange loom. In the center of the room was a large long table surrounded by several benches, enough to seat over a dozen people. Against the wall, a marble staircase led to a peculiar circular entrance. Another door stood at the far end of the room, but both were closed. "Wow." Hermione's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the ceiling-high bookshelves, eager to grab a book and start reading. "What is this place? Why hasn't my father ever told me about such a spot in Hogwarts?" Draco admired the decorations throughout the vaulted room, finding them very much to his liking. "This is the room of requirement. If you walk past the 8th floor corridor 3 times thinking of what you need, it will become that room. But only those in desperate need can find it. When you try to recall it later, if you can't remember your original intent, you can't return to that specific room. That's why it's often forgotten," Harry explained. "So did you decorate this?" Draco asked, thoughtfully eyeing the potion-making station, which was a century-old style. Modern stations were quite different. Harry smiled, impressed by Draco's keen observation. "Yes." Draco shot Harry a penetrating look, but said nothing. "Should we read first, or do something else?" Hermione had somehow already grabbed a thick book and was hugging it, staring at Harry with burning intensity. "We don't have much time, so let's learn some magic first. These books can't be taken out. He'll tell you the password later, and you can come read on your own time," Harry said. Hermione reluctantly stuffed the book back onto the shelf, looking forlorn. "This doesn't seem like a good place to practice magic, does it?" Draco asked, surveying the library-like circular room. Harry nodded. "Of course not. It's here." With that, Harry pushed open the door at the far end of the room, revealing what lay beyond. It was an outdoor lawn. Blue sky, white clouds, a vast expanse of fragrant grass, a babbling brook, and even a hazy mountain peak in the distance. "Where is this?" Ron exclaimed, already stepping onto the grass. The soft texture and the tickling sensation of blades against his ankles confirmed it was real. Neville dashed to a rocky wall, dug into the soil with his hands, and unearthed a sprig of mallow. "There are herbs here. This is really growing here." Neville was astonished. "Is this outside Hogwarts? Is it the Forbidden Forest?" Ron grew excited. Harry shook his head. "We're still in Hogwarts. As for why it looks like this, I can only say it's magical." "Wow!" they all exclaimed in unison, then scattered to explore everything on the lawn. Harry paid them no mind, and Diddy's family served as house elves for the room of requirement. He could handle everything here. Soon a flat area near the riverbank was cleared, enclosed with wooden fencing. Inside stood several human-shaped magical targets with chairs placed farthest from the targets and a small table set up. After everything was arranged, Diddy looked at Harry as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. He snapped his fingers and vanished. Harry pursed his lips slightly. It seemed the trip to the Forbidden Forest would have to be expedited, not only to find compensation for Snape, but also to introduce some magical creatures here, lest Diddy spend his days idling about with nothing to do. He just wondered if, now that the Ashwinder gang was gone, there were any magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest still in need of rescue. If not, he would have to venture to a dark wizard gathering to save a batch. "Stop playing. Come here. We're here for serious business." Harry called out loudly to the few who had already scattered. They quickly gathered around him, and upon looking at the open space before them, let out exclamations of amazement once more. Harry pushed open the wooden fence gate, which was really just a plank, and led the group to the seats. He took out parchment and a quill from his bag, placed them on the table, and told them all to sit down. You can write down whatever spells you want to learn on the paper, and he'll pick the ones with the most overlap to teach you, Harry said. He had no intention of preparing lessons like the professors. Let them choose what interested them. That would be the fastest way to learn. Draco quickly grabbed a piece of paper, snatched up the quill, and began scribbling furiously. Whether he could learn them or not, he'd write them down first. Seeing Draco's attitude, Hermione and the other two were completely dumbfounded. Hermione, coming from the Muggle world, had little exposure to spells beyond those in textbooks, so her inability to write much was understandable. But Neville and Ron were a bit excessive. They hemmed and hawed for ages without producing a single word, forming a stark contrast with Draco, who was writing away with his head down. Harry couldn't help but slap his forehead. A miscalculation. After a long while, Neville blushed, took a piece of parchment, and hesitantly scribbled something down. Hermione frowned, doodling on the paper. She didn't know the specific spells, but she knew what kind of magic she wanted to learn. If she described it, Harry would surely know the right spell. Thinking this way, Hermione also began to write furiously. Only Ron sat there with a constipated expression, unable to produce a single word for ages, and couldn't resist peeking at what others were writing. After about 10 minutes, Harry called them to stop. He collected everyone's papers, lined them up, and began to examine them. Draco's paper was densely packed with spells. Some had seen before, others had read about in books. From the shield charm and blasting curse down to minor prank spells, it was filled to the brim. Hermione's paper had even more. Not knowing the specific incantations, she could only write down the desired effects in tiny script, which ended up looking even more extensive than Draco's. Neville's paper contained only one spell. Harry frowned at the sight, but said nothing, silently placing the parchment at the bottom. Ron submitted a piece of parchment with only a few ink blots, sitting there dejectedly. He couldn't compare to Hermione, and now not even to Draco, whom he usually clashed with. Ron was thoroughly crushed. Well, only Draco's is quite detailed, and Hermione's is good too. There's some overlap between the two of you. How about we use Draco? Harry asked. No problem, the four replied in unison. Harry put away the others' parchments, keeping only Draco's. He tapped it with his wand, and the writing rearranged itself, ordered according to what Harry deemed necessary. Hermione's eyes widened. This magic seemed so practical. She wanted to learn it too. After organizing the parchment, Harry waved his hand, summoning a wooden-framed blackboard. He pinned the parchment to it, then struck the board firmly. A line of spell text appeared on it. Protego. This spell is very practical. Before learning offensive magic, we must first protect ourselves. This charm can block most hexes. At Hogwarts, and even after graduation, this might be the most commonly used means of self-defense. Of course, if you have protective alchemical gear, that's another matter, but I think no matter how good protective equipment is, it's not as good as knowing how to do it yourself. Saying this, Harry gave Draco a pointed look. The protective items he carried were truly numerous. The Malfoy family certainly lived up to their reputation as one of the oldest wealthy families. I require all of you to learn this spell and use it proficiently. Otherwise, there's no need for you to continue with my lessons here. Harry said sternly, hoping his friends would take this seriously. After all, when used well, this spell could sometimes save lives. Hearing Harry's words, the previously lazy Ron immediately sat up straight. He didn't want to be left behind by his friends. And even less did he want to fall behind Malfoy. Even the always serious Neville couldn't help but frown, struggling to memorize every word Harry said. Harry handed each of them a notebook. Neville took his as if granted a pardon, quickly jotting down notes. Next, Harry began to demonstrate the wand movements and gesture coordination for the shield charm, explaining that once they were skilled enough, they could forego the gestures, but not yet. Once everyone had fully memorized the casting points and gestures, Harry walked over to the humanoid targets with his wand. Now I'll demonstrate for you. Harry raised his wand. The next moment, the humanoid targets each produced wand-like sticks and began moving, randomly firing sparks of various colors at Harry. Harry stood still, reciting the incantation in slow motion with the accompanying gestures. He blocked every spark, even those from behind, perfectly. The sparks exploded against the semi-transparent shield into colorful fireworks, looking brilliant and magnificent. After only 5 minutes of demonstration, Harry stopped still, spotless, and not even out of breath. Draco wished he could be as capable. This was the wizard he admired, powerful, confident, and yet graceful. For now, start practicing. First, successfully cast the shield charm. Once you're proficient enough, I'll assign you a dummy. Only when you can handle 5 dummies and get hit by fewer than 2 sparks will I move on to teaching the next spell. Harry said, of course, besides using the shield charm, if your body is agile enough to dodge the sparks, I'll count that as a success. You know, when wizards duel, they don't just stand there shooting spells at each other. Physical training shouldn't be neglected either. Sometimes being a step faster might help you avoid a few curses. Neville's eyes lit up. He thought he could give it a try. He might fall behind the others in learning spells, but he had some strength. He wasn't afraid of hard work and could combine the two approaches. Harry had the four spread out in a circle and begin practicing the shield. Draco was the first to succeed, immediately excited and wanting to request a dummy to try it out. Harry gave a non-committal response. He summoned a dummy, set it to the slowest speed, and had Draco remove all his protective gear and set it aside before starting the small test. Hermione and the others practiced while keeping an eye on the scene. Draco, who thought he had succeeded, couldn't block even a single spark. His body was immediately struck by sparks of various colors, leaving multicolored marks. He was deeply dejected, looking down at his wand. He had succeeded just now. This is the result of not being skilled enough, understand? Harry said softly. We're all the same. Learning a spell isn't hard. Oh, what's hard is applying what you've learned in practice. When professors make us practice repeatedly in class, it's for this reason. Succeeding once doesn't mean anything. Succeeding every time is what truly counts as learning. Draco nodded silently and began waving his wand continuously, barriers appearing and disappearing one after another. With Draco's mistake as a cautionary example, the other three behaved themselves. They were happy when they successfully cast the shield charm, but immediately resumed practicing without pause. Harry was very satisfied with his friend's diligence and constantly guided them with his own experience. They practiced until around 4 in the afternoon. Hermione, Ron, and Draco were all lying directly on the ground, exhausted, not caring that they were covered in dust. Only Neville, drenched in sweat, continued practicing tirelessly. He was already very proficient executing the gestures and wand movements with meticulous precision. Even Draco had to admit that the Longbottom he usually looked down upon the most was a remarkable person. After a short rest, Harry called everyone up. He told Neville to take a quick break, then summoned the dummy that had died Draco, and had them line up for practical exercises. Draco charged ahead, standing first in front of the dummy. He had long wanted to redeem himself. Harry controlled the dummy, firing sparks from slow to fast. Draco had finally learned his lesson. After practicing the shield charm all afternoon, he had a firm grasp of his casting speed and the spell's activation time, and not a single spark hit him. Before he could celebrate, Harry adjusted the speed, increasing the frequency of the sparks. Draco's expression changed, and he began to struggle. However, within 2 minutes he adapted again, getting hit only once. When he was fully used to that frequency, Harry became relentless, alternating between fast and slow. Draco could no longer stand still. He had to twist his body to dodge, ending up covered in dirt. Fortunately, he wasn't hit again. After a few minutes, Harry stopped the dummy. Draco plopped to the ground, panting heavily. His usually neatly combed hair was soaked with sweat, hanging in strands. Strangely, it looked much better than his previous hairstyle. Harry couldn't help but say so, causing Draco to nervously summon a water mirror to check his appearance, letting out a sharp shriek. Rubbing his ears, Harry looked at the remaining 3. Next, Hermione stepped forward immediately. She handled the first 2 stages perfectly, but when it came to the random stage, she was overwhelmed, tumbling and dodging without any chance to cast spells. Harry had to pause and explain things to Hermione before letting Ron step up. As for Ron, how to put it? He handled every stage, well, even the random stage that had stumped Hermione. But his spell was sometimes unreliable. If not for his quick reflexes and dodging, he would have been peppered with sparks. Finally, Neville. He was terrifyingly steady. Though his casting speed and reactions were slower than the others, he had a good sense of his spell's timing. Sometimes he could even use one spell to block 2 sparks. However, in the end, he still suffered from slow reactions and was hit several times. Good, that's enough for today. Let's clean ourselves up. It's almost dinner time. Harry clapped his hands. I'm very pleased with everyone's progress today. You've all met the expected goals. You can practice on your own this week. Next Friday, we'll meet after lunch on the 8th floor. If anyone can't make it, let me know in advance. Next week the dummies will be increased to 2, so don't slack off. Understood, Neville said with a resolute expression. With Harry's hints, he already knew his weaknesses and strengths. Next week, he wouldn't end up like this. Draco was still fussing with his hair and robes, his brows deeply furrowed. Are you sure letting my hair down looks better? Harry nodded decisively. Of course. That slick back style must use a lot of hair gel, and using too much can cause hair. Draco's face filled with horror. Really? Why didn't anyone tell me? Harry shrugged and pursed his lips. Who knew? Hey Ron, come here a moment. Harry pulled Hermione up from the ground, used magic to remove the spark marks from her, and called out to Ron, who was lying motionless on the floor. Can I borrow your wand for a look? Harry asked. Ron casually handed it over. Here, it's Charlie's old wand. My family doesn't have the money to buy me a new one. By the end, Ron's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. Harry took the wand and examined it. It was ashwood, quite worn, with the tip almost exposing the unicorn hair inside. You need to replace your wand. This one doesn't suit you, and it's too old. That's why your magic is sometimes unreliable, Harry said. How about this? Are you going home for Christmas? Probably not. Mom and Dad already said they're going to Rome this year to see Charlie, Ron said. Harry nodded. Then go see Professor McGonagall and explain the situation. Ask her to take you to buy a new wand. But I don't have any money, Ron said, his face reddening as if bleeding, his voice growing even softer. Harry smiled. Would you be willing to prepay your Christmas gifts for the next 7 years? Ron looked up sharply at Harry. You mean it? Really? That's a lot of money. Not far away, Draco snorted softly but was silenced by Harry's stern glare. He could only pout and resume fussing. Yes, it's exactly what you think. You know, I've inherited quite a bit, and I have other sources of income, so it's nothing. But if you want to cash in your Christmas gift early, then I won't be sending you a Christmas present during the school year, Harry said with a smile. Ron nodded frantically. I'm willing. I don't want a gift. If it's really possible I'd trade my gift for a new wand. Then it's settled. Let's go find Professor McGonagall right away. The next 2 days are the weekend, so you might not even have to wait until Harry patted Ron on the shoulder, signaling for them to head to the Great Hall first. He pulled Neville aside, saying, I have some things to discuss with Neville. You go ahead, see you in the Great Hall. Hermione nodded, grabbed Ron, who was itching to ask questions, and strode out. Draco dismissed the water mirror, ran his fingers through his hair, and decided to trust Harry's judgment. He nodded at Harry before following Hermione and Ron out. After the three left, the world fell silent save for the gurgling of the nearby stream. Harry pulled O.W.L.s parchment from his pocket. Are you sure you want to learn the Cruciatus Curse? Neville shuddered violently, immediately lifting his head to look at Harry. Harry simply gazed back at him calmly. The parchment spread before his eyes. On it was a single line of writing so sharp it seemed to pierce through the paper, the Cruciatus Curse. Seeing no trace of disgust or contempt on Harry's face, only calm, Neville lowered his head again. My parents. They were driven mad by this curse. They're still in St. Mungos. They don't recognize me anymore. It was the Death Eaters who did it. Bellatrix Black. I want revenge. Good. Then our goals are the same. Harry folded the parchment and lit it with his wand. The two watched as the parchment burned to ashes, which scattered into the air with a gust of wind, leaving nothing behind. But this curse can corrupt one's mind. I won't teach it to you until you're in your 5th year and have passed my test. Harry brushed the lingering dust from his hands. It's not just you seeking revenge against the Death Eaters. I'm also after Voldemort for revenge. Our goals are aligned. So let's grow stronger together, Harry said. Neville stared fixedly at Harry's calm face, unable to speak for a long time. After what felt like an eternity, sweat dripped from O.W.L.s brow. He nervously clutched at his robes, trying to wipe the moisture from his hands, but to no avail. His palms still felt clammy. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He could only lick his dry lips and try again. His voice came out hoarse, not sounding like his own, startling even himself. Don't you think I'm stupid? You're not stupid at all. Harry couldn't help but smile. How could anyone who masters the shield charm in a single day be stupid? To be honest, very few wizards, even those who've graduated, including ministry officials, can cast it. You're only in your 1st year, and you learned it in a day. That makes you better than many adult wizards. You're just a bit slow to react. Ever since Hermione and the others said they wanted to learn spells from him, Harry had done his research. He couldn't believe how pathetic the current magical world had become. The basic shield charm had become an advanced spell known only to O.W.L.s. Neville swallowed hard, clenched his fists nervously, and when he opened his mouth, tears burst forth. He raised a hand and pressed it firmly over his mouth, pressing so hard he nearly drew blood from his teeth. Stifled sobs filled the air as tears streamed down O.W.L.s face. He struggled to maintain his composure, barely. Harry reached out and steadied him. Stand tall, Neville. We will succeed. No matter how powerful they are, they're still human. They're just people. Why should we fear them? As long as we work hard enough and persevere, we will definitely achieve our goal. When the time comes, killing one is a profit. Killing two is a bonus. No loss. As Harry spoke, his eyes turned fierce. Killing was something he was very familiar with. Not to mention the Acromantulas, Inferi, and other riffraff. He had killed no less than 80 goblins, if not 100. Even among dark wizards, those from the Ashwinder gang had fallen by his hand in no small number. If it came down to it, the number of lives Voldemort had taken might not even rival Harry's. After a long while, Neville managed to stop, sobbing, his eyes swollen into slits. He gripped his wand tightly. It was his father's. He would use his father's wand to avenge them. A faint red light suddenly flickered from the wand, but neither of them noticed. Once Neville had fully calmed down, Harry handed him a piece of ice wrapped in a handkerchief. Neville applied it to his eyes as they walked, hoping to reduce the swelling before they reached the Great Hall. The Great Hall of Hogwarts buzzed with noise. The three who had been practicing spells all afternoon returned to their house table, eagerly grabbing food and eating quickly. Even Draco struggled to maintain his composure, and his new hairstyle made the Slytherins at the table almost think he had been replaced by an imposter. Hermione and Ron had just filled their stomachs when they saw Harry dragging Neville over. They sat down on the bench and began eating without a word. If you didn't eat quickly, the dinner would disappear. Having barely managed to fill his stomach before the food vanished, Harry let out a sigh of relief. He reached for a potion on the table and looked up at the staff table. Professor McGonagall was still there reading a newspaper. Harry quickly called Ron and headed toward her. The two, walking against the flow of students, were soon noticed. Seeing that they were coming for her, McGonagall put down her newspaper, stepped away from her seat, and waited for them by the staff table. Professor McGonagall, do you have a moment? Would like to ask for your help with something, Harry said. McGonagall looked at them sternly, then nodded. All right, follow me. With that, she turned and walked toward a small door beside the staff table. Harry and Ron quickly followed. Entering the small room, they found it dimly lit, by only a few candles. It's like this, Professor McGonagall. Harry began explaining, then had Ron show his wand. That's the situation. After explaining, Harry pulled a small money pouch from his pocket containing 7 gold galleons he had prepared earlier. I remember Ollivanders offers a new student discount, right? Ron hasn't bought a new wand yet, so the discount should still apply, shouldn't it? Harry asked with a smile. If not, then Ron will have to go a few more years without Christmas presents. Hearing this, even Professor McGonagall couldn't help but smile. Rest assured, Mr. Potter, Ollivanders' new student discount is still in effect. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I happen to be going to Diagon Alley. Be at my office at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Mr. Weasley. Is that acceptable? Ron nodded, frantically afraid that a moment's hesitation would mean rejection. Very well, leave it to me. If all goes well, you'll see Mr. Weasley's new wand tomorrow afternoon. Professor McGonagall said, taking the money pouch from Harry and signaling they could leave. Harry led the ecstatic Ron out of the small room. The hall was mostly empty now, and even the energetic Ron was starting to feel sleepy. Seeing this, Harry didn't linger and headed straight for the Gryffindor common room. After a good night's sleep, Harry woke to find O.W.L.s bed across from him already empty. Checking the time, he slapped the still dreaming Ron awake, urging him to get ready quickly and find Professor McGonagall, lest he be late and left behind. Harry stood by the window and saw a tiny figure jogging slowly along the edge of the Black Lake. Most people were still asleep, so it was likely Neville. Harry sighed softly, took out his Practical Guide to Wizardry, and found an Auror training guide written by Professor Sharp. He made a copy and placed it on O.W.L.s bed, weighing it down so it wouldn't be mistaken for rubbish. After washing up, Harry went to the Great Hall for breakfast, reminding Ron that time was running out and had missed breakfast if he didn't hurry. Having eaten some bread and scrambled eggs, Harry drank his morning potion, then sat at an empty spot and took out his homework to write, quietly waiting for the side effects to wear off. Based on past experience, it would take about an hour or so. Ron grabbed a few slices of bread, didn't even bother with jam, and dashed out as if being chased by a ghost. Harry glanced at the time. It was only 10 minutes to 9. He shook his head helplessly. He had reminded him he'd have to find time to help Ron break this habit. Unaware of this, Ron arrived breathless at Professor McGonagall's office door. He stuffed the bread into his mouth in 3 bites. Professor McGonagall opened the door immediately, let him into the office, and led him to the fireplace to use the Floo network to Diagon Alley. Ron's face turned a bit green. He regretted eating those slices of bread. Leaving aside the chaos on Ron's end in the Great Hall, Harry tested his numb mouth with a handkerchief. It had mostly recovered. He beckoned Hedwig, who had been waiting for a while, and handed her a note he had written earlier. Take this to Headmaster Dumbledore, will you? Hedwig gently nipped Harry's finger, took the piece of jerky he offered, spread her wings, and flew off. Soon a flash of fire appeared, and a note with singed edges materialized beside Harry. He opened it, read it with satisfaction, folded it, and headed out of the castle. Finding a secluded corner, Harry took out his old broom, mounted it, and flew toward the Forbidden Forest. With clear purpose, Harry soon located an acromantula nest. He killed a few with ease, collected 7 or 8 vials of venom, and decided it was enough, preparing to leave. Just then a rustling sound came from a nearby bush. Harry immediately concealed himself, pointing his wand at the source of the noise. A moment later, a golden unicorn stumbled out of the bushes, its pure eyes curiously surveying its surroundings, letting out a young, innocent cry. Harry let out a breath of relief and stepped out from behind the tree. The golden unicorn foal was startled at the sight of Harry, turned to flee, but stumbled headfirst into a bush and got stuck. Shoo shoo. Easy, dear, don't be afraid. Shoo. Harry stood still, clearing his mind of all thoughts, gazing sincerely at the unicorn foal, a honey candy resting in his palm. The unicorn foal stopped struggling, turned to look at Harry cautiously, and after a long hesitation tentatively approached. It lowered its head and ate the honey candy from Harry's palm, then let out a soft, juvenile snort of delight, which brought a fond, almost maternal smile to Harry's face. He carefully reached out and stroked the foal's smooth back. Little one, where are your parents? This area isn't safe for you. There are acromantulas here, very dangerous. How about I take you to find your parents? Harry whispered to the unicorn foal. The unicorn foal looked at Harry for a moment, then nodded. Harry picked up the foal, which was no bigger than a lamb, fashioned a cloth sling from leaves, and secured it on his back. Then he mounted his broom and flew slowly in the direction the foal had come from. After flying for about 10 minutes, Harry suddenly halted among the treetops. There was someone down there. He immediately cast a disillusionment charm on himself, the foal, and the broom. Harry crept closer silently and witnessed a horrifying scene. A hooded figure was bent over the neck of a unicorn lying on the ground, drinking its blood in great gulps. Not far away, the mournful cries of another unicorn could be heard. Harry's hair stood on end. Someone dared to hunt unicorns within Hogwarts. In an instant, Harry knew exactly who it was below. The unicorn foal couldn't contain itself and let out a plaintive cry. The figure on the ground immediately looked up, revealing a face covered in silvery blood. It was indeed Quirrell. Harry swiftly descended toward the ground. The treetop he had just left was immediately struck by a curse and began to smoke. He hit the ground, rolled away, and took cover behind a large boulder. He set the unicorn foal down, cast a Protego Totalum around it for protection, and then dashed off in another direction. Along the way, he managed to fire a few curses at Quirrell, but with the movement and the trees in the way, his aim wasn't very accurate. Still, he had managed to draw Quirrell's attention. Harry breathed a slight sigh of relief, found another hiding spot, and kept firing curses. Quirrell could only see a vague shadow, and couldn't tell who it was. Judging by the relentless curses, he was certain it wasn't a... Panicked by this thought, Quirrell blocked a few spells haphazardly, then turned into a plume of black smoke and vanished quickly. Harry narrowed his eyes, but didn't pursue. He waited a moment to confirm Quirrell had fled, then rushed to the side of the fallen unicorn. After a careful examination, Harry sorrowfully closed the unicorn's eyes. He dug a deep pit in the clearing, placed the unicorn inside, summoned earth to cover it, and scattered a few handfuls of moonflower seeds over the grave. Only then did he return to the boulder to retrieve the foal. It seemed that the deceased unicorn was the parent of this little creature. Harry watched as the unicorn cub wandered in front of the freshly filled grave, shedding large tears. Sighing, Harry placed it back into the cloth pouch and walked towards the source of the mournful cry. A few minutes later, Harry spotted another unicorn lying in a patch of grass, its wounds so severe that bones were visible. It was crying out in despair, its long legs straining to stand only to collapse time and again. Harry revealed himself, causing the unicorn to emit a wary whinny. Standing still, Harry set the unicorn cub down, watching it stumble towards the fallen unicorn, tears streaming down its face as it gently licked its wounds. The injured unicorn, upon seeing the cub beside it, immediately relaxed its guard and looked at Harry with soft eyes. Harry approached to examine its wounds, pulling out various healing potions from his satchel, pouring them liberally onto the injuries. Only when he saw the wounds beginning to heal did he let out a sigh of relief. After giving the unicorn a bottle of blood-replenishing potion, Harry hesitated and asked, "Are you willing to come with me? I have a place where you can heal in peace. It will return, and it may not be safe for you to stay with the cub." The unicorn attempted to rise, but its wounds reopened, causing it to fall again. Harry quickly cast a spell to treat the injuries, watching it with concern. After a while, the wounds had superficially healed, but Harry knew that this was merely a temporary fix. If it exerted itself again, the injuries could reopen. The unicorn finally nodded at Harry, prompting him to smile. He hissed a few words to the satchel, which transformed into a bag that swiftly enveloped the unicorn and its cub. Harry strapped on the bag, retrieved the broomstick he had left aside, and flew quickly towards Hogwarts. Once out of the Forbidden Forest, Harry cleaned himself up and hurried towards the castle. Passing the Great Hall, he realized it was lunchtime, but there was no time to eat. He grabbed the potion bottles and raced to the 8th floor. Bursting in front of the room of requirement, he dashed back and forth before opening the door. Without glancing sideways, he rushed to the inner patch of grass and quickly released the unicorn from the bag. The large and small unicorns looked around in confusion and did not sense any danger. Both appeared quite pleased. The injured unicorn was unable to move for the time being, so Harry chose a spot not far from the creek in a hollow separated by large rocks where it wouldn't rain, eliminating the need for a shelter. He asked Dee to bring some soft straw to lay on the ground, marking the end of the day. Dee was very happy to see the two unicorns running back and forth to prepare their temporary residence. Harry rubbed his growling stomach, saying, "Dee, go get some food and bring it here quickly and make sure there's plenty." "No problem, sir. He'll be right back," Dee replied excitedly before vanishing. Harry opened a potion bottle, drank it, and conjured a set of tables and chairs sitting at the edge of the unicorn nest. What could be more beautiful than watching unicorns while enjoying a meal? As the potion began to take effect, Dee returned. However, Harry couldn't help but feel amused at the food Dee brought, which was all magical creature feed. It was a variety of flavors and types of feed for different age groups. "Dee, I want regular food for myself. Can you hurry and bring it?" Harry asked helplessly. Dee placed the magical creature feed on the ground, looking a bit sheepish, and prepared to dash into the stone wall, but Harry quickly grabbed the tea towel to stop him. "Just hurry, and try to bring more." Dee immediately disappeared, leaving Harry silently staring at the magical creature feed. Should he try it? He heard that humans could eat this too. Fortunately, he didn't linger on that thought for long. Hunger gnawed at him, and Harry finally received his lunch. The table Harry conjured was almost too small, so he expanded it to accommodate all the food. With no one else around, Harry began to devour the food, which finally soothed his stomach that had begun to ache from hunger. As he finished eating, Harry slowed down, watching Dee care for the unicorns, providing them with food and drink, fluffing the straw, and using house elf magic to check their health, making a list of necessary potions. Once Harry finished eating, the list was handed to him. After glancing at the required potions Dee had listed, Harry sighed in relief. None of them were particularly rare and could be easily ordered from the potion shop. He immediately wrote a letter for the order and handed the list to Dee, asking him to find an owl to send it out. Approaching the unicorn lying on the straw, Harry cautiously extended his hand. The unicorn gently placed its head under Harry's hand, causing Harry to smile uncontrollably. "You're safe here, and you can receive treatment without worry. Dee will take good care of you. If you want to return, once you recover, Dee will take you back, so there's no need to worry." Harry spoke softly. The unicorn gazed at him tenderly, filling Harry with a warm sense of joy in his heart. After a while, the unicorn indicated for Harry to look at its tail. Harry took a moment to understand what the unicorn meant, and quickly, the unicorn swished its tail, dropping a strand of its tail hair. Harry turned around joyfully. Is this for me? Yes, the unicorn nodded. Harry approached carefully, picking up the strand of hair, which was a valuable item. This single strand not only provided treatment and lodging for the two unicorns, but could also earn Harry some profit. Beaming with gratitude, Harry thanked the unicorn and carefully stored the strand of unicorn hair after briefly processing it. If not preserved properly, its magical elements would slowly fade, turning it into ordinary hair, albeit a bit more beautiful. Fortunately, Harry knew how to handle such materials. With no items on hand, he performed simple magical processing for now, while the rest of the steps would have to wait. However, even so, he could sell it for a good price. Just as he finished storing the unicorn's tail hair, Harry saw the unicorn kicking its legs vigorously, trying to stand up. Alarmed, Harry rushed to stop it, saying, No, don't get up yet. Your wounds aren't fully healed. If you stand up again, the injuries will reopen. Unfortunately, Harry's attempts to stop it were futile. He dared not use too much force, and could only watch helplessly as the unicorn tore open a wound on one of its legs. Harry, wand in hand, and filled with concern, was about to treat the unicorn, but was caught by the sleeve, causing him to stumble and miss. After a moment, Harry finally understood the unicorn's intention. It was offering him some of its blood. The unicorn willingly donated. Harry was so excited that his hands trembled. He hurriedly took out a small crystal vial, holding it to the unicorn's small wound. The previously bloodless injury began to ooze a bit of blood, not much, but enough to fill the vial the size of his fingertip. After sealing the vial, Harry quickly treated the unicorn's wound. This time the unicorn did not resist, and the small wound soon vanished. Only then did Harry put away the precious blood, looking at the unicorn with deep gratitude. Thank you. The unicorn quietly lay back down, no longer paying attention to Harry. He understood that this meant the unicorn felt they were even. Harry was not surprised by this. He reached out tentatively, and the unicorn slightly shifted, not completely rejecting Harry's touch. That was already a good sign. Harry was not greedy. He thought that in a few years, when he grew older, he might not be able to touch a unicorn at all. Fortunately, the little unicorn did not reject him. After playing with the little unicorn for a while, Harry reluctantly left. Returning to the 8th floor corridor, Harry savored the moment before heading to the headmaster's office. He needed to inform Dumbledore about Quirrell hunting unicorns. He had to think of a way to protect the other unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. After explaining the situation, Harry did not linger and went straight back to the Gryffindor common room. After an eventful morning and afternoon, all he wanted now was to rest. Entering the Gryffindor common room through the circular entrance, Harry saw Ron and the others sitting in their usual corner, Ron excitedly boasting about his new wand. 14 inches. Made of willow. With a unicorn hair core. Look at this. The flexibility is incredible. Ron hurriedly introduced it as soon as he saw Harry. Hermione rolled her eyes nearby. Ever since Ron returned after lunch, he had been non-stop bragging about his new wand, and she could recite his lines by heart. Seeing Ron's demeanor, Harry couldn't help but pour cold water on his excitement. Now that you have a suitable wand, I suppose you won't be dodging sparks at the next gathering, right? Ron suddenly choked his face, losing all the joy, turning into a look of despair. Harry didn't give him a chance to complain. After greeting Hermione and Neville, he turned and went back to the dormitory. He needed to wash up. He was covered in either blood or dirt. Although he had cleaned himself up, it felt much better to wash with water. Before Ron could speak to Hermione, she quickly packed her things, saying, I'm heading to the library. You should practice while you have the chance. Don't actually let Malfoy surpass you, or Harry will give up on you. Ron shouted angrily, ruffling his hair and taking his wand to find an empty classroom to practice. After washing himself from head to toe, Harry dried his hair and returned to his bed, first taking out the vial of blood and placing it carefully aside. It was a rare item that could be used for enchanting runes or brewing potions, yielding incredible results. Harry had never considered using it himself, as he knew his skills were slightly better than the average wizard, but far from a professional. He decided to trade it to Snape, agreeing that Snape could keep half of the finished product while he provided the skills and materials, making it a perfect arrangement. Of course, if it came down to it, Harry felt that 1/3 would also be acceptable. He took out the simply processed unicorn hair and examined it again before returning it to the bag. He picked up a piece of parchment to write to Ollivander, as the demand for such items was high, and he would surely get a good price. He opened the bag to check the giant's materials and the venom of the A-type giant spider. Harry decided to call it a day. After dinner, he would take all of these items to Snape, as he had no intention of touching them himself. He had just finished bathing. He didn't want to be tainted by any strange odors. Collapsing onto the bed, Harry took off his glasses and placed them on the bedside table. He waved his wand, lowering the bed curtains, which immediately darkened the room. Harry yawned and turned over, falling asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Harry woke up feeling groggy. Rubbing his eyes, he found his glasses and put them on, pulling back the curtains to look outside. The sunset had painted half of the sky red, and he could vaguely hear the noise of the common room coming from the dormitory door. Harry yawned widely and stretched, getting up from bed to find a clean set of clothes. He tried to comb his hair a bit before heading out. Blending into the crowd, he scanned the area, but did not see Hermione and the others. Harry decisively exited the common room, heading straight to the Great Hall. Upon arriving, he found his friends sitting on the benches looking exhausted as they awaited dinner. "What happened to you?" Harry asked, puzzled. Ron was more than willing to explain. "Don't even mention it. I found an empty classroom to practice the shield charm, but Peeves discovered me and kept throwing things at me. Fortunately, I had the shield charm to block it. I barely escaped and ran into Hermione, who just complained. She dragged Neville and me to find Peeves, and we spent the afternoon dodging things he threw at us and getting hit." "Peeves' antics are a convenient way to practice with dummies," Hermione replied, unfazed, as she flipped through her book. "We can't operate the dummies over on the 8th floor, and Peeves is so accommodating, helping you practice magic. What more could you ask for?" Neville stared blankly at his empty plate, not wanting to say a word. "Well, fair enough. You two keep at it." Harry's lips twitched. Hermione was indeed resourceful. As they spoke, dinner suddenly appeared on the long table. Neville's eyes lit up as he swiftly grabbed a chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth, quickly reaching for another. He was starving. Hermione and Ron weren't faring much better, eating like they were starving, though Hermione's movements were slightly more refined. Harry also took some of his favorite food and began to eat, glancing up at the professor's table, surprised to see Dumbledore sitting in his usual spot with Quirrell at the far end. However, Quirrell now looked unusually pale, distractedly slicing the steak on his plate, his eyes darting towards the other professor. Harry chuckled to himself, lowering his head to eat his dinner. It seemed he truly hadn't realized who attacked him in the Forbidden Forest, instead directing all his suspicions toward the professors. This was certainly for the best. After finishing dinner, Harry grabbed the customary potion bottle that appeared beside his plate. He cast another glance toward the staff table. Snape was no longer in his seat. Harry said a quick goodbye to Ron, who was still eating voraciously, and turned to leave. Exiting the Great Hall, he descended the stairs, and with practiced ease stood outside Snape's office. Harry hissed softly in Parseltongue to the Medusa portrait on the door, "Is Professor Snape in?" The Medusa's eyes gleamed. "You speak Parseltongue? Great heavens. He is. Shall I open the door for you?" "No need. He'll knock myself," Harry declined hastily. Snape already disliked him. I entering without knocking would get him skinned alive. "Very well, Parselmouth. Do come visit me if you have time." The Medusa said, a hint of regret in her voice, before perking up with renewed interest. Harry tilted his head in confusion. "Why, I long for conversation. Professor Snape is dreadfully dull. He never speaks a single word to me," the Medusa portrait complained. Harry twitched the corner of his mouth. "That must be quite trying for you. You could talk to others, you know." "I only enjoy conversing with Parselmouths," the Medusa hissed, even winking at Harry. He averted his gaze, raised his hand, and knocked 3 times on the door, refusing to look at her anymore. The door swung open to reveal Snape, a dark silhouette, standing in the doorway, gazing down at Harry with cold indifference. "I've come to deliver a gift, Professor," Harry said. Snape's fingers tightened, and he nearly slammed the door shut on the spot. Harry quickly reached out to brace it. "Blood voluntarily given by a unicorn." Snape's hand froze. His eyes narrowed, scanning Harry from head to toe, as if searching for any trace of a lie. After a long moment, when Harry's arms had begun to ache, Snape finally released the door and stepped aside. Harry quickly murmured his thanks, withdrew his hand, and entered Snape's office. He walked straight to the sofa, sat down, and began arranging the items he had prepared on the coffee table. Snape remained silent, picking up the most conspicuous crystal vial to inspect its contents. Only after confirming its authenticity did he speak. "The price. Half of the finished product," Harry demanded. "Impossible. 1/3. Snape said nothing more. He simply took the crystal vial, turned, and carefully stored it away before returning to stand in silence. Harry pushed the other items on the table forward. "This is supplementary payment. As for those nutrient potions from before, it would be better if the side effects were less pronounced." Snape let out a derisive snort, but said nothing. Harry shrugged, decided not to press further, stood up, and headed for the door. Just as he was about to step out, Snape's voice drifted over, low and spectral. 2 weeks remain." Harry paused, nodded, and left without another word. Upon returning to the common room, Harry was intercepted by the twins. "Heard you bought Ron a new wand. Said he traded 7 years of Christmas presents for it." Harry nodded. "That's right. Charlie's old wand wasn't a good fit for him. It was affecting him quite a bit." The twins exchanged a glance, their eyes gleaming with avarice as they looked at Harry. "Do you have a lot of money at your disposal?" "Quite a bit, I suppose," Harry replied modestly. He had a favorable impression of the Weasley family, so he didn't mind their probing. "Come over here." The twins each took one of Harry's arms and steered him into a corner. They pulled a heap of bizarre objects from their pockets, laid them before him, and began explaining one after the other. "This is a skiving snack box. Eating one will give you any number of ailments to get you out of class. We're just stuck on a crucial part. And this is a canary cream. Eat it, and you'll turn into a canary. But we're stuck on an important step for this one too. And then, extendable ears. Well, it's just a concept for now. And there's more." Harry stroked his chin. "You're developing prank." The twins high-fived in celebration. "Exactly. Need an investor." The twins' eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes." Harry grinned. "So what share are you willing to give me?" The twins answered as if they had already decided. "Half." "No, that won't do. You have great ideas and good practical skills. Ooh, I believe you can succeed." Half is too much. I don't want to be involved in management, so research, production, and sales are all on you. They'll take just 20%. Harry said. No way. Absolutely not. Fred refused immediately. We can't take advantage of you. George chimed in. If Mum found out, she'd kill us. Watching them hurriedly decline, Harry felt a bit helpless. Everyone else was always trying to get more investment for a smaller share, but with the twins, it was completely the opposite. Isn't the effort you put into research worth money? Isn't the labor you expend on sales worth money? If you open a shop later, you'll have to handle that yourselves. I really do just want to be a pure dividend investor. So 20% is, Harry explained. The twins hesitated, conferred with each other, and finally agreed to Harry's terms. However, they decided each would take only 35%, keeping the remaining 10% in reserve for Harry in case he ever needed it. But they didn't plan to tell Harry about this decision. They'd let him know when the time came. After examining the half-finished products on the table, Harry decided to invest 100 galleons initially. What they needed now wasn't to research products, but to expand their knowledge base. Although the twins' ideas were good, the alchemy and magic they employed were still too crude, almost obvious to anyone. If someone else got their hands on them, their business would be doomed from the start. Harry had the money on him. He filled a cloth pouch with 100 galleons and gave it to them. The twins were so overjoyed they were at a loss for words, immediately planning to write to their father for books on alchemy. Their family had quite a collection. Mentioning this, Harry suddenly thought of Gareth. The twins' personalities were somewhat similar to his, and Gareth was in a way their predecessor. Harry recalled that Gareth was quite skilled in alchemy. Could he introduce the twins to Gareth? Regardless, the twins' research carried a certain degree of danger. With Gareth's supervision, it would be far safer than them studying. At the very least, if they encountered danger, Gareth could send Harry a signal for help. With this in mind, Harry spoke up. You could look for portraits of your ancestors. I read about a Gareth Weasley in a book. He was very skilled in alchemy. You could seek his help. Apparently, he left behind many portraits. Fred looked thoughtful. The old Weasley manor had been abandoned long ago due to lack of funds for repairs, and all the ancestral portraits were at Aunt Muriel's house. But they didn't like Aunt Muriel. She always came to their house for Christmas, so they had hardly ever visited her home. They weren't familiar with this ancestor Gareth. But that was simple enough. Their father Arthur Weasley was on good terms with Aunt Muriel. He could ask her to look for it. With that thought, Fred nodded. He'll ask the family to keep an eye out. If grandfather Gareth, or maybe great-grandfather. Anyway, if he's willing, well, find his portrait. George nodded in agreement. If the Weasley family really had such an ancestor, they could save a lot of time on trial and error. Seeing the twins' eagerness to write letters, Harry tactfully took his leave. He looked around, but didn't see Ron or the others. Just as he was about to head back to the dormitory, the twins stopped him again. We have Quidditch practice tomorrow. Want to come watch? If you like, we could even lend you a broom. After all, the school brooms from flying class are nothing compared to ours. Ours aren't great either, but they're match quality. Harry paused, looking at them suspiciously. Had Dumbledore arranged this? Why else would they invite him now? We're the beaters, and you're Harry Potter. It's fine for you to come watch practice. George said with a grin, then raised his voice to call over to the older students. Can Harry come watch our practice tomorrow? A dark-haired fifth-year boy looked over, sized up Harry, and broke into a cheerful grin. See, he said yes. He's the Quidditch captain. If he says it's fine, then it's definitely fine. Coming? Fred asked, packing up the things on the table. Harry could only nod. They'll be there. What time do you start? After all, his plan with Dumbledore involved going to the Quidditch pitch anyway. The Weasley twins had given him a perfect excuse. 7 o'clock. You can come a bit later since you don't have to train. George couldn't help complaining. Wood treats us like we're not even. Training on a Sunday is bad enough, but we have to get up early. Fred nodded in heartfelt agreement. Even starting at 8 would be fine. Starting at 7 means we have to get up at 6. Their woebegone expressions made Harry laugh. He offered a few half-hearted words of comfort and headed back to the dormitory. As he closed the door, the noise of the common room was cut off, leaving only the faint sounds within. Ron and Neville emerged from the bathroom, yawning and leaning on each other for support. Huh, Harry, you're back. Back, Ron greeted, letting out a long yawn. Yeah, if you're tired, get some rest quickly. I'm going to watch the Gryffindor Quidditch team practice tomorrow morning. Want to come? Harry responded wearily, then asked. They'll pass. I need more practice. I don't know what's wrong, but my wand feels different today. Neville said, stifling a yawn so hard his eyes welled up with tears. Ron perked up, about to say he would go, but upon hearing O.W.L.s words, he swallowed the rest of his sentence. Harry draped his coat over the back of the chair by his bed and looked back in confusion. You what? I'm not going either. We really need to step it up. I don't want to fall behind Malfoy. Ron said, his resolve firm. Harry smiled. All right then. I'll tell you all about the team's practice when I get back. Okay. Neville and Ron answered simultaneously. Then they both started yawning again, mumbled a hasty good night, and collapsed onto their beds asleep. Harry shook his head, went over to pull their bed curtains closed, dimmed the dormitory lights, and then gathered his things to get ready for bed. The next morning, Harry's eyes opened before his alarm went off. He reached over, turned it off, and glanced at it. It was still 5 minutes. Harry sat up, pushing aside his bed curtains, and was surprised to see that Ron's bed was already empty. He looked across the room. O.W.L.s bed was empty too. He slipped on his slippers and walked to the window. In the same spot as yesterday, the small figure had become two. A gratified smile spread across Harry's face. He touched the headband on his forehead. With friends like these, Voldemort was as good as dead. In truth, Harry's scar had long since disappeared. But to avoid causing an uproar, Dumbledore insisted Harry wear the headband every day, even using a transfiguration charm to create a fake scar on his forehead. For this, Dumbledore had even sacrificed a notebook from his own school days. Cheerfully taking care of his morning routine, Harry selected his clothes. Since he would be doing some physical activity today, he needed something comfortable and with a certain degree of protection. Although Dumbledore had assured him of his safety, Harry wasn't about to entrust his well-being to someone else, even if that someone was Dumbledore. However, Harry's current clothes were all custom-made by Madame Malkin, not the ones he used to wear on his adventures. After searching for a while, he managed to put together a suitable outfit. He rummaged through his bag and found a scarf inlaid with runes that reduced magical damage from wizards. It was still in fairly good condition. He glanced at the sky outside. It was a bit overcast. Harry decisively wrapped the scarf around his neck. Any bit of protection was better than none. Then he looked toward the Forbidden Forest. He still needed to find a chance to go there and gather more materials. Having no runic enchantments on his clothes really made him feel insecure. Checking the time, Harry quickly headed out. As usual, he went to the Great Hall. No matter what, he couldn't skip breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Harry remained seated. The potion bottle that usually appeared beside his plate at this time was not there today. Harry frowned. Snape had said last night that there were 2 more weeks of potions to take. Why wasn't it here today? Could it be that Snape was doing this on purpose because of his attitude last night? At this thought, Harry grew restless. He wanted to go down to the dungeons and ask, but he was afraid of wasting time. He still had things to do today. Just as Harry was growing anxious, a potion appeared before him. The potion was a pale gold, unlike any he had seen before. Along with it came a piece of parchment that looked as though it contained more than just a few words. Harry took the parchment and glanced at the staff table as Snape was not there, but Professor McGonagall still was. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. Professor McGonagall's presence meant he still had time. He opened the parchment and read the payment 1/3 of the potion, the blessing of the life goddess. If you know the effects of this potion, you should know what to do. If the boy who lived is unwilling to use it, come to the potions classroom before 8:30 to retrieve the medicine. Harry shuddered. He never imagined this potion was so significant. Sorry, Snape. Harry actually knew of this potion. He had glimpsed fragments of it in the restricted section, a potion requiring rare ingredients that even a potion's master might struggle to brew successfully. It required not only blood willingly given by a unicorn, but also tears shed by a phoenix, enjoy moonflowers blooming on snowy nights, and other bizarre ingredients that were generally difficult to gather. Snape had all the ingredients and had actually brewed it successfully. Harry decisively burned the parchment to ashes, picked up the potion bottle, uncorked it, and drank it down. An indescribable sensation rushed down his throat, both cool and warm. Harry covered his mouth, astonished. It felt as though he had swallowed something, yet nothing at all. The bottle was empty, not a trace left. Then Harry shivered, his vision blurring, and he felt dizzy. Harry couldn't help but remove his glasses and rub his eyes. Just as he was about to put them back on, he marveled to find that he could see He tried holding the glasses up to his eyes, and everything went blurry. The blessing of the life goddess truly lived up to its reputation. Excited, Harry placed his glasses on the table and looked around. The world had never seemed so sharp. He could even see the patterns on the Great Hall's doors with perfect clarity. Before, even with his glasses, he could only vaguely make them out, but now everything was crystal clear. According to what Harry had read, this potion adjusted one's body to its optimal state. A single sip was all that was needed, and a person could only drink it once in a lifetime. Any more would turn it into poison. And it was a poison that affected the soul. Moreover, it could blend with any liquid, undetectable by even the most precise magic. At this thought, Harry shuddered and glanced suspiciously at the staff table. Snape couldn't be that ruthless, could he? But seeing Professor McGonagall rise and head out, he had no time to dwell on it. He quickly got up and followed her. He needed to reach the Quidditch pitch before she did. After all, Professor McGonagall was the main audience. It would be bad if the audience arrived, but the performer was missing. Running all the way, Harry was surprised to find that he wasn't tired at all, and his breathing wasn't even that rapid. It must be the potion's effect, Harry thought, silently thanking Snape. No more suffering from bizarre side effects. He also had to thank the unicorn on the 8th floor. Entering the Quidditch pitch through the gate beneath the stands, Harry looked up to see the Gryffindor players flying in formation across the sky. Harry didn't call out to them, but found a spot to sit down, watching their practice with interest. A few minutes later, Harry caught sight of Professor McGonagall entering the pitch in his peripheral vision, but she quietly made her way to the high stands without any fanfare. No one on the field noticed her, and Harry pretended not to see, focusing intently on the players above, searching for his moment. Soon Wood shouted something to the sky, and the team members descended, gathering on the grass in the center of the pitch. Harry blinked, jumped down from the stands, and ran over. Everyone looked grim. The twins seemed as if they had just eaten a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean that tasted like a bogey. "What's wrong?" Harry asked quietly as he approached. Fred's face was sour. "It's that Cormac McLaggen. He's a complete pile of dung," George chimed in. Before Harry could ask, they launched into a tirade of complaints. This Cormac was a second-year Gryffindor, a tall, skinny boy whose uncle worked at the Ministry of Magic. Ever since he joined the team, he had been bombarding Wood with self-righteous suggestions. And he completely ignored instructions, causing trouble in every match, leaving Gryffindor's team as the worst among the four houses. If Gryffindor could find anyone to replace him, Wood would have kicked him out long ago, but his flying skills were passable. Harry patted George's shoulder, comfortingly shrugging since he wasn't part of the team yet. Watching Wood yell at Cormac in the distance, Harry shifted his gaze to Fred's broom. Want to take a ride? It looks like training won't resume anytime soon. We'll keep watch you fly for a bit. Fred offered. Harry nodded eagerly. Have you ever played Quidditch? George asked. Harry shook his head. No, you know I grew up in the Muggle world. There's no Quidditch. It wasn't entirely a lie. Until now, Harry's focus had been on leaving school early to seek adventures with Hagrid, and his knowledge of Quidditch was limited to scoring goals and catching the snitch. Want me to find some people to play with you? As a self-training session, Fred suggested. Harry grinned. That would be perfect. What better way to showcase his flying skills than Quidditch? Professor McGonagall was still waiting for a show. Let me take a test flight first. If you think it's good, we can play together. How about that? Harry said. Fred handed him his broom. No problem. George, fly with Harry and look after him. Fred called out. George was already mounting his broom. Of course. Harry laughed, mounted the broom, kicked off hard, and soared into the sky. The wind tousled his hair. Without his glasses, Harry was mesmerized by the view. The grass, the black lake, the castle. Everything seemed to have shed a veil, clearer than ever before. Harry couldn't help but laugh joyfully, circling in the air. The new broom was far better than his old one. A slight nudge changed direction effortlessly, unlike the old broom that sometimes required shifting his weight to turn. After circling for a while, Harry recalled the flying trials from before. He lifted the broom to look around, but saw no smoke rings or balloons. Disappointed, he sighed, guessing that activity was no longer around. But remembering the thrill of those trials, he leaned forward and accelerated. As he sped and dived, the broom felt like an extension of his body, obeying him as if it were his own limbs. Weaving in curves, spiraling, halting, abruptly accelerating. Harry was having a blast, almost forgetting his purpose. Until a cry of alarm made him turn his head. A black head-sized sphere was hurtling toward him. Harry's pupils contracted. At this speed, a hit would surely break bones. Instinctively, he thrust the broom handle down, plummeting toward the ground like a kite with a cut string. The black sphere grazed the broom's tail and soared upward, even knocking off a few twigs. Harry's face turned serious as he controlled the broom. To avoid trouble, he hadn't flown very high, but dodging the black ball had forced him downward, and now he felt as if he might crash into the ground. Shouts and screams echoed in the distance. Ignoring them all, Harry gripped the broom handle tightly and pulled up, leaning back as much as possible. He stopped his descent less than a meter from the ground, leveling out into a horizontal flight. His toes brushed the grass of the pitch. Harry looked up at the black sphere in the sky. It was already charging toward. Harry grinned, feeling a thrill reminiscent of evading the Fire Ash Snake Gang in the Forbidden Forest. Cheering, he didn't even think of landing, but rose higher, beginning a game of hide-and-seek with the black ball. The black ball couldn't even touch Harry's robes. Just as he was finding it too easy, another black sphere joined in, and the two began to hunt him down. Harry's excitement reignited as he played joyfully. Only when George flew up and knocked both spheres to the ground with a single blow did Harry reluctantly follow him down. The moment his feet touched the ground, Wood grabbed him. His eyes gleaming, he scrutinized Harry. Played before? No, Harry replied, bewildered. Small build, agile, versatile. Perfect. Wood circled Harry as if he were a rare treat. Harry's mouth twitched. He wasn't fond of the small build comment. Wood? Potter. A roar came from the stands. Professor McGonagall hurried over from the pitch's side gates. What is going on? Why is Mr. Potter in the sky being chased by a bludger? Wood's mind snapped back to reality, and he grabbed Cormac, who was trying to slink away. It was him. Professor, ask him. I'm certain even without players I don't need a teammate like him anymore. It turned out that while Harry was happily flying, Wood had made a few admiring comments. Cormac, who was being reprimanded, couldn't take it and grumbled that he could do the same, that the flying was no challenge. Then, for reasons unknown, he insisted on challenging Harry to a flying duel. But thinking mere flying wouldn't showcase his skills, he released a bludger and gave it a hard whack. The bludger, as if guided by eyes, flew straight for Harry. What followed was Harry's impressive performance. Cormac, unwilling to admit defeat, tried to mount his broom, but was grabbed by Wood, who forbade him from moving. Watching Harry fly with such ease, Wood couldn't resist. He intended to release the snitch to test Harry, but Cormac seized the opportunity to release another bludger. This enraged Wood, who immediately declared he would expel Cormac from the team. Professor McGonagall had rushed to the pitch at the sight of the first bludger and missed the subsequent events. But she was equally furious, immediately agreeing with Wood and deducting a full 20 points from Cormac. This made Harry's head ache. The points he had worked so hard to earn were gone, just like that. After reprimanding Cormac and ordering him off the field, Professor McGonagall began circling Harry just like Wood had. Would you like to join the team, Mr. Potter? Professor McGonagall asked directly. Harry blinked. Wasn't the plan supposed, but the goal seemed unchanged. Can first years join the team? Harry asked, feigning ignorant. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips. You don't need to worry about that. Just answer me, do you want to join the Quidditch team? Harry smiled, scratching the back of his head. I do. By the way, where are your glasses? Professor McGonagall suddenly noticed the change in Harry. Harry felt for his glasses in his pocket, inwardly panicking. In his excitement, he had forgotten to find a pair of fake frames as a disguise. As Harry racked his brain for an excuse, Professor McGonagall said sternly, You can't drink vision potion often, you know that. And you're still young, frequent use will affect your eyes' normal development, making you more dependent on it. That won't do. Harry was taken aback, then overjoyed. Thank you, Professor McGonagall, for giving him a perfect excuse. Thank you for the reminder, Professor. Just this once I won't drink it again. Harry bowed his head obediently. Professor McGonagall was pleased with his compliance, instructed the team to keep it a secret, and then hurried away. The moment her figure disappeared through the door, the twins surrounded Harry, grabbing him by the neck and eagerly demanding to fly with him, but would quickly put a stop to that. There were already many people in the stands, and Professor McGonagall had just told them to keep it a secret, and exposing Harry now would be like slapping her in the face. Besides, everyone had seen Harry's flying skills. He was far better than Cormac. They could train in secret for a few days, and then have him play in the next match. It would surely catch the opponents off guard. After Wood said this, no one brought up the topic again. Drawing Harry aside, Wood pulled a small notebook from his pocket and handed it to him. Harry, will continue training. Your position is Seeker. Do you know what that entails? You do. Excellent. This booklet contains my collection of broomstick specifications. Study it, see which model you prefer, and report to Professor McGonagall in time. After all, you're only a first year. You can't bring your own broom. Wood bent down, draped an arm around Harry's neck, and spoke in a low voice as he tucked the notebook into his hands. He'll inform you of the specific training schedule later. For now, you'll only train with me privately. I need to arrange the time. Thank you so much, Wood. Harry flipped through the notebook, finding it densely filled with performance features of brooms, even accompanied by illustrations clipped from magazines. Just call me Oliver. Wood grinned, patting Harry on the shoulder. You can go back to study the brooms now, or stay and watch us train. We'll be at it until noon. Harry graciously replied, They'll stay and watch then. Since I can't join the team training, yet I might as well learn about the teammates' coordination. Wood laughed heartily and personally led Harry to the reserve players' bench, the closest spot to the pitch. After settling Harry down, Wood immediately turned around and shouted loudly at his own teammates, his demeanor a stark contrast to how he treated Harry. Harry was left dumbfounded, marveling at how Wood, no Oliver, was a true master of shifting expressions. Watching the team's flying practice for a while, Harry felt it was much more harmonious than what had seen upon first entering. Could it really be that Cormac was the unreliable one? After getting a general sense of the players' flying habits, Harry lowered his head to study the booklet in his hands. It featured the Clean Sweep series, the Comet series, and the Nimbus series, not only with detailed pros and cons, but also Oliver's personal test flight experiences, with prices marked beneath each broom's picture. Harry flipped through a few pages, skipping past the older models produced years ago, and jumped to the brooms manufactured in the last 2 years. One was the Clean Sweep 7, the other the Nimbus 2000. Harry carefully compared the strengths and weaknesses of the two brooms, finding it hard to decide. After all, their basic conditions were nearly identical, the only differences lay in appearance and price. The Clean Sweep series had a somewhat rugged look, unlike the Nimbus series, which had always maintained a streamlined style, appearing refined and elegant. After a long deliberation, Harry decided on the Nimbus 2000. After all, performance was a matter of the moment, but style was a matter of a lifetime. Having made up his mind, Harry copied the page on the Nimbus 2000 and tucked it away, then focused on watching his future teammates. He sat by the pitch until training ended, then returned Wood's notebook, kept his distance from the team members as instructed, and headed back to the castle alone. After lunch, Harry handed the copied page to Professor McGonagall and gave her the key to his vault. Professor McGonagall stared at Harry for a long moment before pushing the key back. She declared that if Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup at the end of the term, the broom would be Harry's reward. But if Gryffindor didn't take the championship, Harry could reimburse her later. Harry could only accept with some embarrassment. Temporarily saving that expense weighed on him. It seemed he'd have to put real effort into Quidditch. He couldn't let Professor McGonagall's money go to waste. Rubbing his chin in thought, Harry felt he really needed to get out for a while. For one thing, he had to deal with his glasses. He'd used the vision-enhancing potion as an excuse this time, but what would he use next? He couldn't claim to have taken it every day, could he? Tallying his stock, Harry decided to go to Hogsmeade. Remembering his promise to Dumbledore, Harry resignedly made his way to the headmaster's office. Before entering, Harry silently transfigured his glasses, turning them from prescription lenses into plain glass. Somehow he didn't want Dumbledore to know that Snape still had the blessing of the life goddess. Putting on the glasses, Harry shook his head in slight discomfort and chuckled bitterly. He had worn glasses for over a decade, yet after just one day without them, he already found wearing them again uncomfortable. How ironic. He called out the password, and the gargoyle spun to reveal the stairs. Harry stepped onto them and ascended. After a perfunctory knock, he pushed open the door and walked in. Dumbledore, I need to. Harry stopped at the threshold, startled to see Professor McGonagall slamming her hand on the desk, locked in a confrontation with Dumbledore. Sorry, I'm interrupting. Harry grabbed the door handle, quickly stepped back, and the office door slammed shut with a bang. Just as he turned to flee, the door opened. Professor McGonagall opened the door with a stern expression. Mr. Potter, are you looking for the headmaster? He's here. I have matters to attend to. Goodbye. With that, Professor McGonagall sidestepped around Harry and hurried down the stairs. Harry pressed his lips together, not daring. Only when he heard the gargoyle move did Harry breathe a sigh of relief and push open the office door. What's going on? What was Professor McGonagall talking about? He asked, still shaken. Dumbledore sat in his chair, eyelids drooping as he struggled to maintain his composure. Nothing. Couldn't you knock before entering? Harry looked utterly innocent. I did knock. Dumbledore shot him a glance, unable to argue. He had indeed knocked, though it had been perfunctory. Rubbing his face, Dumbledore decisively changed the subject. What brings you here? I need to go. Harry didn't pry, stating his purpose bluntly. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair without getting up. You know a few secret passages, don't you? You said I had to tell you before leaving school. I was going to inform you and hope my plan would succeed, but judging by Professor McGonagall's state, I doubt I need to explain. Harry's expression was utterly innocent as could be. Dumbledore's mouth twitched, and he waved his hand dismissively. Go on, go on. Hurry up. I don't want to use the secret passages, Harry said with complete confidence. The two stared at each other in silence. Finally, Dumbledore couldn't hold out. He picked up a quill and scribbled on a piece of parchment. Moments later, he rolled it up and handed it to Harry. Here, take it. Show it to the guardian statue at the main gate, and it will let you through. Do you need me to find someone to escort you to Hogsmeade? Harry took the parchment with a grin. No need, I know the way. Remember, you must be back before dinner, or you won't be allowed out next time, Dumbledore said sternly. Harry nodded seriously. Of course. Eating out costs money, anyway, saving where I can is best. After all, my parents didn't leave me that much inheritance. With that, Harry turned and ran. In his haste, he completely missed the flicker of guilt on Dumbledore's face. Dumbledore clutched his chest, inwardly wondering if he should add more galleons to Harry's vault. After all, the Potter family's ancestral assets were still in his hands. Though James had entrusted him to manage them until Harry came of age, Harry now was hardly different from an adult. What if he discovered something? Dumbledore shuddered and decided to stop thinking about it. All that income had been funneled into the Order of the Phoenix. Investigating this, and that wasn't free, was it? And then there were the post-war compensations and pensions. At this thought, Dumbledore felt a rare pang of guilt. But after tallying the remaining assets, he ruthlessly cast the idea aside. He'd deal with it when he was old and senile, Dumbledore thought coldly. Walking by the Black Lake, Harry couldn't help sneezing twice. He touched his warm ears. Who was talking about him? A gust of cold wind carrying mist from the lake swept over him. Harry couldn't help pulling his coat tighter. Could he be catching a cold? That seemed impossible. Had only just recovered to perfect health this morning. How could he catch a cold so quickly? If a mere breeze could do that, he'd have to ask Snape if he'd been given counterfeit potions. With that thought, Harry quickened his pace. It must be too cold by the lake, definitely. When he reached the school gates, Harry couldn't help glancing at the archway. Sebastian usually waited for him there, but now no one would be waiting to go out together. Shaking his head with a sigh, Harry was about to approach the guardian statue when a tall, thin figure suddenly emerged from the archway. Harry started, his heart skipping a beat. Who's there? You. Harry Potter. A Gryffindor brat. Trying to sneak out of school. I've caught you. A harsh voice rang out. The figure stepped out of the shadows into the light. It was Filch, the castle caretaker. Harry let out a disappointed sigh, amused by his own reaction. Mr. Filch, my apologies, I didn't see you. This is the headmaster's permission slip. I need to go to Hogsmeade. Will you open the gate, or should I show it to the guardian? Harry asked politely, pulling Dumbledore's parchment from his pocket. Filch seemed utterly unconcerned about whether Harry actually had a permission slip, fixated on dragging him before a professor. Harry had to resist the urge to roll his eyes. Why was Filch even harder to deal with than Mr. Moon? At least Moon only asked him to collect demiguise statues. This Filch was completely unreasonable. Sir, I really do have a permission slip. Won't you at least look? Harry waved the parchment, tempted to shove it in Filch's face. It's obviously a forgery. Filch sneered, reaching for Harry's arm. I've seen all of Gryffindor's tricks. You're just like the Weasley. Harry's mouth twitched. Perfect. This was definitely the twins' fault. How about this? The headmaster said showing this to the guardian statue will open the gate. If it's fake, the statue won't let me through. I'm only a first year. There's no way I could forge the headmaster's seal. Harry dodged Filch's grasp nimbly and said, Filch hesitated for a moment, then stood by the gate and stared coldly at Harry. Go ahead and try. If it's fake, they'll have you hanging. Seeing Filch finally stop lunging at him, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He approached the guardian statue, unfurled the parchment, and held it up. The stone guardian statue creaked as it raised its halberd and struck it against its pedestal. The gates of Hogwarts swung open in response. Filch looked at Harry with some surprise. Was this the treatment the chosen one got? The headmaster had actually given him a permission slip to leave the school. Having proven his words, Harry didn't mock Filch. After all, this was the man's job. Though a bit excessive, Harry knew that castle caretakers were usually squibs, and some personality flaws were to be expected. "Mr. Filch, may I go now?" Harry asked, patiently maintaining his politeness. Filch looked at Harry, then at the open gate, snorted, and turned away. Harry took it in stride, said goodbye, and stepped outside. As he walked, Harry pondered Filch's coldness and bad temper. It was necessary to build a good relationship with the castle caretaker. They spent almost their entire lives at Hogwarts and knew more about secret passages and gossip than even the headmaster. Harry looked at the distant village of Hogsmeade, then down at his short legs. Silently, he pulled out his old broom and mounted it. Flying in a straight line toward Hogsmeade, he mused that Filch had a cat named Mrs. Norris whom he treated almost like a companion. Surely winning over a cat would be easier than winning over a grumpy old man. With an idea forming, Harry cheered up. He decided to order a batch of dried fish from the 3 broomsticks. The current owner was said to be quite skilled. He flew all the way to the entrance of Hogsmeade before dismounting, stuffing the broom into his bag, and surveying the village before. Compared to over 100 years ago, Hogsmeade seemed untouched by time. The cobblestone paths, the stream under the bridge, the surrounding slopes. Nothing had changed. Harry couldn't help grinning. Finally, another familiar place. He hurried into Hogsmeade, heading first to Gladrag's Wizardwear. He needed to order winter clothes. Had grown taller recently, and the trousers Had ordered from Madame Malkin's were now too short, letting the cold wind sneak up his ankles. The shop assistant was a bit surprised to see Harry, but after Harry pulled out a bag of galleons, all doubts vanished. The assistant immediately began measuring Harry and recommending clothing styles and matching accessories. Harry lounged on the sofa in the shop like the scion of a noble house, with delicate tea and exquisite pastries set before him. This set, and this one too. Using his wand to flip through the catalog floating before him, Harry occasionally tapped on the designs he fancied. The shop assistant swiftly jotted down the numbers of Harry's selections on slips of parchment, sending each one to the workshop without a moment's delay. "By the way, change the embroidery to a griffin or a lily entwined with vines." "What? You don't know what a lily entwined with vines pattern is? I suggest you check your archives. I recall. From what I read in a book, a style from an ancient Eastern kingdom was popular." The assistant scribbled down Harry's demands frantically, and even summoned another clerk with a note to search through thick records for the lily pattern Harry mentioned. To the assistant's surprise, they actually found it in a design from 110 years ago. The intricate antique patterns woven with gold and silver threads at the collar's cuffs or hems exuded understated luxury. The assistant immediately wrote to the head store manager requesting that these patterns be reintroduced into the catalog for customers. For this, the assistant was commended by the main branch of Tuafon and later transferred to the French headquarters to work on catalog design. But that was a story for another time. Harry made a substantial purchase, ordering 4 winter suits and 2 dueling robes for ease of movement, along with matching cufflinks, bow ties, and handkerchiefs, instructing the shop to deliver them once finished. He then strolled over to the accessories section, picked out a pair of gold-rimmed decorative glasses with plain lenses, checked his reflection in the mirror, and paid for them on the spot. Having spent nearly 100 galleons, Harry left the shop feeling quite satisfied, escorted out by the assistant's courteous farewell. Glancing at the time, Harry headed straight for the 3 broomsticks, where he ordered dried fish from the enchanting Madame Rosmerta. He tried a few pieces. The crisp treats had no fishy smell and grew more flavorful with each chew. Harry even thought he could snack on them any time. He placed an order worth 10 galleons, filling 2 large jars to the brim. Declining Madame Rosmerta's dinner invitation, Harry turned and entered J. Pippin's Potions. Before stepping in, he paused at the doorway, marveling that this apothecary had somehow managed to stay in business. Inside, a middle-aged shopkeeper stood behind the counter. Harry studied him for a while, finding no familiar trace, and grumbled inwardly before pulling out a large bottle of acromantula venom. After testing and haggling, Harry managed to earn back the money he had just spent. Although a pint of acromantula venom was worth 100 galleons on the market, it was always in high demand with scarce supply. So Harry's large bottle, a full pint of fresh venom, sold for an excellent price of 120 galleons. Harry walked out of the apothecary with satisfaction. With the money coming in and going out, it was as if he hadn't spent a thing today. Checking the sky, Harry turned and followed the path steps to Honeydukes, buying an assortment of candies as prizes for next week's practice. Those who performed well would get fizzing Whizbees or Drooble's best blowing gum, while for the underperformers, Harry had a small jar of cockroach clusters with a mischievous grin. He'd make sure they ate them in front of everyone. He spent even more time picking out sweets than he had choosing clothes. As he left Honeydukes, Harry cursed under his breath. The sky was already darkening. He dashed toward the village entrance. Flying was generally forbidden in Hogsmeade, so he had to reach the village boundary before mounting his broom to return to school. Once clear of Hogsmeade's limits, Harry immediately straddled his broom and shot straight toward the school gates. Not that he couldn't climb over the walls, but Hogwarts was surrounded by defensive enchantments. Unauthorized crossing would trigger all the guardian statues on the ramparts, leaving only the Forbidden Forest's unwalled border as a viable route. However, hidden wards lurked there too. Crossing them would alert Dumbledore instantly. That was how Harry had been caught last time. Bursting back to Hogwarts' front gates, Harry saw them beginning to close. In a rush, he didn't bother dismounting, instead leaning low and skimming through the gap, just as the gates shut. Once inside, Harry let out a sigh of relief. He stopped his broom with a forceful pull, jumped off, and patted his chest as he watched the gates close behind him. Good thing he made it, or had have handed them an excuse to dock points. He walked briskly toward the castle, stuffing his broom back into his satchel. Free hands made for an easy stride, though the evening wind was chillier than the afternoon. Harry couldn't help but tighten his coat again, sincerely hoping the tailor-made boutique would hurry with his order. Upon reaching the castle entrance, Harry spotted a Maine Coon cat crouched by the door, its ears twitching as it eyed him with unmistakable mischief. He paused, then offered a friendly smile, pulling a fine dried fish from his bag, a treat crafted by Madame Rosmerta. Good thing had packed a few, or had have missed his chance before the full order arrived by post. Mrs. Norris, look what I've brought you. Harry approached with a broad grin, holding out the fish. He crouched motionless by the door as Mrs. Norris circled him twice before snatching the treat from his hand. Watching her eat with relish, Harry chuckled softly and produced another fish, waiting for her to finish before offering more. Boy, what are you doing to my Mrs. Norris? A loud roar startled Harry, nearly making him drop the fish. Mrs. Norris let out an indignant meow, and Filch's voice immediately softened. Dear, sorry for startling you. Filch limped over, scooped up Mrs. Norris, and inspected her carefully before eyeing Harry warily. What are you trying to do to her? Harry blinked, innocently stuffing the fish into his own mouth and crunching loudly. Nothing. I bought some snacks this afternoon, and when I saw Mrs. Norris, I thought she might like some. Hearing Harry refer to Mrs. Norris as she, Filch's expression softened. Without another word, he turned to leave, cradling the cat. Wait, Mr. Filch, Harry called out, pulling an open paper bag from his satchel and pressing it into Filch's hand. These are the leftover dried fish, made by Madame Rosmerta. Mrs. Norris seems to love them, so they're for her. Harry smiled, then strode quickly toward the great hall, without waiting for Filch's reaction. If he didn't hurry, he'd miss dinner. Chewing on a fish had only made his stomach growl louder. Entering the bustling great hall, Harry spotted his weary-looking friends immediately. As he walked over, he nodded to Dumbledore, who was rarely seen at the staff table, signaling his timely return. Seeing Hermione nearly asleep over her meal, Harry couldn't help but wonder if it had been too hard on them during training. Was this overexertion going too far? Everything in moderation. Harry decided to talk to them tomorrow. He couldn't let them keep this up, and they were only first years. Now wasn't the right time. Harry reached out and caught Neville as he nearly toppled into his plate, earning a mumbled thanks. Glancing around, he spotted the twins whispering with Lee Jordan. He asked them to help escort Ron and Neville back to the dormitory. He also found Lavender bribing her with a small bag of sweets to take Hermione back and tuck her in. Only then did he settle down to enjoy his own dinner in peace. After filling his stomach, Harry patted his slightly rounded belly with satisfaction and headed back to the dormitory. The following week passed uneventfully. Aside from Wood growing increasingly anxious about the match in 2 weeks, everyone else was quite relaxed. Harry had spoken to his friends about not pushing themselves too hard, emphasizing the importance of balancing study and rest. He even sought out Draco Malfoy of Slytherin to offer the same advice. Draco, however, while diligent in training, wasn't as frantic as Hermione and the others. He knew well the value of balancing work and leisure. Harry wasn't sure what to make of that. Was he relieved? Or? Another Friday morning, several owls together dropped a long wrapped package in front of Harry. It nearly overturned the entire breakfast table, but Harry jumped up and caught it just in time. What's this? Ron asked curiously. What did you buy now? It seems way bigger than the clothes and fish from the other day. Harry grinned. How could it be the same? Clothes and dried fish could be shrunken with a spell, but a broomstick, a delicate item, couldn't be shrunk. It had to be shipped. Without even opening the package, Harry grabbed the letter that came with it, stuffed the package into his satchel, and sat down to read Professor McGonagall's note. It's best not to open the package in public, or everyone will ask me for one, and I can't afford that. Minerva McGonagall. Harry casually pocketed the letter, ignoring Ron's pestering, and headed for the dungeons in excellent spirits. Even Snape's class couldn't dampen his mood. After enduring potions class in his usual ignored fashion, Harry winked at Draco in the front row, then called Hermione and the others, skipping the Great Hall entirely to head straight for the 7th floor. Draco immediately caught Harry's meaning. As soon as they left the classroom, he handed his bag to Crabbe, telling him and Goyle to go eat and bring his bag back to the dormitory. He then broke away from the group, taking a hidden path toward the 7th floor. The two parties converged in front of the tapestry of the troll. Ron rolled his eyes while Draco raised his chin with a dismissive snort. Harry opened the door and turned to see them glaring at each other like fighting cocks, with Hermione and Neville watching in amusement. Harry sighed, interrupting them. Come on in. I ordered some new dishes from the kitchen a few days ago. Let's try them together. New dishes? What kind? Better than fried chicken legs. Ron immediately turned to Harry, blinking to soothe his tired eyes. Draco also looked away, rubbing his own eyes. That Weasley really knew how to stare. Come in and find out, Harry said with a smile, urging them to hurry before anyone noticed. The group filed in. The long table in the hall was already laden with plates. Harry led them to sit and began teaching them how to use chopsticks. Draco was reluctant at first, learning that this was common tableware in an ancient Eastern kingdom, until Harry mentioned that using chopsticks could improve finger dexterity and wand control. That changed his attitude immediately. Hermione, having visited Chinatown with her parents and tried Eastern cuisine a few times, managed passably. Watching Draco study earnestly, she whispered to Harry, "Is that true?" Harry chuckled softly. "Perhaps." Hermione caught on and lowered her head, stifling her laughter. Once everyone had barely mastered the chopsticks, Harry tapped the table. The empty plates instantly filled with colorful dishes, and a medley of aromas burst forth. "This is sweet and sour pork ribs, this is black pepper beef tenderloin, this is hand-torn cabbage, and there's grilled lamb chops, salt-baked chicken, and this one, boiled fish and chili oil. Of course this one's spicy, you might not be used to it." Harry introduced each dish, then picked up the rice scoop and filled everyone's bowl with steaming white rice. Draco looked at the unfamiliar dishes in surprise. "Are these Eastern dishes? Why haven't I seen them at the long table, or heard my father mention them?" Over 100 years ago, there was a professor from the East at Hogwarts. She wasn't used to the school's food, so she gave the kitchen some guidance. Harry explained. "The kitchen has kept these recipes since then, but Eastern ingredients are hard to come by, so you have to order in advance. Over time, the students forgot about them." "So how do you know?" Ron asked, clumsily picking up a lamb chop. Harry opened his mouth. "A Dumbledore once treated me to them." Though had known about them for over a century, he wasn't lying. Dumbledore had indeed shared a meal with him in the headmaster's office. "I see." Draco eyed the table, casting a disdainful glance at Ron, who had already started eating. Awkwardly, he picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork rib. He preferred sweets, and this dish had sugar, so it counted as dessert, right? Though he wasn't sure what sweet meat would taste like. The dark red, slightly sticky rib entered his mouth, and a tangy sweet flavor instantly filled it. Draco's eyes lit up. The sweet and sour taste was delightful, the meat tender and juicy. With a slight bite, the bones separated cleanly, revealing a rich, layered texture and delicate flavor. It was nothing like the dishes had ever had before. Draco swallowed the meat with satisfaction, lowered his head, and spat out a clean bone. His eyes sparkled as he surveyed the various dishes on the table, finally selecting the vibrant red boiled fish. "Sweet fish. That should be good too." Draco had completely forgotten Harry's earlier words. He carefully picked up a piece of snowy white fish, letting it brush against the chili oil on the surface. He shoved the chopsticks into his mouth. With a gentle press, the tender fish flaked apart on his tongue, followed by a stinging sensation, a fiery burn like being struck by a malicious curse. Draco's face instantly flushed, and sweat beaded on his forehead. With a loud sputter, he spat the fish onto his plate, his mouth wide open as he gasped for air. "A curse! There's a curse in this dish!" Draco exclaimed loudly, even rising to his feet, fanning his mouth frantically with his hand, as if that could ease the burning sting. In just a few moments, Draco's lips had already begun to swell and redden. Ron's chopsticks clattered onto the table. Neville stood bewildered, chewing on a lamb chop. Hermione bent over, trembling with suppressed laughter. Harry, momentarily stunned, quickly filled a cup with milk and handed it over. "Calm down, Draco. Drink this quickly. It'll help." Draco felt as if his mouth no longer belonged to him. He eagerly took the milk from Harry and gulped it down in large mouthfuls. "Sorry." Harry suppressed a smile, looking at Draco's swollen lips. "I mentioned it earlier, but you might not have noticed. This dish is a bit spicy. I wanted you to try the authentic Eastern cuisine, so I didn't ask the kitchen to tone it down. I didn't know you couldn't handle spice." "I'm sorry." Draco's face reddened even more. He realized he had made a fool of himself, and in front of a group of Gryffindors. The fiery pain in his mouth had faded, but his face burned even hotter. "Sit down and try something else. Only that one dish is spicy," Harry urged, giving Ron, who was already grinning crookedly, a sharp kick under the table. Draco lowered his head without a word, sat back down, picked up a rib he had already tried, and silently ate it with his rice. The atmosphere at the table grew tense. Neville glanced left and right, and no one spoke. After a moment's hesitation, he reached his chopsticks toward the fiery red boiled fish. As soon as he stuffed the fish into his mouth, sweat appeared on O.W.L.s forehead, and his brow furrowed tightly. Ron was horrified. "Neville, spit it out. If you can't handle it, don't force it. There's plenty of other food." Neville ignored Ron and forcefully swallowed the fish. He blinked his moistened eyes, opened his mouth to inhale a couple of breaths of cool air to ease the burning sensation, and considered trying again, but it seemed he truly couldn't manage it. He grabbed the milk and took a few large gulps, then wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "It really is spicy. Not something just anyone can handle." Draco's expression brightened slightly. So he wasn't the only one who couldn't take it. Ron looked at them suspiciously. "Is it really that? Try it, and you'll find out." Hermione said impatiently, but her chopsticks reached for the salt-baked chicken, avoiding the boiled fish entirely. Ron thought for a moment, quickly finished the rice in his bowl along with some cabbage, and then picked up a piece of fish. Draco and Neville slowed their movements, watching Ron out of the corners of their eyes. Ron sniffed the pungent spiciness and couldn't help swallowing. Though the smell was unusual, it had a strangely enticing aroma. Hesitantly, he put the fish in his mouth and chewed. The next second his face turned the same shade as his hair. Struggling to suppress the urge to spit it out, he grimaced and swallowed. He felt as if his throat and esophagus had been scorched by flames. He shot up from his seat, gasping, with his mouth wide open, grabbed O.W.L.s cup, and chugged 2 big mouthfuls, before finally Ron scratched his head sheepishly. That's quite a kick. Hermione burst out laughing, and even Draco couldn't help but chuckle. The mood lightened. Harry smiled with relief. He had deliberately stayed quiet earlier, wanting to see how Ron and Neville would react. House prejudice ran deep, but he didn't want such senseless divisions to exist within his small circle of friends. Fortunately, they didn't disappoint him, especially Neville, who had keenly sensed something amiss and took the initiative to ease the tension. If anyone ever called Neville slow or dull again, Harry would gladly slap them silly. Eventually, the dishes on the table were mostly finished. Harry began eating the fish slices with his rice, gasping between bites as he shoveled food into his mouth. Sweat kept pouring down his face, but he casually wiped it away with his hand. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. Harry's display made the 3 who had tried it earlier doubt themselves. Was it that they couldn't handle the spice, or was Harry just incredibly tolerant? Ron was the first to give in to temptation. With a determined look, he imitated Harry, using the fiery fish to accompany his rice. At first, the burning sensation was unfamiliar, but the more he ate, the more addictive it became. The more it hurt, the spicier it got, the more exhilarating it felt. By the time his bowl was empty, Ron clutched his stomach reluctantly, eyeing the half-full pot of boiled fish. Even Draco, who had reacted the most strongly, couldn't resist trying again. In the end, though, he simply couldn't get used to the flavor. After lunch, Harry didn't immediately send them outside to test their shield charm practice. Instead, he picked out a book for each of them from his shelf, telling them to read for a while and rest before continuing. Reading on a full stomach was pure torture for Ron. Even though the book Harry handed him was a Quidditch guide he was very interested in, Harry had no choice but to let Ron slowly pace around the table. He had eaten quite a lot, and vigorous activity too soon would give him a stomachache. After about half an hour of reading, Harry clapped his hands. All right, that's enough. Let's head over. He led the way, returning the books to the shelf and walking toward the training grounds. Oh, and there are 2 guests inside. It's best you don't disturb them, or you might get hurt, and I won't be responsible, Harry warned, suddenly remembering the 2 unicorns still there. Though curious about Harry's so-called guests, they didn't ask questions since Harry didn't seem inclined to explain. They simply followed. As they stepped into the open, the fresh scent of grass and trees instantly invigorated even the drowsy among them. Harry led the way to the training area, without any intention of showing them the unicorns. Ron glanced around, but didn't see the guests Harry had mentioned. Curious, he kept quiet. Harry opened the fence gate, walked inside, and summoned a training dummy. Who's first? Without a word, Neville stepped forward. Harry nodded. Then let's begin. He tapped the dummy with his wand, and the wooden figure started moving. Everyone stepped back to give Neville space. This dummy was noticeably different from the last one. It moved on its own, and the sparks it emitted were erratic and unpredictable. Harry watched the dummy's agile movements with satisfaction. It had been worth going to Dumbledore specially for an upgrade. In the arena, Neville was caught off guard and nearly hit by the first spark. He lunged forward, rolling on the ground to dodge it. Before he could catch his breath, a second spark appeared right in front of him. Neville adjusted his stance at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the spark, and regained his balance. The dummy's wooden staff began to glow. Neville waved his wand, conjuring a translucent shield just in time to block the third. For the rest of the session, Neville calmly cast the shield charm, each one perfectly deflecting the sparks, fast or slow. Aside from the dust he had picked up at the start, not a single spark touched him. After watching for a while longer, Harry waved his wand and stopped the dummy. Excellent. Neville, you've mastered this spell well enough for combat. The next step is to make it instinctive, which isn't easy to achieve, but it's too early to worry about that now. Just keep practicing. Harry was very pleased with O.W.L.s performance. Even he had taken nearly a week to reach O.W.L.s level. O.W.L.s talent was on par with Harry's, and with his determination, he might even surpass him. O.W.L.s face flushed slightly. He was happy to be acknowledged, but he grew even more composed. Next, Harry nodded to Neville, signaling him to rest, and called out. It took nearly an hour for Harry to finish testing everyone. He couldn't have been more satisfied with the results. His chosen companions had truly lived up to his expectations. Even Ron, the lazy one, had managed to block every spark perfectly, proof that he had practiced seriously. Harry had everyone sit at the table by the fence, ready to teach the second spell. But before he could begin, he heard sharp gasps. Confused, Harry looked at their astonished faces. What's wrong? Then he realized they were staring at something behind him. Harry spun around. In the distance by the hillside, a silver-white figure was galloping freely, with a small golden figure bouncing playfully beside it. Ah! A piercing shriek erupted from Draco, making Harry's head spin. Did the Malfoys have siren blood? Is that real, eh? Even Hermione wore a dreamy expression, her voice nearly drowned out by Draco's scream. Rubbing his ears, Harry barely resisted the urge to cast a silencing charm on Draco. It's real. I found them in the Forbidden Forest a while ago. They were injured, and the forest had other dangerous creatures, so it wasn't safe for them to recover there. I brought them back. Looks like they're almost healed. They can run now. Yes, them. Diddy had told Harry they were a father and son. The unicorn that had died was likely the mother. The unicorn spotted Harry and trotted over, stopping near the river at a distance, hesitating and pawing the ground. Seeing his friends fidgeting as if they had ants in their pants, Harry had to sternly order them to stay inside the fence. Anyone who stepped out would face his wrath. After his warning, Harry stepped out of the fence and even cast a trap charm around it. Anyone who crossed the boundary would be caught by the ankle and hung upside down in midair. The trap charm was effective, though it only worked in fixed areas. He wondered if there were updated versions now. Harry walked toward the unicorn, stopping 2 meters away and waiting. He was male, and unicorns generally dislike human males. For his own safety, he decided to be cautious. A unicorn's horn wasn't just for making wands. The young unicorn had no such reservations. It bounded joyfully toward Harry, circling him happily. Delighted, Harry quickly pulled out some candy he had bought a few days ago and gave one to the little one, whose eyes narrowed in bliss. After a moment's hesitation, the adult unicorn slowly approached Harry. Harry crouched down, gently stroking the young unicorn's back. "Is something the matter?" The unicorn stared intently into Harry's eyes. Though it made no sound, Harry inexplicably understood what it wanted to say. "You want to go back, but you want to leave him here." "Why?" Harry frowned. It was safe here, but it was also lonely. Apart from the young unicorn, there were no other creatures. Harry couldn't come every day, and only did he came to replenish food and water. Was that good for the little one? He also strongly disapproved of the unicorn's desire to return to the Forbidden Forest. Quirrell was still at the school. What if he ran into him again? After pleading for a while, the unicorn remained unmoved, simply staring at Harry. Harry sighed in defeat. "Fine. He'll have Diddy escort you back. But you must be careful. Don't let that dark wizard catch you again." After a long pause, the unicorn slowly nodded and cast a tender glance at its frolicking foal. Harry looked back at his friends, who had already climbed onto the fence. He felt a wave of exhaustion. "Would you like to meet them? They're my classmates, and they really like you." The unicorn glanced toward the fence, snorted with some reluctance, took a few steps forward, and then stopped. Harry understood immediately and chuckled. He led the young unicorn over, deactivated the trap, lifted the little one into the enclosure, and called Hermione out. "Why?" Draco stared at Harry in disbelief. "Why can Granger go out?" Startled by Draco's voice, the young unicorn immediately shied away from him, then sniffed O.W.L.s scent and quietly drew closer to him. "Because unicorns prefer pure maidens and girls are best, which you're not." Harry didn't hold back at all, rolling his eyes as he taunted. "It's too late for you to change genders now." Draco's face flushed crimson. He could only purse his lips and concede. He really hadn't read enough. If he had known more, he wouldn't be subjected to such ridicule. Weasley nearby was laughing so hard, he was about to roll on the ground. "Hurry up." Hermione had already begun climbing over the railing, unable to wait any longer. Harry could only scold them a few times, telling them not to frighten the young unicorn, then hurried after Hermione, lest she do something the unicorn disliked and get hurt. Grabbing the impatient Hermione, Harry made her slow down and walked gently toward the unicorn without showing any eagerness. During this short walk, Harry told Hermione about the unicorn's origins. Upon hearing that it had to be sent back that evening, Hermione's face showed disapproval. "The Forbidden Forest is so dangerous with dark wizards hunting. Why can't it stay here? This place is huge, isn't it? The distant mountains are real too, right?" Hermione asked. Harry shrugged. "It's his own choice. He insists on going back. This place is suitable for their kind to live, but you know I can't go against his will, or what difference would I have from those poachers?" Though Hermione wanted to frown and lecture, the moment she saw the unicorn right before her eyes, all words failed her, and a dreamy smile spread across her face. The unicorn gently brushed Harry aside, docilely lowering its head to rest its large forehead on Hermione's shoulder, allowing her to stroke its mane. Harry touched his nose and stepped back a few paces. This unicorn really favored women over men. He was still its savior. It seemed Hermione wouldn't get hurt, so Harry could only shrug and return to the railing to keep an eye on those 3 boys, making sure they didn't harm the young unicorn. When he got back, Harry almost died laughing. Draco had startled the young unicorn earlier, and now it refused to go near him at all. Even Ron could trade honey candies for a chance to pet it, but Draco couldn't. Whenever he approached, the young unicorn would quickly leap away and hide behind someone else. Even the special candies Draco's mother had made couldn't win it over. He could only watch helplessly as Ron and Neville played with the young unicorn, unable to get close at all. Harry walked over, suppressing his laughter. "So you see, you need to stay calm in the future? You're a Slytherin after all, and the heir of the Malfoy family. Didn't your father ever teach you? Control your emotions." Draco's expression froze, and he grew completely still, squatting there quietly, lost in thought. Harry didn't disturb him, instead quietly watching the unicorns. After a while, Hermione waved goodbye to the unicorn and walked back with a radiant smile. The unicorn neighed, and the young unicorn responded, running to the railing, trying to jump over it. But its body was still too small. The young unicorn paced anxiously by the railing, then nudged Harry with its immature horn. Harry smiled, patted Draco on the shoulder, gestured for him to climb over first, then lifted the young unicorn and handed it over the railing to Draco. The young unicorn trusted Harry deeply. Even when being handed to someone else, it didn't struggle, but docilely tucked in its hoof. Draco paused for a moment, then wiped his hands on his robe, reached out steadily to take the young unicorn, and gently set it on the ground. Watching the young unicorn trot joyfully toward its father, Draco couldn't help rubbing his fingers together, as if the feel of the young unicorn's golden soft fur still lingered on his fingertips. "Harry," Hermione called from beside the railing. Harry looked at her. "What's wrong?" "I convinced the unicorn. He's willing to stay here until the dark wizard in the Forbidden Forest is caught," Hermione announced cheerfully. "I just need to visit him once a week." Harry wore an indescribable expression. So it wasn't that he couldn't persuade it. It was that he was the wrong persuader. He felt a sudden urge to drag the unicorn back and reason with it. But Harry only entertained the thought briefly. After all, the unicorn had already shown him favor. Otherwise, it would have given him a hoof long ago. After returning inside the railing, Hermione still sat there in a daze, as if she hadn't yet awakened from the intimacy with the unicorn. Harry wasn't in a hurry. He waited until they had all calmed down and their attention had returned before he began to speak. That concludes the lesson on the shield charm. Next is a spell commonly used in duels, the disarming charm. The incantation is Expelliarmus and the specific movement is. As Harry explained, the four seated at the table scribbled notes in unison, not relaxing for a moment. Once the key points and difficulties of the spell were explained, Harry began his usual demonstration and had them practice on their own until they could cast the spell smoothly. Then, following the previous example, Harry gave a demonstration. But this time, there were no flourishes. He simply had a dummy stand there and attacked it with the disarming charm. If the spell was correct, the wand in the dummy's hand would be knocked away and automatically fly back into its hand after 5 seconds. Harry simply arranged 4 dummies, one for each person, and had them practice individually. They continued until just before dinner, when Harry called them to a halt. This time they weren't as disheveled as before, covered in dust and colorful sparks, but it was still no easy feat. Each of them was drenched in sweat. "That's enough for today. Keep practicing on your own this week, but remember, one thing too much is as bad as too little." Harry glanced at Neville before continuing. "You need to familiarize yourselves with the new spell, but don't forget what you've learned before. At the next meeting, you'll be randomly divided into 2 groups for duels using only 2 spells, the shield charm and the disarming charm. The winner will receive a reward, and the loser will naturally face a penalty. As for the reward and penalty, you'll find out then." Harry smiled with ill intent, a look that made it clear he was up to no good. Ron's eyes began to gleam at the mention of a reward, and he kept glancing around. He was very confident in his own abilities. The weather outside was still quite cold, so Harry didn't let them go out immediately. They sat in the hall for a while longer, drinking a few cups of tea, and only opened the door to leave once the sweat had subsided. After dinner, Harry was about to head back to the common room when Wood called out to him. "Harry, got a moment?" Wood ran over from the other end of the table and asked. Harry shook his head. "Nothing else to do. What do you need?" "The match is tomorrow. How prepared are you?" Wood lowered his voice. Harry was taken aback. "Didn't you say our match was next week?" Wood's face twisted with disdain and a hint of disgust. "It was originally Slytherin versus Hufflepuff tomorrow, but it's supposed to snow and they used a player injury as an excuse to postpone. Since they have the highest score, the professor agreed and swapped the teams to us. After all, Gryffindor has the lowest score, and we desperately need a match to boost our points. Of course, if you don't feel ready, I can talk to the professor." Wood said this, but he looked deeply reluctant. Harry grinned. "Don't worry, Oliver. I'm ready to play anytime." "Really? That's great. Make sure to eat a good breakfast tomorrow. Meet in the player room at 8:30. Wood was overjoyed and nearly failed to keep his voice down. He clapped Harry hard on the shoulder, making him wince. Wood initially wanted to take Harry to the pitch for some extra practice, but Harry glanced at the sky outside and decisively refused. Although it was supposed to snow tomorrow, Harry felt it might start at any moment. Dark clouds gathered heavily over the castle, as if ready to press down at any second. Harry had no desire to suffer out there. If he caught a cold and missed tomorrow's match, the loss would outweigh the gain. Persuaded by this reasoning, Wood abandoned the idea. He patted Harry's shoulder again and quickly ran off to the other players, loudly calling them to a meeting in the common room. The already somewhat dispirited twins looked even more dejected. They had been incredibly busy lately, studying alchemy with their ancestor while also enduring Wood's increasingly brutal training, leaving no time to develop new products. But even so, the twins couldn't escape this meeting. They trudged gloomily at the back of the line toward the common room. Harry could only shrug, indicating he was powerless to help. He turned and headed to the library. There were some things he needed to look up. He didn't leave the library until just before curfew. Looking out the window in the corridor, his guess had been correct. The snow had started. In less than 2 hours, the world outside was a blanket of white. Leaving the school now was no easy task. Harry frowned as he walked deep in thought. The information he had just found came from rough notes left by students from years past, not very detailed. To learn more, he would have to investigate on his own. If he couldn't leave the school, he could only interact with people inside it. Harry didn't think he could learn much from his classmates. The schoolmates of his parents were probably parents themselves by now. And adults all shared a common habit, believing that children knowing too much was not a good thing. Harry felt helpless about this. After all, he considered himself nearly an adult, but his physical age was only 11. which was truly frustrating. After some deliberation, Harry could only bury all his thoughts and planned to ask Dumbledore for a few days during the Christmas holiday to act on his own. As for whether Dumbledore would agree, Harry didn't care. He wasn't his guardian, and Harry was sure the Dursleys would have no objections. Walking down the empty corridor, the wall torches suddenly dimmed. Harry paused, realizing with alarm that curfew had arrived, and he was still outside. No more daydreaming. Harry quickened his pace. He was still on the 4th floor staircase and needed to get up to the 8th floor. He sprinted forward, taking the stairs 2 at a time, while trying to keep his footsteps quiet. The last thing he needed was to attract a patrolling professor. That would be disastrous. If it were any other professor, it might be okay, but if he ran into Snape, he felt 50 points would be the best outcome. At the thought, Harry sped up even more. Breathing heavily, he finally reached the 8th floor and couldn't help sighing with relief. Just one more step. Meow. Harry froze, looking at the stairwell. There crouched a cat, Mrs. Norris. If she was here, it meant Filch was nearby. Sure enough, before Harry could react, Filch's distinctive footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. Harry scratched his head, helplessly pulled a small dried fish from his pocket, and crouched down to offer it to Mrs. Norris. Here you go, madam. I really didn't mean to loiter outside. Mrs. Norris rubbed her furry head against Harry's fingertips, picked up the dried fish, and began crunching it with a purring. Who's there? It's me, Mr. Filch, Harry said, standing up. Sorry, Mr. Filch. I left the library a bit late, and curfew caught me halfway. Filch limped over, holding up his candle, and looked at Mrs. Norris, who was happily eating. He said nothing, only slightly stepping aside to clear the corridor. Thank you, Mr. Filch. Mrs. Norris seems to like this kind of dried fish. Please give this to her for me. Harry handed over a small bag of dried fish and safely passed through the corridor. Passing through the fat lattice portrait without incident, Harry safely returned to the Gryffindor common room. He patted his chest. It seemed buttering up Mrs. Norris had indeed paid off. The common room was empty, the lights out, with only a few embers still glowing in the fireplace. Harry yawned, turned, and climbed the stairs to his dormitory. Early the next morning, Wood grabbed all the players in the common room and hastily held another brief meeting, nearly making the twins wish they could faint on the spot. By the way, have you seen Harry? Wood was in the middle of an impassioned tactical discussion when he suddenly felt something was off and immediately asked. Angelina opened her sleepy eyes. Harry, I was the first one down, and I didn't see anyone in the common room. Wood slapped his forehead. Oh no, he must have overslept. They'll go get him. With that, Wood ran toward the stairs. Wood, aren't you going to breakfast? The match is almost starting. Ron and Neville, returning from outside, nearly collided with the rushing Wood and asked in confusion. You're Harry's friends. Have you seen Harry? Wood recognized them and immediately asked. He's in the common room, Ron said, pointing behind him. He's been sitting by the fireplace since we left. Harry, he left a long time ago. Didn't you see him? Ron wiped the sweat from his forehead. Ever since he started training with Neville, he could work up a sweat, even in this cold weather. Wood was taken aback. What time? He got up around 5. He must be warming up now, Ron recalled and replied. When I came out, it was almost 7, and there was no one in the lounge. I thought I was the earliest, Angelina shrugged. Let's go, Oliver. You don't want us playing on an empty stomach, do you? Right. When I'm hungry, I can't react in time. And then we'll be beaten to a pulp. Losing the match like that would be terrible. Then it's all your fault. Shut up, Weasleys. Wood rubbed his temples in annoyance. Hurry up. We need to eat. Look at you all. Even the first-year students are more diligent than you. Wood was still rambling on, but no one was listening. George and Fred cheered and dashed out the door, followed quickly by Katie and Angela. A group rushed past Wood, all as if they were being chased by ghosts. Wood opened his mouth, his outstretched hand frozen in midair, looking bewildered. Was he really that tedious? The snow that had fallen all night stopped when the sun rose in the morning, blanketing the ground thickly up to the calves. But this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the students from all houses at Hogwarts. They helped each other, stepping through deep and shallow snow toward the Quidditch pitch. Although there was a path cleared by the house eels, the students were quite opinionated about the width of the path, preferring to trudge through the snow rather than queue up one after another. At the Quidditch pitch in the players' room beneath the stands, Wood was pacing nervously. Only 10 minutes until the match started. And their key player, Seeker Harry, had yet to show up. Stop pacing, Oliver. George rubbed his slightly dizzy eyes, propping himself. Fred was in the same position, yawning. Harry won't forget, he's probably right outside. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the... Wood immediately rushed to pull open the wooden door. Harry stood outside, broom in hand, slightly out of breath. I'm not late, am I? Sorry, I got held up by something this morning. Not late at all. Come in. Wood pulled Harry inside and swiftly closed the door. He grabbed a gold and red Quidditch uniform from the cupboard and handed it to Harry. Change quickly. Don't worry, this is a new custom-made one. It's not the old one from McGonagall. Harry smiled, leaning his broom against the wall and heading to the changing room with the uniform. Wow, dude, when did you develop prophetic abilities? George dramatically covered his mouth. Fred immediately crossed his arms. From now on, call me Mr. Prophet. So Mr. Prophet, will we win today's match? Angelina teased. Fred waved his arms dramatically. Let me open my heavenly eye and take a look. Oh, Everyone is here. Let me say one last thing. Wood interrupted Fred's performance, getting a few eye rolls from the players. While this match is our opportunity, remember we can only truly compete for the annual championship if we win by at least 210 points. Wood said seriously. Harry fastened his buttons as he walked out of the changing room. So, I have to catch the golden snitch only after you lead by more than 60 points to end the match, right? Exactly right, Harry. How about it? Can you do it? Hufflepuff Seeker is Cedric Diggory. He's not an easy opponent. Wood looked a bit worried. Toot. The whistle from outside reached the players' room. Fred patted Wood's shoulder energetically. Thumbs up. Don't put pressure on Harry. I predicted it. We'll definitely win. That's right, that's right. George chimed in loudly, grabbing Wood's other arm, and they half-pulled, half-dragged him outside. The other players quickly followed, each giving Harry a light pat on the shoulder, encouraging him with joyful smiles. Harry fastened the last button, grabbed his broom, and hung a peculiar whistle around his neck, trailing at the very end of the line out of the players' room. The outdoor field was covered in thick snow, the sunlight reflecting a cold glow off the snow. Harry squinted his eyes involuntarily and looked up at the sky. The snow-kissed sky was clear with no clouds, blue like a calm sea, and the sunlight of late November shone coldly like a big light bulb without an ounce of warmth. The snow and sunlight slightly obscured his vision, but it was manageable. He could overcome it. Just don't stare at the snow for too long. Harry turned to look at the high professor's stand, where all the professors were seated quietly in their places. He smiled toward the professor's stand, shifting his attention to his opponents. Snape sat in the front row, looking disdainfully at the Gryffindor players as they came out one by one. When the last short figure appeared, his hand hidden in his sleeve clenched tightly. Seeing Harry smile in his direction, Snape's expression darkened instantly. Damn, Potter. Is he provoking me? Dumbledore sat in the center, glancing at the timid Quirrell, feeling quite pleased as he returned a smile to Harry. But little did he know Harry didn't even look at him and directly shifted his gaze away. Dumbledore, unfazed, stroked his beard, smiling as he watched both teams shake hands. Hello, I hope we have a great match. Cedric Diggory, the handsome young man with brown hair, smiled brightly. Harry smiled back, shaking his hand. Harry Potter, but don't go easy on me. Of course not. Mrs. Hooch stood between the two teams with a bright red quaffle. Everyone quickly mounted their brooms, and the chasers kept their eyes glued to Mrs. Hooch's hand. The beaters held their brooms with one hand while the other gripped a bat, as long as their arms crouching low and ready to spring into action. Harry and Cedric exchanged glances, both filled with fighting spirit. Toot. With a whistle, everyone soared into the sky. Harry's broom was the best among them, and he was the first to rise to the very top of the stands, his eyes scanning the entire field. Mrs. Hooch kicked open the box, and two bludgers flew towards the nearest players. The golden snitch only showed itself briefly before vanishing from everyone's sight. With a strong throw, the bright red quaffle soared into the air, and the chasers crouched low, preparing to accelerate. The moment it fell from the highest point, both teams sprang into action. The commentator Lee Jordan began his passionate commentary as the chasers battled fiercely. Fred and George worked in perfect harmony to send the bludgers flying, always accurately disrupting Hufflepuff players' movements. Harry circled in the air, searching for the snitch, while keeping an eye on Cedric's actions. He had to wait for the score to reach a certain level, while also hindering Cedric's flight to prevent him from catching the snitch and ending the match. The match had only just started for 10 minutes, when Harry spotted the snitch's trail. He glanced at the score. It was 3-1-0, with Gryffindor temporarily in the lead. But that wasn't enough. Cedric also spotted the snitch. Harry immediately lowered his broom and closely followed him. With the nimbleness of the Nimbus 2000, Harry pressured Cedric's flying space, forcing him to abandon his pursuit. Of just a little delay, and the snitch vanished again from the field. Cedric raised an eyebrow, smiling nonchalantly, continuing to search for the golden snitch while beginning to interfere with Harry's flight. The two began a series of competitions as if they were participating in a flying race rather than a Quidditch match. One moment they accelerated, the next they squeezed, and then they spiraled upward, both flying neck and neck, truly evenly matched. Harry hadn't flown like this in a long time, feeling exhilarated. Even the biting cold wind couldn't dampen his spirits. If only no one would meddle. Harry's expression darkened. His broom had just violently jolted. The score on the field was now 6-0-1-0. Only 10 points left. The most helpless thing was that the golden snitch reappeared at this moment. Harry struggled to control his broom, trying hard to hinder. He couldn't let him catch the snitch so easily. The broom's shaking became more intense. Cedric noticed something was off, and just like that, Harry surpassed him, but did not stop. He charged straight toward the distant stands. Cedric was startled. He realized something was wrong with Harry. Cedric accelerated, trying to catch up with Harry, but the broom began to shake violently, as if it were trying to throw Harry off, while also pulling him into the sky. This violent movement successfully obstructed Cedric. He frowned and shouted at Harry, "Harry, what's wrong with your broom?" Harry had no time to respond. He was struggling to control his broom, not yet able to. "Harry, the score." Wood's anxious voice came from afar. Harry's eyes brightened as he quickly scanned the area and instantly caught sight of the snitch. It was right beneath him, and it was also under Cedric's feet. With great effort, Harry freed one hand and put the whistle in his mouth. He looked at the professor's stand, and Quirrell was indeed staring at him intently. Harry bit down on the whistle, grinning, and let go. His whole body was knocked off the broom, and the crowd gasped. Everyone in the professor's stand stood up, all with expressions of horror. The moment Harry let go, he blew into the whistle in his mouth, but strangely the whistle made no sound. However, Harry had already shown a satisfied smile, extending his hand as his rapidly falling body swept past Cedric, dodging his outstretched hand. With his palm tightly clenched, Harry fell through the air, coughing a few times upon landing, then raised his hand high. A golden light shone through his fingers. With a whistle, the match was over. Gryffindor 1-2-2-0-1-0 against Hufflepuff. Harry bent down and patted the Nightwing's neck. Good boy, let's go down. To others, the Nightwing flapped its wings and slowly descended. To everyone else, Harry appeared to float gently to the ground, and everyone assumed it was the professor's magic, not paying any mind. Everyone's attention was on Harry's audacious act. He actually dared to jump off his broom midair. As he neared the ground, Harry signaled the Nightwing to stop sliding down from its back and patting its hooves, sending it back to the Forbidden Forest. In the next moment, Harry was surrounded by everyone concerned and excited, creating a noisy commotion. Harry glanced through the gaps in the crowd toward the professor's stand and coincidentally met Dumbledore's gaze. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Quirrell was no longer on the stands. Harry thanked everyone for their concern, looked at the broom Cedric had retrieved for him, and was relieved to see it wasn't damaged. The new broom had only been used for a day. Emerging from the crowd, Harry ran toward the castle. He headed straight to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore was indeed waiting. Before him was steaming hot red tea and snacks. Harry plopped down in a chair, took a sip of the tea, and felt the warmth flow from his mouth to his stomach, warming him up. How was it? Harry asked. Dumbledore fiddled with a silver object, staring intently at the intertwined black and white. The situation isn't great. By the way, how did you think of using the Nightwing? Dumbledore frowned. Harry leaned back in the chair, completely ignoring the snow and dirt on him that had stained the cushioned chair. I figured you would intervene or have Professor Snape do so, but I still thought it safer to keep my life in my own hands. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, somewhat helpless, but said nothing more. After all, Harry was right, and being well prepared wasn't a fault. Where did the Nightwing come from? This morning I went to find Hagrid, and he gave me a whistle. I took the Nightwing to wait by the pitch. You know the Nightwing is very fast, and what could be better than falling from the sky to kill me without drawing attention? So as long as I controlled the height well, I could be caught by the Nightwing safely. Harry spoke modestly, a hint of pride in his eyes. Dumbledore saw this, and put down the silver object in his hand. With a wave of his wand, a swirl of white smoke enveloped Harry, and the clothes soaked with snow water instantly became dry and warm. Harry laughed. Thanks. I was so anxious to come over that I even forgot. This carefree demeanor made Dumbledore chuckle. Since you want to thank me, don't you have something to offer? Harry, utterly astounded, immediately drew his wand. Come on, I'll give it back to you, he exclaimed. Agwamini. Dumbledore nimbly dodged the oncoming jet of water, but the portrait behind him was not so fortunate. It was struck squarely in the face. If not for the school's inherent magical protection on the headmaster's portraits, it would have been soaked through by now. Hey boy, disrespecting the headmaster. Deduct points. Deduct points. Dumbledore, take points from him at once. Phineas shouted furiously, as if he were about to leap out of his frame and strike Harry himself. Oh, sorry. Harry offered a perfunctory apology, waving his wand to vanish the water stains from the portrait. Can't you? Dumbledore helplessly moved his chair back into place, blocking Phineas' tirade. He tapped the desk, sealing the sound away. Harry shrugged. I'm a young hot-headed student, and a Gryffindor at that. Of course, I'll resort to a fight at the slightest provocation. That fits my reckless nature, doesn't it? Who told you that being a Gryffindor means being reckless? Dumbledore frowned. Harry let out a scornful laugh. Isn't that what Gryffindors are like now? Dumbledore fell silent, fiddling with a silver instrument on his desk. After a long moment, he spoke. It is my fault. I am not a qualified educator. A friend once said I was better suited to be a politician. Then why didn't you go to the Ministry of Magic? Harry asked. Dumbledore relaxed, mimicking Harry's shrug. Hogwarts needs me. And not to be immodest, I am too powerful. My position as headmaster is more beneficial to the magical world than being Minister of Magic. Harry looked thoughtful. After a moment, he continued. What I mean is, since you are the headmaster, can't you do something a headmaster should do? I refuse to believe you are unaware of the current atmosphere in this school. Gryffindors are reckless, and arrogant Ravenclaws mind their own business. Hufflepuffs are content with mediocrity, and Slytherins look down on everyone. This school is worse than it was under Headmaster Black. At least back then there were only house divisions, not house prejudice. Dumbledore felt a stiffness in his back, as if he were being stared at by Phineas. I understand, he said, finally rubbing his brow. I will pay attention. I apologize. I am an unworthy headmaster. Harry looked at him directly. After a while he suddenly smiled. No, that's not entirely true. You are also a qualified headmaster. I know you are great. Your vision encompasses the entire magical world, not just this school. No one can erase what you have done for the magical world. But you must know that 90% of the wizards in the world come from this school. It is the future of the magical world. I hope you can take this seriously. A friend of mine said it's better to have more friends than more enemies. I know you worry that the pure blood families in Slytherin will continue to flock to Voldemort, but he hasn't appeared yet. Why not turn those people into your own allies? Harry's eyes blazed with a hint of ambition. Not all of them, just a part. Then even if Voldemort finds a way to return, our chances of winning will be much greater, won't they, eh? Dumbledore looked at Harry, his gaze sharp. And what is your purpose? If it happens as you say after Voldemort is eliminated, what then? With such a large force at your disposal, what would you do? He found the Harry before him somewhat inscrutable, and he felt a strange familiarity about him. My purpose? I only want to take my revenge. Harry's demeanor shifted back to laziness as he leaned back in his chair, gazing up at the vaulted ceiling. Dumbledore frowned. And after your revenge? Who can think that far ahead? After my revenge, I might choose to go on and after all, the world is vast, and I haven't had the chance to see it properly. Harry grinned, suddenly animated. You know, I have professors from India, the East, and Africa. Those places all have their own unique magic. I'm truly curious. In the American magical world, there are so many places I've never been. I only regret that I don't have enough time. Seeing the longing in Harry's expression, Dumbledore suddenly laughed. And what about the magical world? Isn't that your problem? My vision is narrow. I can only see myself and my friends. The magical world is for you to... Harry stated it as a matter of course. Dumbledore couldn't help but chuckle. But I am old. Then train someone new yourself. Harry flatly refused to take the bait. That's all in the future. What we need to consider now is Quirrell. Harry quickly changed the subject. He knew exactly what the old man was thinking. He had no intention of being tied down to one place for the rest of his life, just like himself. Wasn't the vast starry sea out there more alluring? What exactly is the situation with Quirrell? Harry asked. Dumbledore fiddled with the silver instrument in his hand, and the tangled ball of black and white threads reappeared. It's as you see. He is intertwined with Voldemort. I cannot be certain whether he has completely surrendered. Dumbledore frowned. Harry glanced at the ball of yarn and spoke with certainty. Quirrell must be acting under duress. If he wanted to kill me discreetly, he would have countless ways. Take today, for instance. He could have easily cast a spell on me directly instead of targeting my broom. If I had died, there would have been great chaos. He could have escaped then and succeeded. But he didn't. Harry was adamant. The magic had been directed at him, he knew it well. Dumbledore's frown deepened. This was difficult. Quirrell and Voldemort were too tightly entangled. He still didn't know the exact nature of their connection. Even with 1,000 methods at his disposal, he dared not use them. If Voldemort discovered their plan, Quirrell would surely be lost. Harry began to worry, as well twirling his wand between his fingers. As he watched the golden sparks leaping from the tip, a sudden idea struck him. What exactly happened in the Albanian forest? Harry asked. Dumbledore looked up. I noticed the change in Quirrell after he returned. Sensing some malevolent presence, I went to the Albanian forest myself. Perhaps it's because I'm old and have learned many things, but the magical creatures there told me of a terrible monster in the forest. One that could possess small animals. He paused mid-sentence, a realization dawning. Possession. How could I not have thought of it? If it is possession, then it must be, he muttered, manipulating the silver instrument. The black and white threads separated and then tangled together again. Harry stroked his chin. If it is possession, how much time do you need to deal with him? Dumbledore was speechless. His gaze fell upon Harry's forehead, and understanding dawned. If Harry could eliminate the soul fragment within himself, even if he couldn't directly destroy the Voldemort-possessing Quirrell, he could certainly block his perception. Dumbledore immediately stood up, the silver instrument clattering onto the desk as the black and white threads dissipated. What do you need? How long can you hold out? Dumbledore asked. Harry grinned. I need nothing as long as I'm within Hogwarts grounds. I can block him for up to 10 minutes, no more. So the key now is how to deal with him. Dumbledore began to pace before his desk, occasionally stopping to ponder before shaking his head and continuing. Harry was in no hurry, lounging lazily in his chair, playing with his wand. After a long while, just as Harry was starting to stifle a yawn, Dumbledore finally stopped. I need to go borrow an item from an old friend. So for the time being, I must ask you to keep an eye on things at school. Do not act rashly. Wait for my return. Can you do that? Dumbledore asked seriously. Harry paused, then expertly produced a commission contract. That will be. Dumbledore's mouth twitched as if he wanted to say something, but Harry stared at him intently, looking quite resolute. Dumbledore sighed, took the parchment, and left his magical signature. Harry retrieved the contract, his face breaking into a broad smile as he tucked it away. Don't worry. They'll keep an eye on Quirrell. He'll be staying put at school until you get back. And the students? If Severus fails to keep watch on him. Dumbledore added quickly. Harry waved the parchment. Don't worry, it's all in the contract. Having found a solution, Harry didn't linger. He put away the contract and left. Dumbledore sat behind his desk in a daze for a while before turning to Fawkes. We'll have to go to France, old friend. Fawkes let out a soft, melodious cry, flew up in a circle, and landed on Dumbledore's shoulder. A flash of flame, and the headmaster's office fell silent. When Harry returned to the Great Hall, he happened upon a Gryffindor celebration. It was just an ordinary lunch, but buoyed by everyone's high spirits, it felt more festive than a feast. Wood sat beside Harry chattering incessantly. The next matches are all next year. If Ravenclaw can beat Slytherin. And then Hufflepuff beats Ravenclaw, we'll only need to play 2 more games. But if Ravenclaw loses to Slytherin, we'll have to play 3. And we'll be carrying a deficit of nearly 100 points. Harry silently ate his roast beef, his mind on finding Dobby to introduce a reliable house elf. Who could be better for keeping watch than one of them? Listening to Wood's endless prattle about the match, Harry offered a few perfunctory responses and began to look around. He needed to find a way to escape Wood's droning. Fortunately, the twins were nearby. Harry happily called them over, pushed Wood towards his dear business partners, and made a swift escape. First, he went to the room of requirement. Harry sought out Gareth, knowing his wide circle of acquaintances. He asked him to negotiate with the school's portraits to keep an eye on Quirrell's movements. As for how Gareth would manage it, Harry professed ignorance of portrait affairs. Then he called for Dobby and inquired about a house elf named Peely in the kitchens. This elf had been brought back from America by a stowaway. Because he followed the American custom of demanding payment, he was ostracized by the other elves. He kept such a low profile that for just 1 sickle, he would serve a single person for a whole week. Apparently his original price was much higher, but the situation here was different from America. Apart from Dumbledore, who was willing to pay him a wage, all his earnings went to paying off his smuggling fines and the reward for his rescue. He couldn't find any extra work and was so strapped for cash that he had to lower his price. Unfortunately, no other house elf was willing to help him advertise. He couldn't appear before wizards freely, so he was stuck in the kitchen doing the chores no one else wanted. Peely was desperate to earn enough money to pay off his debts, and even hoped to save up enough for travel expenses. He wanted to go back. Upon hearing this news, Harry smiled with satisfaction. Problems that could be solved with money were no problem at all, and at such a low price it was perfect. Without further hesitation, Harry called out Peely's name. A frail-looking house elf immediately appeared before Harry. He wore a tea towel emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest, and his bat-like ears were so large they made his head seem small. "Sir, what can Peely do for you?" Peely's voice was not as shrill as most house elves, that carried a hint of steadiness. "I need you to keep an eye on Professor Quirrell for me. If he leaves the castle, you must tell me. If he does anything unusual, you must tell me. 1 galleon a week. If I am satisfied, I will pay you an additional 10 galleons as a bonus." Harry said. Peely's eyes widened. "Peely is very willing to take this job, but he is a professor, sir. Peely cannot do anything that would harm. That's why I'm only paying you 1 galleon. All you need to do is watch him and tell me what you see. And Headmaster Dumbledore knows about this." Harry held a galleon in his palm and offered it to Peely. Peely's breath hitched. "Does the headmaster truly know about this, sir?" Harry produced the contract. "His signature is here. You can tell if it's genuine, can't you?" The magical signature was clear and distinct. Peely recognized it immediately. He reached out and took the galleon. "Peely accepts your employment, sir. Peely will do a good job." With a soft crack, Peely vanished from the room of requirement. Harry took a look around the newly renovated room and was very pleased with Dobby's redecoration. He didn't linger long. After saying goodbye to his friends, he left. Weekends always seemed to fly by. In the blink of an eye, in the Gryffindor common room by the fireplace, Ron was scribbling, furiously copying from a piece of parchment. It was the homework due tomorrow, a full 3-foot essay, and he was only halfway done. "I don't understand why we have to know this," Ron muttered incessantly as he wrote. Hermione flipped through her notes, occasionally jotting down in another notebook. "I told you, Ron, don't copy directly. Unless you want the professor to notice and dock your points." "I'm borrowing." Ron retorted stubbornly, his quill scratching across the parchment so hastily that his scribbles were barely legible. Harry, who had no homework, was browsing a hefty tome head borrowed from the headmaster's office. "You've copied enough from him. You should switch to someone else, or it'll be identical." Ron paused, measured with a ruler, then immediately looked up. "Seamus, can I borrow your essay?" A roll of parchment was tossed from another armchair. Ron caught it. "Thanks, mate." He added a few transitional phrases and continued copying. Hermione frowned at Harry. "Aren't you going to stop him? Is copying homework really okay?" Harry shrugged. "It's his decision. If he falls behind Draco later because his fundamentals are weak, that's his choice. Everyone must take responsibility for their decisions. We can't watch over him forever." Ron's hand froze. He felt embarrassed and uncertain, unsure whether to continue. Harry closed his book and stood up. "It's getting late. I need to rest. I have class tomorrow morning. What about you, Hermione?" "I'm heading back to the dormitory too," Hermione said. Harry nodded silently and went upstairs. Hermione gathered her things and looked at Ron seriously. "You really need to change. How can you catch up to Harry if you're so lazy? Do you really want to be left behind because your foundation is weak, as Harry said?" With that, Hermione hoisted her heavy bag onto her back and walked toward the stairs. Neville patted Ron on the shoulder, pursing his lips, unsure what to say, feeling that anything would be wrong. He knew Ron hadn't forgotten the homework. He was just too focused on practicing the spells Harry had taught him, losing sight of priorities. They were still students, not in wartime. It wasn't right, but Ron wasn't entirely wrong either. Ron sat silently, clutching his quill without moving. He knew Harry's words were harsh, but he had been in the wrong first. They had agreed to work hard, yet he still couldn't get his act together. Frustrated, he ruffled his hair and rubbed his eyes, then continued copying his homework, silently resolving to ask Hermione tomorrow for advice on managing his time. He would set aside games and fun for now. He couldn't really be left behind, could he? After all, he was stuck with such talented and hard-working friends. Since his own talent wasn't as good, he'd just have to work even harder. With that thought, Ron calmed down, finished his homework, quickly packed up, and returned to the dormitory. The next morning, Ron and Neville returned from their outdoor workout. Ron went straight to Hermione, and after a discussion received a parchment covered in writing. The schedule on it made Ron break out in a cold sweat. He looked at Hermione in disbelief. "Are you sure? This is my schedule," Hermione said calmly. Ron looked at the parchment again. 7:00 wake up, 7:00 light exercise, 8:20 breakfast, 9:00 classes, 1:10 lunch, 1:13 nap, 1:7:30 classes, or library. For homework, 1:8:0 dinner, 1:9:0 practice. Course spells and Harry's teachings, 2:0 read extracurricular books to broaden knowledge. On Wednesday evenings, astronomy class replaced magic practice in the afternoon. Though the schedule seemed tight, it was entirely feasible, with even a nap time included. Ron swallowed hard. This schedule. Probably I can manage it. Hermione eyed him suspiciously, making him uneasy. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "That's mine. Yours is here." Hermione pulled the parchment from Ron's hand and took another from her book, handing it to him. "Harry gave this to me last night. Boys and girls are different. You have extra morning workouts. Harry said we don't need to be the same. Just play to our strengths." The new schedule was looser than Hermione's, with some blank time left. Ron pressed his lips together, staring at the parchment for a long moment before carefully pocketing it. "Hermione, do you have any more? Are they expensive? The parchment I prepared might not be enough." "They're not expensive. Muggles make them. They don't last as long as parchment, but they're great for taking notes in class. One sickle can buy a notebook with about 100 pages, enough for a whole year if you don't take too many notes." Hermione showed her notebook. The black leather cover had no markings, and the paper inside was thick, about 4 centimeters thick. The quality seemed good. The ink didn't bleed through to the second page. Ron sighed in relief and pulled out a silver coin. "Can you buy one for me? Or lend me one for now?" "Wait a moment." Hermione took the coin, hurried back to her dormitory, and pulled a new notebook from her suitcase. "Here, this is my spare. Use it for now. I'm going home for Christmas anyway. I can buy more if needed." Hermione handed Ron a thick notebook identical to her own. Ron thanked her, tucked the notebook away, and chased after Neville upstairs. They needed a shower. They were sweaty and sticky from. Over the next week, Ron followed Harry's schedule and was surprised to find he finished all his homework on time, with plenty of free time to even squeeze in a game of wizard chess with Seamus to lighten his mood. Ron didn't waste his free time. He joined Hermione and Neville in the library, reading many books. Though unrelated to classes, he managed to sit still and focus. That Friday, Harry didn't teach them new spells. Instead, they practiced the 2 they had learned in pairs. During breaks, they watched Hermione play with a unicorn from a distance. The 3 boys watched with envy, but being male, they weren't favored by unicorns. Even the young unicorn, now growing, preferred Hermione over Harry. For an entire month, Dumbledore was hardly seen. Peeves kept an eye on Quirrell, who made no moves, mostly staying in the library. However, Peeves reported to Harry that the stench of decay on Quirrell was growing stronger, and the garlic could barely mask it. As Christmas approached, Dumbledore finally returned to Hogwarts. His first act was to call Harry out of class. It happened to be Snape's potions class. Harry walked out under Snape's dark glare, ignoring the chaos erupting behind him. After all, Dumbledore's summons were always dramatic, a singed parchment appearing beside Snape. Snape was patrolling the middle of the classroom when the flames appeared, startling the students. Many jerked their hands, causing cauldrons to explode, splashing failed potions everywhere. Only Snape, Harry, Draco, Ron, and Neville remained unscathed. The others were drenched in potions, some with bizarre effects. Snape hissed through gritted teeth, ordering the students to help each other to the hospital wing. He then began cleaning the devastated classroom, where some potions had mixed, making even Scourgify useless. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sneezed and tugged at his robes, frowning. Could he be catching a cold? Soon Harry pushed open the door to the headmaster's office. "Headmaster, you'd better be prepared. You ruined Professor Snape's class." "I doubt hell let it slide." Dumbledore frowned. "I forgot it was the first year's potions class today. If Professor Snape blames me, you'll have to take responsibility." Harry walked over to his usual seat and declared firmly. Dumbledore deftly changed the subject. "My old friend Nicholas has gone into hiding. It took me ages to find his address. I borrowed an alchemical device that said to trap ghosts. So we can move now? Quirrell won't last much longer. He'll soon target the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest again." Harry perked up immediately. "I think so. This is the device I borrowed. If it doesn't work, we'll need another plan. But Quirinus is running out of time, so we must act quickly." Dumbledore placed a delicate palm-sized golden birdcage on the desk. Harry glanced at it, but didn't touch it. Such alchemical devices had specific usage methods. Touching it carelessly could have unknown effects. Better to be cautious. "When do we strike?" Harry asked. Dumbledore thought for a moment. "Tonight." "Where?" "In his office." Dumbledore took a silvery shimmering fabric from a cabinet beside his desk and placed it before Harry. "Wear this and follow me." He'll visit his office, he won't notice you. Harry held his breath and reached out to touch it. An invisibility cloak. The one belonging to the Peverils. You know, Dumbledore was surprised. Of course I do. Harry stood up, took the cloak, and shook it open, letting the silvery gray fabric unfurl. He draped it over his shoulders and checked. His body was indeed invisible. It really is the Peveril invisibility cloak. Wasn't it lost to history? It was passed down through your father's family. Before they were killed, I borrowed it, and never had the chance to return it. Dumbledore's. Harry paused, removed the cloak, folded it, and sat back down, stroking it gently. His father had worn this. Perhaps his mother. Now it's rightfully yours. I only hope you'll use it wisely. Dumbledore's voice softened to a murmur. Harry didn't speak, he just nodded. After a moment, he tucked the cloak into his bag. So after dinner I'll meet you here. Wait for me outside Quirinus' door, wearing the cloak. Just follow behind me, Dumbledore said. All right, he'll go now. Harry had no heart for further talk. He rose and left. It was Friday, and Harry had little enthusiasm for teaching new spells during their afternoon gathering. He only had them practice with dummies, or spar using any spells they knew, not just the two had taught. Even minor spells could yield surprising results, if used well. Finally evening came. Harry ate a quick meal, and glanced at the staff table. Quirrell was there, as was Dumbledore. Snape's face was thunderous, his eyes fixed on Dumbledore with a dark glare. Harry grinned slightly. It seemed the blame wouldn't fall on him. He left the great hall, weaving through the crowded corridors. He lifted a tapestry and slipped behind it into a secret passage that led directly to the area before Quirrell's office, known to few. Once inside the passage, Harry donned the invisibility cloak, covering even his head. He checked carefully to ensure no part of him was visible, then continued toward the third floor. Emerging from the passage, Harry slowed his breathing and crouched motionless at a corner near Quirrell's office. Soon Quirrell hurried past him and entered his office. Harry stared at the ground, not even glancing sideways, listening intently. After all, Voldemort was attached to Quirrell. He couldn't risk being sensed. A few minutes later, Dumbledore appeared at the end of the corridor, stopped before Quirrell's door and knocked. Harry rose, slightly bent low, and stepped silently behind him. The door swung open quickly, and Quirrell stared at the visitor with a mixture of surprise and fear. D. Dumbledore, Professor. W.W.H. Why are you here? Quirrell stammered. Dumbledore chuckled. Good evening, Quirinus. I've received quite a few complaints about you lately, so I thought we should have a chat. Are you free now? I'm very free. Quirrell's eyes flickered as he stammered, stepping back to let Dumbledore in. Dumbledore paused for a moment before stepping inside. Harry followed in perfect sync, matching the rhythm of Dumbledore's footsteps. Entering the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Dumbledore stopped, drew his wand, and closed the door. Quirinus, you don't mind if I use a few small charms, do you? After all, I doubt you'd want our conversation to be overheard by students. Dumbledore said with a warm smile and a gentle tone. Of course, of course. Please go ahead. Quirrell retreated a few more steps, trembling as he watched Dumbledore's wand. Several spells shot forth. The door clicked softly as it locked, and translucent barriers covered the walls, ceiling, and floor. That should do it. Dumbledore put away his wand, leaned against a desk, and looked at Quirrell. Do you have anything to say about the complaint? Aye. Before Quirrell could finish, he collapsed face first onto the floor with a piercing scream. Quick! There's no time. Harry tore off the invisibility cloak, his right hand spread wide, aimed directly at Quirrell. Dumbledore leaped up with an agility that defied his age, swiftly drawing his wand and giving it a forceful wave. Quirrell was flipped over, revealing a horrifically disfigured face. Deep scars crisscrossed his entire visage, blackened and gaping, exposing pale bone. The skin on Quirrell's hands had almost completely peeled away, leaving only pale bones with a few strands of whitish muscle. Dumbledore stared in shock at the barely recognizable figure before him. Save me. Professor, save me. The dark, he's on my back. Quirrell wailed, forcing out fragmented words. The moment he saw Harry, Quirrell knew his chance had come. He had no idea what would happen, but he was out of options. He didn't want to die. He was still young. He had to seize this opportunity. Dumbledore carefully placed Quirrell on a desk, pulling out various potion bottles from his pocket. He administered a simple treatment with magic Harry couldn't comprehend, temporarily easing the pain so Quirrell could speak. Professor, save me. The Dark Lord is possessing me, draining my life force. I had no choice. Quirrell's eyes were wide, but he had no tears left to shed. What does he want? To steal the Philosopher's Stone, kill Harry Potter, rebuild his body, and return to life. Quirrell spoke, rapidly, feeling no punishment from Voldemort. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seemed the barrier was truly working, otherwise he wouldn't be so comfortable. How far along is he? Dumbledore asked quickly. Quirrell answered without hesitation. He's planning to pump Hagrid for information on how to get past the three-headed dog. You don't know the dog's weakness. Dumbledore frowned. Quirrell stared despairingly at the ceiling. I do. I was just stalling for time. The three-headed dog's weakness was known to quite a few people, but Voldemort held magical creatures in low regard. He couldn't be bothered to learn about a beast used only for guarding, as it was useless to him. Dumbledore's expression turned knowing. He was indeed asking for help. If we remove Voldemort's possession, you might die. Time was short, so Dumbledore cut straight to the point. Quirrell's eyes grew even more desperate as he sobbed, staring at the ceiling. But if we don't remove it, you will definitely die, Dumbledore said sternly. It's time for you to choose. We're running out of time. He had already seen Harry's state, drenched in sweat, his face pale. Remove him. Even if I die. I refuse to be. I have a family. I can't let them get involved with the Dark Lord. Quirrell's stutter vanished, replaced by a fierce, almost sad. Having received the answer he wanted, Dumbledore immediately produced alchemical instruments, turning their mechanisms, while chanting intricate incantations. A birdcage-like alchemical device slowly expanded to the size of a normal cage, its doors swinging open. Then Dumbledore waved his wand, reciting ancient spells with accompanying gestures. Streams of pure white light enveloped. Quirrell began screaming again, Harry's face growing paler. An unseen silver radiance swirled incessantly around Quirrell's body. As Dumbledore's voice ceased, he thrust his wand sharply. Harry's fingers curled involuntarily as a black mist flowed out of Quirrell, carried by the white light into the cage. Quirrell could no longer scream. His eyes rolled back, revealing only bloodshot whites, his limbs dangling limply over the desk's edge, as if unconscious. Dumbledore didn't dare relax until all the black mist was trapped inside the cage. He slammed the mechanism shut. The cage door clanged closed, and a piercing shriek erupted from within the dark fog. Harry released his grip, sweat nearly soaking his hair as he gasped for air. He downed a vial of invigorating potion, steadying his breathing, and frowned at the churning black mist inside the cage. So this is Voldemort? Harry asked. I never imagined seeing you like this again, Tom. Dumbledore's face grew cold as he cast healing spell after healing spell at Quirrell. Harry barely recognized two of them before giving up entirely. He was never skilled at healing magic, relying on potions to Dumbledore. Voldemort remained a cloud of black mist, barely forming a featureless face as he roared, crashing aimlessly against the cage bars like a headless fly unable to escape. Young people have no manners. I once taught you. Can't you even call me Professor? Dumbledore checked Quirrell's condition and breathed a slight sigh of relief. His life was likely saved. You can't trap me forever. I will return. Voldemort glared venomously, letting out a powerless roar. Harry sneezed. How? With your pathetic Horcruxes? It's you, Harry Potter. Voldemort's smoky face turned toward Harry, continuing to shriek. Harry nearly laughed aloud. Look at the great Voldemort now, just a beast raging impotently. I will kill you. I swear it. The black mist suddenly expanded, tendrils seeping through the cage bars. No. Dumbledore lunged for the cage, but it was too late. Voldemort was slipping through the gaps. Even as golden lightning crackled along the bars, dispersing some of the mist, he still emerged. I will always return. Dumbledore, Harry Potter, I will have my revenge. Voldemort hovered above the classroom, hurling his threat, before preparing. Dumbledore swung his wand like a sword, sending a barrage of spells at Voldemort, but they all passed through the black mist without it. This emboldened Voldemort. He laughed maniacally, circling the classroom as he searched for an escape route. Dumbledore's earlier barriers, while unable to harm him, had trapped him inside. But Voldemort wasn't worried. Such spells had a limited duration. The moment a gap appeared, he would be gone. Harry stared coldly at the black mist above, raising his wand steadily at the ugly flat face at its center. Avada Kedavra. A sickly green beam erupted from Harry's wand, streaking toward Voldemort. The green light illuminated Harry's face, cold and impassive. The curse pierced the mist again, striking the ceiling and shattering a corner. Debris and dust rained down, obscuring Dumbledore's stunned expression. Even the fleeing black smoke froze for an instant, followed by Voldemort's wild, unrestrained laughter. Dumbledore, this is the savior you chose. Harry didn't stop. Green beams shot forth relentlessly, all aimed at that flat face. Even though Voldemort was immune to the curses, he couldn't help but twist his mist to dodge. The unending stream of killing curses was the final straw. With a sound like shattering glass, the barriers around the room dissolved. Voldemort rushed out through a window, vanishing into the night sky in an instant. Harry ran to the window, frowning as he searched. Confirming Voldemort had escaped, he slammed his fist against the sill in frustration. Damn it. He got away. You? Dumbledore's voice faltered, barely uttering a single syllable before he stopped. Commotion was rising from outside. The noise from Harry shattering the ceiling had drawn students and professors. Without a word, Harry dashed back into the room, grabbing the invisibility cloak and draping it over his head. The next moment, the classroom door burst open with a bang. Snape stood with his wand raised, peering warily inside. What happened here? Nothing serious. Quirrell was ensnared by a dark magical object. I was a bit heavy-handed in dealing with it. He's still alive. Please take him to the hospital wing Severus. Poor soul. Dumbledore sighed, regretfully looking at Quirrell's ravaged form. The curse of the unicorn still lingered on him, along with Voldemort's corruption. Alive, he was little different from dead. The only silver lining was that Dumbledore had concealed Voldemort's involvement, preserving a shred of dignity, so Quirrell's family wouldn't be dragged into the Dark Lord's affairs. Snape quickly stepped forward, examined Quirrell, pursed his lips, and poured a vial of crimson potion down his throat. Then, using the levitation charm, he floated Quirrell and strode out. Professor McGonagall stood at the door, stunned, her hand trembling as she gripped the frame, eyes glistening. Quirinus, how could he be so foolish? I warned him. Alas. Professor Flitwick sighed, patting McGonagall's arm as he moved aside to let Snape pass with Quirrell. It's my fault. I failed to notice his troubles in time, and by the time I arrived the dark magic had already ravaged him. Dumbledore looked deeply remorseful, his back to the door, head bowed toward the floor. Please organize the students' evacuation first. I need to thoroughly inspect the defense classroom to ensure no further harm comes to anyone. Professor McGonagall wiped her eyes. Rest assured, we'll see to it. She turned to disperse the curious students, with Flitwick joining her, quickly clearing the hallway. The corridor fell silent again. Reparo. Dumbledore cast the spell, and the door broken by Snape and the ceiling shattered by Harry restored themselves, as if time had reversed. Without using magic, Dumbledore walked slowly to the repaired door, closed it gently, and stood there in silence, staring at it. Harry, you used the killing curse. Harry remained silent, removed the invisibility cloak, found a seat, and stared at the end. That's dark magic, an unforgivable curse. You know that, don't you? Dumbledore asked. I know, Harry said solemnly. It's the only spell I know that's fast and affects the soul. Ancient magic takes too long. You? Dumbledore hesitated again. He didn't know what to say. Criticism, accusation, reproach. If any of it would work, he would have done so without hesitation. But in the past 6 months of dealing with Harry, he had learned that none of it mattered. What could he do? Could he really send Harry to Azkaban? After a long pause, Dumbledore spoke again. You won't abuse it, will you? What do you mean by abuse? Harry sneered, his back to the door. Isn't it the most effective spell when it comes to revenge? Harry Potter. Dumbledore snapped. Harry fell silent again, then said after a long moment, I'm sorry, but I don't regret. This is my revenge, my war. Magic was made to be used. I know dark magic can corrupt the mind, but I swear I won't use it on the innocent. But are you sure that thing can still be called human? This time it was Dumbledore's turn to fall silent. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately no words came out. If you truly cannot trust me, then let our partnership end here. You do what you believe is right, and I shall do the same. You know my purpose. If anyone stands in my way, I will show no mercy. Harry's tone was resolute, his fingers wrapped tightly around his wand, knuckles white from the strain. As his words faded, the classroom was once again enveloped in silence. Neither spoke, each lost in contemplation of gains and losses. Harry was unwavering, believing that magic was meant to be used when necessary, as long as it wasn't abused or wielded to oppress the weak. This conviction aligned with Sebastian's, which was why he hadn't objected when they first began their quest to uncover dark magic together. But learning did not mean constant use. Upon first casting an unforgivable curse, Harry discerned their inherent flaws, concluding that these 3 curses should only be employed against those who have forfeited their humanity. These thoughts mirrored ominous, leading to a quarrel with Sebastian. However, Harry's timely intervention prevented Sebastian from harming his uncle, sparing him the grave sin of kinmurder, which ultimately brought Sebastian back to his senses. Dumbledore's eyelids drooped, his fingers twirling restlessly. His heart churned with unease. Harry's words were absolute, and Dumbledore knew that with Harry's current abilities he would not easily heed his counsel. Once his prejudice and wariness toward Tom Riddle had birthed a dark lord in the wizarding world. Some might say Voldemort was beyond redemption, but Dumbledore had never tried to save him. That was his failure. And now, could he truly place his faith in this boy? Dumbledore knew that Harry and Voldemort were fundamentally different, yet their similarities were unsettling, prompting him to wonder, could Harry become the next Dark Lord? After an indeterminate silence, Harry grew impatient. Frowning, he began to consider his next move. Without Dumbledore's support, he would have to hasten a trip to Knockturn Alley, seek out unconventional connections, and establish his own intelligence network. Harry. Dumbledore's voice sounded weary, tinged with hoarseness. He uttered Harry's name, and then fell silent. Harry, growing restless, suddenly stood and turned to face Dumbledore's back. My heart is small. It holds only my friends and family. Anyone who threatens them is my enemy. I am not as noble as you, bearing the weight of the entire wizarding world. Our goals differ, and our paths diverge. Dumbledore turned as well. Across the empty classroom their eyes met. Suddenly Dumbledore smiled. In truth, it is the I will not stop you. I will continue to aid you until you achieve your goal. Leaning gently against the door, Dumbledore spoke with a soft smile. You seek vengeance. I seek the stability and preservation of the wizarding world. The key to both is the defeat of Voldemort. So it is the same, Harry. Then the partnership continues. Harry raised an eyebrow. Let us make an oath, Harry, Dumbledore said resolute. It is not that I distrust you, but I wish to be your final safeguard. An unbreakable vow. Harry narrowed his eyes. Who will be our bonder? Severus will do. Dumbledore summoned a silver phoenix Patronus, which passed through the door. Harry frowned, but did not object. Snape was indeed the most suitable choice. Harry knew some of Dumbledore's secrets as well as his own. Everything about him was in Dumbledore's hands. At the very least, Snape would not sell him out for a good price. That was enough. Before long, a knock came at the defense against the dark arts classroom door, as if Snape had never strayed far. Dumbledore opened the door, allowed Snape to enter, then closed it again, sealing the entire classroom with a series of spells. What are you doing here? Snape's brow furrowed sharply at the sight of Harry, his tone blunt. Harry shrugged. Dumbledore asked me to come. Snape immediately noticed that Harry had addressed the headmaster by his surname alone, omitting even the courtesy of Professor. Severus, I called you here merely to witness something for us. I hope I haven't disturbed you. Dumbledore asked cheerfully, having completed all the precautions. Snape curled his lip unpleasantly. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten. I was in the middle of delivering Quirrell to the hospital wing intact. Does that count as a disturbance? What kind of witness requires a mere potions master? Has the Savior failed to meet your expectations? Are you seeking a replacement? Unfortunately, it seems too late. Snape's words were harsh and biting. Yet Dumbledore paid no heed, walking over to Harry and extending a hand. Harry looked at the aged, wrinkled hand before him and grasped it without hesitation. Together, they turned to Snape. Snape was both baffled and furious. What are you doing, Potter? What have you done? And you, Dumbledore? Didn't you watch him grow up? What is this all about? Dumbledore lowered his eyelids. Indeed, he had watched Harry grow up. Mrs. Figg sent him weekly letters detailing Harry's every word and action. Yet Merlin had played a trick on him, allowing Harry to grow and fight for 5 years without his knowledge. This period of blankness, despite his exhaustive search through historical records and portraits of that era, remained inexplicable. Forgive him for being old. The older one gets, the more suspicious one becomes. He could see that Harry was a good child with firm goals, a merciful heart, and even formidable power. He possessed everything one could want, and he would surely succeed. But Dumbledore dared not gamble. Over 100 years old, he could not defeat another Dark Lord. Yet he could not simply erase Harry either. How would that make him any different from Voldemort? All he could do was place a safeguard upon Harry. The future was still theirs. What are you doing, Dumbledore? Snape could no longer contain his expression. What are you thinking? You promised me. Yes, Severus. Come now. This is what we agreed upon. Once the vow is complete, I will explain everything. Dumbledore spoke calmly, turning his gaze back to Harry. Is that acceptable, eh? Of course. Of course. Harry nodded without hesitation. In his view, Snape was far more reliable than Dumbledore. For his mother's sake, that unequal bargain had always favored him. Snape pressed his lips tightly, his face dark. He had no idea what the two were playing at, but he would soon find out, provided he agreed to be the bonder. Professor Snape, could you please hurry? My hand is starting to sweat. Harry called out. Snape gritted his teeth, a faint crack. He pressed his wand against their clasped hands, forcing the words through clenched teeth. Begin. Do you swear from this moment forward to use the killing curse only against lives unworthy of being called human? Dumbledore said solemnly. Snape's hand trembled slightly, but his wand remained steady as a golden spark emerged from its tip, winding around their wrists. I swear, Harry replied earnestly. The spark lingered on their wrists, leaving a chain-like mark. Do you swear to hold fast to your true heart and never stray onto the path of darkness? Dumbledore spoke again. I swear. Harry remained steadfast. A second chain mark formed, crossing the first, converging. Harry did not release his hand, looking at Dumbledore. Do you swear to use all your power to help me kill Voldemort? Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. I swear. A third spark coiled into shape. 3 interwoven chains left their marks on each wrist. Snape felt his hand loosen, the wand easily retrieved, signaling the completion of the vow. They withdrew their hands. The chain marks slowly faded from sight, but they both knew they were merely hidden. Should anyone break the oath, they would pay with their life. The killing curse. The path of darkness. Snape's voice was hoarse, his gaze hollow, his face pale, as he stared at Dumbledore. What is this all about? Harry shrugged. I'll take my leave. You explain. It's almost curfew, and I'd rather not lose any more points. With that, Harry strode out without looking back. Fortunately, the spells Dumbledore had cast were only soundproofing, not barriers to it. The classroom door closed once more. Dumbledore sat on the nearest desk. What do you wish to ask? Snape was silent for a long moment. Will he die? I will protect him even at the cost of my own life, Dumbledore said firmly. Snape said no more, heading for the door. That is, the night's events stirred no great commotion at Hogwarts. The only displeasure came from the news that Quirrell had been sent to St. Mungo's, reportedly never to return. The Board of Governors arranged compensation as the incident had occurred on school grounds. Students groaned in unison, for Snape had once again taken over the teaching duties. Despite the dark circles under his eyes, he enthusiastically taught defense against the dark arts, and even his potions class seemed somewhat more lenient, though only slightly. Thankfully, Dumbledore had no intention of working Snape to death, announcing that he would find a new professor for the second term by Christmas, which lifted the students' spirits somewhat. The topic shifted, with many speculating whether Voldemort's curse had grown stronger. After all, Quirrell hadn't even lasted in previous years, the professors had always managed to endure an entire school year. During the gatherings before Christmas, Harry taught his friends only one new spell, the summoning charm. It was practical, at least in his view. In a corner of the Hogwarts library on the second floor, Harry and his group sat together, whispering where Madame Pants couldn't hear. Harry, are you going home for Christmas? Hermione, as usual, was cradling a book heavy enough to knock someone out. Ron perked up his ears for once, holding a quill as he copied from Hermione's notes to supplement his own. Probably not, but I might take leave to go out for a while, Harry replied, scribbling on a piece of parchment. Neville sat solemnly, holding a flower pot containing a vine-like plant as thick as a finger, its branches writhing. I have to go back. My grandmother wrote to me, insisting I return. I'm going back too. It's my first time away from home this long, and I miss my parents, Hermione said. Do you need any help leaving this? No, I can handle it. Harry put away the parchment, took off his glasses, and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Christmas gifts were such a hassle. He didn't even know that many people, so why did he have to send so many presents? Ron sighed. I'm staying at school for Christmas. My parents are going to Romania to visit Charlie. He works in a dragon sanctuary. Dragons? Weasley. What kind of dragons? Draco's head shot up, his eyes gleaming. I want a dragon too, but my father won't allow it. Keep your voice down, Malfoy. Don't bring Madam Pants over here. Ron nearly leaped to cover Draco's mouth. Draco immediately fell silent, still staring at Ron with sparkling eyes, waiting for his answer. Boys were always fascinated by dragons. Even Harry couldn't help but look over. From what I remember, the most common are the Romanian longhorn, some Peruvian vipertooth, and the Norwegian ridgeback. They have most species, but no Ukrainian ironbelly. Charlie said they're hard to find. They even imported an O.W.L.s from Australia, but still no trace of the ironbelly. Ukrainian wizards hide them too well. Ron whispered, even Hermione listening with rapt attention. Wow. Draco couldn't help but exclaim. His quill moved, sketching simple dragon figures on the parchment. If only I could own it. Too bad the law doesn't allow it, Ron said with a sarcastic curl of his lip. Draco ignored him entirely, gazing at the little dragons he had drawn on the parchment, already pondering whether he could convince his father to start a dragon breeding farm. A sudden crash echoed through the silent library. Harry and his friends closest to the source sprang up nimbly, drawing their wands in unison, aiming at the bookshelf behind them. The sound had come from there. Who's there? Harry barked. Madam Pants also approached quickly, wand raised, her face grim. A whole bookshelf had shifted, scattering books all over the floor. Come out, Harry commanded again. A tall figure cautiously emerged from behind the bookshelf, both hands raised high, afraid of knocking anything else over. Hagrid. The three Gryffindors couldn't help but exclaim. Madam Pants had already arrived, glaring furiously at the books scattered on the floor. How dare you? Get out. I'm going. Hagrid apologized awkwardly with a placating smile, clutching two books tightly in his hands while his eyes kept darting toward Harry. Harry and the others withdrew their wands with wry smiles. Ron and Neville helped pick up the books from the floor. Hermione inspected them for damage and then sorted them by name. Draco took the sorted books from Hermione and placed them back on the shelves one by one. Soon everything was neat and tidy again, and Madam Pants's expression finally softened somewhat. Thank you. 10 points to Gryffindor and 3 to Slytherin. Madam Pants nodded at them before leading Hagrid toward the door with a stern expression. Harry squinted and made out the title of the book in Hagrid's hand, A Guide to Raising Fire Dragons. What did Hagrid need that book? Draco was still feeling aggrieved. He thought he had been shortchanged. Everyone had done the same work, so why had he only gotten 3 points? Was it just because there were fewer of them? His eyes darted around as he decided it was time to revive his old connections. He couldn't let Gryffindor dominate unchecked. What does Hagrid want with a book about raising dragons? Ron asked after returning the last book and wandering back from the shelf. Harry stroked his chin. He once told me a long time ago that his biggest dream was to raise a dragon. But that's against the law. Hermione frowned, finding it hard to continue reading the book in her hands. Harry sometimes took them to visit Hagrid's hut. After half a year, they had become quite familiar with him. Ron had received a large bag of rock cakes which he used as training weights. They never went bad and were easy to carry. Granger, don't be naive. Even if it's against the law, so what? He's at Hogwarts and Dumbledore will protect him anyway. Draco snorted. He had understood this principle since childhood. With his father and the Malfoy name as his shield, most in the magical world wouldn't dare touch him. And if they did, he would simply use his influence to crush them. His father had long said that the Big Oaf was Dumbledore's man, so Dumbledore would surely protect him. What was raising a dragon after all? He didn't believe Dumbledore couldn't handle such a trivial issue. The question is, where did Hagrid get a dragon? O.W.L.s face crumpled. He had to apply to Professor Sprout 800 times just to grow a magical plant and pass a series of exams before getting a single seedling. Where had Hagrid gotten one? O.W.L.s hit the nail on the head. Hermione snapped her book shut, leaned in slightly, and whispered slyly, he wants to raise a dragon, and he gets one. Did Dumbledore pull strings for him? So we've got leverage over Dumbledore. We can demand to raise dragons too. Draco was overjoyed. Dream on. Hagrid is Dumbledore's man. Are you? Ron scoffed. Draco fumed. My father is a school governor. Calm down, you two. This is all speculation. Hermione sighed in exasperation. What was wrong with these boys? Did they have no brains? I suspect. Hermione looked at Harry with a knowing expression. Harry's head ached. How could he tell Hermione that the source of her worries was currently at St. Mungo's? Suddenly he thought of the 4th floor. Glancing at his 4 companions, a brilliant idea struck him. There must be something off here. Even if Dumbledore favors Hagrid, he wouldn't let him raise a dragon at school, right? Harry guided them. Hermione shot up and began pacing restlessly by the table. Exactly. Hagrid always wanted a dragon, and now he has one. What did he trade for it? Money. No, it must be information about Hogwarts. Harry, you said the fourth floor corridor guards something important. So intelligence about the fourth floor. Aside from Harry, the other three stared blankly as Hermione paced faster, muttering words they couldn't follow. How had she connected so much from Hagrid borrowing a book? What intelligence about the fourth floor? Hagrid may be a professor too. Protecting something means obstacles. Hagrid was involved. Yes, he's Dumbledore's man, so he must be. Someone's trying to steal what's on the fourth floor. Hermione concluded, her face flushed with excitement. She turned to find 3 dazed faces and Harry's approving expression. Harry clapped softly, unable to help applauding the young witch's brilliance. Perfect. Her deductions were almost flawless. So who do you think it is, eh? Harry asked, curiously eager to see how far Hermione could deduce. You lot. Keep your voices down. Madame Pants suddenly emerged from behind a shelf, glaring at them. Harry led the way, apologizing while urging the others to pack up and leave. This was no place for a conversation. Everyone moved quickly, without dawdling, following Harry out of the library. After a few steps, Harry glanced around and pushed open a painting, revealing an empty room behind it. It seemed no one had been here in ages. Thick dust covered the floor. Harry lit the candelabra in the room. Let's talk here. Not many people come this way. It used to be a storage room. I can see that. There's even a rag in a bucket. Ron said with distaste, pinching a piece of cloth of indeterminate color and examining it. First, let's rule out Professor Quirrell. He's already at St. Mungo's, Hermione stated firmly. Harry covered his forehead. Excellent, the correct answer was eliminated first. But he couldn't blame Hermione. She lacked key information. We don't have enough clues yet. We need to find out where Hagrid got the dragon egg to make a better deduction. Hermione pondered for a moment before speaking again. Harry nodded. So what should we do next? Hermione looked at him, oddly feeling he shouldn't need to ask that. Harry winked at her, and she immediately understood and fell silent. She realized Harry was testing the others. She must have passed, or he wouldn't have given her the hint. Hermione stopped talking and began observing the rest. Ron dropped the rag and wiped his hands on his robes. It's still early before curfew. We can go straight to Hagrid and ask. Why? Harry asked. Will he tell us? Ron sneered. Just ask him directly. Does Hagrid seem like someone who can keep a secret? If we press him, he'll spill. Even if he doesn't, we can get him to let something slip in conversation. Not bad. He knew to start with someone familiar and understood Hagrid's character and weaknesses. Harry nodded and turned to Draco. What do you think? Draco stroked his chin. I can ask my father to investigate. Dragon eggs are usually smuggled. Tracking the supply chain should yield some clues. Also good. He knew to seek help from someone more powerful, passing on the risk. Very Slytherin. Neville looked distressed, glancing left and right. He was the only one who hadn't spoken, but he truly didn't know what to say. Harry patted his shoulder reassuringly. Neville was excused. The memory charm from his childhood had deeply affected his thinking. Perhaps the effects would fade in time, but not now. Let others handle the brain work. Good ideas all around. Let's get started. Draco, be careful. I don't think you'd want your parents meddling in your school life, would you, eh? Harry gave Draco a meaningful look. Draco froze for a moment, then quickly understood what Harry meant. But he hesitated. That was his father, why couldn't he tell him? Yet thinking about how his father would react, he realized his father had wanted him to go to Durmstrang. If there was any instability here, he'd definitely be transferred. He didn't want to transfer. Not only was Germany far away, but he also didn't want to be separated from his friends. With that thought, Draco nodded solemnly and pushed open the door to leave. He needed to figure out how to communicate with Lucius, getting useful information without involving anyone at school, not even the half-giant. Harry then looked at Ron. You can take Neville and Hermione to see Hagrid. You're more observant and can pick out the key points from what he says. I won't go. He seems wary of me. Harry rubbed his nose awkwardly. Ever since he had confronted Hagrid about Dumbledore using him to pass messages, Hagrid had been reluctant to talk, much afraid of letting something slip. Although Harry hadn't said anything afterward, Hagrid still felt guilty. He was happy to help when needed, but when it came to conversation, he would just cover his mouth and refuse to speak. Harry had no choice but to visit less often, though their bond remained strong. Hagrid still occasionally had Hedwig deliver homemade. Ron nodded gravely, puffing out his chest as he led the way out as if he had been entrusted with an important mission. Hermione and Neville hurried after him, with Hermione constantly advising Ron on conversation techniques. Ron grew irritated and started arguing back. They bickered as they walked, with Neville silently trailing behind, stepping in to mediate when things got heated. Harry also left the room, watching the trio's retreating figures with amusement. This wasn't bad. The noise and arguments might even be good for mental health. Shrugging, Harry headed upstairs. His idea still needed Dumbledore's approval, since the fourth floor corridor was under his purview. If he moved too slowly, it might be dismantled. Quirrell was an St. Mungo's and Harry had grown on his own. The chosen one training plan was no longer necessary. After confessing to Dumbledore, Harry learned the truth about the fourth floor. He had even explored it himself. Aside from Snape's logic puzzle, the rest was trivial. If Dumbledore hadn't insisted that the final step was the real challenge, Harry would have suspected Dumbledore was practically handing the Philosopher's Stone to Voldemort. Those childish obstacles could be passed, even by a first-year student. But now they were useless. Harry had just realized that since they were no longer needed, they would be perfect as a trial for their small group. However, he couldn't participate himself. That would be cheating, not a test. Soon Harry stood before the door of the headmaster's office. He was about to push it open when he suddenly remembered something and withdrew his hand, knocking politely instead. "Come in." Harry pushed the door open cautiously, peered inside, and relaxed when he saw no one else. He widened the gap and stepped. "Harry, is something the matter?" Dumbledore set down his quill, looking somewhat surprised. Logically, there was nothing particularly urgent at school. His most pressing issue lately was finding a suitable professor for the next term. "I have a favor to ask," Harry said with a smile, sitting down opposite without ceremony. "It's like this." After Harry explained his plan, Dumbledore grew intrigued. "So the members of your little group are all quite capable?" Dumbledore asked with interest. Harry nodded modestly. "Not bad. Almost as good as I was at their age." "And Mr. Malfoy?" Dumbledore began, but stopped when he saw Harry frown. "I didn't mean. I'm just wondering if Mr. Malfoy's father might object. Lucius is not an easy man. He wouldn't allow his son to become someone's subordinate." "Who said they're my subordinates?" Harry retorted unhappily. "We're friends. I just know a bit more than they do. Learning a few spells not in the textbooks doesn't make them my subordinates." Dumbledore fell silent, then suddenly laughed. He had been too sensitive. Yes, learning together didn't make anyone a subordinate. If it did, then the largest wizarding organization would be Sprouts. Hufflepuff always had the most students. Harry smiled too. Besides, Draco is Draco, and his father is his father. I'm friends with Draco, not with Mr. Malfoy. He knew they were family, but they weren't the same person. The Malfoys loved to gamble, so it wasn't impossible that Draco was placing his bets on Harry. Harry analyzed rationally. He was the chosen one after all. Draco betting on him was plausible. "You don't mind?" Dumbledore asked. Harry curled his lip. "Why would I mind? Isn't this only natural? If you want something, you have to pay for it." After a pause, Harry continued. "I hope to gain reliable friends and companions who can walk alongside me. So if I invest time and effort in teaching them, and offer them my sincere friendship, then what I'll receive in return will surely be a group of exceptionally capable and genuine friends. If any of them were to betray me, it would definitely mean my judgment was flawed, and I failed to notice the signs. After all, betrayal isn't a decision made in an instant." Silence filled the headmaster's office. After a long moment, Dumbledore raised his hand and began to applaud Harry. "Harry, I am truly delighted. You have indeed become a reliable companion. I apologize for some of my previous questionable actions." Harry immediately became wary. "What are you up to? It's not even New Year's yet. I'm still 11. Even after the new year, he'll only be 12. Dumbledore's hand froze midair, momentarily at a loss for words. "I was merely complimenting you," he said, sounding rather. Harry grew even more cautious, standing up and retreating 2 steps to circle behind his chair. "Whenever you compliment me, nothing good follows. Let me be clear, I'm very busy lately. I don't have time to take on any commissions, and I have enough money for now." "The 4th floor corridor is yours to handle," Dumbledore said, decisively changing the subject. If they kept this up, he'd likely end up having to compensate Harry for something again. "Thank you, Headmaster." Harry, having achieved his goal, broke into a grin. Excellent. He hadn't mentioned charging a fee. Just as Harry was about to push the door open and leave, he was called back. His heart skipped a beat. Had his intention to get something for nothing been discovered? "What's wrong?" Harry's hand rested on the doorknob as he began to contemplate whether he could make a run for it. "Since I'm the one setting up the 4th floor corridor, it's not too much to ask if I want to add a few things to it, is it?" Dumbledore said. Harry was taken aback. "What do you want to add?" "You need to know my friends are all still first years." "Don't worry, I know. It won't go too far beyond the textbook knowledge. Also, I'll use this as a reward for them when they clear the Dumbledore placed the Philosopher's Stone on the table. Harry frowned. "Is that necessary? Isn't it too valuable?" "Haha, take a closer look." Dumbledore laughed heartily, a rare sight. Harry left the doorway, walked over, and picked up the Philosopher's Stone, examining it closely. Last time he had been too astonished to properly appreciate this alchemical masterpiece renowned in history. Upon such close inspection, Harry noticed something was off. "This stone, is it a fake?" Harry asked hesitantly. Although its appearance and aura gave an impression of great power and value, a careful examination revealed that the magical energy contained within was far too meager, inconsistent with the descriptions. Dumbledore gave a sly smile. "It is real, but it's the one Flamel used up. You see, he's lived for over 600 years, and in all that time, he only managed to create this single stone, producing enough elixir of life to sustain him for centuries." Harry immediately understood. Legend held that creating the Philosopher's Stone required a vast amount of souls. Flamel had stumbled upon its creation during a time of Muggle wars and plagues, a stroke of fortune. Such an opportunity no longer existed in this era. So this truly was the world's only Philosopher's Stone. So even if Voldemort passed your final test, he wouldn't be able to make the elixir of life. Harry toyed with the stone in his hand, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for the fleeing Dark Lord. Look at his misfortune. He had been hiding so well only to come to Hogwarts for the stone, going to great lengths to find connections and clues only to have Dumbledore catch wind of it without ever even glimpsing the stone. Even if by some stroke of incredible luck he actually got the stone, only to find that its magical power was nearly depleted, insufficient for even a single use, wouldn't he just die of rage? Harry clicked his tongue, feeling he had missed a simple opportunity to kill Voldemort. The remaining magical power in this stone is only enough to transmute gold once worth about 200 galleons. It makes a very good reward, Dumbledore said with a beaming smile. Harry promptly shoved his hand into his pocket along with the red gem he held. All right, tell me what you want to do. I hope you can teach more people, not just your small group, Dumbledore said. Harry felt a headache coming on. Teaching 4 people was already troublesome enough, and judging by Dumbledore's expression, he didn't think it would be just 1 or 2 more. Sensing Harry's reluctance, Dumbledore quickly added, "Or you could have your friends do the teaching. You don't have to do it yourself." Harry stroked his chin thoughtfully. That might work actually. Having Ron and the others teach the spells they had learned to other students would satisfy Dumbledore's request, while also helping Ron and them reinforce their own understanding. A win-win. But school clubs can only be formed starting in the 3rd year, and my room isn't convenient for too many people. Besides, Ron and the others are only first years, they won't be able to command respect. Harry was tempted, but he laid out the difficulties. Dumbledore pondered for a moment. He'll arrange the location. The club can have special permission, or it wouldn't be the first time you've had an exception. As for commanding respect, you can let your friends prove themselves. But isn't teaching students magic supposed to be the professor's job? Harry asked. Dumbledore coughed awkwardly. The defense against the dark arts position has always been a challenge. I've written to all my friends asking for help in finding a new professor, but I haven't received a single reply yet. Is that curse really that difficult? You can't even break it? Harry asked, curious. Dumbledore looked even more embarrassed. I've checked thoroughly many times. From Hogwarts contracts to the classroom itself, I've examined every nook and cranny. There truly is no curse. Then that subject is just too unlucky, Harry said, exasperated. To lose a professor every year just by coincidence was appalling. Even if the magical world had a larger population, it couldn't sustain such losses, let alone the fact that it didn't. It was then that Harry understood. You want me to start a club and have the defense against the dark arts spells taught there, while any random professor can just fill the position for the actual class, right? Dumbledore suddenly became intensely interested in a trinket on his desk, studying its patterns with great focus. Harry let out a scoff and sat down in the chair with a posture that made Dumbledore wince. Since I'm doing the professor's job, I should get the professor's salary, shouldn't I? Based on the club meeting once a week, I won't ask for much, but at least half should be reasonable, right? Harry calculated slowly. Dumbledore stiffened. That's not quite fair. The professor still needs to teach theory classes, and your club can't take in all the students. The two engaged in a fierce negotiation, neither willing to yield to the other. Their voices grew louder and louder, disturbing Fawkes so much that the Phoenix buried his head under his wing, preferring not to be there. The portraits on the walls stopped pretending to sleep, watching the old man and the boy argue with great interest. Phineas sneered. If Dumbledore managed to get the better of Harry, he would eat his own hat. They didn't reach an agreement until just the final result was that Harry would accept students as he saw fit and teach them to the best of his ability. Dumbledore would provide a suitable location for the meetings and pay Harry 40 of a full professor's salary, along with various alchemical tools for teaching magic. All in all, Harry would have a fixed monthly income of 45 galleons. Since professors had their room and board covered by the school, and as a student Harry already had that right, and he had no say in the curriculum, this was the compromise they reached. As for older students who might be unwilling to learn from Harry's club, they wouldn't be forced. After all, Dumbledore couldn't make choices. If everyone was forced to attend, Harry would lose his patience. He wasn't one to mince words, and if things went wrong, a good portion of the students might end up in the hospital wing. They then discussed the schedule. Harry's Friday afternoon slot was fixed and non-negotiable. Class time couldn't be moved either, even if Harry didn't need to attend classes, the students did. So they settled on weekend afternoons for a single long session. 2 hours would be sufficient, as Hermione and the others would be the ones teaching, with Harry only needing to oversee. As for how many would show up, Harry pleaded ignorance. He would set a minimum standard. Only those who passed could join his club. If they couldn't pass, then it was too bad. If no one came at all, Harry would actually be happier. Dumbledore looked at Harry with a pained expression. Wouldn't the salary be wasted? In the end, with no other choice, Harry proposed that anyone who could correctly cast the levitation charm and the transfiguration charm would be considered qualified. These were spells taught in the first half of the first year. If someone couldn't cast them, then Dumbledore would have to consider what the problem was. Dumbledore had no objections to the standard Harry had set. They agreed to start officially on the first weekend after the Christmas holidays. Dumbledore would announce the news at the Startofterm feast and told Harry to be prepared. By the way, the club needs a name, Dumbledore called out as Harry was about to leave again. Harry felt a headache coming on. Naming things was a real pain. After thinking for a moment, Harry suddenly grinned. Let's call it the Defense Association. For short. D.A. Dumbledore was taken aback. Dumbledore's Army. Then he chuckled. Better not use that abbreviation carelessly or Cornelius won't be able to sleep at night. Harry rolled his eyes. You're so narcissistic. I've always agreed with Sebastian's view offense is the best defense. The magic I teach them isn't just so they can cower in a corner. With that, Harry didn't bother to look at Dumbledore's expression, pulled open the door, and walked out. Dumbledore sat in his chair stroking his beard worriedly. Was Harry going to create a bunch of dark wizards? The image of a horde of students screaming as they charged at indistinct figures in black robes, their wands emitting sickly green light, made Dumbledore yank out several beard hairs. Although he knew Harry wasn't that unreliable what-if. Dumbledore looked at the parchment on his desk. In the supervising professor slot, the name Severus Snape was written. He decisively scratched out that name and wrote his own. A headmaster was a professor too, after all. There was nothing wrong with that. Once outside the headmaster's office, Harry immediately regretted not asking Dumbledore to send him back. It was already past curfew. If he ran into a patrolling professor, he'd have to explain what he was doing. And if he ran into Snape, there would be deductions to deal with. Harry sighed, pulled his invisibility cloak from his bag, cast a silencing charm on his shoes, and sprinted towards Gryffindor Tower. Same time, same place. In the middle of the last corridor sat the familiar cat. Harry felt even more exasperated. He had initially planned to carefully sneak past, but Mrs. Norris seemed to catch his scent and let out a soft meow in his direction. Harry had no choice but to pull off his cloak. Good evening, Mrs. Norris. Fancy meeting you again. He crouched down, expertly stroked the cat's head as she approached, and scratched under her chin, turning Mrs. Norris into a purring, boneless puddle of fur. Listening carefully, he didn't hear Filch's distinctive footsteps. He must not be nearby. Harry took out a few small dried fish, placed them on a clean cloth, and set them in a corner. Here, this is a midnight snack for you. I just got back a bit late by accident. You won't tell Mr. Filch, will you? Harry said softly. Mrs. Norris let out a sweet, throaty meow and moved aside to let Harry pass. Harry put his invisibility cloak back on and headed for the portrait of the fat lady. He hadn't taken 2 steps when he heard heavy footsteps behind him. Looking back, he saw 2 fourth-year Gryffindor students. Before Harry could even make a sound, Mrs. Norris let out a piercing screech. Filch popped out from behind a suit of armor, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked at the 2 fourth-years. Caught you. Out of bed. Come with me to see the professor on duty. Harry immediately shut his mouth. So Filch had been hiding in the shadows behind the armor all along, which was why he hadn't heard his footsteps. He watched sympathetically as the 2 were dragged away by the arm. All he could do was silently pray for them, hoping that Professor Snape wasn't the one on patrol tonight. Passing through the fat lattice portrait, Harry entered the Gryffindor common room. Ron, Neville, and Hermione were indeed still awake, huddled around a round table near the fireplace, whispering. Harry pulled off his invisibility cloak. Find anything out? Merlin's beard. Harry looked innocently at the 3 before him. Hermione and Ron, who gasped, and Neville, who immediately drew his wand. Nodding in satisfaction at Neville's alertness, Harry put away his invisibility cloak and sat down. Did you find out anything? You nearly scared us to death, Harry. Ron glared resentfully at Harry, who acted as if nothing had happened. Can't you learn from Neville? Look how vigilant he is. If I were a villain, you'd have died countless times by now. Harry seized every opportunity to lecture, all from his own hard-earned experience. All right, enough fooling around. Let's talk about where Hagrid got that dragon egg. Harry steered the conversation back. Ron and Neville exchanged a glance, then turned to look at Hermione. Hermione sighed and pulled a small palm-sized notebook from her pocket. From our chat, all we know is that it's a Norwegian Ridgeback egg. It won't hatch for a while, about a month. Hagrid said he found it in the backyard of the Hog's Head Inn after a drink. He has no idea who it belonged to. He recognized it as a dragon egg and came straight back to school without even looking for the owner. He also said it must have been smuggled. Even if it was lost, no one would report it to the authorities. They'd either have to accept the loss or search discreetly. As long as he kept the secret, no one would know he took it. At this, the 3 of them wore identical, complicated expressions. After all, expecting Hagrid to keep a secret was a tall order. In that case, we won't get any useful information from Hagrid. We'll have to wait for Draco's news. Harry stroked his chin. We can't leave the school to gather information in Hogsmeade. Besides, smugglers are all dark wizards. We're only first years, we wouldn't be able to find out anything even if we tried. Ron interjected. Harry made a quick decision. Then it's settled. Well, wait for Draco's news tomorrow. Time for bed now. You don't want to oversleep. And Ron, how were those cockroach clusters you had last time? Ron's face turned green. Though the candy tasted good, the sensation of them crawling in his mouth was something he never wanted to experience again. Good night. Ron leaped from his chair and dashed toward the stairs. Neville followed close behind. Though he hadn't lost the last bet, he had no desire to try cockroach clusters, even if Ron said they tasted fine. Boys. Hermione snorted, snapping her book shut. I'm going back to the dorm too. Harry, do you need any help with the Christmas holiday plans? No need, Hermione. You should spend the holiday with your family. I'm just doing some shopping, it's nothing difficult. Harry declined with a smile. Hermione pursed her lips, slung her bag over her shoulder. All right then. Good night, Harry. Good night, Hermione. Click. The final lock sounded. Harry was left alone in the common room. He gazed at the dying fireplace, his eyes narrowing. In his hand was a piece of parchment bearing a familiar handwriting marked with only a single time. Harry had no idea when the note had been slipped to him. He had only discovered it while casually flipping through his notebook while talking with. What did this mean? What did Snape want? Harry unfolded the note again, staring at the words Friday 1:00 p.m. Should he go? Harry frowned. That time was well past curfew. Since they had performed the unbreakable vow, Snape had taken his disregard for Harry to a new level. During lessons, he no longer even called Harry's or O.W.L.s names for attendance, as if they simply didn't exist. Now suddenly sending a note to arrange a meeting. It was hard not to suspect a trap. But what could he possibly want? Just to catch him out after curfew and deduct points. Surely Snape wasn't that petty. After some thought, Harry cast every detection spell he knew on the parchment over and over. Confirming it was just an ordinary piece of parchment, not even enchanted to self-destruct, he carefully tucked it into his bag. If Snape wanted to meet, then he would meet. But he would keep the evidence, just in case Snape tried to deduct points arbitrarily. Having made up his mind, Harry yawned and decisively headed back to his dormitory. There was Quidditch practice in the morning, and even though a seeker often worked alone, he couldn't afford to be out of sync with the team. The next morning, Harry staggered back to the castle frozen stiff after being buffeted by the icy wind on the Quidditch pitch. He swore silently that he would never go to practice again. All the Gryffindors watched their Quidditch team with sympathy. The players' faces were numb with cold. Fred even had water dribbling from the corner of his mouth as he tried to drink. Only after Harry had warmed up and cast a warming charm on everyone could they finally enjoy a proper breakfast. He made a mental note to add that spell to his next lesson. It was Friday. After an uneventful potions class, Draco intercepted Harry outside the classroom. "What's up?" Harry asked curiously. "Can't this wait? I was about to announce something. I know writing letters for information takes time, so..." Draco shook his head. "It's not that. I wanted to ask if we can add new members to our group. I promise they're discreet and talented." "Oh, who are they? Do I know them?" Harry's interest was piqued. He had been thinking that having only Draco from Slytherin might make it hard to teach when formal lessons began, and now potential candidates were practically offering themselves. "Blaise Zabini, my roommate. He's very capable, and his mother is formidable. I originally planned to ask my father about the smuggling, but Blaise is a better fit. His family has a hand in smuggling rings across all of Europe. He's a decent person too, not like Millicent who gets brainwashed by the older students. He has his own mind." Draco spoke rapidly. "Anyone else?" Harry asked. Draco looked a bit awkward. "Yes, one more. Pansy Parkinson. We've known each other since childhood. She's a good student too. I think she's suitable." "Oh," Harry drew out the word suggestively, winking at Draco. "Childhood sweethearts, it's not what you think." Draco retorted, his ears turning bright red. "What do you think I'm thinking? I didn't say anything." Harry spread his hands. "So do you agree or not?" Draco decisively ended that line of conversation. Harry crossed his arms and stroked his chin. "I trust your judgment, but I need to meet them first. And there will be a small test. If they pass, they can join us on the 8th floor. But back then..." Draco started, a hint of defiance in his voice. Harry shrugged. "I'm a Gryffindor. Ron and Neville might not always impress, but I've spent a lot of time with them. I know they're actually talented. And Hermione, well, I don't need to tell you. Her brilliant mind is renowned across the entire year, if not the whole school." Though unwilling to admit it, Draco nodded in agreement. Harry continued, "You think highly of your friends, but I still need to see for myself. The things I teach are almost battle-ready. I can't teach people I don't trust. Do you understand?" Draco was silent for a moment, thinking it over before replying solemnly. "Rest assured, the Zabini family has always remained neutral. Even during the war a decade ago, they weren't affected. The Parkinson family is similar to mine, but Pansy is different from her family, just like I am. I understand your concerns, and I can vouch for my friends." "Good. They must be nearby. Let's meet before lunch. If I approve, we can all go to the 8th floor together." Harry nodded to Draco looked around. "Here. The courtyard. Magic isn't allowed in the corridors." Harry smiled and turned away. After climbing a few stairs and pushing open a wooden door, he entered a small courtyard. A large tree stood in the center, its leaves long gone. Sunlight streamed through the branches, casting shifting mottled patterns on the ground as the wind stirred the boughs. Harry sat on a stone bench beneath the tree and cast a dozen warming charms on himself. He began to regret his choice of venue. Why did he have to pick the outdoors? Fortunately, Harry didn't have to wait long. Soon Draco pushed open the door, accompanied by two others who hurried over. Harry studied the pair. Blaise Zabini was a tall, slender boy with dark skin. His narrow eyes were slightly crinkled with a hint of a smile. His dark complexion didn't detract from his handsomeness. Instead, it lent him a unique charm. Pansy Parkinson was a girl with short jet black hair that reached her ears. Her features were delicate, and her face bore the same haughty expression Draco had initially worn. "Harry, this is them." Draco made the introductions. Harry stood up and nodded to both of them. "So shall we begin directly?" Harry asked. Blaise smiled. "I'm ready." "So am I." Pansy lifted her chin. "First the levitation charm and the transfiguration charm. You two are familiar with those, right?" Harry said, drawing his wand and pointing it at a fallen twig. The twig transformed into a long table. Harry rummaged through his bag and produced 2 tufts of golden hair. These had been shed by a young unicorn during its molting and possessed certain useful properties. Levitate them. Harry gestured for the 2 to proceed. Blaise stepped forward. Let's skip the ladies first this time. They'll go. He drew his wand, carefully examined the seemingly weightless hairs on the table, and enunciated the incantation clearly. The golden hair quivered, but didn't rise. Instead, it emitted a faint glow. Blaise frowned, puzzled, and looked at his wand. He tried again, and this time the hair floated up normally. Harry caught the golden hair from midair, pinching it between his fingers, and turned to Pansy. Your turn, Miss Parkinson. Pansy glanced suspiciously at Blaise. Catching his subtle signal, she nodded slightly and increased her magical output. She levitated the hair in one go, and it also emitted a faint glow. Harry took the hair. Excellent. Now turn this table back into the twig. This was a challenge. Transfiguration was easy enough, but reverting a successfully transfigured object to its original state was far from simple. You either needed more magical power than the caster to forcefully dispel the magic with a finite incantatum, or you had to possess a solid understanding of the transfiguration charm itself. Blaise and Pansy circled the table a few times, exchanged a look, and cast the countercharm in unison. The table twisted and reverted to a twig, but in the next second it exploded into a pile of ash. Their faces paled. Had they failed? Harry clapped his hands. Not bad. I'd say you passed. You just didn't control your magic well enough. Honestly, I only needed you to make the table change. But you went further and turned it back into a twig. It's just that the twig was too brittle. All right, welcome to the group. If you don't mind, let Draco fill you in. How about that? Harry said. Draco was visibly pleased. No problem. He'll explain everything. You go have lunch. See you later. Harry smiled and handed the golden hairs to the 2. A gift. It's shed from a unicorn foal. Only those with a pure heart can make it react to magic. You can braid it into a cord and wear it on your wrist. If someone harbors ill intent toward you, it will warn you. With that, Harry walked away, leaving only a waving silhouette behind. Are we really supposed to keep this? Blaise hesitated, looking at the golden tuft in his hand. Though the Zabini family was wealthy, such items were still rare. Not everyone could encounter a molting unicorn foal, and it wasn't easy for just anyone to obtain its hair. Every unicorn foal was fiercely protected, especially during molting, when they were at their most vulnerable, with both their hair and horn undergoing transformation. Draco raised his hand and gave it a little shake. Keep it. We all have one. On his wrist was a thin golden thread, almost invisible unless you looked closely. You'd better braid it into a cord yourselves. Harry says ITLL, let it blend with your own magic, making it uniquely yours. Draco explained. Come on, let's go to lunch. He'll fill you in on the details. As they walked, he spoke in a low voice about his mysterious Friday afternoon disappearances. Blaise listened intently, his interest clearly piqued. Pansy was also attentive, but she couldn't help frowning when Draco mentioned her. However, she was wise enough not to say anything. She simply resolved to see for herself what this Muggle-born Gryffindor girl had that made Draco speak of her. By the time they reached the Great Hall, still talking, Harry had already left with his 3 Gryffindor companions. Draco didn't mind. He simply urged the 2 to eat a hearty lunch, as the afternoon's activities were sure to be demanding. Though puzzled, Blaise and Pansy heeded his advice and ate their fill, unlike their usual habit of just picking at their food and relying on snacks later. After lunch, Draco led the 2 of them straight to the 8th floor. At the entrance of the room of requirement, Draco instructed them not to move, paced back and forth 3 times in the corridor, and a grand door materialized on the blank wall. Blaise and Pansy pressed their lips together, astonished that Hogwarts harbored a place undocumented in their family records, yet they managed to maintain their composure. After all, Hogwarts had stood for over a millennium, enhanced by successive headmasters. Its myriad wonders were beyond anyone's full knowledge, even the headmasters. Draco pushed open the door. Come in. Without a word, Pansy and Blaise followed him into the room. The door closed behind them, and the wall reverted to its blank state. Once inside the vaulted chamber, the 2 could no longer sustain their feigned calm. Their jaws dropped at the sight of everything within. Pansy, a connoisseur of decor, instantly recognized that every ornament was a genuine antique from a century past. An ordinary family would treasure even one such piece, displaying it prominently to attest to their ancient lineage. Yet in this room, even the carpet underfoot was crafted with century-old techniques. What manner of opulent individual would truly lay such a carpet on the floor for casual trampling? Blaise's gaze, however, fixated on the planting platform in the corner. That alchemical artifact had long been lost to time. Magical plants now could only be cultivated in specially built greenhouses. Once rooted, they could not be moved without perishing. Even his mother, heir to 7 family estates, had never possessed such a platform. One that could nurture magical plants simply by being set up portable without harming them. You're here? Come sit. Now that everyone's assembled, I have some matters to announce. Harry beckoned them from his seat at the long. Draco quickly led Pansy and Blaise to the empty side and sat down, all eyes on Harry at the head. Ahem, well. Harry cleared his throat. First, let's welcome our new friends, Mr. Blaise Zabini and Miss Pansy Parkinson. They're Draco's friends, fellow Slytherins, and having passed my test, they now officially join our group. Ron opened his mouth to speak, but a sharp elbow from Hermione caught him in the ribs, and he grimaced into silence. Hermione smiled and nodded at the newcomers. "Hello, I'm Hermione Granger." Pansy subtly appraised Hermione's appearance and breathed a slight sigh of relief. This was not the type Draco would favor. That vicious elbow had not escaped her notice. Such behavior did not align with Malfoy family aesthetics, and that sufficed. Neville Longbottom. Ronald Weasley. Call me Ron. Excellent. Now that we know each other's names, let's move on to important matters. Harry, pleased with the Gryffindor trio's response, wasted no time and announced his plan to start teaching students of all grades. After receiving their stunned expressions, Harry clapped his hands. Snap out of it. Today you'll have a chance to practice. Hermione, you'll teach Miss Parkinson the previous lessons. Draco, you handle Mr. Zabini, Harry said. Call me Blaise, and me Pansy. Then Pansy and Blaise, you have a heavy task today. You must master what they've already learned. I won't teach you anything new before Christmas. Once you've mastered those 3 spells, you'll handle a few classes. New lessons will depend on the schedule then, Harry said. What about us? Ron tugged at Neville, bewildered. What were they supposed to do? Harry hesitated, sizing them up. You two can be sparring partners. Dumbledore has taken the alchemical mannequins for copying and repairs, so this works out. Ron's face fell. This was not a task he relished. All right, time's tight. Let's go. But Hermione and Pansy, come with me. Harry beckoned the 2 girls to follow him, leaving the 4 boys behind. Entering the outer field, Harry navigated familiarly toward the other side of the training ground. Hermione's eyes sparkled as she pulled Pansy along, barely containing her excitement. Where are we going? Pansy, startled by the outer field, stumbled after Hermione, with some irritation. Unicorns. Hermione replied succinctly. What? Before Pansy could fully express her astonishment, the creature before her captivated her gaze, and she smiled involuntarily. Harry, quick and agile, stepped back, revealing the girls. A large and a small unicorn galloped over, greeting Hermione. The little one curiously sniffed Pansy, then nuzzled its head into her arms. Pansy, both delighted and amazed, carefully the young unicorn had nearly shed all its golden fur, with only a trace remaining on its tail. The rest had turned into a silvery white. Play with them a bit, say goodbye, Harry said from a distance. They'll have to send them back soon. What? Hermione gasped. Their injuries are healed. Dumbledore told me the poacher dark wizard has been driven off. It's time they return to the wild, Harry explained. Though reluctant, Hermione did not object. She gently caressed the unicorn's neck, bidding it farewell. After 10 minutes, Harry signaled Hermione to step back. As if sensing its departure, the unicorn swished its tail, leaving a strand of tail hair as a gift, and obediently allowed Harry to place it into his bag. Startled, the young unicorn hid behind Pansy, but seeing Harry's firm expression, it reluctantly rubbed against her head, gave a vigorous tail swish, and shed a tuft of golden down before Harry stored it away. Pansy hesitated, staring at the down in her hand. Far larger than what Harry had given her before, enough to weave a conspicuous braid. The unicorn gave that to you. Keep it, Harry urged, noticing her hesitation. Hermione, you can take Pansy over there to study those 2 targets, while Ron and Neville, don't let them start until I return and check their progress. Hermione nodded and led Pansy away while Harry headed for the door. After a few steps in the corridor, he glanced out the window, pulled out his broom, and leaped out. There was no one around here anyway, and it was closer to the Forbidden Forest. Fortunately, Harry cast a disillusionment charm on himself, so students on other floors didn't see him. Flying for a while, Harry found a suitable spot in midair, a lakeside deep in the Forbidden Forest, lush with moondew grass that bloomed into the unicorn's favorite moonflowers on full moon nights. After circling the lake several times to ensure safety, Harry landed and released the 2 unicorns. Upon touching ground, they surveyed their surroundings and nodded approvingly at Harry. Once the young one emerged, they prepared to leave. Harry waved goodbye, wondering if he'd ever see them again. Before departing, the young unicorn hesitated, looking at Harry. After a moment, it left its father's side, trotted over, and neighed. Its immature horn fell off, replaced by a gleaming sharp one. It had grown up. Harry picked up the discarded horn in amazement. Is this for me? Thank you. The young unicorn snorted, gave Harry a disdainful look, and without turning back followed its father into the trees. Harry ruefully tucked the horn into his bag. Well, now that it had shed its horn and grown up, it was so dismissive of boys, even though he was its rescuer. Without lingering, Harry mounted his broom and swiftly returned to the castle. Entering the outer field, Harry saw Hermione and Pansy, one teaching, one learning, both earnest, while Draco's group had already begun spell drills. Harry didn't interrupt their sessions. He called Ron and Neville over to spar with him. Of course, Harry promised not to use spells they hadn't learned, which finally convinced Ron to agree. The 2 attacked Harry simultaneously, spells flying and shields flashing. Harry effortlessly deflected their strikes, countering with disarming and summoning charms. Ron and Neville labored for ages without touching Harry's robes, but their synergy deepened, nearly creating a chink in his shield that almost let a disarming charm through. Harry expressed satisfaction, telling them to rest and prepare to be proper targets. Ron slumped to the ground, suspecting Harry had deliberately drained their energy, so they'd have less strength and focus to dodge novices. Harry ignored him and checked the newcomer's progress. True to Draco's endorsement of their talent, they had already cast the shield charm successfully, only practice and refinement remained. Blaise had even managed the disarming charm, albeit with low success. This wasn't enough to teach others, though. After Harry questioned Hermione and Draco about their teaching methods and filled in omitted details, Blaise's success rate improved. Hermione realized with a start that teaching required attention to such nuances. Having internalized these tricks through practice, she had assumed everyone knew them. Harry's reminder made her understand teaching and casting were different. Draco nodded thoughtfully, finally grasping why Harry had them instruct others to identify and fill gaps. With Harry's revised guidance, Pansy and Blaise's shield charms took shape. Harry called Ron and Neville over. Remember, only sparks. Got it. Ron's face lit up with delight. Head thought they'd be helpless targets. Even if only sparks, it was a chance to strike at Slytherin. Harry eyed Ron's excitement with suspicion. Was he plotting something? Scanning the room, Harry's gaze landed on Hermione, and he decisively assigned Ron to the girls' group. After all, Hermione could always curb Ron's enthusiasm. With Draco, they might come to blows. Sure enough, Ron, assigned to the girls' group, initially tried to add difficulty, but under Hermione's watchful eye he shrank back and obediently emitted colorful sparks at a steady pace. The sparks were red and gold, leaving vivid stains on contact, hard to remove. This was Ron's last act of spite, to give the Slytherins a colorful reminder. Neville, meanwhile, caused no trouble playing his target role properly. Initially hesitant to aim sparks at Blaise, he overcame his qualms after Harry's reprimand. None of them went to dinner that evening. Harry had Diddy bring food, and they ate in the training ground. It was nearly 9 when Harry... The outer field still looked like twilight. They felt no passage of time beyond exhaustion. Only upon leaving the room of requirement and seeing the pitch-black sky did they realize they'd been training intensely all afternoon and evening. A wave of fatigue washed over them. Even Ron and Neville, who had it easiest, struggled to keep their eyes open. On the 8th floor, Harry looked at the bedraggled Slytherin trio and decisively sent Ron and the others back on their own. He led the 3 Slytherins via a shortcut to their common room, lest they collapse en route. He escorted them to the common room entrance before turning away. Though curious how Harry knew the Slytherin common room's location, Draco was too tired to ask. Yawning, he bid Harry good night, unhesitatingly spoke the password, and returned to his dormitory. Checking the time, Harry saw it was nearly the appointed hour with Snape. He headed straight for Snape's office. Soon Harry stood before Snape's door. The Medusa portrait, spotting him, hissed excitedly. But Harry had no time for chatter. He stood silently waiting for 1:00 p.m. to arrive. When the time came, Harry knocked on the door. The office door swung open at once. Ignoring Medusa's reproachful gaze, he stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Punctual at least. Snape's voice drifted from the depths of the room. Harry followed the sound. On the desk, a dim lamp illuminated a thick pile of parchment, homework from various grades. But something the matter? Harry asked coolly. Snape, quill in hand, scrawled critiques across each assignment with merciless precision. Harry caught a glimpse of one comment and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for its owner. Take a look at this. Snape picked up a piece of parchment from the desk and tossed it toward Harry. The lightweight sheet sailed through the air as if guided by an unseen hand, landing directly in front of him. Harry caught it and instantly recognized Dumbledore's handwriting. Was this a letter from Dumbledore to Snape? Harry was puzzled. These two saw each other every day. Couldn't they just talk face to face? Why resort to letters? Unrolling the parchment, he read it and understood at once. Dumbledore really knew how to stir things up. The letter instructed Snape to engage Harry in a duel practice at the feast on the day after Christmas. Snape was permitted to use any spell in his repertoire to force Harry to reveal his hidden cards. If possible, he was to build up Harry's reputation in front of the entire school. Harry winced. Was this even a human request? What was Dumbledore thinking? Not to brag, but even without resorting to dark magic like the killing curse, if Harry were forced to unleash his ancient magic, Snape might survive, but would surely lose face. After all, Harry only knew one throwing technique for now. What did you do to him? Dumbledore's being ruthless. Harry rolled up the parchment and tossed it aside. Snape lifted his eyelids to glance at Harry. Does the great Mr. Potter believe his poor professor will be defeated before the entire... Or does the chosen one intend to use the killing curse on his poor old professor in front of everyone? Harry frowned. Couldn't Snape just speak plainly without that sarcastic tone? Reaching into his satchel, Harry rummaged for a moment and placed a piece of parchment he thought he'd never take out again in front of Snape. Take a look. You can choose to believe Dumbledore selectively, but you can trust me completely. You know what I want to accomplish. You'll help. Harry spoke with certainty. Over the past 6 months, most of his classes had no homework, leaving him plenty of time to unearth many things from student notes in the library. Had even found an old Gryffindor girl's notebook containing some gossip about Lily Evans and Severus Snape's relationship. Based on the timeline in the notebook, Harry even wrote to Aunt Petunia, enclosing a bottle of beauty potion. Though the reply took some time, it didn't stop Aunt Petunia from giving a scathing assessment of Snape. But that was enough. Harry learned that Snape had known his mother before she entered Hogwarts, and had even given her the first glimpse of the magical world. Drawing from his own obsession with Hagrid, their initial bond must have been strong. As for what happened later, Harry made a rough guess based on the timeline and figured out the gist. It was likely a rift caused by differences in circumstance and beliefs. As for his father, whether he took advantage of the situation or something else, Harry didn't care. From all the information gathered, Lily Evans wasn't someone easily swayed. She chose James because something about him moved her. Later, his mother died at Voldemort's hands. Based on the memories had seen in Dumbledore's office, Snape's feelings for Lily couldn't be explained by simple love. They contained far too much. But one thing was clear to Harry: if his goal was to kill Voldemort, Snape would undoubtedly be his most valuable ally. Snape's hand trembled, leaving a scratch across the parchment. Annoyed, he glanced at the name on the homework, tossed it into the trash, and scrawled a large P next to the corresponding name on a lip. Only when the desktop was clear did Snape reach for the parchment floating toward him. Though well-preserved, the passage of time had left the transcript slightly worn. Ordinary wizarding level examination results: pass grades outstanding, O fail grades poor, P exceeds expectations, E dreadful, D acceptable, A troll, T Slytherin student, Harry James Potter results. Snape stared at the transcript, most entries marked O, as if trying to burn a hole through it with his gaze. Snatching up his wand, Snape muttered a spell, one used to verify the authenticity of transcripts. Every professor knew it, since every year a few fools thought they could alter their grades and fool the staff. The magical feedback quickly confirmed the transcript was genuine. But how was that possible? Snape shot to his feet, his chair crashing to the floor with a loud bang. Ignoring the fallen chair, he clutched the transcript so tightly the parchment began to crumple. For the first time, his eyes truly met the boy before him. Snape studied Harry carefully. The same black hair, the same build, the same. No, not the same expression, not the same demeanor, not the same eyes. Snape stared absent-mindedly at those emerald almond-shaped eyes. Lily. Harry lowered his gaze, interrupting Snape's stare, and winced at the crumpled transcript in his hand. May I have it back, Professor Snape? Snape silently returned the transcript. His lips parted as if to ask something, but no sound came out. He closed his mouth and pressed his lips tightly together. Harry carefully stowed away his transcript. Do you want to know what this is all about? Snape said nothing, only gripping his wand tighter. You'll help me, won't you, Professor Snape? Harry asked again. He needed an answer today. Harry was growing impatient. This constant weighing of gains and losses wasn't his style. No wonder Gareth always said he was sorted into the wrong house. If that's all you're after, then yes, I'll help you. After a long pause, Snape's voice finally rasped out. Satisfied with the result, Harry pulled a crystal vial from his pocket, touched his wand to his temple, and drew out a silvery strand of memory. With a wave of his wand, he guided it slowly into the vial. He placed the vial containing the memory on the desk. This is some of my memory. You can take a look first. It's the foundation of my confidence in achieving our goal. In return, I need to know, what is your foundation, Professor? Harry looked at Snape. On the desk, the silvery memory swirled like mist or flowing water. Snape stared at it for a long while before looking away. Is this how the Chosen One treats cooperation? Not even granting time for consideration. How arrogant. Harry shrugged and turned to leave. The memory will vanish by morning. Whether you agree or not, I don't care. If you do, it's just one more ally. If not, I lose nothing. As for that dual practice, after you've seen the memory, Professor Snape, you'll know what to do. Oh, and Dumbledore knows about this, but not everything. So don't let it slip, Professor Snape. Just before leaving, Harry added. He removed his plain glasses, glanced back at Snape, then strode out of the potions master's office without looking back. He skillfully draped the invisibility cloak over himself and vanished into the corridor. The dim office was left with only Snape. He stood frozen, as if struck by a petrification curse, staring at the memory. Potter's final gesture. Snape pressed his lips together. They had the same idea. He too hadn't told Dumbledore about the potion. Was this keeping a card in reserve for him? Snape let out a scornful laugh, suddenly feeling a surge of anger. Who asked him to be kind? He snatched up the crystal vial, gripping it tightly, and narrowed his eyes. Should he look or not? Time slipped by unnoticed. A sudden howl from outside the window startled Snape from his stillness. He checked the time. It was already 2 a.m. Snape's gaze darkened as he looked at the vial in his palm. Damn Potter. Does he think everyone has a pensieve? He strode to the cabinet and pulled out a shallow dish from the bottom. Without a word, Snape opened the crystal vial and poured the memory into the dish. This dish wasn't a pensieve, so the moment the memory was poured in, it seemed to want to dissipate. Expressionless, Snape pointed his wand, and the silvery mist was contained within the dish. As a master of occlumency, he was equally proficient in legilimency. Viewing a memory required no pensieve, especially since this memory was a copy, a one-time thing that didn't need storage. Snape's dark eyes locked onto the mist as it began to drift. Scenes started to unfold in his mind. A scrawny boy boarded the train, made friends, entered Hogwarts, was sorted into Slytherin, and constantly inquired about Hagrid. He studied diligently, passed various trials, embarked on adventures across the world, explored ruins with friends, learned dark magic, fell out with them, and eventually reconciled. The final scene showed the young man reverting to a small boy waking up in his own room. Dawn crept in, and the memory in the dish had completely dissipated. Snape sat dazed in his chair. So that's it. Snape murmured to himself, then the corners of his mouth twitched upward, as if had forgotten how to smile, twisting into an expression caught between laughter and tears. He recalled the scenes had just witnessed, the Potter brat ruthlessly crushing groups of dark wizards haggling with adventurers over rewards, remaining calm and cruel in the face of trolls, inferi, and goblins. He was practically, no, he was a Slytherin. Snape's smile grew wider until he finally raised a hand to cover his eyes, hiding half his face, leaving only his open mouth visible. A sob-laced laugh escaped him. Lily, he'll succeed. He will definitely succeed. As if in the blink of an eye it was Christmas and the Hogwarts holidays had arrived. Harry decisively signed the list of students staying at school, then went straight to Dumbledore to get a pass. He could spend 3 days outside the castle, but only within Diagon Alley, and could even use Professor McGonagall's fireplace to get there. After their conversation that day, Snape had yet to show his hand. But Harry wasn't worried. When the holiday ended and the duel demonstration came, he would know Snape's answer. As for the agreement with Dumbledore, to stay only in Diagon Alley, Harry figured Dumbledore was the headmaster of Hogwarts, not the warden of Diagon Alley. As long as he didn't leave through the leaky cauldron, no one would know if he slipped into Knockturn Alley. The timing was set for after Christmas, since Harry was quite looking forward to the grand feast. Hermione, Neville, and the Slytherin trio were all going home. Draco, upon learning Harry could leave the castle, even invited him to visit his home, but Harry declined. Draco was still young, just a first year with less influence than Lucius Malfoy, until he knew Mr. Malfoy's stance visiting too early would bring no benefit. It was better to wait. In the blink of an eye, Hogwarts seemed empty. The students who usually filled the halls were nowhere to be seen. Harry lounged lazily in an armchair by the fireplace, casually flipping through a newspaper. Ron, meanwhile, was scratching his head over his textbooks. Hadn't the professor taught this? Why couldn't he remember? He grabbed his notebook, flipped through it, and his face lit up with sudden understanding. He began writing his homework with great enthusiasm. Now homework no longer seemed so daunting. Gradually, he even found joy in it. Solving those once difficult problems using his own notes and textbooks gave him a real sense of accomplishment. Satisfied, Ron closed his book and glanced out the window in surprise. What time is it? Why is it still light? 3 in the afternoon. 2 hours until the feast begins. Harry replied casually. Ron was even more astonished. I finished all my homework. By myself. Merlin's beard. Harry chuckled. Congratulations. You've earned the rest of your holiday freedom. Still dazed, Ron double-checked his homework. Yes, he really had finished the entire holiday assignment. From now on it was pure freedom. As Ron wandered around like a sleepwalker, boasting to everyone that he had finished all his homework, time flowed slowly by. Come on, Ron, don't you want to attend the Christmas feast? Harry called out. Ron snapped back to reality with a jolt, looked out the window, and was startled. How is it almost dark? Let's hurry, we can't be late. Didn't you say a few days ago that you'd asked the house elves to prepare some Eastern cuisine? That's right. Harry checked his robes, found them presentable, ran a hand through his hair in a futile attempt to tame it, then gave up, and strode out the door. Ron followed closely behind. Will there be those ribs? I love those, and also that spicy fish. Will it be there? Harry suddenly missed Hermione intensely, only she could make Ron shut up quickly at times like this. All Harry could do now was quicken his pace, hoping to shorten the time spent on the journey, because once they reached the Great Hall, Ron wouldn't have time to. Unfortunately, after half a year of training, Ron's stamina was improbably good for his age. Harry was already out of breath, while Ron seemed completely oblivious. It seemed he needed to step up his physical training, Harry thought to himself. True to form, as soon as Ron saw the array of food on the long table, he abandoned Harry, quickly found an empty seat, and kept waving for Harry to join him, as there was a seat next to him. The Great Hall was no longer arranged with 4 long tables, but a single long table arranged in a semicircle. Even the professors had left the staff table and sat along the curved part of the table. Merry Christmas, Harry. Hagrid boomed at Harry. Harry smiled and waved Merry Christmas. Those already seated exchanged holiday greetings. Dumbledore, sitting in the middle, raised his glass cheerfully. Shortly after Harry sat down, a few Ravenclaw students entered the hall. It seems everyone is here, Dumbledore said, standing up once everyone was seated. Well, today is a joyous occasion, and I don't wish to say anything to dampen the mood. So I wish you all a Merry Christmas. With that, Dumbledore raised his glass. Everyone followed suit. The professor's glasses held beautifully colored spirits, while the students had pumpkin juice, milk, fruit juice, and the like. Merry Christmas, everyone chorused. Ron hastily put down his barely touched pumpkin juice, grabbed the serving chopsticks beside his plate, and expertly picked up the sweet and sour spare ribs in front of him. To eat more during their feast, Ron had practiced hard at using chopsticks. Now even Harry couldn't match Ron's proficiency. The feast left everyone thoroughly satisfied. Crackers were scattered across the table. When pulled, they would burst with a puff of smoke, releasing small trinkets. Harry took one, and it produced a white mouse, which he promptly dropped under the table. It scurried away in a flash, disappearing to who knows where. Snape scowled, holding a witch's hat for women that he had just pulled from a cracker, and tossed it carelessly to Dumbledore. Dumbledore didn't mind at all. He immediately swapped his own hat for the new one, and clinked glasses cheerfully with Professor McGonagall. Harry couldn't help but laugh. What had Christmas's past been like? At the Dursleys he was present for the feast, but he was never allowed to touch the roast turkey. His share was the leftover bacon roast vegetables and a whole mince pie from the table after it was cleared. 100 years ago there would also be a Christmas feast, but Headmaster Black would require everyone to attend in formal robes, and there would be a ball. The food was plentiful, but no one was keen on eating at the ball. They usually smuggled it back to the common rooms for their own house parties. Later on, the Christmas holiday was a good time for Harry to get out. He would often order a whole roast turkey and some in, and share it with other travelers who were also away from home. Looking back now, each experience was different, but Harry felt that this Christmas was the happiest he had ever had. When everyone was stuffed and their faces ached from smiling, a slightly tipsy Dumbledore announced the end of the feast. Harry loosened his belt a little, and together with Ron they supported each other as they slowly made their way back to the common room. They had eaten far too much. Back in the common room, Harry enthusiastically played a few games of wizard's chess, with Ron only to be thoroughly trounced. The chess pieces refused to obey Harry's commands, arguing so much that it gave him a headache, and before he knew it, Ron's pieces had captured his. Of course, these were all excuses. Harry declared that once he got to know these pieces better, he would definitely seek his revenge on Ron. Ron thumped his chest confidently. "Challenge me anytime. I may not be good at much, but when it comes to wizard's chess, I fear no one. Bill has even lost to me." Bill was the eldest and most accomplished Weasley child. The fact that he achieved 12 O.W.L.s was still talked about at Hogwarts. Harry retorted stubbornly, "That doesn't count. Just wait. It's this set of pieces that's uncooperative. If they listened to me, you wouldn't have won so easily." Ron raised an eyebrow and pursed his lips. He was good at wizard's chess and could easily see Harry's true skill level, but he said nothing. Some things were best left unsaid. Seeing Ron's exaggerated expression, Harry rolled his eyes. "Bedtime. I'm done playing." Ron chuckled. Let's go off to bed. Tomorrow morning, we open presents." "I'm not giving you anything this year anyway," Harry said, glancing at Ron's wand, and with a snort he bounded up the stairs. Ron shrugged. "Of course I know. I didn't forget your present." The night passed without incident. All of Hogwarts fell silent except for the occasional faint howl from the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Harry, wake up." No sooner had he opened his eyes, and before he could pull back his bed curtains, Harry heard Ron's excited voice. He felt for his glasses, put them on, and drew back the deep crimson velvet bed curtains to see Ron sitting at the foot of the bed unwrapping presents. "Look, yours are over there," Ron said, gesturing, without looking up as he continued wrestling with the various wrappings in front of him. Harry followed Ron's gesture. The foot of his bed was piled high with gift boxes stacked almost as tall as the bed itself. Carefully examining the wrappings, Harry easily recognized them. The ornate ones with silver ribbons were from Slytherin, no doubt from Draco and his group. The ones wrapped in bright red paper tied with gold ribbon, a common Muggle practice, were definitely from Hermione. There were a few others Harry couldn't identify, such as a large package. He pulled out this package, first examining it closely, but finding no note. "Oh, you got one of those too. That's from my mom," Ron said, looking over and sounding a bit awkward. "She knows we're friends. You don't mind, do you?" "Of course not. I'm very happy to receive a gift from Mrs. Weasley." Harry grinned and immediately tore open the wrapping. A bright green hand-knit sweater fell out. Harry picked it up and spread it open. The thick sweater was soft to the touch with a large H knitted in yellow yarn across the chest. "Mine is always maroon. I'm not too fond of that color," Ron muttered, popping a piece of fudge that had fallen from Harry's package into his mouth. The fudge is really good this year." Bang! The dormitory door flew open and Fred and George burst in, wearing blue sweaters with yellow letters on the chest, an F and a G. "Huh, you got one too." Fred laughed. Harry, sitting on the floor, held up his sweater in acknowledgement and pulled it over his head. "Thank Mrs. Weasley for me. This sweater is absolutely perfect." "No problem," George said, rushing over and pulling Ron's sweater over his head. "What are you doing? I didn't say I wouldn't wear it." "Let me go," Ron yelled. Fred grabbed Ron's arms so George could pull the sweater on more easily. "Hurry up and put it on. You're the one who talks the most every year." Ron put on the sweater through gritted teeth, running his fingers through his now wildly tousled hair. "Fred, look what you've done." "What did you say, little Ronikins? You can't even recognize your own brother." "Oh, my little Ronikins, the brothers are so heartbroken." George and Fred clutched their chests as if Ron had said something terribly offensive. Ron was taken aback for a moment. "Fine. You two swapped sweaters." "Ha ha ha." The twins laughed heartily and dashed out the door like a whirlwind. "We're off to find Percy. Hurry up and open your presents, then we'll have a snowball fight." Ron shoved another piece of fudge into his mouth indignantly. "Is this how brothers behave? In their brother, their real brother. That's enough. Eat your own. This was mailed to me by Mrs. Weasley." Harry gathered the fallen fudge, put it in a clean bag, and popped one into his mouth. The sweetness filled his mouth, making him squint his eyes in satisfaction. "Hey, mate, my mom made that." Ron stared at his now empty hand in disbelief. "Fair's fair, brother. Mrs. Weasley gave that to me." Harry shrugged, finally getting some payback for losing at chess the night before. Ron lunged at Harry, and the two of them ended up in the door burst open again. The twins appeared, each holding one arm of Percy, who was struggling against his own sweater. "Why are you two still messing around? Hurry up, or all the good clean snow will be ruined by someone else." "Let me go, both of you." Percy yelled his glasses askew, but it was no use. Fred and George hoisted him up and carried him downstairs. Harry laughed so hard he could barely stand. It took him a moment to recover before he continued opening presents. Draco had sent a box of exquisite pastries with a card inside saying they were made by Mrs. Malfoy herself. Harry tried one, and it was indeed delicious. No wonder Draco had them sent from home every few days and treasured them so much. He would rather buy candy from the shops for his friends than share his family's treats. Hermione sent a large box of sugar-free pastries. Harry silently closed the lid, planning to find Hedwig later and send them to his cousin, who needed to lose some weight. Pansy sent a gemstone brooch, a rather conventional gift. Blaze's gift was more thoughtful, a handwritten magical notes supposedly found in his family's library. Continuing to rummage, Harry found Hagrid's gift, a large bag of rock cakes and a handcrafted flute. Harry tried the flute, managing to produce a few notes. Satisfied, he placed it on his bedside table and tossed the rock cakes to Ron, thinking the extra weight might do him good. Looking at the last two packages on the floor, Harry's expression turned peculiar. One was from Dumbledore with his signature, slightly crooked, looping handwriting. The other was from Snape. Harry decisively looked away and opened Dumbledore's gift. Inside was a pair of dragonhide gloves that could resize to fit the wearer's hands and could be changed from half-finger to full finger according to preference. They were very practical. As for Snape's package, Harry hesitated for a moment, but opened it anyway. Inside was a square leather box the size of an adult's palm, complete with a clasp. The moment Harry's fingers touched the clasp, it sprang open with a click. Lifting the lid, Harry gasped at what he saw inside. Rows of various potions were neatly arranged in their designated slots. A piece of paper on top listed all the potion names. Harry's eyes immediately locked onto the vial in the very center, the golden Felix Felicis. Each portion was a single dose, making it very convenient for the user. Knowing the layout of the potions could be a great help in battle, Harry couldn't help but smile broadly. This was the best gift he had ever received. It proved that Snape had chosen to help him to stay. Harry, this is yours too. How did it end up over here? Ron tossed a small box over, looking puzzled. Harry picked it up. It was from the Dursleys. He must have dropped it near Ron while collecting his gifts. Tearing off the wrapping paper, Harry was surprised to find a pair of thick, brand-new woolen socks. This was the first true Christmas gift he had ever received from the Dursleys. In the past, they had given him dog biscuits or coins. As Harry's gaze drifted back to the box of pastries from Hermione. After a moment of thought, he reluctantly took out some of the fudge Mrs. Weasley had sent him, placed it inside the box, and hastily re-wrapped it in some intact paper. He would send it out immediately. It would surely arrive by today. Fred and George came to call them for the third time. The two boys didn't bother to tidy up the mess on the floor, threw on their coats, and ran out. After a morning of snowball fights, they returned with their clothes nearly soaked through. Harry changed his clothes, picked up the box he had repackaged, and ran to the O'Leary. He managed to send the gift just in time, calculating the time it should arrive before dinner so it wouldn't be late. Watching Hedwig disappear into the gloomy sky, Harry descended the stairs until it was already lunchtime. The Great Hall had returned to its usual state today, with 4 long tables set apart, sparsely occupied by students from each house, though some lively ones sat with students from other houses. The Weasley twins, for instance. Harry watched them furtively exchanging something with a Ravenclaw upperclassman shielding it quiet. But spotting Professor McGonagall at the staff table, Harry could only pray for them. Her eyes were fixed on the pair. Harry, where have you been? Come eat. You've been having a snowball fight all morning. Aren't you tired? Ron mumbled his mouth. Harry hurried over. Swallow before you speak. Ron chewed rapidly, forcing the food down his throat with a grimace, his eyes rolling back. Harry quickly handed him his cup. Ron grabbed it and gulped down several mouthfuls of juice. I'm alive, he said, eyeing the bones on his plate with lingering dread, then took a small pie and nibbled at it. Harry shook his head helplessly. Can't you be more careful? What? Ron looked puzzled. Never mind, forget it. Harry fell silent, grabbing a pie himself. After the holiday, he'd have to teach students anyway, so he'd have to maintain some dignity and surely change. Before Harry could finish his pie, a piece of parchment appeared before him. Wiping the crumbs from his fingers casually on Ron's robes, Harry picked it up and opened it. Hey. Ron glared at the mess on his sleeve. Oh, sorry. Harry offered a half-hearted apology. Ron rolled his eyes and reached out with his greasy hand toward Harry. Harry stood up and spun away. Stop it, I've got business. Dumbledore's calling me. What? It's Christmas. What does he want? Ron's attention shifted instantly. No idea, but first I need to fill my stomach. Harry moved 2 seats away from Ron and grabbed more food. Ron nodded. Yeah, eating's the priority. By the time Harry left the table, Ron finally caught on. You owe me new robes. Harry laughed loudly, dashing out of the Great Hall, ignoring Ron's furious shouts behind him. Stepping onto the staircase, Harry slowed his pace, pondering what urgent matter Dumbledore could have on Christmas Day. Could it be that his secret dealings with Snape had been discovered? No, he hadn't even plotted anything with Snape yet, just a preliminary agreement to cooperate. Was Dumbledore's intelligence that sharp? Harry frowned, his heart sinking. But after climbing a few more steps, he relaxed. So what if Dumbledore knew? He wasn't planning anything. Lemon sherbet. Harry spoke the password from the parchment, and the gargoyle stepped aside, revealing the stairs behind. The password changed so often, Harry muttered. The last one cockroach cluster had lasted less than a month. He climbed the stairs and, "Come in." Hearing the reply, Harry pushed open the door and entered. The headmaster's office was as usual, unchanged by Christmas. The castle was decked with decorations everywhere, but here it was the same as before. Harry couldn't help asking, "Why don't you put up any decorations?" This is the headmaster's office. I've seen many Christmases. Decorations or not, it's all the same. Besides, the castle is full of them. I can enjoy them too." Dumbledore smiled, walking over from the window. "I have some business today. You'll need to come with me outside the school." Dumbledore stood beside Harry. "What is it? Does it have to be Christmas? Is it Voldemort?" Harry tensed warily. Dumbledore shook his head mysteriously. "None of that. This has to be done on Christmas. Don't dawdle. You'll find out soon." With that, Dumbledore called for Fawkes. "By the way, you're free this afternoon, right?" Harry's mouth twitched. Asking now, wasn't it yes? Harry replied grudgingly. What choice did he have? At Dumbledore's gesture, Harry extended a hand and gently grasped Fawkes' long trailing tail feathers. A flash of fire, and they were somewhere else. Harry gazed at Fawkes with fervent admiration. This was far more comfortable than any travel method he knew. But considering the rarity of phoenixes now, Harry had to reluctantly abandon the idea. He and Dumbledore stood in a wilderness seemingly not far from Hogwarts as the snow was deep, burying up to Harry's calves. Struggling to pull his feet out and shake them, Harry asked, "Where is this? What are we doing here?" Dumbledore, as if not hearing Harry's question, held a golden key and kept turning it in different directions. "This should be right," Dumbledore said, grabbing Harry's shoulder and heading in one direction. Harry stumbled a few steps, nearly pulled off balance. After a couple of steps, Harry's vision blurred, and he seemed to see a gate. Dumbledore stopped, releasing Harry, and tentatively reached out to touch it. But he felt nothing. He shrugged and handed the key to Harry. "Take this, and you'll need a drop of blood." Harry took the key and examined it closely. It had a pattern forming the letter P, but he couldn't discern anything else. "What's the blood for?" Harry asked. Dumbledore pointed ahead. "Bloodline verification, you know." Harry froze. Wasn't that used by pure blood families when inheriting? Could this be? Suppressing his inner agitation, Harry used his wand to cut his finger, creating a small wound. He reached toward where Head glimpsed the gate, letting the blood drip slowly. "I am Harry James Potter." Harry announced his name solemnly. The blood fell but didn't hit the ground. Instead, it rippled in midair and vanished. "That's enough," Dumbledore said, pulling out a bottle of essence of Dittany and applying it to Harry's finger. The wound healed instantly. Within a minute, an ancient gate abruptly appeared before Harry, with walls seemingly materializing around it like a painting. Harry looked at Dumbledore in surprise. "Yes, this is Potter Manor. After your parents married, they didn't like the manor's atmosphere and moved to Godric's Hollow." Dumbledore gazed nostalgically at the gate. "It hasn't appeared in at least 10 years. I planned to bring you here when you came of age, but Henry somehow learned of you and had the Potter house elf write countless letters. But I never received a single one." Harry exclaimed. Gareth had mentioned meeting his family and said Head right, but Harry had never gotten any letters. Head thought the Potter elders. Dumbledore shrugged helplessly. "Your family's elf is stubborn. She insists on delivering letters personally, but refuses to sneak into the school, always triggering Hogwarts wards. Since a month after term started, she's come almost twice a week. She disappears the moment I show up, never explaining anything." He paused. "Eventually, I couldn't stand the harassment. I trapped her and learned the truth. After discussing with Henry, we decided to bring you here on Christmas for the bloodline verification and formal inheritance of the Potter family." Harry's face went blank, unsure what expression to show. A mix of joy, anxiety, and bewilderment. "Open the door, Harry. Your family has been waiting for you for a long time," Dumbledore said softly. He hadn't wanted Harry to inherit the Potter estate so early. Lily's magic meant that only by seeing Petunia as family could Harry be protected by blood magic at the Dursleys. Once back at Potter Manor, the portraits would adore him, and Harry would likely see Potter Manor as his true home, but with no one left in the Potter family, the blood magic would cease. But that night, the killing curse Harry cast had alarmed Dumbledore. He investigated Harry's childhood environment, and even compared him to other children. He had to admit Harry had suffered abuse, but Mrs. Figg's letters never mentioned it. Dumbledore had indeed been negligent. Despite such treatment, Harry still saw Petunia as family, and they'd even reconciled before the train. Dumbledore felt he couldn't let this continue. Harry needed true family. Head thought of having the Weasleys care for Harry, but Harry's strength and heart were already strong enough. So to bring Harry some joy, Dumbledore brought him here on Christmas. Harry took a deep breath, the cold air filling his lungs and sharpening his senses. Trembling slightly, he reached out and pushed gently. The gate creaked open. Behind it lay an overgrown garden, long untended, with snow covering tangled branches of evergreens and a cracked stone path pitted with holes. At the path's end stood a castle smaller than Hogwarts, but 10 times larger than the Dursleys. The exterior was intact, but pitch dark with no light inside. Harry stepped onto the broken stone path, heading toward the castle. This path, perhaps his father had walked it many times, his mother too, and the grass under the trees might have been where his father played as a child. Though had never been here, Harry felt a deep familiarity, his eyes growing warm. Dumbledore followed silently, keeping his distance as he hadn't yet received a formal invitation. After about 10 minutes, Harry reached the castle's main door. The wooden door was tightly shut with cobwebs still clinging to the arch. Suddenly Harry felt a pang of hesitation, unsure if he should enter. Would the Potter ancestors like him? But soon he steadied himself. He was grown up. If the Potter ancestors didn't accept him, he had other places to go. He wasn't a child in desperate need of a home, had even lived in caves in the wild. What was there to fear? With that resolve, Harry stepped forward and pushed. The castle door creaked open, revealing total darkness within, as if no light could penetrate. Without hesitation, Harry stepped inside. A candle on the wall lit with a hiss, followed by another and another, illuminating the entire entrance hall. The interior was remarkably clean, unlike the long-abandoned exterior. The thick woolen carpet still smelled of detergent. Harry surveyed the hall, a vaulted room reminiscent of Hogwarts with a marble staircase at the end and heavy curtains lining the walls. Behind them must be windows. No wonder nothing was visible from outside. Harry touched the curtain, velvet thick and light. He pulled it open forcefully, and sunlight streamed in. The house seemed to tremble slightly, as if coming alive. Various utensils began moving. Cloths wiping banisters and ornaments, a broom hopping past Harry, sweeping the snow, had tracked into a following dustpan. "Little master!" A shrill voice suddenly rang out beside Harry, startling him. Looking down, he saw a house elf with pointed ears and wide, tear-filled eyes. She wore a robe made of a tea towel, frayed at the edges, but fairly clean. "Flash has waited so long for the little master." The elf trembled with excitement, then abruptly grabbed a brass vase from the windowsill and began beating her own head with it. "Flash is useless. Flash couldn't deliver the letters to the little master. It's all Flash's fault." The clanging echoed through the hall, making Harry wince. He snatched the vase away. "Enough. I don't blame you. Stand up." Flash wobbled dizzily, then bowed slightly before Harry, gazing at him eagerly. Harry carefully set the vase down, shielding it with his body to prevent Flash from using it again. "Where's the portrait of my grandfather?" Harry paused, then asked. "Master, over there." Flash immediately pointed towards the direction of the second floor. "Do you need me to escort you?" "No, I'll go myself." Harry refused, hesitating for a moment before walking towards the staircase. Flash followed closely behind, glaring at Dumbledore with its large, accusing eyes. Dumbledore rubbed his nose and shamelessly followed along. He did not wish to be too far from Harry and risk being thrown out of Potter Manor, especially since Harry was now eagerly rushing to meet the portraits of his relatives and had no time to extend an invitation. As he ascended the marble steps, with every few strides the corresponding curtains were automatically drawn open and candles ignited on their own, illuminating every corner Harry passed. Passing a pair of antique double doors, Flash reminded, "It's right here, master. This is the portrait room of the Potter family. The portraits of every Potter family head are here." Harry's heart stirred. Every generation. Would James' portrait be here? Based on what he knew, his grandparents had passed away before his birth, so James must have become the head of the Potter family. Therefore his portrait might be here. At the thought, Harry's hands trembled slightly. Forcing himself to calm down, he pursed his lips, walked over, and pushed open. The light in the room was relatively good, unlike the darkness outside that required someone to illuminate it. It was a very large room, windowless, with portraits hanging on all four walls from the floor all the way up to the ceiling. In the center of the room stood a table with a lit candelabrum. The light was not very strong, just enough to make out the interior. There was not a single sound inside. Harry felt a bit apprehensive, and after being nudged by Flash, he stumbled into the room. The large door slammed shut behind Harry, leaving even Dumbledore locked outside. Watching the door nearly hit his nose, Dumbledore shrugged and could only stand outside. He looked down at Flash. "Could you get me a stool? Standing here is no solution." Flash hesitated for a moment, then snapped its fingers. An armchair with a soft cushion appeared by the door. Dumbledore walked over and sat down. A small round table appeared beside him, topped with freshly brewed black tea. He picked up a cup, took a sip, and then put it down. No sugar. He fished a sugar bowl out of his pocket and began popping candies into his mouth one after another. Behind the wall, the moment the door to the portrait room closed, it erupted into a chaotic market. "Harry! Is that Harry?" "Shut up, Henry. Is that my great-grandson?" "Look at me, child. Come closer so I can get a good—" One call after another left Harry unsure where to look. "Stop the noise. You're all confusing the child." Finally, someone put a stop to the portrait's quarrel. The room's light grew stronger, illuminating the entire space. Harry looked at the four walls. Every portrait contained two people, Potter couples from various eras, all staring at him without blinking, their expressions brimming with excitement. "Harry, I'm your grandfather, Fleamont Potter. Come over here," called a portrait near the door. Harry turned his gaze and slowly walked over to the portrait. As Gareth had said, his hair was exactly like his own, sticking up in every direction, though not entirely black, streaked with some— "Hello, grandfather." After a long look, Harry finally greeted him. "Haha, it really is Harry. You look just like James when—" Fleamont laughed heartily, then was pushed aside as the lady beside him squeezed forward. "Am your grandmother Euphemia?" "Child, Euphemia gazed at Harry with tenderness, completely unconcerned about her husband being squeezed to the edge of the frame. "Grandmother? Good child, you're so handsome. You look like Lily too. Euphemia responded immediately. Enough. Come this way, Harry. I'm your great-grandfather. I was the one who negotiated with the portrait next to Fleamont's called out, and Harry couldn't help but follow the voice. Oh, come off it. Weren't you the one who looked down on Lily the Muggle-born? What right do you have to face Harry? Fleamont taunted mercilessly. Henry was furious. You brat. I'm your father. You'd better show some respect. We're all just portraits now. Hit me if you can. Harry watched this loving father-son quarrel in bewilderment, unsure of what expression to wear. Child, ignore them. They haven't had a proper conversation since they became portraits, Euphemia said with a smile. Harry could only nod, then couldn't help but glance to the other side. To the left was his great-grandfather's portrait. To the right, there hung a portrait of a very young couple looking only about 20 years old. Below the portrait it read James Potter, Lily Potter. Harry couldn't stop himself. He moved his feet and walked over, staring fixedly at the people in the portrait. They stood quietly within the frame, smiling gently back at him. Dad, Mum. Harry couldn't help but whisper. Don't look, child. Euphemia said, her face filled with sorrow. Their portraits can only do this much. Harry couldn't tear his eyes away. Why, it's a Potter tradition. After becoming head of the family, one must commission a portrait and then regularly infuse it with memories until death. The Potters believe this best preserves the spirit of the person in the portrait, allowing them to guide future generations. But James and Lily, they were too young. They didn't have time. Euphemia's voice choked with emotion. After inheriting the family, James hired a portrait artist to create magical portraits for himself and Lily. But before they could infuse the memories, Lily became pregnant. To keep her spirits up, they returned to Godric's Hollow instead of living in the manor. Later, due to the state of affairs, they couldn't come back. Fleamont's voice was very low. He could argue with Henry every day, but he had no way to speak a single word to James. Harry didn't take his eyes off the young couple in the portrait. Aside from blinking and smiling, they were just like Muggle photographs. But this was also the first time he had seen his mother's face directly. Indeed, they were right. His eyes were the same as hers, and the rest of him looked more like James. Ever since he realized that the figure in his memory was Lily, he had watched that memory countless times. The green light and the red hair intertwining had once kept him from sleeping properly for an entire year, forcing him to rely on potions to keep from falling apart. Now he had finally merged the back view from his memory with the portrait before him. This was his mother. All right, come over here, child. You have things to do. Don't dwell on the past. A portrait from a high place spoke, and all the other portraits fell silent. Harry looked up. It was the portrait hanging the highest. Judging by its position, it was likely a very ancient ancestor. Stand before the table, child. Harry obediently walked over and stood beside the table in the very center of the room. The table held nothing except the candelabrum, but its surface was etched with intricate magical runes encircling the candelabrum at the very center. Do you have the invisibility cloak? Here. Harry took the cloak he always carried from his bag. Put it on, then grasp the candelabrum and speak your name. Harry obediently draped the invisibility cloak over himself. Strangely, in this room the cloak's effect vanished, making it feel like an ordinary cloak. He reached out and carefully took hold of the candelabrum. Harry Potter. A strange light flowed from Harry's palm, traveling down the candelabrum. The runes lit up one by one until the entire surface of the table was filled with that radiance. Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth, forcing Harry to close his eyes. When he opened them again, everything felt completely different. If the castle had felt asleep before, now it seemed to have awakened. Harry even felt that the carpet was cleaner than before. It is done. You are now the head of the Potter family. As these words were spoken, the entire room was once again drowned in a cacophony of noise. The portraits all began chattering at once, introducing everything about the Potter family and the castle to Harry. Child, you can go explore the Potter library. It records everything about the Potter family. If you have time in the future, just come and talk with us. That's enough. We are only portraits, we shouldn't take up too much of your time. Of course, if you could continue the Potter bloodline as soon as possible, that would be for the best. Euphemia winked at Harry, leaving him feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He was only 11 years old. Continuing the bloodline was still a long way off. Reluctantly, he took one last look at the portrait of James and Lily, then turned and walked away without looking back. You are the only Potter left. Whatever you do, the Potter family will be your support. A firm voice came from the portraits behind him. Harry didn't turn around, but a broad smile spread across his face as he pulled the light from outside streamed in. Don't worry, I will ensure the Potter legacy endures, Harry declared firmly. He walked out of the portrait room, and the door closed behind him. Oh, all done. Is there anything else you need to do? You'll have to hurry, we still need to get back to school. Dumbledore tossed the last candy into his mouth and stood up. Harry ignored him. Take me to the study. Dumbledore's lips twitched, and a look of guilt washed over him. Well, time is running short. Potter Manor is a very safe place. I have matters to attend to, so perhaps I should head back first. Harry flashed a brilliant smile. Headmaster Dumbledore, don't be in such a hurry. You are the first guest the Potter family has had in so many years. How can you leave so soon? It would be terribly rude. At the very least, allow me to host you properly. Besides, today is Christmas. Dumbledore couldn't help but pat his pocket. The candies were all gone. He let out a sigh. Very well, very well. He'll explain. Rolling his eyes, Harry followed Flash down the corridor towards the study. The entire castle had come alive, spotlessly clean everywhere, as if it had never been vacant. Soon the two followed the house elf to the study door. Flash bowed, and then disappeared. Harry paid it no mind, and pushed the door open, walking straight in. Dumbledore followed behind, and the study door closed. Harry surveyed the study. It was not very large, with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves lining the walls. The books on them were numerous and in excellent condition. At the far end was a large bay window, in front of which sat a spacious desk. Harry walked over and sat in the high-backed chair behind the desk. He rested his elbows on the surface, and at a convenient spot a cup of steaming tea instantly appeared, complete with sugar cubes and a milk jug. "Please have a seat, headmaster," Harry said with a smile, gesturing. Dumbledore sat down on the visitor's sofa. A cup of tea also appeared before him, this time with sugar cubes provided. He dropped several sugar cubes into the tea, added half a portion of milk, and a teaspoon, began stirring on its own. Dumbledore took out an antique key and tossed it lightly. The key floated gently through the air towards Harry. Catching the key, Harry examined it. "What is this?" "The key to Vault 102 at Gringotts. Your father entrusted it to me before he died. It was your grandfather's private vault," Dumbledore said. "That golden key, besides being the key to Potter Manor, can also open Vault 8 at Gringotts. That is the ancestral vault of the Potter family." Harry took out the golden key and placed the two keys side by side, looking at Dumbledore with a sidelong glance. Dumbledore was stared at for a long time. Harry remained silent, and Dumbledore, feeling a bit awkward, cleared his throat twice. "Ahem, I did withdraw some galleons from Vault 102. Harry said nothing, his expression unchanged, still wearing a gentle smile, but he refused to look away. "I never entered Vault 8. I was merely keeping the key safe," Dumbledore confessed honestly. "Where did it go?" Harry asked. Dumbledore fell silent for a long time. "The Longbottom's expenses at St. Mungo's, the care and funeral costs for Peter Pettigrew's mother, a stipend for Remus Lupin." Dumbledore itemized the expenses one by one. Harry listened intently. All the money had been spent on others. Dumbledore himself had taken nothing. "Who were these people?" Harry asked once Dumbledore finally stopped. "The Order of the Phoenix. It was an organization I founded to fight Voldemort," Dumbledore said. Harry frowned. "Then why use my family's money? I recall you had quite a few patents, didn't you?" Dumbledore fidgeted with his fingers, avoiding Harry's gaze. "As you know, I'm a headmaster. It wouldn't be proper to be involved in such interests, so I shared them all." "All of them?" Harry was shocked. Dumbledore looked pained. "All of them. Though he could have chosen not to donate, selling those patents could have funded more than one Order of the Phoenix. But as the headmaster of Hogwarts, elevated so high by the public's esteem, holding too much wealth and power would have made the Ministry of Magic uneasy. For the peace of the magical world, he had no choice but to do so. The Order's funding always came from its members, the Longbottoms, the Weasleys, the Potters, and— Dumbledore paused, not uttering that final name. After successive wars, the Longbottom family declined, and the Weasleys were never wealthy to begin with. Only the Potter family thrived. The hair-smoothing potion your grandfather once invented remains unbreached to this day, so business has always been good," Dumbledore said. Harry's eyes widened. "You mean that hair-smoothing potion that sells for 20 galleons a bottle?" "Yes, that one. Have you bought it?" Dumbledore asked. Harry ran a hand through his bird's nest of hair. "Using it every day is too much trouble, so I didn't buy it. So that belongs to my family, and now it's my asset." Harry asked with remarkable calm, lacking the indignation Dumbledore had expected. "Yes. Where are the account books?" Harry pressed further. Dumbledore pulled 2 thick volumes bound in parchment from his pocket and floated them toward Harry. Harry glanced at Dumbledore's pocket, certain it had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. How else could it hold such large— Taking the ledgers, Harry flipped through them. Even with his mental preparation, he was astounded by the enormous profits. After a brief perusal, he set the books aside and continued, "Then what about Vault 618? That was your father's private vault. Fleamon had been saving his pocket money there since childhood, and it never stopped even after he graduated. When I took over the Potter estate, I followed Fleamont's tradition and deposited a sum each year intended as your personal vault when you returned to the wizarding world," Dumbledore explained. Harry had noticed this expenditure while reviewing the ledgers. It was indeed substantial, a yearly deposit of 1,000 galleons totaling 10,000 over the past decade. Combined with what James had left behind, Vault 618 held roughly 50,000 galleons. In his younger days, Harry's carelessness might have meant he'd never noticed the vault's changes. As long as his vault wasn't empty, he wouldn't think twice. Yet a century ago at Hogwarts, when Harry had taken the key to Gringotts to withdraw money, the vaults had only gone up to the 500s. Vault 618 didn't exist then, and Harry had nearly been detained by the goblins over it. After all, the key was undeniably goblin craftsmanship, but they couldn't recall ever issuing one for Vault 618. Had O'Meany's not forcibly extracted Harry using the Gaunt surname, he would have been thrown into the lower vaults to feed the dragons. Penniless Harry endured 6 months of dire poverty. Headmaster Black's exacting standards for students demanded a considerable fortune to satisfy. Later, Sebastian found a lucrative part-time job and brought Harry along. They started as errand runners and eventually made a name for themselves amassing wealth. Through those 6 months, Harry learned to manage his finances, vowing never to fall into such straits again. But back to the point. Though the annual deposit was no small sum compared to the estate's earnings, it was rightly called pocket money. The hair-smoothing potion alone brought in over 100,000 galleons annually. This single-use consumable, which left hair sleek and smooth, was something every which kept a few bottles of often repurchasing quickly. Many wizards bought it too. The magical world had no shortage of long-haired men. And the Potters had other holdings. Ancestral pastures and farms, though diminished by Muggle expansion, still constituted a considerable legacy. Now we have a new problem, headmaster, Harry said, resting his elbows on the table, fingers steepled before him, chin lightly resting on his hands, as he smiled thinly at Dumbledore. How do you plan to compensate? No, to reimburse my losses. I doubt my father James Potter entrusted the Potter estate to you with the stipulation that you could dispose of his property as you pleased. Dumbledore removed his spectacles, polishing them leisurely. You're right, Harry. But James also said he would fund all of the Order of the Phoenix's endeavors. But not everything, correct? Dumbledore's hand stilled. Speak plainly, Harry. What do you want? Let's not dance around it. Neither of us enjoys that. Since nearly all the Order's expenses come from the Potter family, I want the Order itself. Isn't that fair? Harry flashed. Dumbledore blinked. But the Order has been disbanded. Are you serious, Headmaster Dumbledore? Harry didn't buy it. I can authorize you to continue using Potter funds, but I want the Order's authority. Dumbledore put his glasses back on, peering at Harry through his half-moon lenses with narrowed eyes. What do you want with the Order? Whatever you do with it. Can I trust you? You have to trust me, Harry said. The Longbottoms are still in St. Mungo's. Neville can't earn yet, and his grandmother can't afford the medical bills. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, then suddenly laughed. You've convinced me. Harry smiled too. Then it's a deal, Headmaster Dumbledore. You can call me Albus. After all, you're practically my boss now. Dumbledore relaxed, sinking back into the sofa. Harry froze, then slammed his hand on the table and stood up. You old fox. You planned this. Dumbledore burst into laughter. He had considered shifting resources to Harry since the boy's confession, and subsequent events had proven Harry's capability. Everything he could want in a savior except for that unexpected killing curse. After the unbreakable vow, Dumbledore had thought about handing over the Order, but lacked a good excuse. The Potter house elf's visit was the perfect pretext. Dumbledore felt his age. His magical power remained strong, but his stamina couldn't match the young. At over 100, it was time to find a successor. Tom would return eventually, and when he did, he'd be a formidable wizard. Dumbledore was aging while Tom was in his prime, a dangerous imbalance. Harry was in his eyes the perfect and best heir, possessing formidable strength, mature psychology, Gryffindor's courage, Slytherin's cunning, Ravenclaw's wisdom, and Hufflepuff's sincerity, all in one. Harry gritted his teeth inwardly. He was still too young. Had thought he could put Dumbledore on the spot, but instead had walked right into the old man's trap. Outmaneuvered, Harry's face soured. All right, don't look so glum. I'm not retiring just yet. You still need training. Before the war comes, they'll help you fully take control of the Order, Dumbledore said, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes, feeling lighter than he had in years. The Order is just a loose organization encompassing wizards from all walks of life. People joined voluntarily to find a way to survive under Voldemort's oppression. Now the magical world is relatively calm, so the Order isn't large or powerful. What I can give you is the chance to build your reputation over the next few years, quickly take command of the remaining members, and establish enough prestige in the magical world to avoid being outmatched in manpower when war comes. So that duel with Snape after the holiday, was it to establish my authority? Harry sat back down. Dumbledore nodded. It seems Severus has told you. Good. With his help him at ease. Harry curled his lip. This old man never spoke a straight word, always digging traps everywhere. The harsh terms in his letter were designed knowing Snape would approach him about it, pushing Snape closer to Harry's side. Even if Snape hadn't come, Dumbledore would have found another arrangement. He was certain that, driven by revenge against Voldemort, Harry would choose to take over the Order. The more Harry thought about it, the angrier he grew, nearly tempted to throw the old man out entirely. Dumbledore, completely relaxed now, slurped down a cup of heavily sweetened black tea and started on another, utterly unfazed by Harry's murderous glare. Now give me an honest answer, Harry. Can you defeat Severus? Dumbledore asked seriously after finishing his second cup of tea. Harry's mouth twitched. In a duel I should be fine, but my stamina and magical reserves might not keep up. Professor Snape is a grown wizard in his prime. And if it's not a duel? Dumbledore asked curiously. Harry shrugged. In everyday life, if Professor Snape wanted to assassinate me, I'd probably die without anyone finding the cause. But in a life-or-death struggle, he wouldn't win. Dumbledore's expression grew complex. What kind of life had Harry led before speaking so casually of killing and fighting? By the way, I've been meaning to ask something, Harry said, slowly picking up his cup. Go ahead, Dumbledore replied, cheerfully delighted at the prospect of retirement. What year did you start at Hogwarts? 1892. Why? Dumbledore's smile faltered as a sense of foreboding. Well, if I hadn't come back that year, would have been my 7th year graduation. So Albus, it seems you might have to call me Senior. Harry took a sip of tea, flashing a wicked grin. Dumbledore shrugged. Oh, very well then, Senior Harry. Please do guide me. Harry's hand trembled, nearly dropping his cup. You're not angry. Why would I be? It's the truth, isn't it? Dumbledore laughed heartily. Shall I address you that way from now on? Senior Harry. Harry rolled his eyes. No need. You're no fun. You could try it on Minerva. She'd have a reaction. Dumbledore egged on, enjoying the drama. Harry's mouth twitched. Just to give you some gossip to go with your evening drink. Really, you're no fun either, Dumbledore muttered, pursing his lips. This little fox knew all his tricks. The two discussed future matters briefly in the study, with Dumbledore promising to hand over the list as soon as he returned to school. Everything else would begin only after the duel at the Startoftrum feast. Dumbledore happened to know a reporter who, with just a few ambiguous hints, would manage to sneak into Hogwarts and witness the duel. Given her nature, she wouldn't miss such a monumental story. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, holds his own against a professor in it. Dumbledore had already thought of the headline. He did warn Harry, however, that the reporter had a minor flaw, a penchant for exaggerated rhetoric, so Harry should brace himself. Seeing Dumbledore's smug expression, Harry let out a cold laugh. Flash. I'm here, master. The house elf appeared in the study the moment Harry's voice fell. She bowed her head docilely, awaiting his orders. Send a suitably generous Christmas gift to the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet, and arrange a meeting for the day after tomorrow. Invite him to Potter Manor as a guest. The Potter family is re-emerging in the magical world. I think that news deserves a full page, Harry commanded. Yes, master. Flash will go at once. The elf trembled with excitement, bowing so low her head nearly touched the floor. With a sharp crack, she vanished from the study. See. Problem solved, Harry said, grinning at Dumbledore. I'm a Slytherin after all. I know these tricks well. Dumbledore chuckled, having forgotten that move. Rita Skeeter, for all her audacity, wouldn't dare offend the head of a pure-blood family. One last thing, Dumbledore said, his tone growing heavy. Harry frowned. Dumbledore's demeanor suggested a serious matter. Do you know how you survived the killing curse? Dumbledore asked directly. Harry was taken aback. He hadn't pondered that question, had assumed it was ancient magic's protection, but now he realized had been just a baby, then capable of at most some unconscious magical outburst, not ancient spells. Why, because of a spell, Dumbledore said, looking deeply dejected and sorrowful. I'm sorry, it was a spell I taught. Harry was taken aback, then fixed Dumbledore with a hostile glare. Dumbledore slumped there, utterly exhausted, his face etched with regret and sorrow. I tried to warn her. After they were married, the prophecy came to be. I scoured the world for the child foretold in that prophecy. But one day James came to me brimming with excitement, saying Lily was I congratulated him, but he said if his calculations were correct, the child would be born at the end of July or the beginning of August. Dumbledore watched the teaspoon stir his black tea incessantly, his voice low and heavy. When I realized this, I actually considered asking them to give up the child. But I couldn't bring myself to say it, nor could I do such a thing. Forcibly interfering with a prophecy would only invite far more terrifying consequences. I clung to hope that perhaps the child would be born in August. Alas, my hope was shattered. Starting from July 25th, I kept watch at St. Mungo's. During that time, only 2 children were born in the wizarding world. One was you and the other. Dumbledore paused. Was Neville Longbottom? Neville? Yes, Neville Longbottom. Dumbledore nodded and continued. I found the parents of both children and explained the situation to them. They were truly good people. They each abandoned everything they were doing and went into hiding. Before that, both great mothers sought my help, vowing to protect their children no matter what. I searched through countless ancient texts before I found this magic. You may have heard of it. It's called the magic of love. Harry couldn't help but purse his lips, the corners of his mouth turning down as his eyes reddened. Its original name should be sacrificial love, shouldn't it? As long as one person is willing to sacrifice their life to protect another, the protected one gains an extra life, immune to harm from those their protector hated. This protection extends to the protected one's blood relatives. As long as there is a bloodbound family member in the world, this magic will safeguard the protected until they can defend themselves. Yes, that's it. Both mothers learned this magic, Dumbledore said. They also agreed that if anything happened to one family, the other would care for their child. I initially planned to entrust you to the Longbottoms, needing only 2 weeks a year at your aunt's to maintain the magic. But when I sought them out, I witnessed with my own eyes Mrs. Longbottom casting a memory charm on Neville to make him forget his parents' torment. That's when I abandoned the idea. Harry fell silent. This was something he had never anticipated. He had only noticed the stark disparity between Neville's memory thinking and magical talent, deducing that he had been subjected to a memory charm as a child. He had once assumed it was the work of Death Eaters, but now learning it was Mrs. Longbottom's doing left him utterly speechless. I wrote a letter telling her about the magic and what you would have to face. I was deeply gratified that even knowing your existence might plunge her family into danger, she still took you in and didn't abandon you to an orphanage. This magic has been maintained, albeit with difficulty, until now. As long as you still consider Petunia your family and the Dursleys house your home, the magic will last until you come of age. So what you're saying now is that I still have to go back to the Dursleys every summer. Harry grasped Dumbledore's intent. I'm afraid so. It's not just about protecting you, but also Petunia and Dudley. They are your last two blood relatives in this world. Harry fell silent. When he had entered Hogwarts, he never imagined he would have to return. But this magic was a sacrifice his mother had made with her own life, and it didn't just concern him. It also involved Aunt Petunia and Dudley. Although his relationship with Aunt Petunia had somewhat improved, the woolen socks on his feet were a testament. Harry still felt. He looked down at his feet and let out a sigh. Fine, it was only 2 weeks. Aunt Petunia was certainly better than ominous Uncle Ew. At least she never made him kill people for fun. They'll go back for 2 weeks every summer vacation. If it's just to maintain the status quo, I don't think there will be any major problem. Dumbledore couldn't help but force a bitter smile. Ever since learning about Harry's life at the Dursleys, he had regretted it every time. Regretting not discovering it sooner, regretting arranging for Mrs. Fig as a safety net. He had underestimated the malice a squib could harbor towards a young wizard. Though Mrs. Fig hadn't done anything harmful, and even tried to make things easier for Harry, her mere omission of certain facts meant Dumbledore remained ignorant, and Harry continued to endure that life at the Dursleys. I am both relieved and deeply sorry, Dumbledore said. Harry's mouth twitched, and a wave of irritation washed over him. He felt as though he was being led around by the nose. By the way, there's a question I think is very important, Harry said, his expression turning serious. Dumbledore suddenly felt a pang of, the money you've been paying me for my assignments. It came from my grandfather's vault, didn't it? Harry sneered. Dumbledore awkwardly rubbed his nose. Ahem, I'll make it up to you. So it seems your vault does have some gold after all, Harry said, rolling his eyes. This old man was quite skilled at playing a game of nothing ventured, nothing gained, using his own money to hire him for work. Utterly despicable. Dumbledore's face twisted in pain as he tremblingly pulled out a card and tossed it to Harry. This is a lifetime gold card for Honeydukes. You can order products from the shop for free no matter where you are. Dumbledore's heart ached. Harry caught the golden card and held it between his fingers. Why? Dumbledore turned his head away. I gave their family a little help, invested some capital, asked for no dividends, and only took this. Harry twirled the card in his fingers, then closed his hand around it, a broad smile spreading across his face. That's wonderful. They'll be sure to send you plenty of candy for Christmas every year. Dumbledore felt as if he couldn't breathe, a bitter taste flooding his mouth. He hastily picked up the cup in front of him and took a large gulp. Only the sweet tea could soothe his wounded spirit. When do you plan to use your holiday? Dumbledore asked after a moment's respite. Harry thought for a moment. The day after tomorrow. I need to meet with the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet, host a banquet, and handle a few minor matters. As he finished speaking, Flash appeared in the study with a flash holding an ornate letter. Editor Barnabas Cuff is deeply honored by your invitation and has sent his calling card. Harry took the envelope. The wax seal was intact, and the paper itself was exquisite, adorned with patterns. It seemed this editor-in-chief knew exactly how to deal with pure-blood families. Harry tapped the wax seal with his finger, and the red wax vanished with a soft swoosh. He opened the envelope and took out the letter. The content stated that he would arrive at Potter Manor on time. The letter was filled with flowery adjectives and praise covering half a page. Truly a man of letters. Harry placed the letter in the drawer beside his desk and instructed Flash to prepare a suitable gift to present to the editor. He also told Flash to continue managing Potter Manor, as a banquet was scheduled for December 30th to formally announce the Potter family's return to the wizarding world. The guest list would be handed over to Flash after meeting with the editor-in-chief so she could craft the invitations. Flash trembled with excitement. It had been at least 12 years since the last banquet at Potter Manor. Flash will obey the master's orders. Flash will prepare everything perfectly. Her shrill voice nearly pierced the ceiling. With that, she vanished instantly. She had to get busy. This banquet would certainly be no small affair, and the Potter family's return could not afford any mishap. Excellent. Everything is settled. Let's head back, Dumbledore said, now eager to return and give Harry what he had promised. Perhaps he could still catch the tail end of the holiday to visit an old friend. Harry had no objections. As usual, Fawkes transported him back to the headmaster's office. He cast a covetous glance at Fawkes, silently vowing that one day he would steal the Phoenix away. If the Order of the Phoenix was already his, could the Phoenix be far behind? After receiving the list of Order members, Harry took his leave. The sky was darkening, and with a light heart he returned to the common room. The moment he stepped inside, Ron, who had been lying in wait, tackled him to the ground. His hands were covered in frosting from some candy, and he smeared it all over Harry without missing a spot. "Huh! Revenge!" Ron shouted in exhilaration, then leaped up and ran. Harry bared his teeth and pulled out some homemade snacks from Potter Manor that Flash had pressed into his hands, holding them up. Ron froze in his tracks, his eyes glued to the cake in Harry's hand, which emitted a fragrant, sweet aroma. After a brief scuffle, both of them were covered in cream from head to toe. They sat by the fireplace, sharing the leftovers. "Where did you go this afternoon? Weren't you supposed to be away for a few days? Why are you back tonight?" Ron asked between mouthfuls. Harry picked up a piece of cake base with a bit of cream and fruit filling. "I found Potter Manor. I'm going to throw a banquet. By the way, you'll send an invitation to the Weasleys. Write to Mrs. Weasley and ask if she has time to attend." "What? A banquet? Will there be lots of good food? Can I come?" Ron's eyes lit up and he jumped to his feet. Of course, as long as you can get permission from Professor McGonagall. Harry shrugged. My parents should be back from Romania by now. They'll write and ask right away. Ron turned and ran. They'll get Percy to ask Professor McGonagall for leave. They'll tell her you invited us to the banquet. That'll definitely work, ha. Harry stood there, cake in hand, staring blankly as Ron, still covered in cream, grabbed Percy and smeared the mess all over his new sweater. Percy's roar of fury drew heads out of the dormitories above. Harry shrank back and focused on eating his cake. Flash's cooking was truly excellent. Thump! A money bag landed in front of Harry. He looked up puzzled. What's this? Ron looked quite proud. It's money I earned. It's to pay for my wand. And I'm telling you, you still owe me a Christmas present this year. Don't think you can weasel your way out of it. Make it up to me. Harry wiped the cream off his hands onto his robes, opened the bag, and looked inside. Sickles and galleons were mixed together. It took him a while to count them all. It was indeed 7 galleons. How did you earn this? Impressive. Harry laughed, pouring the coins into his own pouch. Ron's gaze shifted. Don't ask. I got it from Fred and George. I didn't do anything wrong. Earned it from the twins. Harry shuddered and scrutinized Ron carefully, relieved to find no strange objects on him. There was no easy money to be made from the twins. He must have been a test subject. Fortunately, it seemed they had some conscience when it came to their own brother and hadn't inflicted any bizarre symptoms on him. Harry thought for a moment, then pulled a flyer from his bag. Here, a Christmas present. Ron took it, bewildered. What's this? A flyer for Twilfit and Tattings. You can pick out a set of robes. You're coming to my banquet, aren't you? Without robes, do you want to be mocked by Draco? Harry raised an eyebrow. Pick one out. Consider it your Christmas present this year. Ron immediately began browsing, frowning as he scrutinized each set carefully. By the way, pick some for your family too, as a thank you to Mrs. Weasley for the presents she gave me, Harry said. Ron's face flushed bright red. No need. The sweater was hand-knit by my mom, and the candy was homemade. They're not worth much. Whether they're worth much isn't for you to decide. It's the first time I've received clothes made with such care, and they're very precious to me, Harry said with a smile. Ron glanced at the prices of the robes and couldn't help but swallow hard. He grimaced. Were all his future Christmas presents going to be squandered again? Hurry up and choose. You don't want Mrs. Weasley to be ridiculed by the other ladies, do you? The Potter family's return to the wizarding world will definitely involve inviting some pureblood families. Not to mention Draco's family will be there, Harry said. Ron frowned, then his expression hardened. Fine head, just have to earn more money from the twins. It wasn't that big a deal. He called his brothers over, and the 4 of them huddled around the flyer for a long time, finally settling on robes for everyone. Harry winced as he watched them choose a blindingly bright pink robe for their little sister, silently mourning for the youngest Miss Weasley. Such clueless males. But out of respect for Mrs. Weasley, Harry deleted that garish pink robe and replaced it with a deep blue one. After comparing it with the brothers' hair colors, he decided this shade was far more flattering than the pink. Once they had made their choices, Ron wrote a letter home. Percy pondered how to ask Professor McGonagall for leave, and the twins went back to tinkering with their inventions. Harry slipped out of the common room. He needed to see Snape about something. The night at Hogwarts was quiet, the flames on the walls flickering, illuminating every corridor. When curfew approached, these flames would extinguish, plunging Hogwarts into darkness. At this moment, it was not yet curfew, and the entire Hogwarts was brightly lit, even though there were not many students in the school. Harry encountered Filch in the corridor. Good evening, Mr. Filch. Where are you off to? Curfew is about to start. Filch asked gruffly, his tone not particularly pleasant. I need to go to the basement. Professor Snape wants to see me. Harry lied without changing his expression. You better hurry up, don't let me catch you in the corridors after curfew. Filch said, limping. Harry politely said goodbye to Filch, and then headed towards Snape's office. Before long, he arrived at the door, knocked, and it opened. As Harry walked in, he did not see Snape in his usual spot. Scanning the room, he noticed a glint of light behind a shelf filled with glass bottles. Walking towards the light, he entered a small room, which was not very spacious. From the arrangement, it seemed to be Snape's potion. Seeing Snape intently studying a cauldron emitting silver vapors, Harry wisely remained silent, quietly waiting at the door. After a long while, Snape finally tossed some ingredients into the cauldron, causing the vapors to instantly turn a vivid red. He stirred it a few times until the red vapor gradually evaporated, returning to a silvery hue before putting down his stirring rod and turning around. What is it? I have reclaimed Potter Manor. The Order of the Phoenix now belongs to me, Harry stated. Snape frowned, but did not speak further, gazing intently at Harry. He knew there was more to it, he just did not know the difference between the task Harry was given and the one Dumbledore assigned, nor which was more challenging. I need you to help me contact Mundungus Fletcher. I want to meet him at the Hog's Head by tomorrow night, Harry said. Snape left the potion brewing room and walked towards his desk. Harry followed at a leisurely pace, saying, This person is marked on Dumbledore's list, and I believe he could be useful. He's just a dirty thief, without any credibility or integrity. Snape sat down behind his desk and rubbed his temple. Harry frowned. I know, but he knows all the thieves and rogues in Britain. He's quite good at navigating those gray areas, isn't he? Are you sure you can keep him in check? Snape asked, frowning, suddenly realizing, all right, you indeed can. I don't need him to do anything major. He's a good choice for some discreet information and tasks. Besides, as long as there's money, he'll do anything. I prefer a straightforward exchange. If that's the case, why don't you contact him yourself? Snape scoffed. Harry shrugged. After all, I'm only 11 years old. Someone like Mundungus probably won't believe me even if I have Dumbledore's seal. But you are different. Understood. I'll ensure he shows up on time, Snape replied, lowering his gaze to hide his approving look. As for how to exit the school, he believed Harry surely knew better than he did, especially since he was now allied with that old bee. Well then, good night, Professor Snape, Harry said, having received the answer he wanted, and promptly chose to leave. Snape remained silent, only shifting his gaze to the door after Harry closed it, as if he could see Harry leaving through it. After a while, Snape picked up a quill from his desk and wrote a rather rude letter. He folded it casually and took the concealed stairs by the shelf to a dark room, opening the window to cast a spell with his wand. An owl flapped its wings and landed on the windowsill. Snape rolled up the letter and let the owl grasp it. After the owl flew away, he closed the window, checked the time, and hurried back to the potion brewing room, quickly handling an ingredient and tossing it into the cauldron. He returned safely to the common room, where no one had gone back to their dorms. During the holiday, who would want to sleep so early? Harry eagerly joined in the games until everyone's eyes were nearly drooping before they each returned to their dormitories to sleep. Early the next morning, Harry was awakened by Ron's excited yelling. Harry, Mom agreed. How are we getting there? Ron shook Harry excitedly. Yawning, Harry shrugged off Ron's arm. They'll send you invitations later. The invitations will have a portkey spell, and when the time comes you can go directly to Potter Manor. Portkey? What is that? Can't we use the Flu network? Ron asked in confusion. Harry looked at Ron disdainfully. Ask your brothers. Are you growing up in the wizarding world, or am I? Are you seriously asking me about something so basic? I think you've really been lax. Don't wait until school starts and you lose to Draco right off the bat, or worse, be outdone by Pansy. Ron, who had been in high spirits, suddenly deflated, reflecting on himself. He had indeed relaxed during this Christmas holiday, neglecting his daily physical training, let alone magical practice. After reflecting, Ron immediately promised Harry that he would work hard starting today and absolutely wouldn't embarrass Harry. Harry shrugged. Just take care of it yourself. Ron's laziness needed occasional reminders, or he would really let himself go. Seeing Ron's serious expression, Harry turned and headed to the washroom. During breakfast, Harry received a note from Snape, which only contained a string of numbers. 1400. Harry tucked the note away. It seemed to be scheduled for the afternoon, which was strange since Mundungus should be meeting in the evening, right? Not thinking too much about it, Harry returned to the common room and continued studying that list. It was not just a list, but a thick note. Each page contained detailed information about a member and what they were good at. He just didn't know if these members were aware of this list. So Harry was very careful, not letting anyone see it. Even when he read it himself, he used a concealment charm to make others think he was just reading a book. With Ron absent from the common room, Harry could see from a distance that he was doing some simple exercises in the snow. It was only after Harry finished lunch that he saw Ron drenched returning from outside. To prevent him from catching a cold, Harry helped dry his clothes, receiving a half-hearted thank you before Ron flopped down on the dining table. Checking the time, Harry didn't delay and entered the secret passage of the Fat Lady. Before exiting the passage, he cast the disillusionment charm to avoid being spotted by the Fat Lattice people. Looking at the Hog's Head at the village's edge, Harry turned and headed to the Muggle clothing store. He bought a hooded cloak and put it on before walking toward the Hog's Head. When he arrived at the pub, it was exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon entering the Hog's Head, Harry didn't order anything and directly found a corner to sit. 5 minutes passed, and a slightly hunched bald wizard walked in from outside, dressed in filthy robes, making a jingling sound as he walked, as if his robes were stuffed with many items. He scanned the pub, and his gaze landed on Harry. Mundungus warily observed the figure in the corner, as Snape had called him over, and he dared not refuse. However, at that moment, everyone in the Hog's Head was engrossed in conversation, with no one interested in his arrival except for that figure in the corner, who was alone, as if waiting for someone, but that figure certainly did not resemble Snape. After hesitating for a moment, Mundungus thought about backing away. He did not dare to meet with unknown individuals. Even if that figure felt like a child, there were surely small-statured adult wizards. Unfortunately, the next moment his footsteps halted. His eyes greedily fixated on the hand of that figure, where long, slender fingers were playing with a gold galleon. The gold galleon flashed a dazzling golden light in the dim pub, causing Mundungus' feet to feel as if they were enchanted, freezing him in place. After hesitating for a long time, he saw another gold galleon appear in that hand, tossing it up and down playfully, and he could no longer resist, quickly walking over. Mundungus cautiously reported a letter after sitting down, and an immediate gold galleon was tossed in front of him. He quickly covered the gold galleon with his hand, and picked it up to confirm it was indeed real, instantly brightening up. Sir, what do you need from me? I can do anything for you. Just a little bit of reward will do. Harry, hidden beneath the hood, smirked, slightly tossing another gold galleon and pointing at the stairs. Mundungus quickly caught the gold galleon, glanced at the stairs, then looked back at the person opposite him, nodding knowingly. Please. He got up and walked towards the bar, spoke a few words to the bartender, received a key, and directly ascended the nearby stairs. Harry stood up and also walked toward the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, Mundungus was standing at an open door, smiling broadly while waiting. Harry walked straight into the room without looking around. The room was simple, with a bed in the middle, 2 armchairs, and a coffee table by the window, and a small door on the opposite wall, presumably leading to a washroom. Harry walked to the window and casually sat down in the armchair. Mundungus looked outside the corridor to confirm that no one was watching, then entered the room and carefully closed the door. Seeing Harry sitting in the chair, Mundungus tactfully stood by the bed with a big smile. "What are your requests, sir?" Harry directly removed his hood, revealing his face. Mundungus' face changed drastically, and he was about to turn and run. Unfortunately, it was too late. He stood frozen in place, his face pale. This was simply terrifying. He had not heard any incantation, nor seen a wand. Silent wandless magic. Mundungus Fletcher. Harry toyed with the gold galleon, looking at him with an amused expression. "What do you need me for, sir?" "I'm just a minor thug who came here at the invitation of Hogwarts potions Professor Snape. You wouldn't want to cause trouble, would you?" Mundungus said, trembling. He knew it. This was definitely not right. Today he might very well end up here. The tasks he was asked to do were all dubious. And the childlike figure before him revealing his identity right away either meant this was a huge matter, making him a decoy, or that he simply didn't care about the risk of leaking information. Who was the best at keeping secrets? Dead people. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Mundungus' forehead, and he cursed Snape, who had summoned him in his heart. "Don't be nervous, sit down and talk." "Oh, I don't want to speak." While looking up, Harry smiled. Mundungus uncontrollably shuffled his feet and plopped down on the bed. "What exactly do you want me to do?" "I have Dumbledore backing me." Mundungus couldn't hold back any longer and said sharply. He had seen many people, but had never felt such a dangerous sensation. "First, let me introduce myself. I am Harry Potter," Harry said, leisurely flicking his finger. The gold galleon dropped onto Mundungus. Instinctively catching it, Mundungus realized he could move. Having witnessed Harry's power, he didn't dare to flee. After pocketing the gold galleon, Mundungus finally processed what the child opposite him had said. "Harry Potter," he nearly screamed. "The Order of the Phoenix now belongs to me," Harry said succinctly. Mundungus' expression changed repeatedly. Harry paid no attention, and a gold galleon once again appeared in his hand. After an indeterminate time, Mundungus greedily eyed the gold galleon dancing between Harry's fingers. "Since Dumbledore is willing to trust you, then I am willing to serve you, Mr. Potter." "Very well," Harry smiled, tossing the galleon towards Mundungus. "Remus Lupin, I don't care what method you use, I want to see him here on the evening of the 31st, understand?" Harry stated. Mundungus was taken aback. He is also a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Why not just contact him directly? I don't need a blabbermouth. Harry looked at him flatly, as if he were an object rather than a person. Mundungus shivered. "I understand. Sir, I understand. You will get your wish." Harry took out a heavy pouch of coins. "Remember at 11 p.m. After Hogwarts curfew, I want to see him here. You won't want to know the consequences if you fail to do so." Placing the pouch on the table, the coins inside clinked, and Mundungus, feeling the pressure from Harry, broke into a cold sweat. Understood. I will bring him on time." Harry stood up, donned his hood, and walked straight out. Mundungus dared not move until the noisy sounds from the first floor reached him, at which point he plopped down onto the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He quickly lunged forward to grab the money pouch on the table, opened it, and found it filled to the brim with gold galleons, instantly causing his face to break into a joyful smile. Following this figure was certainly more profitable than being with Dumbledore. Though this legendary savior seemed somewhat intimidating, he was indeed generous with his money. Mundungus carefully stowed the money pouch away, quickly exited the room, and at the bar on the first floor extended his stay in this room for a week, hurriedly leaving the Pig's Head Tavern. Harry stood by the window on the second floor of the Three Broomsticks, holding a glass of juice, watching Mundungus disappear into Hogsmeade, a satisfied smile on his face. Mundungus was useful, but such a person shouldn't be treated kindly. He needed to be kept under strong control, and with gold galleons paving the way, such a person would be willing to do anything. Fortunately, Harry was not lacking in either of these aspects. As for Remus Lupin, Harry sighed. He had tried writing to this former friend of his father's to invite him, but not a single reply had come back. He wanted to know what was going on. According to Dumbledore, they were inseparable during their time at school, and even after graduation their relationship remained very good, unaffected at all. The frail young man in that wedding scene was Lupin. Harry had learned some things about his parents from Dumbledore, and he had countless questions. He desperately wanted to know everything, but of the friends they had once been close with, one was dead, and the other imprisoned in Azkaban. The only one left was this werewolf. He also understood why Peter Pettigrew's mother could receive that pension and burial fee, as well as what had led to the imprisonment of the other person. He felt confused and puzzled. The people in that photograph and the clues he had found were all unclear to him. He needed to find someone who knew everything, or rather someone who knew most of the things to enlighten him. That person was Remus Lupin, who had been a close friend of his father since their enrollment. He surely knew a lot. After finishing the remaining juice in his glass, Harry left the Three Broomsticks, avoiding the crowd, and returned to Hogwarts through the Honeydew cellar just in time for dinner. The night passed without incident, and and early the next morning Harry handed the excuse slip to Professor McGonagall and borrowed her. Since Professor McGonagall's fireplace was not connected to the Potter Manor, Harry first arrived at the Leaky Cauldron and then summoned Flash to take him back to the Potter Manor. His room had already been prepared, located in the Master Suite at the highest level of the castle. The room was spacious, larger than the Dursleys, and the furnishings were all meticulously selected by Flash. The wardrobe was stuffed with newly customized suits, dual robes, and even Muggle clothing. Harry was somewhat surprised and wondered where Flash had obtained them. Choosing a low-key yet luxurious black suit from the wardrobe, Harry also found matching cufflinks, a bow tie, and a brooch from the accessories cabinet, dressing himself in a way that exuded wealth. People always judge by appearance first, and he was meeting with the editor of the Daily Prophet today. To avoid unnecessary troubles, he dressed to impress, since the Potter family certainly didn't lack these things. Just as Harry finished getting ready, there was a knock on the door. "Master, Mr. Barnabas Cuff is here to visit," Flash called out. Harry opened the door and said, "Please ask Mr. Cuff to sit in the parlor. I will be there shortly." "At your command, Master." Flash disappeared down the corridor, and Harry adjusted his cuffs, leisurely heading toward the parlor on the first floor. Arriving at the parlor door, Harry rubbed his face and displayed a subtle, yet warm smile as he walked into the room. The parlor was decorated with antiques featuring solid wood furniture and pure silver candlesticks, while the soft wool carpet provided a pleasant feeling underfoot. Mr. Cuff was a middle-aged man with brown hair, though his hair was somewhat thinning, and he wore a constant smile that made him seem approachable. "Hello, Mr. Cuff," Harry greeted. "I truly apologize for the impolite invitation." Mr. Cuff was examining the plate of pastries on the table to see if it was made of real gold when he heard Harry's voice, and "Oh, Mr. Potter, I am very pleased to receive your invitation," Cuff said, breaking into a broad smile as he stepped forward and extended his hand. "Just call me Harry, Mr. Cuff. Please have a seat," Harry replied, shaking his hand gently before gesturing toward a chair. Cuff's smile widened a bit more, and seeing Harry's demeanor, he understood how to present himself to this young master of the Potter family. "Well, if you don't mind, Harry, you can also call me Barnabas," Cuff said after Harry had taken his seat. "So, Mr. Cuff, you should be aware of the purpose of my invitation, right?" A cup of tea suited to Harry's taste appeared before him, and he picked it up to take a sip as he spoke. Cuff nodded. "Of course, I came here to discuss with you about tomorrow's front-page headline. How does that sound?" "I think that's quite good. I just wonder if this will interfere with your newspaper's original plans, eh?" "Of course not. We should thank you, Harry, for trusting the Daily Prophet and allowing us to announce such an important matter as the return of the Potter family," Cuff said with a beaming smile. "But before that, we need to have a small interview. Do you mind?" "Of course, I wouldn't want Mr. Cuff to rely solely on imagination for the report. That would be irresponsible to the public. I want the magical community to see the real Harry Potter and the Potter family," Harry said with a smile. "Yes, exactly," Cuff agreed enthusiastically. "So what would you like to know?" Harry asked softly. Cuff immediately took out a piece of parchment and a shorthand quill, watching Harry's expression as he posed light questions. If Harry showed any sign of dissatisfaction, he would quickly change the subject to a more neutral question. Before long, the parchment was filled with an entire page of notes, and Cuff was smiling happily. "Harry, if you don't mind, I would like to take a photograph of you. Is that okay? After all, this is for the front page, and I believe your image can be showcased to the public. This will help everyone see the charm of our Star of Salvation," Cuff said tentatively. Harry thought for a moment and nodded. "No problem. Did you bring a camera?" Cuff immediately pulled out a bag from under his chair. "Don't worry, I have handled various front-page photographs before becoming the editor. You can completely trust my skills. What do I need to do?" Harry asked. Cuff assessed Harry from head to toe and glanced at the parlor's decor, thinking, "You don't need to do anything at all. Just sit here. This place is perfect for taking photos." Harry nodded, adjusted the position of his accessories, and lazily sat back in the high-backed armchair, resting his left arm on the armrest, tilting his head slightly against his raised hand. "That's it. Just like that," Cuff exclaimed as he quickly took out a bulky camera and set it up a few meters away from Harry, holding a flash in one hand and looking at the lens. He clicked away for quite a while, and Harry occasionally changed his pose as the photos would move anyway. He just needed to avoid making any particularly ungraceful gestures during this time. Finally, Cuff reluctantly lowered the flash. "That was fantastic. Tomorrow's newspaper will definitely sell like hotcake." Harry stood up and smiled. "Then I'll take your word for it, Mr. Cuff. It's almost noon. Would you like to stay for a meal?" Cuff was packing his camera, regretfully saying goodbye. "No, Harry, I still need to go back to write the article and develop the photos. Just wait for tomorrow's newspaper. It will definitely satisfy you. I still recognize Mr. Cuff's capabilities. Since there's no time today, you must attend the banquet at Potter Manor on the evening of the 30th. Harry said. Cuff was instantly excited. Are you really inviting me?" "Of course. We are friends now, aren't we?" Harry smiled warmly. Cuff was so excited that he didn't know what to do with his hands, hurriedly agreeing and repeatedly assuring Harry that he would write a great report for tomorrow. As the editor of the Daily Prophet, Cuff had initially felt proud for a while, but later realized that no matter what, he was merely treated as a servant by the Ministry of Magic officials and the pure blood families. As long as they spoke giving him some money, he had to comply, completely unlike the equal status he had once imagined as an editor. He had never been invited to those upper-class social gatherings. After all, he still had a newspaper owner above him, and he was merely a small. This dashed Cuff's ambition to enter high society, but now the young master of the Potter family had given him an opportunity, and he would definitely seize it. Harry walked Cuff to the entrance hall of the castle. A polite and humble person, who wouldn't like him. Before leaving, Cuff handed Harry a list, looking meaningfully at him. This is a list of some prominent families in the magical community. Although not all of them are well-known families, I assure you they are all very useful people. If you're unsure whom to invite, this list can serve as a reference. Harry flashed a brilliant smile. Thank you so much, Mr. Cuff. I was worried about this. As he took the list, Harry casually mentioned, I hope that when it comes to reports about me in the future, Mr. Cuff will review the drafts earnestly, as we are friends, and you know better than anyone what kind of person I am. As he spoke, Harry placed a heavy box in Cuff's hands. Cuff took the box and shook it slightly, hearing the metallic clink inside, which made him smile in satisfaction. Of course, don't worry. Harry stood at the castle's entrance watching Cuff leave through the gates of Potter Manor, disappearing with a disapparation before finally retracting his smile and returning inside. Looking at the list, Harry had to admit that Mr. Barnabas Cuff was indeed a capable person. Most of the names on the list matched those Dumbledore had suggested. Harry compared the two lists and compiled a list of people to invite, instructing Flash to start making the invitations. Some needed magical door keys attached, while others required the address of Potter Manor. After all, some families believed that methods of travel, like fireplaces, door keys, and disapparition, were not quite fitting for their staff. Flash excitedly took on this task, busily preparing. There were still many things to do in the coming days, such as decorating the banquet hall, preparing meals and drinks in advance, and booking a suitable band. Harry returned to his room and changed into more comfortable clothing. He needed to go to a place. Traveling through the fireplace to Diagon Alley, Harry walked straight out of the Leaky Cauldron, as that appointment was now cancelled upon returning to Potter Manor. After thinking for a long time by the roadside, Harry sighed, took out a hooded cloak, put it on, and extended his wand toward the road. It wasn't long before the night bus stopped in front of Harry. Godric's Hollow. How much? Harry asked in a low voice. The ticket collector Stan Shunpike, with a face full of acne, stared at Harry for a long time. I think I've seen you before. Harry remained silent, standing quietly. All right, 1 galleon. Stan, not receiving an answer, could only say begrudgingly, we won't arrive until evening. Do you need a toothbrush and chocolate? Harry tossed him a coin, shook his head, and got on the bus. Quickly securing himself, the bus set off down the road. This time Harry sat by the window, watching the scenery fly by outside, lost in thought. It was only when the sky darkened and the sun set that the bus finally stopped. Godric's Hollow has arrived, Stan shouted at the bus door. Harry stood up, preparing to get off, while the seats behind him turned into 4-poster beds in the darkness. The night bus stopped in a small square with a statue fountain in the middle and an old war memorial standing nearby. The village at night was very quiet, with warm lights glowing from the houses, some even revealing shadows of people through the windows. Are you going back? It's also 1 galleon to return, Stan shouted at Harry's back. Harry waved his hand and walked toward the fountain in the middle of the square. Stan shrugged, closed the bus door, and in an instant the night bus vanished from the square, with no one noticing the strange bus that had once been there. Harry removed his hood, stood by the fountain, and turned to look at the obelisk beside him, engraved with names. The obelisk, its inscriptions nearly worn away, transformed before Harry's eyes into a statue of 3 figures. A man with tousled hair and glasses, a long-haired woman of exquisite beauty, and a baby boy cradled in his mother's arms. Snowflakes settled upon their heads like soft white velvet caps. Harry stood silently, his gaze fixed on the infant in the woman's arms. The child's forehead was unblemished, his face split by a wide, radiant smile. A smile Harry had only glimpsed in memories. With a wooden expression, Harry stared at the statue, his thoughts scattering as he began to fantasize about a world without Voldemort. Without Voldemort, he would be learning from his father how to greet guests of the Potter family, savoring dinners his mother had cooked herself. Perhaps he might even have a younger brother or sister. He was certain he would adore them, regaling them with tales of Hogwarts, of the greasy old bat Snape, the ever-cheerful Dumbledore, the stern Professor McGonagall, the beloved Professor Flitwick, and the gentlest of them all, Professor Sprout. Perhaps his mother would scold him for giving Snape a nickname, but his father would secretly praise him and maybe even offer a reward. Yet now Harry stood in the cold, snow-covered, desolate square, facing the rigid, lifeless statue. His eyes turned icy. His hand, buried deep in his pocket, clenched into a fist. He cast one last lingering look at the 3 figures, then turned and strode away without a backward glance. Walking along the cobblestone path through the village, Harry observed his surroundings, wondering if his mother and father had once trod this. Before long, he spotted a house shrouded in darkness and snow. His steps faltered. After a moment's pause, he slowly. The house, long untended, was dilapidated. Overgrown bushes and vines choked the garden. The main structure was still intact, but a gaping hole was blasted into the wall of the top floor, the spot where the killing curse had struck. Harry's lips trembled. His heart felt as though it had been cleaved in two, one half frozen, the other ablaze. Gripping the fabric over his chest, he took 2 deep, ragged breaths. The frigid air seared his lungs, jolting him back. As he neared the rusted iron gate, Harry couldn't resist reaching out to grasp its bars. Not to accomplish anything, but merely to touch a part of this house. The moment his fingers met the cold metal, a wooden board rose from the weeds and brambles. It read, on October 31st, 1981, Lily and James Potter sacrificed their lives here. Their son Harry is the only wizard ever to survive the killing curse. This house, invisible to Muggles, is preserved as it was. This ruin stands in memory of the Potters and as a warning against the violence that destroyed their family. The inscription was neat and prominent. Beside it, countless other messages had been added over the years by those who had come to pay homage to the heroic family. Some had signed their names in indelible ink, others left only initials, and still others had written brief notes. Every available space on the board was covered in dense, varied handwriting. Most of the messages read, "Good luck, Harry. May Merlin." Harry read each message one by one as if trying to memorize every name on the board. He only let go when his fingers grew numb from the gate's freezing touch. He watched as the board slowly sank back into the ground. Then, changing direction, he summoned his broom, flew over the wall, and landed directly in front of the house's door. A Halloween decoration still hung on the door, though it was unclear if it had been placed there originally or if spiders had claimed it as their home. Cobwebs were neatly draped across the wood. He tentatively pushed the door open. As if it had been well maintained, it swung inward without a sound. Harry stepped inside, surveying the chaotic entrance hall, which was curiously free of dust. Lumos. A beam of light illuminated the room. With a flick of his wand, Harry sent the glowing orb drifting upward until it hovered near the ceiling, allowing him to see the interior more clearly. A tall coat rack lay toppled by the entrance, its garments strewn across the floor. To the right, what appeared to be a sitting room was furnished with several armchairs clustered around a fireplace, much like those in the Gryffindor common room, though with thicker cushions. To the left was the dining room. Tables and chairs were overturned, and shards of porcelain and cutlery were scattered everywhere. Directly ahead, a wooden staircase led to the second floor. The scene before Harry flickered. In a warm, brightly lit version of the house, a tiny baby boy giggled as he rode a child's broomstick down the stairs. James stood at the bottom, arms outstretched to catch him. From the kitchen, Lily, wearing an apron, shouted, "James, don't let Harry play with the broom inside. He'll get hurt." James caught Harry as he slid off the broom, planted a kiss on his cheek, and laughed heartily. "He's a natural, just like his father." "Dad, Mom." Harry murmured the words aloud, and the warm, loving vision was instantly replaced by the cold, chaotic reality of the house. Those must have been memories from his infancy. Harry raised a hand to wipe the tears from his eyes. He climbed the stairs to the second floor, which was even more disorderly. All the doors had been shattered and hung loosely from their frames. He stopped at the threshold of the room with the gaping hole in the wall. The interior was a wreck from the explosion. Rubble littered the floor, crushing various children's toys beneath it. The only intact item in the room was a wooden crib above, which hung a colorful mobile. Once again, the scene played out before Harry's eyes, a flash of eerie green light, his mother's scream, and the spot where she fell. He stood beside where Lily had collapsed, then slowly crouched down and gently ran his hand over the floorboards. A photo album lay open on the floor nearby. Harry forced a bitter smile. Perhaps his mother had been showing him the pictures, teaching him to recognize people. He picked up the album and flipped through it. It contained only a few photographs of James with his friends. The rest were all of Harry, newborn at 1 month, crying, laughing. Harry studied each picture intently, trying to imagine the scenes in which they were taken. A torn photograph fell from the album, and he caught it deftly before it could hit the ground. In it, James was holding Harry and laughing joyfully. The missing portion would have shown Lily. Harry fell silent for a long moment. He knew exactly who could have done such a thing. There was no other candidate. This was the only photograph of their family of 3 that Harry had ever found. He placed the album back on the floor, keeping only the damaged picture. With one last look around the familiar yet alien room, he left. Sitting by the roadside, Harry stared at the house for a long time until his emotions settled. Then he headed toward the church. The village graveyard was located there, and that was his true destination today. It was already late. Harry opened the small gate behind the church and entered the silent cemetery. He searched row by row, carefully reading the names on the headstones. From a distance, he spotted a grave with a fresh-looking bouquet of lilies placed before it. His heart pounded. That had to be the one. It couldn't be anywhere else. He quickened his pace and soon saw the headstone. James Potter, born March 27, 1960, died October 31, 1981. Lily Potter, born January 30, 1960, died October 31, 1981. The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. Harry crouched before the headstone, gazing at the brief lines as if he could see Lily and James smiling back at him. He traced the engraved letters inch by inch with his fingers, a faint smile touching his lips. "Father, Mother. I'm sorry." His legs grew numb from crouching, so he simply sat cross-legged in front of the grave, watching it in silence. Time slipped away. Finally, Harry came to his senses, stood up, and brushed the snow from his robes. "They'll come see you again, Mom and Dad. I'm doing well now. I will avenge you." The sky was beginning to lighten with the first hints of dawn. Unbeknownst to him, he had sat there for an entire night. If not for his adept use of warming charms, he would surely have caught a fever from the cold. Pulling his hood back on, Harry left the cemetery and stood on a secluded roadside to summon the night bus. He returned to Potter Manor by midday, ate a quick lunch, and immediately went to bed. Though the night bus had beds, it was hardly a comfortable place to sleep. He slept straight through until the next morning when Flash woke him, and he began his preparations for the day. First, he had to tidy his hair. After 6 months without a cut, his messy bird's nest of hair now reached below his ears. He had heard that curly hair looked better when long, so he decided against a trim. Instead, he brushed the front back to reveal the headband beneath, letting the strands on either side partially obscure his face. Harry grabbed a handful of his hair, but it wasn't long enough to tie back. Perhaps in the future he could pull it up, which would make it look less like a bird's nest. He donned a specially made dark green robe. After a moment's thought, he pinned a golden lion brooch studded with rubies to his chest. After all, he was a Gryffindor, he ought to show some pride. The invitations had already been sent out. Today Harry would have to put in a great deal of effort. First, he had to stand at the castle gates to welcome the arriving guests. Once everyone had gathered, he would need to change into an even more splendid robe to announce the return of the Potter family. Then he would have to exchange pleasantries with the family's ally to the Potters, greet his friends, and finally observe which pure-blood families from Slytherin had come to determine which could be courted and which needed to be dealt with. At this thought, Harry felt a sudden urge to return to Hogwarts and bring back Ominous' portrait. The banquet hadn't even started, and he was already getting a headache. Why did things have to be so troublesome? Master, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and their children have arrived, Flash announced respectfully from the doorway. Harry was startled. He checked the time. It was still quite early, well before the event was scheduled to begin. Why were the Weasleys? Without delay, Harry gave his attire one final check and hurried downstairs. From a distance, he could already hear Mrs. Weasley scolding her children. Today is Harry's big day, so all of you mind your manners. Put away your mischief and pranks. Not everyone here is a friend. There are Slytherin families too. I don't want you to embarrass Harry at this banquet. Especially you two, Fred and George. Behave yourselves. We know, Mum. Are you sure we're your own sons, Mum? Well, be careful. You've been lecturing us all morning. Give it a rest, Mum. The twins bantered back and forth, but they stood ramrod straight. They understood that today was different and would naturally restrain themselves. Besides, Harry was their investor. Considering themselves Harry's employees, they would never cause a disturbance today. Mrs. Weasley. Harry called out softly to announce his presence. Molly Weasley, a plump and kindly woman, spun around the moment she heard his voice, her face lighting up with a delighted smile. Harry, dear, may I call you that? Of course, Mrs. Weasley. Harry smiled as he walked over to her. Molly opened her arms and enveloped him in a warm, tight hug. Why are you all here so early? Harry asked. Molly chuckled. We know the situation of the Potter family. I was afraid you'd be overwhelmed trying to manage everything alone. Our family's greatest asset is its numbers, so I brought everyone ahead of time to see if you need any help. We haven't disrupted your plans, have we? Not at all. I'm overjoyed. I was just worrying about how to handle everything without being rude. I can't very well split myself in two. Harry exclaimed, overjoyed. Then give the orders, Harry. We're all at your command. Mrs. Weasley swept her hand toward her large family behind her, exuding the air of a general. Harry couldn't help but laugh. Ron cleared his throat and stepped forward. This is my mum. You've met her, Molly Weasley. And that's my dad, a minor clerk at the ministry, Arthur Weasley. Hey, Ron. Show your father some respect. Arthur's face darkened slightly. Though he worked in a less prominent department, he was still a department head. How dare Ron call him a minor clerk? Mr. Weasley was a thin, balding, middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses. Despite his complaint, there was no real anger in his expression. Hello, Harry. Mr. Weasley stepped forward and extended his hand. Harry quickly reached out to shake it. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Weasley. Thank you for coming to help. Don't mention it, it's the least we can do. And we must thank you for the clothes you sent our family. Mr. Weasley shook Harry's hand firmly, then lowered his voice. I heard you grew up in the Muggle world. Do you know anything about those plugs? Arthur, Molly roared. Arthur immediately flinched, releasing Harry's hand. Oh, just joking, you know, Molly, only joking. Harry couldn't help but laugh. Now he knew exactly what to give Mr. Weasley as a gift in the future. You've met everyone else and know them, so I won't bother with further introductions. Ron shrugged. Oh, and there's my little sister. She's your biggest fan. She's been talking about you for months before school started. Ouch. Ginny, are you trying to kill me? Ron yelped, nearly hopping on one foot in pain. Harry followed his gaze and saw a little girl with fiery red hair standing beside Ron, her face flushed crimson. The deep blue dress he had chosen for her, adorned with diamond-studded accessories, made her look like a fairy tale elf. Gazing at that brilliant red hair, Harry felt a momentary daze before offering the girl a gentle smile. Hello, Ginny. May I call you that? Ginny's neck turned red as her lips quivered, unable to utter a single sound for a long moment. Sensing Ginny's shyness, Harry felt a bit awkward too. From what Ron had said about his sister, she was nothing like this. Don't worry. I'm your brother's friend, so you can think of me as an older brother. Just call me Harry, Harry said softly. Ginny nervously twisted the hem of her dress before finally murmuring, hello, Harry. Harry offered her a warm smile, nodded, and then, urged by Molly, began assigning tasks to the Weasley family. Arthur, as a Ministry of Magic official, would accompany Harry to greet the guests. The wizarding world was not vast, and he knew most of the attendees, offering Harry valuable insights. Percy and the twins, looking dashing in their dress robes, were tasked with escorting guests to the banquet hall. Upon learning that some Ministry heavyweights would attend, Percy spent a good while practicing his speeches against the wall. The twins rolled their eyes and snorted. If it weren't for Harry, they would have definitely pranked Percy. Ron was assigned to welcome their schoolmates such as Draco and Pansy, who had written yesterday that they would come with their families. As for Ginny and Molly, Molly took on the task of receiving the wives of various families, confident she wouldn't say anything wrong to embarrass Harry. She cast a warning glance at Arthur, telling him to be careful, especially knowing the Malfoys would attend, and to restrain himself no matter what. Arthur nodded obediently, promising countless times before Molly was somewhat reassured. With tasks assigned, Harry gave the Weasleys a brief tour of Potter Castle, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the environment. After a hearty lunch, the appointed time drew near. As was customary, some guests would arrive early at Potter Manor to show their closeness. Harry now had to stand at the entrance to greet them. Arthur, standing beside him, whispered eagerly about the use of Muggle electrical appliances when Molly wasn't looking. It's truly amazing. Muggles invent such convenient things without magic. Absolutely brilliant. Arthur was thrilled, almost wanting to jot it all down. If you don't mind, I'll send you some related books later. Basic ones aren't hard to come by, Harry said. This delighted Arthur so much he nearly pulled out money on the spot to pay Harry. Just then, voices began to stir at the manor entrance. Arthur immediately stopped talking, peered into the distance, and whispered to Harry about who the arrivals were. Harry instantly knew how to treat these guests. They stepped forward together. Arthur introduced the two parties, exchanged pleasantries, and led the guests into the foyer, where Percy and the twins took over to guide them to the banquet hall. There, an array of drinks and pastries awaited, along with a band playing soft music as arranged by Flash. Soon a steady stream of guests arrived, some as families, others alone. By the end, Harry could barely keep track of who was who, merely following Arthur's cues to smile and thank them for coming. In a brief lull, Harry wiped the sweat from his forehead. Working up such a sweat in the middle of winter was no small feat. It seemed Mr. Yuffie's article had done its job. Everyone who received an invitation had shown up. Catching his breath, Harry spotted another group approaching the manor gate and broke into a smile. Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout. Thank you all for coming. Harry greeted each one individually. Huh. I heard your house elf specializes in traditional French pastry. Is that true? I have high expectations. Dumbledore said with a laugh. Harry nodded with a smile. Of course I won't disappoint you. The professors offered their blessings and followed Harry inside. Upon seeing Professor McGonagall, the twins shrank back, wishing they could vanish from the foyer. Ron spotted Snape and likewise flinched. Why had Harry invited him? What's wrong? Neville, noticing Ron's odd expression, glanced at the line of professors and also flinched. Feeling his grandmother's stern gaze, he straightened his back, dragged Ron forward to greet the professors, and escaped her scrutiny. The professors' arrival sparked a burst of cheers in the banquet hall. Everyone eagerly greeted them except for Snape, who stood alone by the wall, sipping a glass of wine. Next came the Malfoy family. Draco greeted Harry with impeccable formal etiquette and introduced his parents. Harry responded with equal humility and flawless manners. This softened Lucius Malfoy's haughty expression. Spotting Arthur nearby, he was about to sneer when he saw Snape emerging from the door. Swallowing his venom, he exchanged a few courteous words with Harry before heading inside. Draco didn't follow his father, but stayed by Harry's side. Mr. Weasley, the remaining guests should be pure-blood families. He'll accompany Harry. You may go inside now. Arthur held no ill will toward Draco, especially since Ron had written that Draco and Harry were friends. After consulting Harry, Arthur entered the castle as well. He couldn't slack off. Helping Harry entertain the earlier guests in the banquet hall was equally important. Following the Malfoys came the Parkinson, Crabbe, Goyle, Greengrass, and Knott families, all staunch followers of the Malfoys. Then came the Zabinis and a series of neutral families. As for the more extreme families, Montague, Flint, Warrington, and Bull, they hadn't received invitations at all. The last to arrive was the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. A wizard of modest stature, he wore a striped dress robe and even brought a photographer, insisting on a photo with Harry at the castle gates. Harry didn't object. A photo of them shaking hands with smiles was taken, and the photographer was dismissed by Fudge before even entering. Harry led Fudge into the castle directly to Dumbledore. He shot Dumbledore a meaningful look. He hated dealing with such politicians. Dumbledore was reluctant, but seeing Harry's impatient expression, resigned himself. He greeted Fudge warmly, and Fudge, eager to display his close ties with Dumbledore, immediately engaged in conversation, adopting a humble demeanor, fully aware of how he had obtained his position. The banquet proceeded as planned. Harry appeared on time, delivered a brief speech, and the guests were cooperative. No incidents occurred, and the event concluded smoothly. By nearly 9 o'clock, Harry stood at the entrance again to see off the guests. Each received a gift from the Potter family. Nothing extravagant, just a set of hair care potions. Finally, the last family departed, and it was almost 11. Harry invited the Weasleys to stay overnight. Potter Manor had plenty of rooms, and they had been a tremendous help today. Everyone slept until nearly noon. After a quick meal, Harry followed the Weasleys through the Floo network to Diagon Alley. Professor McGonagall would open the Floo today, and they would return to school from there. No sooner had he arrived at school than Harry dashed off to Hogsmeade without pause. His appointed meeting with Mundungus was almost due. He couldn't afford to miss it. After a frantic rush, he reached the Hogshead Inn at 2:30. Still wearing his hood, Harry entered and headed straight up. Standing outside the room Mundungus had booked, Harry listened carefully for any sounds inside. Confirming someone was there, he raised his hand to knock. The door opened quickly. Mundungus cracked it just enough to peer out cautiously. Recognizing Harry, he sighed in relief, pulled the door wide, and gestured obsequiously for Harry to enter. Stepping inside, Harry immediately saw Remus Lupin bound tightly with cloth strips, only his head visible. He lay on the bed apparently unconscious. Harry shot Mundungus a questioning look. Mr. Lupin wasn't willing to come, so I had to use some unorthodox methods. I just fed him some dreamless sleep potion. Hey, race the antidote. Mundungus quickly produced a small vial and placed it on the coffee table. Harry nodded and tossed him a money pouch containing 10 galleons. You may leave. I trust you know what can and cannot be said. Of course, my esteemed sir. My lips are sealed, rest assured. Mundungus took the pouch, weighed it, and beamed. Seeing Harry make no move, Mundungus quickly caught on and headed for the door. They'll be off now. The room is yours for another day, plenty of time. He'll tell the barman not to disturb you. With that, he slipped out, gently pulling the door shut and locking it tight. Only when the hallway fell silent did Harry remove his hood. He picked up the vial from the table and uncorked it. A pungent odor immediately filled the air. Harry frowned, held the vial away, waved it under Lupin's nose, and quickly recapped it. Soon Lupin, bound like a package, groaned and slowly regained consciousness. He struggled only to find himself completely immobilized. Mundungus had learned some skill. The bindings were exceptional. Lupin's heart sank. This was bad. He couldn't move a single finger. Mr. Remus Lupin, Harry spoke. Lupin startled only, then noticing another person in the room. Seeing Harry, he was momentarily stunned. So reminiscent of James, yet with a hint of serious. Who was this? The next moment realization dawned. He murmured, Harry, it seems you recognize me. Should I call you Uncle Lupin or something else? Harry sat in the chair, showing no intention of untying him. Just call me Remus, Lupin said, ceasing his struggles. Seeing Harry, he knew he was safe, though he wondered how Harry had gotten involved with Mundungus. I have some questions I need to ask you. Since I never received a reply to my letters, I had to resort to bringing you here, Harry said. You don't mind, do you, Remus? No, I don't. I'm sorry for not replying. Lupin kept stealing glances at Harry. James, child, already so grown. Ignoring Lupin's scrutiny, Harry cut straight to the point. How did you four become friends? What was your relationship with Snape? How did my parents meet? How did they end up in danger? And what really happened with Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew? Please, Remus, explain all of this to me clearly. Lupin looked surprised, his lips moving as he struggled to know where to begin. We met on the train. All four of us shared a compartment. Lupin finally started after a long pause. Later, because of some of my issues, they taught themselves to become animagi. James became a stag, the other a large black dog, and Peter a rat. They could accompany me. Lupin trailed off. Accompany you through your transformations? Harry said flatly. Lupin's face paled. You know, I know more than you think. So Remus, tell me everything you know. Harry remained still, seated calmly in the chair. Lupin fell silent for a moment before resuming his tale. These memories had been buried in his heart for years, with no one to confide in and no outlet for his emotions. Only endless repetitive brooding. Lupin began recounting their grievances in meticulous detail, starting from the enmity between them and Snape. After their 5th year, Snape vanished from his narrative, leaving only the tales of the four of them and Lily. After graduation, James and Lily decided to marry, joined the Order of the Phoenix, and later became O.W.L.s. When Lily was pregnant, James had a private conversation with Dumbledore, after which they went into seclusion, vanishing entirely from the wizarding world's sight. Their residence was protected by the Fidelius charm. Sirius Black, as the secret keeper, also went into hiding and was pursued by assassins sent by the Dark Lord. Then came the tragedy that befell the couple, leaving only Harry behind. The only way the Dark Lord could have found them was through the secret keeper's betrayal. Sirius Black reappeared on a Muggle street, where Peter Pettigrew cornered him. He killed Pettigrew and destroyed the street. All that could be found at the scene was one of Peter's pinky fingers. Black was laughing maniacally as the O.W.L.s arrested him. He confessed to all his crimes, didn't even attend a trial, and was thrown straight into Azkaban. By the way, he's even your godfather. As he spoke, Lupin's face was pale, his expression pained. He truly couldn't fathom how things had come to this. Their carefree school days were still vivid in his memory. They had just celebrated a lively birthday for Harry less than 6 months ago, and now of their group, only he remained. Harry lowered his eyes, carefully analyzing Lupin's words. Sirius Black. Is that the Black? He's a Gryffindor, Harry asked. Lupin nodded woodenly. Harry had released him, and he leaned back against the headboard. Harry's brow furrowed deeply. This didn't seem right. From what he knew of the Black family, they were capable of anything but betrayal. That was a word their very bones couldn't comprehend. The only Black he had ever interacted with was Phineas. But even though Phineas became the most unpopular headmaster and was loathed by everyone, he never did anything to betray his identity. He despised Muggle-born witches and wizards, but as long as they were Hogwarts students, he treated them equally. Could such a family produce someone who would willingly betray a friend he considered a brother? The Blacks were stubborn and obstinate by nature. Once they set their minds on something, they saw it through to the end. Harry found it hard to equate the word traitor with the surname Black. And there was another thing he didn't understand. What kind of magic could blast a person into nothingness? If a spell of such power existed, shouldn't that finger have been obliterated too? Harry said softly. Lupin was taken aback. Supposedly during their fight, they hit a Muggle. Gas pipeline. That should be the word. 13 Muggles died, and the entire street was destroyed. I see. Harry nodded, feeling like he was missing something, but unable to pinpoint it. The room fell silent once more. Neither Harry nor Lupin spoke or moved. After a long moment, Harry let out a sigh. I'm sorry, Uncle Remus, for bringing you here this way. It's all right. It's my fault. If I had replied to your letter sooner. Lupin smiled. Harry was so much like James in this regard, willing to do anything to achieve his goals, though his methods could be a bit more gentle. By the way, Harry, how did you come to know Mundungus? He's not exactly. Lupin frowned, searching for a suitable word. Harry smiled. He's a member of the Order of the Phoenix. And I am now the Order's investor, or rather its leader. Lupin was stunned. What about Dumbledore? He entrusted it to me. Harry nodded. Lupin couldn't sit still. But you're just a child. He can't. He can, and so can I, Uncle Remus, Harry said calmly, looking at the agitated Lupin. So now I need your help, Uncle Remus. Lupin stared blankly at Harry in the chair. After a long pause, he asked in a hoarse voice, what do you need me to do? Harry grinned. As you know, I'm still a student. I've inherited the Potter estate and taken over the Order of the Phoenix. Since I can't be out and about often, I need a trustworthy representative to act on my behalf. I can't always send house elves. That would be quite rude. Lupin was utterly speechless. It took him a moment to find his voice. But I'm a werewolf. I trust you, Uncle, Harry said earnestly. Lupin's eyes reddened instantly. He choked up and quickly turned away, not wanting Harry to see him in such a vulnerable state. Is it all right? Harry asked. Lupin struggled to compose himself. I accept. Harry beamed. That's wonderful. I finally have an ally. One more question, Harry. Why did Dumbledore entrust the Order of the Phoenix to you, a child? And how have you been all these years? Lupin couldn't help but ask. Harry sighed. His age was truly a handicap. He could foresee everyone asking this question. Suddenly, he found Mundungus quite useful. As long as you paid him, he didn't care who you were. I passed his trials. Oh, and remember to read the newspaper tomorrow. It'll make things clearer for you. Harry grinned. Lupin nodded, half understanding. I will. Now let's discuss your compensation. Harry said seriously, pulling out a contract he had prepared earlier from his bag. He had prepared it when he sent Mundungus to find Lupin, intending to decide whether to present it after meeting him. If Lupin proved untrustworthy, Harry would have tucked it away and sought a suitable person during the summer holidays. Fortunately, Lupin did not disappoint. His concern for Harry was genuine, as was his grief and guilt over Harry's parents. This gave Harry an opportunity to work with. O.W.L.s had said that emotions could reveal a person's true nature and could also be used to bind them. Of course, emotions alone were not enough. Sufficient benefits were also necessary. Harry glanced discreetly at Lupin's faded, patched robes. It seemed he was in dire need of a paying job. Coupled with his concern and guilt towards Harry, that was more than enough. No, you don't have to. I can. Lupin tugged at his clothes, awkwardly ashamed of his destitution. He hadn't even given Harry a gift, and he hadn't sent a Christmas or birthday present in 10 years. You will be my representative, Uncle Remus, Harry said with a smile. You wouldn't want others to look down on me, would you? Lupin fell silent. After a long moment, he nodded reluctantly. He felt utterly useless, a grown man, needing Harry to take care of him. As for salary, 150 galleons a month. All Order of the Phoenix expenses will be paid from Vault 102. Hey, race the key. He'll have Dumbledore write to you about order matters. Watching Lupin sign the agreement, Harry handed him the key. As for the Potter family assets, he'll have the Potter house elf give you a detailed list. From now on, you'll need to manage them for me, Uncle Remus. Harry continued. Lupin was dumbfounded. He took the key, woodenly stammering this. Isn't this too much? Not at all. You're worth it. In fact, I think I'm underpaying you. Harry grinned. Finally, he could offload these tedious. By the way, do you have a place to stay? If not, I'd like to ask you to stay at Potter Manor. I'm at school most of the time and can't attend to many things at the manor. The house elf can't come to school every day, so I'd appreciate it if you could hold the fort. Lupin didn't know what to say. Refuse. But Harry seemed to truly need help. Accept. Would he be taking Harry's money and living in Harry's house? Please say yes, Uncle Remus. Potter Manor is safer than anywhere outside. There's even a room prepared for your transformations. Isn't that safer than finding a place on your own? Harry said earnestly. Lupin opened his mouth, then slumped his head in defeat, and agreed with a sense of resignation. Harry produced another money bag. And this is a clothing allowance. It's part of the Potter family employee benefits. You look a bit under the weather, Uncle Remus, so I'm adding a medical allowance too. No, I can't. Lupin hastily refused, but he relented under Harry's firm gaze. Satisfied that Lupin had accepted the money bag, Harry nodded. One last thing. Harry's smile faded. What is it? Lupin asked. Your first task after joining is to contact the Ministry of Magic for me. I want to visit my godfather in Azkaban. Harry's eyes narrowed as he looked out the window. Lupin shot to his feet. You want to see him? That's dangerous. Azkaban is no place for you. How can you go there? I need to see this Black. I need to know exactly how he betrayed my parents. Being locked up in Azkaban is too good for him. Harry's face was expressionless. But Lupin shuddered, feeling the temperature in the room drop. Remember to read the newspaper tomorrow before you handle this. I'm not in a hurry, Harry said. Lupin hesitated, wanting to say something, but after a long pause he closed his mouth and chose not to dissuade Harry. The Harry before him didn't resemble an 11-year-old at all. He was mature, resolute, and knew exactly what he was doing. Even Dumbledore had approved of him. Could he possibly have better judgment than Dumbledore? And Harry had said he would know tomorrow. What harm was there in waiting one more day? Well, then I should be going. Seeing that Lupin no longer objected, Harry stood up to leave. He still had a duel with Snape tonight, and needed to prepare. Lupin also stood, intending to see Harry out. Get some rest, Uncle Remus. I can see myself out. This is the Hog's Head Inn. If you don't like it, you can find another place later, Harry said, pulling up his hood as he walked out. Lupin stopped in his tracks. It was clear that Harry didn't want to draw attention to himself. A student in Hogsmeade at this hour would be quite conspicuous. And in a place as chaotic as the Hog's Head, concealing one's identity was the best way to stay safe. Walking straight out of the pub, Harry checked the time and headed for Honeydukes. He still had to use the secret passage. Back at school, he rested for a while, carefully polished his wand, and then began to seriously consider the spells he would use tonight. Given the public nature of the event, he first ruled out all dark arts. With so many students around, high-powered spells also had to be set aside. Better safe than sorry. He was there to establish his authority, not to make headlines as the boy who lived goes on a rampage at school, injuring dozens. Dusk fell, and the castle's lights flickered on. Ron came to fetch Harry. It was time to head to the Great Hall. The returning students would be arriving soon. Harry didn't wear his school uniform. Instead, he put on a dueling robe embroidered with dark patterns, paired it with dragonhide boots, and donned the gloves Dumbledore had given him before heading out. Harry, why are you dressed like that? Ron asked, puzzled. Weren't they just going to dinner? Why the formal attire? Was tonight's feast something special? Ron turned his gaze back to the dormitory, itching to go back and put on the dress robes he had worn only once. You'll see, Harry said, grabbing Ron's arm as he tried to run back. Come on, we can't be late. Ron pouted, giving up on the idea of changing, and the two headed to the Great Hall. Hey, Harry, over here. As soon as they entered the Great Hall, Hermione called him over. Merry Christmas, Hermione. You're all here already. Harry sat down, greeting them with a smile. I heard you held a homecoming banquet at Potter Manor yesterday, Hermione asked curiously. Harry nodded. Sorry, Hermione, I didn't invite you this time. That's all right. I know the Malfoys were there. My parents are muggles after all. It's best they have little contact with those pure-blood families. Hermione understood Harry's reasoning. She was about to say more, but Harry stopped her. The Great Hall was filled not only with students and professors, but also with the reporter Dumbledore had mentioned, who was likely lurking among them. According to Dumbledore, this reporter wasn't particularly ethical, so it was best to keep quiet. Hermione fell silent, glancing anxiously towards the staff table. Why isn't there one? Isn't there what? Ron followed her gaze, but saw nothing unusual. There's no new face at the staff table, Hermione said seriously. Ron responded with a somewhat absent-minded casualness. What's the problem? His gaze remained fixed on the empty dinner plate before him, where food would soon appear. Ronald is eating all you can see. Are you a glutton? Hermione snapped impatiently at Ron, her low growl finally forcing his attention away from the plate. Sorry, I mean no new faces. What does that signify? Ron looked at Hermione with a clear, yet foolish expression. Harry gripped his thigh tightly, afraid he might burst out laughing right there. Hermione took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. Has a single holiday turned your head into a mere ornament? No new faces means no new professor. Defense against the— Do you really want Professor Snape to keep substituting? Ron's face went pale. Ever since Snape began ignoring Harry in class, the rest of Gryffindor had borne the brunt of Harry's share, enduring venomous words more vicious than any previous year. You couldn't even argue he was wrong. Every time he picked a fight, it was when they were at fault, leaving no room for rebuttal. In comparison, Potions class had become a respite from facing Snape, as his substitute teaching for defense against the dark arts was far harsher and more malicious. Ron's face twisted in terror, his attention finally torn from the plate. He couldn't help scanning every figure at the staff table, finding no new face, and a bitter taste filled his mouth, as if even the upcoming feast couldn't salvage his mood. Harry finally couldn't hold back his laughter. Relax, no matter how Professor Snape is, he's still human. Teaching potions for 7 years is already enough for him. Substituting temporarily is one thing, but juggling 2 major subjects. You might as well ask for his life. But there really is no new professor at the staff table. Ron slumped dejectedly onto the table. Maybe something held them up. Don't worry, Dumbledore has already found a professor. Harry patted Ron on the back. Cheer up, there's something big happening later. What? Before Ron could finish his question, Dumbledore tapped his glass at the staff table, beginning his speech, forcing Ron to. First, he welcomed the returning students, then explained that the new professor was delayed, and they would meet him tomorrow morning afterward. In an instant, the table was laden with mountains of food, fried chicken, roast beef, pies, and more. For the first time, Ron found the food unappetizing, mechanically stuffing himself without tasting a thing. Had Harry not stopped him in time, he might have eaten himself sick. Once the dishes vanished, replaced by an array of desserts, Dumbledore waited a moment longer until most students' attention had wandered, then rose again. This gesture stirred a murmur among the older students. After all, Dumbledore had never spoken after the feast on the return from Christmas break. This was a first. First, we have a new society, the Defense Association, founded by Gryffindor first-year Harry Potter. I am honored to serve as the supervising professor. Impossible. Potter's only a first year. A sharp voice of protest rang out immediately. Harry discreetly scanned the crowd, but couldn't pinpoint the speaker. I'm well aware that Mr. Potter's age is somewhat unsuitable. Therefore, I have prepared a test. Now, everyone stand, move to the walls, and clear the center. Dumbledore smiled gently, yet everyone felt an oppressive pressure. Silently, they obeyed, rising and shuffling to the side. Dumbledore drew his wand and swept it grandly. The long tables and benches in the hall began to shift and merge, while the flames of 1,000 candles intensified, illuminating the entire hall as bright as day. Soon the tables and chairs vanished, and a long dueling platform materialized in the center of the hall. Let us welcome our potions Professor Severus Snape. Dumbledore gestured. Snape, his face dark, ascended the dueling platform, looking most reluctant. And on the other side, first year, Harry straightened his robes and stepped onto the platform. Even Snape's grim expression couldn't quell the commotion that erupted. What's going on? Is this a test? Is Dumbledore trying to get Potter killed? Merlin, he's got guts. If it were me, I wouldn't even dare step up. Voices ranged from worried to admiring to gleefully malicious. Dumbledore was forced to produce a few loud cracks to quell the murmurs in the hall. Since Mr. Potter is a first year and doesn't meet the regulations for founding a society, we never suppress a young wizard's righteous ideas. Hence this test. If Mr. Potter passes, he may establish a society initiated by a first year. If not, we'll have to wait another 2 years. What say you, Mr. Potter? I can do it, Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry spoke with a smile, his tone resolute. Then Professor Snape will serve as the examiner. If Mr. Potter can endure 10 minutes on the dueling platform, he passes. Conversely, Professor Snape will not hold back. Dumbledore continued. Do you confirm your participation in the test? I do, sir. Harry affirmed again. Very well. Severus, any objections? Dumbledore turned to ask. Snape sneered. I hope Mr. Potter can successfully withstand my attacks. I'd rather not have my life disrupted by his severe injuries leading to expulsion. This string of sarcastic, threatening words sent a shiver through every student. They gazed at Harry on the platform with awe and pity. It seemed Snape was truly in a foul mood. Since neither party has objections, I declare the duel officially begins. Dumbledore waved his wand once more. A translucent shield enveloped the entire dueling platform, ensuring the watching students wouldn't be harmed by stray spells. Harry and Snape stepped forward, standing face to face. Solemnly, they raised their wands to their chests and bowed slightly. Ready. They turned back to back, each taking 3 steps, then pivoted almost simultaneously. 2 beams of magical light collided in midair, sparking a shower of flames. Harry moved his wand with agility, shifting his stance to dodge Snape's relentless barrage of curses, seizing every opportunity to counterattack. Snape, in contrast, appeared effortlessly composed, standing like a magical turret, firing off spells without pause. Each spell bore a menacing hue. The dueling platform's floor was scarred and gouged by their impacts. Ripples spread across the protective shield with every wand movement from the 2 duelists. The crowd watched the dueling platform with unblinking eyes, all stunned into silence. Even as their eyes grew sore and teary, they dared not blink lest they miss a single spectacular moment. Older students strained to identify the spells being used. By the colors of the curses and subtle wand movements, some top students recognized Harry's spells. Aside from a few unknown ones, all were spells they had learned before. Stone transformed into shields and barriers, deflecting Snape's attacks, while smaller debris was combined with a levitation charm and acceleration charm to form a hailstorm of pebbles. Snape could no longer maintain his nonchalant stance. He began to move, dodging Harry's sudden opportunistic curses. Harry always seemed to find a subtle flaw and exploit it, magnifying the weakness. The 2 fought fiercely on the platform, the students below utterly captivated. The 10-minute mark had long passed, yet no one dared to remind the combatants. Finally, as Harry fired spells while subtly repositioning, he managed to point his wand at Snape's chest just before his stamina and magical energy were fully depleted. Meanwhile, Snape's wand tip hovered at Harry's forehead. Harry was slightly breathless. The self-imposed restraints forced him to constantly watch his steps, making this exhibition duel more exhausting than facing dozens of dark wizards. Snape too understood that in a life-or-death struggle, he might have fallen long ago. He had underestimated Harry's prowess, and it was fortunate Harry had no intention of killing him, allowing such a back-and-forth exchange. Harry's dueling robes were torn in several places, revealing skin marked with alarming wounds, yet he seemed utterly oblivious. Snape fared little better. His customary black robes had been reduced to tatters hanging from his back. His black trousers now resembled a beggar's rags, exposing his pale calves, with a ghastly scar running across one leg. Scorch marks on his sleeves still smoldered faintly, and blisters on his arms glistened. Applause. Dumbledore was the first to clap, finally snapping everyone present out of their trance. The students erupted into thunderous cheers, as if they might lift the roof off the Great Hall. Dumbledore struggled to regain control of the crowd. Quiet. Quiet. He dispelled the protective shield around the dueling platform and stepped onto it himself. Harry and Snape withdrew their wands from each other's vital points, raised them to their chests, and bowed. The duel officially ended. A spectacular duel. I now declare that Mr. Harry Potter has passed the test, Dumbledore announced. The students cheered once more. If any other student wishes to break the rules, let today serve as a precedent. I will enshrine this in the regulations, Dumbledore said with a beaming smile. Ron muttered under his breath. What's the point of writing it down? As if anyone else has that kind of skill. He received another elbow from Hermione, wincing in pain and falling silent. Now let us invite Mr. Potter to introduce his society, Dumbledore said. Harry's eyes widened. Wait, this wasn't part of the plan. But as everyone stared at him, Harry twitched the corner of his mouth, mentally noting this forced move, and stepped forward to introduce his as yet non-existent society. When he mentioned that his friends would teach the members various defensive spells, a voice suddenly emerged from the Gryffindor crowd. Why aren't you teaching us yourself? What if your friends can't teach well? If it's not you, why not just attend the professor's classes? Harry followed the voice to a vaguely familiar Gryffindor second year, searching his memory. Cormac, which shouted angrily. I'm just asking. Is the chosen one so domineering that questions aren't allowed? Cormac retorted defiantly, looking up at the elevated dueling platform. Harry's lips curled. He remembered now the former seeker who had cost the Gryffindor Quidditch team half a season's losses. Hey Race, the thing, Dumbledore has given us a fine example. I believe my friends are more than capable of teaching you. If your talents prove exceptional, I might consider instructing you personally. But for now I see nothing in you that sets you apart from the ordinary. Harry offered a polite smile, his tone gentle, yet unyielding. To be honest, I've already been training my friends for some time. Since you're skeptical, we can demonstrate their progress. With that, Harry glanced toward the Slytherin table. Draco caught Harry's gaze, startled, then quickly reacted, stepping forward to ascend the dueling platform. Harry then turned his attention to Gryffindor, his eyes flickering between Ron and Neville, before finally settling on Neville. Meeting Harry's steady gaze, Neville's hands trembled. Lacking confidence, he gripped his wand tightly until Ron gave him a push. Stumbling slightly, Neville mounted the platform. Under the scrutiny of the entire hall, he felt as if he might combust. Relax, just like we do in practice. Harry patted his shoulder. Only use the spells I taught you. 5 minutes. Harry stepped back, nodded to both, and announced loudly. Neville took a deep breath, calming himself. His focus narrowed to Draco alone, striving to banish the crowd from his mind. Nothing to fear, just like on the 8th floor. He could do it, he absolutely could. Neville's expression hardened. Following their usual routine, he raised his wand to his chest and bowed alongside Draco. The spells they could use were limited to Disarming Charm, Shield Charm, and Summoning Charm, supplemented by colored sparks. Neville using gold and red, Draco silver and green. From the start, Draco skillfully cast a Shield Charm to protect himself before proceeding. Neville, however, took the opposite approach. Instead of shielding himself, he charged rapidly toward Draco, using the Summoning Charm to hurl rubble behind him, wearing down Draco's armor charm. Neville charged forward with astonishing speed like a tiger, descending a mountain, relentlessly closing in on Draco. Draco, well accustomed to Neville's habits from their frequent sparring sessions, calmly retreated, while maintaining his protective enchantments, predicting Neville's movements, and alternating between disarming charms and sparks. A dense web of magical beams wove together, attempting to block Neville's advance, but he paid them no heed. Only using a shield charm at critical moments to intercept spells, while the rest of the time, he tirelessly shortened the distance, draining Draco's magic. Draco, however, was not one to simply stand still and cast spells. He also used the Summoning Charm to call forth sizable rocks to obstruct the path between him and Neville, shifting his position in tandem with Neville's charging direction. The duo's precise magic and combat acumen once again stunned the watching students. Though many had just endured a full day's train journey and were utterly exhausted, not a single person was willing to leave early. Soon the 5 minutes were up. Both Draco's and Neville's wands remained securely in their hands, with only Neville having been struck once by a spark due to a misjudgment. A vivid green mark on the chest of his school robes was quite conspicuous. Excellent. It seems Draco hasn't been slacking off during the holidays, and Neville is doing well too. But you must remember, you are not a warrior. Use your wand more. Harry offered a brief assessment of their performance. Those joining the club will learn from Neville Longbottom, Draco Malfoy, Ron Weasley, Blaise Zabini, Hermione Granger, and Pansy Parkinson what I have taught them. If anyone is unwilling, they may choose not to join. But once you do, you must show proper respect to the classmates instructing you, Harry stated sternly, even if they are only first-year students. The entire hall fell silent, every student listening intently to Harry's words. Of course, if any member believes they surpass the aforementioned individuals, they may challenge them during club activities under the rules I just outlined. Upon earning everyone's recognition, I will personally train the victor. Having spoken his final sentence, Harry fell silent. Dumbledore clapped his hands. An excellent speech. That will be all for tonight. Prefects, please lead your houses back to your dormitories. It's already quite late. Those wishing to sign up for the Defense Association, please submit your applications before Wednesday too. Dumbledore paused, glancing at Harry's reluctant expression, and redirected. To your respective heads of house. At these words, even the usually genial Professor Sprout wore a stiff smile. Yet since Dumbledore had already spoken, they could hardly refute him in such a public setting, and could only grudgingly accept the task. Everyone began filing out in an orderly manner to their common rooms, while Harry and Snape were firmly escorted by Professor McGonagall toward the hospital wing. Despite both men's earnest attempts to explain, it was to no avail. Madame Pomfrey, her face dark, distributed the most effective potions to the pair. Even Snape's request to brew his own was denied. He had to drink it. After downing his specially tailored potion, Snape's face was as black as if had been poisoned. Harry grimaced. Could you possibly brew something a little less foul next time? Snape, lips pressed tightly together, ignored him entirely, closing his eyes and viciously yanking the curtain around his bed shut. Harry pursed his lips. Serves him right. Making a face at the drawn curtain, Harry yanked his own curtain shut and collapsed onto the bed. When he woke the next morning, the adjacent bed was already empty. Harry didn't linger. He quickly got up and returned to his dormitory, still wearing his tattered clothes from the previous day. Fortunately, his internal clock was reliable, and the hour was early, with the castle nearly deserted. He hurried back to his room, showered, and changed clothes, just as sounds of activity began outside. Harry, you were incredible yesterday. Are your injuries all right? Emerging from the bathroom, Harry was intercepted by his dorm mates. Of course, just superficial wounds. Madame Pomfrey fixed us up with a single potion, but she insisted I stay in the hospital wing for observation overnight. Wow. Dean's eyes sparkled. Getting just scratches from a fight with Snape is amazing. Harry struggled to maintain his smile. If that got back to Snape, he'd be subjected to mockery for days. Professor Snape was going easy on me. He held back a lot of his magic, Harry explained, earnestly mindful that he'd need Snape's help in the future and had no desire to be drenched in venom. Can we apply for your club? Seamus skipped the previous topic to ask. Harry nodded. Of course, Headmaster Dumbledore said everyone is welcome. But keep in mind there will be periodic assessments. If you fail, you'll be removed. Seamus' eager expression immediately fell. But we're roommates. I'm a roommate too. If you can keep up with me, you won't have to worry about being kicked out. You might even advance, Ron, who had just returned, interjected with a tone of exasperation. Look at the life he led now. Did he genuinely enjoy exercising? Did he like memorizing things? No. It was all to avoid being left behind by his friends. If Dean had Hermione's brains, Ron wouldn't say a word. But Seamus wasn't particularly bright and didn't want to put in the effort. He was dreaming. Sensing the tension, Dean quickly intervened. Ron, what time do you get up every day? 6. I exercise until 8, then come back to wash up, Ron replied, absently rummaging for his change of clothes. Seamus immediately forgot his earlier complaints. That early? I could never get up. If you can't do it yourself, don't expect so much, Ron retorted. Could you move? We'll miss breakfast if we're any later. Seamus sheepishly stepped aside from the bathroom door, allowing Ron and Neville to pass. As he passed Harry, Ron winked and mouthed for him to leave quickly before getting bogged down. Harry suppressed a smile. If you want to join, submit your application to Professor McGonagall. I have things to do, so I'm off. With a nod to the two, he swiftly left the dormitory. He knew Seamus' nature. He often spoke without thinking, but never had ill intentions. Though he sometimes said inappropriate things, he would apologize readily when called out. The common room wasn't too crowded at this hour. Harry didn't linger, heading swiftly to the Great Hall. Given the nature of Gryffindors, if he delayed any longer, he'd likely be cornered in the common room. He had no intention of being late on the first day of school. When Harry reached the Great Hall, Hermione was already seated at the table, listlessly stuffing bread into her mouth, without even buttering it, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward the staff table. Stop staring, Hermione. We don't have defense against the dark arts today, but the third years do. Ask Fred and George at noon, Harry said, grabbing a slice of bread, spreading a thick layer of strawberry jam, and handing it to her. Hermione thanked him and took the bread. What do you think the new professor will be like? Well, Harry recalled Dumbledore's troubled expression. Don't get your hopes up. What do you know? Hermione eyed him suspiciously. Harry shrugged. Time was too tight. Dumbledore would struggle to find a suitable candidate. Otherwise, why do you think I was allowed to form a club as a special exception? Hermione suddenly lost her appetite. It wasn't that she doubted Harry's teaching abilities, but as students they still had exams to pass. Harry's instruction leaned heavily toward practical combat, which was useful in a duel, but Indofire grades mattered too. She couldn't bear to score low. She couldn't accept that version of herself. Harry had no solution either. When he had been a student, the textbooks for this subject hadn't changed so frequently. Upon checking, the upperclassmen told him the textbook changed every year, meaning only that year's professor knew what would be on the exam. Before long, Ron and Neville joined them at the table, their hair still damp. Harry tapped them with his wand, and a puff of hot air rose from their heads, instantly drying their hair. "Thanks, mate," Ron mumbled, grabbing some eggs and bacon and digging in. Food always tasted better after exercise. Flap, flap. A rush of wings heralded the arrival of the owls with the morning post. Harry quickly cast a protective charm over his plate to keep feathers and dust out, then took a rolled-up copy of the Daily Prophet. The moment he opened it, before he could even see the front page photo, gasps erupted from other tables. Hermione turned in surprise, wondering what had happened to cause such a commotion, and from more than one person. "Hey, Harry, look, last night's events made the paper," someone shouted from across the hall. Harry waved his newspaper. "I know, thanks for the heads up." A small stir rippled through the great hall as students crowded around those who subscribed, eager to read the report. Hermione looked at Harry's paper. "Last night's news made the front page this morning." "That fast?" Harry opened the paper to the first page. "The Savior Star Harry Potter holds his own in a duel with a professor. He is the wizarding world's salvation." Seeing the headline, Harry nearly covered his face. Wasn't that a bit over the top? Scanning the article, while the wording was somewhat exaggerated, it was thankfully free of bizarre descriptions. A fairly standard report, at least compared to that particular journalist's previous work. Harry folded the paper and tossed it to the impatient Hermione, deciding to send a thank you gift to Mr. Goofy for his intervention. Otherwise, today's headline might well have been "Harry Potter attacks his professor. Is this moral decay or a twisted psyche?" Given Rita Skeeter's track record, Harry had no desire to be branded with such a reputation. "There's even a picture," Hermione exclaimed in shock. How did the reporter know about this? There were no outsiders last night. She had checked carefully and confirmed there were no unfamiliar faces among the students. "Relax, Hermione. It's part of Dumbledore's plan. Don't worry about it," Harry soothed. Hermione closed the paper with a troubled look and handed it to the impatient Ron. "What is he trying to do? Is he pushing you into the spotlight? There's still danger at Hogwarts. Isn't it risky to be so high profile?" Harry paused, realizing she was referring to the Philosopher's Stone. "It's fine. They'll have to face these things sooner or later." "Don't worry," he said. Hermione bit her lip, turning to glance at the Slytherin table, wondering how Zabinus information gathering was going. Suddenly she hesitated. "Maybe we should tell a professor about this. This isn't really our business. You already have enough on your plate. Let's not create more trouble for ourselves." Harry couldn't help but smile. "It won't affect me. But if you want to tell a professor, go ahead. They probably won't believe us, though. We're only first years." Hermione was deeply conflicted, afraid the professors would dismiss it as childish fantasy and not take it seriously, yet also worried it might affect Harry. Harry quietly cut his food. He needed to find a way to ensure they had to be involved, or his Indofterm evaluation would be compromised. "Eat up, Hermione. They'll discuss this with Dumbledore." "Don't worry," he urged. He just needed to buy some time to come up with a plausible story with Dumbledore. Hermione was a brilliant witch. They needed a convincing enough explanation, or they might end up in trouble. Relieved at Harry's words, Hermione felt that with Dumbledore involved, everything would surely be fine. She began eating her breakfast in peace, knowing they had classes later. The morning lessons passed without incident. At noon, Hermione intercepted the Weasley twins to ask about the new professor. "He's a ministry official. Apparently Dumbledore wrote to him personally to invite him as a substitute," Fred said with a shrug. "His name is Albert Runcorn. He'll write to Dad and ask about him. He seems quite impressive," George added with a shrug. "I mean, how are his classes?" Hermione pressed urgently. George and Fred exchanged a glance. "How to put it? Better than Quirrell. At least he doesn't stutter. And the classroom doesn't smell of garlic. We think he's pretty good." Hermione looked despairing. "How is that any different from reading a book on my own? He's a book with a voice. You don't get a voice when you read alone." The twins laughed and walked away, leaving a crestfallen Hermione. It was just too hard. Harry had witnessed the entire exchange and could only do his best to console the deeply discouraged young witch. He was helpless himself. Everyone he knew who could be a professor was no longer alive. The afternoon classes passed without any incident, though everyone felt a qualitative leap in difficulty compared to the first half of the year. The professors began urging students to use magic whenever possible rather than focusing solely on written work. During dinner, everyone finally caught sight of the new professor at the staff table. He appeared to be a man not to be trifled with, his demeanor starkly contrasting with Snape's. Snape gave off a sinister vibe, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. The new Professor Albert Runcorn seemed more like a thug, as if he might explode into violence at any second. A truly ferocious visage. Yet this was Hogwarts, and he could only sit there with a blank expression. According to the older students, he rarely permitted magic in his classes, merely droning from the textbook, occasionally adding his own interpretations, which the students found rather dubious. After glimpsing the new professor's appearance, Ron couldn't help but shrink his neck, deciding to borrow George's letter once a reply arrived. This professor didn't seem like a decent sort. After dinner, Harry headed straight for the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was already waiting. "I thought you might have come this afternoon." "You know why I'm here?" Harry asked without any pretense of politeness, taking a seat directly across the desk. "About the new professor?" Dumbledore inquired. "Yes and no," Harry said. "Regarding my little idea on the 4th floor, we need to give them an enemy." "I'm debating whether I should act or use a disguise," Harry frowned. Dumbledore offered a mysterious smile. "Isn't there a perfect candidate already?" "You mean the new professor?" Harry's mind worked, quickly identifying whom Dumbledore referred to. "What's his story?" Harry asked. Dumbledore slid a letter across the desk to Harry. "This is Cornelius' recommendation sent when he learned I was troubled over the new Harry took the letter and scanned it. Though the minister's wording was cautious, even somewhat obsequious, it was clear he wished to embed a spy in Hogwarts. "So what kind of man is this new professor?" Harry tossed the letter aside. "It seems our minister isn't too keen on being a puppet." "I never regarded Connolly as a puppet," Dumbledore said. "I merely offer him a little advice when necessary. The decision to adopt it is always his own." Harry rolled his eyes. If he were Minister of Magic with power in his hands, yet constantly receiving suggestions from someone whose reputation and ability surpassed his own, he wouldn't be pleased either. Dumbledore chuckled and continued. "Mr. Runcorn graduated from Slytherin, but achieved little of note. He harbors intense animosity toward Muggle-born wizards and has a poor reputation in the ministry. He's a lackey of Dolores Umbridge, the deputy minister. Since arriving at Hogwarts, he's been incessantly probing the 4th floor, as if believing I've hidden some formidable weapon there." "You've already planned this out," Harry exclaimed in surprise. "Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Solving the substitute professor issue and giving Hermione and the others a target." Dumbledore merely smiled. Harry was still somewhat young. There were things he couldn't foresee, so Dumbledore had to think ahead. "But how can I make him clash with me?" Harry frowned. If Runcorn was only interested in the 4th floor, that wouldn't divert Hermione's attention. She was already considering dropping the matter. "That's up to you." "I can't do everything," Dumbledore said, spreading his hands as he watched Harry expectantly. Harry groaned. "Can I use the Imperious Curse?" Dumbledore fell silent. Immediately his lips pursed as he stared at Harry. All right, just a joke. I know where to draw the line." Harry leaned back, slouching unceremoniously in his chair. "He'll figure out a way to provoke a conflict with him. After all, his attention is fixed on the 4th floor." Dumbledore sighed. "Harry, you should know. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have mentioned it." Harry immediately raised his hands in surrender. "Rest assured, am I really that brutal?" To that, Dumbledore chose not to comment. He had recently conversed extensively with Phineas about Harry's exploits a century ago. Though Phineas was vague, it was evident that Harry wasn't merely all talk. Every achievement was forged with lives. Recalling Phineas' tales of obliterating the Ashwinders and similar feats, Dumbledore couldn't help but feel grateful that Harry hadn't cast an Avada Kedavra at his own face. With matters concluded, Harry left, unwilling to endure Dumbledore's mournful gaze, alternating between him and the Don't expect him to return the Honeyduke's card. It was rightfully his. The following days passed fairly leisurely for Harry. Apart from accommodating Wood's occasional training demands, there was little else to do. He borrowed some books from the library he hadn't read before to while away the free time when there was no homework. Just as he was fretting over how to get Runcorn's attention, Harry was detained after the first class. Harry was overjoyed, barely suppressing a grin in front of him. "Mr. Potter, what are your thoughts on the current Ministry of Magic?" Runcorn asked. Harry put on a bewildered expression. Runcorn was momentarily taken aback, at a loss. Truth be told, he wasn't skilled at extracting information. He considered himself an enforcer. What had gone wrong that he was now tasked with espionage? Moreover, what was Deputy Minister Umbridge thinking, asking him to question an 11-year-old about his views on the ministry? He doubted the child even fully understood what the ministry represented. Despite the sensationalized reports in the papers, everyone knew the Daily Prophet's true nature. They'd print anything for money. They'd claimed Harry Potter and Snape had mutually defeated each other, yet when he arrived the next day, both were perfectly fine. Proof that the papers were unreliable. "So do you know what's on the 4th floor corridor?" Runcorn asked, adopting a menacing tone. "Dumbledore often talks to you. What do you know? Consider this a warning. Do you know about Azkaban? Liars are usually sent there." Harry lowered his head, his shoulders trembling involuntarily. I don't know, sir. The headmaster, he just..." Harry's mind went blank as he struggled for an excuse. But in Runcorn's eyes, he had successfully terrified Harry into silence, and a perverse sense of satisfaction swelled within him. Look, the so-called savior of the wizarding world was just a child, easily cowed by a bit of harshness. "I don't care what Dumbledore does with you, but you must not tell anyone about my questioning. Otherwise I'll have you sent to Azkaban." "You know I have that authority," Runcorn whispered threateningly. Harry trembled again. He was about to lose control and burst out laughing. "You're a student, but it's easier for you to gather information around the school. Come to me with anything you learn, and I'll see you rewarded. Perhaps I could even secure you a position at the ministry after graduation," Runcorn said, tossing Harry a gold galleon. "Take this, buy some treats for your friends." Harry instinctively caught the flash of gold, then realized what it was, his face contorting. Wood's training had conditioned him. Had almost thought it was a golden snitch. "All right, you may go. Remember, keep this to yourself." With that, Runcorn turned and retreated to his office. Harry swiftly turned and left. If he stayed any longer, he feared he might lose control and kill this presumptuous professor outright. Even without the killing curse, he had 100 ways to end him. Watching Harry's hurried retreat, Runcorn sneered contemptuously from the steps. Children were children. A little intimidation followed by a small bribe, and they'd be terrified into submission. It wasn't that he hadn't considered questioning the Slytherin students, but those purebloods were insufferably arrogant. As a minor official, he lacked the funds to bribe them or the leverage to intimidate them given their powerful connections. Only Harry Potter, with no family backing cherished by Dumbledore, and still a child, was easy to control. Satisfied with his reasoning, Runcorn sauntered back to his office. Teaching was a thankless job. Without the ministry's subsidy of 50 galleons a month, he wouldn't have bothered. Once outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Harry couldn't suppress his look of disgust. "Pyre, I'm here, Mr. Potter. What do you need?" With a sharp crack, a house elf appeared before Harry. Harry tossed the galleon to him. "Keep an eye on him. Feed him some information. Let him know there's a crucial weapon hidden on the 4th floor protected by Dumbledore's magic, accessible only to me. I know you're capable. Once it's done, he'll pay you enough to return to America." "No problem, sir. Pyre will see to it." The elf carefully pocketed the coin and bowed deeply to Harry. Harry produced a handkerchief, soaked it with aguamenti, and meticulously wiped the hand that had touched the galleon. Then he tossed the handkerchief to Pyre. "Wash it, then dispose of it." "Yes, sir." Pyre took the handkerchief, watched Harry leave, and then snapped his fingers, vanishing. Walking alone through the empty corridor, Harry couldn't help but sneer. He headed straight for the 4th floor. Dumbledore had explained all the mechanisms here. Harry opened the door at the end of the corridor with a blank expression. The three-headed dog barked ferociously, lunging at him. Harry pulled out the flute Hagrid had given him and played a few notes, instantly calming the beast. When he lowered the flute and the dog grew restless again, Harry produced a handkerchief nearly the size of Hagrid's tablecloth and a bucket of fresh meat. "Fluffy," Harry called. The three-headed dog caught Hagrid's scent, wagging its tail, excitedly drooling over the meat bucket, no longer hostile toward Harry. "Smell this. Anyone with this scent 6 foot 4, you go for the kill, understand?" Harry produced a quill he had swiped from Runcorn's desk, letting Fluffy sniff it thoroughly, then tossed the meat bucket over. Fluffy immediately chased after it, devouring the meat ravenously. Harry pulled open the trapdoor on the floor and jumped down. Upon landing, he used a flash of fire to disperse the devil's snare, then placed a few pots in the corner containing sleeping, snapping cabbages, a crop he had painstakingly cultivated over the past 6 months. With a minor spell, he left Runcorn's scent on the cabbages. The moment Runcorn touched them, they would spring to life. Continuing onward, he entered a room filled with keys fluttering like birds. Ignoring the broomsticks, Harry used the summoning charm to retrieve the correct key, then placed a curse on it. The first person to touch it would be engulfed in magical flames. Opening the door, Harry surveyed the giant chessboard. After testing, he confirmed that besides playing the game correctly, brute force could also break through. Considering this, Harry modified the chess pieces. If the game was played normally, they would remain unchanged. But if brute force was attempted, the weapons in their hands, scepters and such, would transform into sharp blades. The room behind the chessboard was originally meant for Quirrell. The troll he had prepared was slain by Harry in the castle, leaving the room empty. Harry pondered for a moment, then set up a series of magical traps in the room, carefully adjusting their potency so as not to kill anyone outright. He made them one-time triggers so they would dissipate after activation, preventing Hermione and the others from stumbling into them. The final room belonged to Snape. Harry examined the real antidote, smelled it, and confirmed he could replicate it. Then he added a few drops of a potion Gareth had concocted during one of his whimsical experiments. Though Harry had no idea what it did or whether it had changed over the past century, he was certain it wouldn't be fatal. After completing all this, Harry sneered. If he didn't still need Runcorn alive, he would have already finished him. Now he was merely giving him a taste of suffering. No one could prove Harry's involvement. He would be nothing more than a poor, oppressed young wizard coerced by a ministry official. Casting a specific flame-freezing charm on himself, Harry strode straight through the black flames. This fire was unique to Dumbledore. Aside from Snape's potion, only Harry knew the incantation to pass through it. Behind the door was a vast, empty chamber with nothing but a tall mirror at its center. Harry walked over and immediately recognized it. The mirror of Ariste. Only the happiest of people could use it as an ordinary mirror. Standing before the mirror, Harry gazed at the reflection of the empty room stretching out behind him. The room within the mirror gradually transformed, revealing a blazing fireplace before which sat a young couple, their faces wreathed in smiles as they looked at him. Above the hearth hung 3 portraits with Gareth and Sebastian chattering incessantly, while Omenes calmly sipped his tea. In the next instant, all the visions within the mirror vanished without a trace. Harry rubbed his brow, murmuring, "This truly is an illusion that can easily ensnare one." "What did you see?" A voice came from behind Harry. "My parents and some friends gathered by the fireplace at home." Without turning around or glancing back at the mirror, Harry replied, "And what did you see?" "I saw someone giving me a pair of woolen socks much like the ones you received this year." Dumbledore stepped forward, taking the spot Harry had vacated, and gazed into the mirror with a look of nostalgia. I am relieved that you did not succumb to the illusions the mirror presented to you, Dumbledore said. Harry rolled his eyes. I know what reality is and I know what I want. I won't become obsessed. Regarding the woolen socks, Harry said nothing but silently resolved that this Christmas he would absolutely bury Dumbledore in woolen socks. By the way, I made some modifications to your adjustments on those traps, Dumbledore said. Harry frowned. Why? Dumbledore sighed helplessly. Harry, you must understand it would be very troublesome if he died at Hogwarts. Harry looked utterly perplexed. How so? Dumbledore, somewhat exasperated, said. Harry, you overestimate the current wizards. If I hadn't made changes, he might never have reached the final chamber. Recalling what he had discovered back then, Harry couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The wizarding world was doomed, wasn't it? Though reluctant, Harry knew Dumbledore was right. This man could not die at Hogwarts. So he held his tongue, offering no objections to Dumbledore's alterations, as he indeed had a poor grasp of the current wizard's abilities. Since that's settled, you can send me out, Harry said. Dumbledore smiled, placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, and with a crack they operated. After a moment of dizziness, Harry steadied himself. They were already in the headmaster's office. With a brief farewell, Harry pushed open the door and left. Regarding the threat from Quirrell, Harry revealed half-truths to Hermione, guiding her to connect it to the fourth-floor corridor. Then Harry relaxed. At the Friday gathering, the news brought by Blaise confirmed Hermione's suspicion. Quirrell was after the Philosopher's Stone on the fourth floor. He had even arranged for Quirrell to come, but Quirrell had managed to cripple himself after half a year, forcing him to come personally. Hermione's mind raced again. Who in the wizarding world would harbor such deep malice towards Harry and urgently need the Philosopher's Stone? The answer was obvious, you know who. Upon hearing Hermione's deduction, Blaise and Pansy's expressions turned grave. The time for choosing sides had come. Draco glanced at Harry, then at the two, who had changed expressions, looking deeply conflicted. After a long moment, he solemnly declared to Harry, Harry Potter, I, Draco Malfoy, on my own behalf pledge that I will absolutely stand by your side. As for the Malfoy family, that is beyond my control. My father is the head of the family, though I cannot make decisions for the House of Malfoy. Ron and Neville looked utterly bewildered. Hermione narrowed her eyes, shifting her gaze to the other two Slytherins. I cannot decide for the Parkinson family, but I trust Draco, so I will also stand with you. Seeing Draco's solemnity, Pansy took only a minute to decide. The Parkinson family has more than one child, so I cannot decide for the family. I can only decide for myself. Blaise looked at Pansy, then at Draco, and finally at Harry. I can represent the Zabini family, but this is no small matter. I need some time to consider. Harry smiled. I'm not forcing anyone. Family matters are family affairs. We are still friends, aren't we? Right now we are just students. Our only task is to study hard at school. So don't worry too much. Blaise nodded silently, but he knew that if he hesitated too long, he might never be able to return to this group. Formal tutoring was set to begin on the weekend. Harry directly delegated the teaching tasks to Draco and Ron, with the others acting as assistants. Me? Why not Hermione? Ron was baffled, having never thought the job would fall to him. Harry smirked. This way you can't slack off. To teach others, you must first master the subject yourself. An image flashed in Ron's mind, classmates looking at him expectantly for answers while he stood there flustered, giving wrong explanations met with everyone's contemptuous stares. He shuddered. They'll definitely be serious. Of course none of you are getting out of it. Well, rotate every month. Harry looked at the others. So don't let your guard down. You have a heavy task learning new magic and preparing lessons. Can't we just teach your method? Ron asked. Harry shook his head. The method I use for you isn't suitable for everyone. With a small group, you can oversee each person, but after Dumbledore's promotion, the numbers won't be small. You won't be able to attend to everyone. As for how to teach, that's up to you. But the order of spells can follow the sequence I taught you. If you lack confidence, you can always ask for help. The assistants aren't just there to watch. Ron immediately turned to Hermione with a fawning smile, earning a dramatic eye roll from her. They'll assist you, but I won't do it for you. Ron nodded vigorously. I understand. They'll do my best. All right, that's enough for now. Today's new spell is the Harry began the lesson. The spell proved quite challenging, yet by the end no one could cast it accurately. The best they managed was a stream of cold air from their wands, barely useful as an air conditioner. At 4 o'clock, Harry called a halt to the practice. He had Draco and Ron start preparing their lessons, with the others helping them and discussing together. Harry had no intention of overseeing how the classes were run or what form they took. He made it clear that he would only act as a safety net, ready to intervene if something went wrong. But they shouldn't expect him to teach for them. Whether the classes turned out good or bad, they would have to bear the consequences themselves. At this, their expressions shifted, and they began discussing very seriously. Draco and Ron had initially planned to teach separately, but Harry's words made them abandon that idea. They started sharing their ideas, reviewing each other's plans to fill in any gaps. By dinner time, they still hadn't reached a conclusion, having only decided how to begin. Harry simply watched, saying nothing. Fortunately, the next day was Saturday, and everyone was free. Except for Harry, who had Quidditch practice. The rest found an empty classroom and continued their discussions. Ron, who usually hated doing homework, even produced a roll of parchment containing his overnight work, his understanding of the shield charm, and a proposed teaching method. The six of them gathered and talked for an entire day before finalizing the procedure. Early on Sunday morning, Harry received glancing at the Slytherin table, Harry saw Blaise raise his glass slightly. Harry smiled and raised his own, and they clinked glasses from a distance. Harry pocketed the letter and downed his drink in one gulp. Time quickly passed to the afternoon. The notice board had already posted the time and location along with Harry's assessment criteria. Harry arrived early at an empty classroom on the 4th floor with his close group. The room had been transformed, though it was no longer a typical classroom, but an open space. Near the door were several long tables and a blackboard, while the back of the room held an open area with 5 alchemical mannequins holding wooden sticks. If Harry wished, he could tap the wall with his wand and a platform would rise in that space. Not as large as the one in the Great Hall on the first day, but sufficient for the students. He let them enter first, fiddled with something at the door for a while, and then entered the room. When the students arrived at the location marked on the notice board, they found the entrance blocked by a table. On the table were wooden blocks of various sizes placed about a meter from the classroom door. A wooden box hung on the door with a slit about a finger's width. A large sheet of paper was pasted on the wall stating that to formally join the club, one must pass an assessment. The assessment was simple: pick a wooden block, transform it into anything, and use the levitation charm to pass it through the slit in the box. Once it went in, the door would open for them. The initially excited crowd fell silent. There was an awkward pause with no one willing to step forward first. Inside the classroom, Ron was sweating nervously. Why isn't anyone coming in yet? Is the test too hard? What are you worrying about? It's all first-year material. How hard can it be? Instead of panicking, why don't we go over the procedure again? Draco was also tense, his tone sharp. But Ron didn't mind his tone this time. You're right. Let's go over it again. Harry sat comfortably in a corner in an armchair he had specially brought in, complete with a small round table, tea, and snacks. Outside, after a moment of silence, the students began to buzz with chatter, talking incessantly to their companions. Some wanted to try, others wanted to back out, and a few simply turned and left. I don't understand what you're all hesitating about. The levitation charm and transfiguration are first-year lessons. Fred pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. Exactly. Maybe some of them haven't even mastered their first-year lessons yet, George added, following Fred to stand before the table and start selecting wooden blocks. Do you really think he can teach us anything? They're only first years too, and it's not even Harry Potter teaching personally, a student voiced. George and Fred ignored them completely. They had witnessed the duel between Neville and Draco that night. If Harry could bring them to that level in just half a year, what more proof was needed? Fred picked a block that looked appealing, about the size of a palm. A square block could never pass through the slit on the box. He thought for a moment, then transfigured the block into a piece of parchment. He levitated the parchment, which wobbled slightly as it floated toward the box. Levitation wasn't difficult, but the challenge was getting it through the narrow slit. Fred had to put in some effort to guide the parchment through. As the parchment entered the wooden box, it instantly reverted to its original block form, landing with a thud. The door behind the box swung open. Fred walked over and pushed the door open. The door closed immediately behind him, dashing the hopes of anyone trying to slip in. George shrugged, also picked a block, thought for a moment, and turned it into a feather, which he successfully placed into the box. With both of them inside, the others began to step forward one by one. In a distant corner, Professors Flitwick and McGonagall watched the proceedings with dark expressions. No wonder Harry had set such an assessment. There were actually older students who couldn't manage such a simple task. Some couldn't maintain their transfigurations with the objects reverting to blocks midair. Others had such poor control over the levitation charm that the blocks banged against the box but couldn't fit through. Minerva, it seems we need to revise our exams, Professor Flitwick said, his lips twitching as he watched the clumsy levitation charms, suddenly unwilling to claim those students as his own. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips tightly, saying nothing. They had to handle 7 grades of lessons, and the annual exams were arranged according to each grade's curriculum. They had never imagined that the students would forget everything they learned right after the exams. Those second years, third years, and even fourth years were so clumsy with first-year material, even though some of them had decent grades. At this thought, McGonagall's face darkened even more. She coldly noted down the names of all the students who had failed. Inside the classroom, Harry watched as students trickled in. After the last person entered, a full 10 minutes passed without anyone new coming in. Harry stood up and walked to the door. He opened the door and looked outside. Some were still trying, while others had taken blocks and were practicing against the wall. Today's assessment ends here. I won't remove these items. You can come and test yourselves anytime. Once you pass, you may enter the class, Harry said, tapping the notice on the wall, and the words changed. Then he closed the door and returned to his seat. Outside, the students watched the closed door with great reluctance. Some even tried to force it open, but no matter what methods they used, they couldn't open that ordinary-looking classroom door. Some students were still contemplating using brute force to vent their frustration by breaking down the door when Professor McGonagall, who had been barely restraining herself in the corner, strode over with heavy steps. "And what do you think you're doing?" Professor McGonagall asked, her voice sounding almost gritted through clenched teeth. The students at the door immediately shrank back. Nothing, Professor. Have you all finished your homework? Practiced your charms? If you can't even pass such a simple test, then every single one of you here will hand me an essay on the switching spell tomorrow. Professor McGonagall said, barely containing her fury, though she didn't roar aloud. And of course an essay on the levitation charm as well. You can hand it in at our next class. Professor Flitwick added slowly. The students' faces turned green, but seeing Professor McGonagall practically breathing fire, no one dared to object. They could only slink away from the fourth-floor corridor. Once the crowd outside had dispersed, Professor McGonagall was in no mood to chat with Professor Flitwick. She hurried back to her office, feeling an urgent need to thoroughly assess her students' capabilities. Inside the room, Ron stared at the dozen or so people in the classroom, somewhat dumbfounded. This was nothing like what he had imagined. The large classroom, big enough to accommodate 40 or 50 students for a lesson, looked desolate and empty, with only a handful of people scattered about. Still, the house representation was quite complete. From Gryffindor there were the Weasley twins and Harry's two roommates, Seamus and Dean, Parvati, and her Ravenclaw sister Padma, along with a dark-haired second-year girl who was of Asian descent. From Hufflepuff came Cedric, a third year, as well as Ernie and Justin, who were in the same year as Harry. Slytherin had also sent two students, Theodore Knott and Daphne Greengrass. They sat silently in the very corner of the room. Theodore kept staring at Draco, his brow deeply furrowed. Daphne, on the other hand, kept glancing towards Harry by the window. He was the most relaxed person in the entire classroom, looking as if he were enjoying an afternoon tea. Draco kept poking Ron in the small of his back with his wand. As they had agreed, Ron needed to speak first since Slytherin's reputation at school wasn't the best and Draco was worried someone might start trouble. Although Draco wasn't afraid of confrontation, he felt he had a solid grasp of his learning. If it delayed the club activities, he wouldn't feel satisfied, even if he sent someone to the hospital wing. Ron nearly jumped out of his skin. He shot a nervous glance at Harry, then looked at the twins who were making faces at him. Summoning courage from somewhere, he stepped forward. Ahem, everyone quiet down, please. It looks like this is everyone for now, so we can begin. Harry flipped through the book in his hands, but his attention was fixed on his friends. He didn't even notice how quickly he was turning the pages. Once the ice was broken, Ron suddenly felt his nerves vanish. Following the plan they had laid out, he demonstrated first, then taught with Draco, supplementing the instructions, and finally, they went around offering individual guidance. To their surprise, the entire large lesson proceeded smoothly. A small clock in the classroom chimed, and they all realized it was already time for class to end. Little Ronnie, well done, great teaching. Well, write to Mum about this. As Draco announced the end of the lesson, the Weasley twins immediately jumped up and shouted at Ron. Fred, George. Ron's face turned as red as his hair. He hadn't felt it during the lesson, but being shouted at by them now made him feel an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Same time next week, we'll continue. Draco said hurriedly, noticing the two students from his own house, signaling him with their eyes, and he walked over to them. The lesson had been on the shield charm. With this group as a comparison, Neville had regained his confidence. Only a handful of people had successfully cast the spell, the others had only produced a faint reaction. He had even helped Ernie resolve a small query, allowing him to succeed once. Closing his book, Harry smiled and led the way out of the classroom. Everyone had performed well, and he was very satisfied. Days passed one after another. By the time the club studies reached the disarming charm, the weather had turned warm, and the first Quidditch match of the new school year had arrived. The club was developing well. A few new students had joined in the meantime. Draco and the others had even split into two groups, one to teach the newcomers, and the other to instruct those who had already learned so they wouldn't interfere with each other. This match was for Slytherin. Harry went to watch for a bit, and was startled by their violent style of play. After returning, he began searching through the Quidditch rules, looking for any regulation against using alchemical equipment or any method to knock an opponent off their broom without committing a foul. Unfortunately, the lengthy list of over 700 recorded fouls completely blocked Harry's path. Clicking his tongue, Harry thought that if he ever faced the Slytherin team, the best course would be to end the match quickly. He definitely didn't want to actually knock someone off their broom and end up saddled with a penalty shot. Harry had completely put Runcorn out of his mind. Pillai had been constantly looking for an opportunity, but had never managed to deliver the message Harry wanted him to pass along. This had made the house elf quite anxious lately, to the point where he was tempted to just ambush him halfway. Ever since that threat, Harry had gone straight to Dumbledore to get an exemption note, which Ron delivered to Runcorn. He simply stopped appearing in that classroom altogether to prevent himself from losing control and killing the man on the spot. Dumbledore had gone to great lengths to ensure this professor could successfully make it to the end of the term. This batch of students was tough to handle. In particular, this professor, in a bid to flaunt his authority, had reduced several Muggle-born students to tears in class. Even Snape couldn't resist the urge to poison him. Not to mention the students Harry had taught. They were already plotting how to get this professor kicked out. This left Dumbledore deeply troubled, regretting that he had ever chosen such a suicidal person. After a series of mishaps and several trips to the hospital wing, Runcorn finally learned his lesson. He now used only his own personal cutlery during meals, avoided eating in the Great Hall unless absolutely necessary, and always made sure to walk with a student or another professor whenever he left a classroom, never allowing himself to be alone. Because Harry was actively avoiding him, Runcorn couldn't corner him. His investigation had hit a dead end, and while he was anxious, he was utterly helpless. As exam week approached, Runcorn grew more and more irritable and began picking on students in class again. True to form, on the day before the final exams, Runcorn once again ended up in the hospital wing with a broken arm from falling down the stairs. As usual, no culprit was found. Madame Pomfrey looked at his arm with a troubled expression. "I'm terribly sorry, sir. This break is quite severe with too many bone fragments. Perhaps I should ask the headmaster to send you to St. Mungo's. Go and don't come back." Madame Pomfrey's smile was very gentle. "No, I can't leave Hogwarts. Yes, the exams are tomorrow, and I have to invigilate." Runcorn was desperate to leave this cursed place, but he couldn't. Undersecretary Umbridge had been pressing him repeatedly. In the past 6 months, he had only managed to confirm that there was something on the 4th floor heavily guarded, but he had no idea what it was. If he were sent out of Hogwarts like this, there would be severe consequences. Thinking of Umbridge's methods, Runcorn shuddered. "You have to—" "I know you can't." Madame Pomfrey's smile faltered slightly. "I can indeed, but you'll have to endure some pain." Runcorn looked at her suspiciously, but the pain prevented him from thinking too much. "As long as I can make it to the exams tomorrow morning." "Very well then." Madame Pomfrey pursed her lips. "There's only one way. They'll remove the bones from your arm, including the fragments, and then you can regrow them with Skeelgrow." Runcorn instinctively felt something was wrong, but the waves of pain in his arm made it impossible for him to think clearly. Madame Pomfrey waved her wand, and Runcorn's voice died in his throat. He stared in amazement at his arm. The pain was gone, or rather he felt nothing at all. His arm no longer felt like his own, it looked like a rubber tube attached to his body. Madame Pomfrey took a cup and poured the appropriate amount of Skeelgrow into it. "Drink this, and your arm will be fully grown by tomorrow morning." Runcorn bent his fingers, watching them twist into strange shapes. He snatched the potion from Madame Pomfrey's hand and downed it in one gulp. "Ugh, you'd better not throw that up, or you'll have to drink another dose." Madame Pomfrey quickly stepped back and said. Runcorn clamped his good hand tightly over his mouth. That taste was more than enough for one lifetime. Seeing that he had indeed swallowed it, without vomiting, Madame Pomfrey drew the curtain around his bed. "You'll stay here for observation tonight. They'll check on your bone growth tomorrow. If all goes well, you can have breakfast in the Great Hall." Runcorn collapsed weakly onto the hospital bed. Beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead as a searing knife-like pain relentlessly assailed him, making him feel it would have been better to just leave the arm broken. Knowing this agony would last all night, he was tempted to cast a stunning spell on himself. He asked for a flask of dreamless sleep potion, but Madame Pomfrey refused, saying it would interfere with the potion's effect. She told him to bear it as surely as an adult he could handle it better than a student. Hearing this, Runcorn had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. Time crawled by. Runcorn couldn't sleep at all, tormented by the pain in his arm. He wanted to scream, but was afraid of the shame of being heard. He would drift into a hazy sleep, only to be jolted awake by the agony the next second. After an indeterminate amount of time, the hospital wing fell completely silent. Runcorn's cold sweat had nearly soaked through his sheets. Uncomfortable, he shifted, wanting to move to the clean bed next door. A rustling sound. Suddenly a noise came from the adjacent bed. Runcorn immediately froze. A tiny scolding voice. "Keep it down. Don't let the wizard folks hear us." "Okay, Dee. I understand." Then came more faint sounds like someone changed. Runcorn immediately understood. It was 2 house elves working. He was about to call one over to change his sheets as well when their words made him stop again. "Dee, has Master Harry Potter taken you to the 4th floor corridor? I heard it's very scary." A high-pitched voice whispered, so faint it was almost inaudible. Only because the hospital wing was so quiet could Runcorn make it. Another voice stern scolded. "Is that any of your business? As house eels, we must not pry into the affairs of wizard folks. We just do as we're told." "I know I was wrong, Dee. I just want to save up for the fare back to America, you know. You're a disgrace to I don't want to work with you anymore." Pop. With a soft crack, the sounds vanished completely. If Runcorn had pulled back the curtain, he would have seen that by the next bed, only one house elf was shaking out a sheet, talking to himself. Runcorn snapped wide awake. He felt he had finally found his chance. "Pillai," he called softly. He wasn't worried the elf wouldn't come. As a temporary professor at Hogwarts, even if only temporary, he could command the house elves. Pop. A house elf wearing a ragged tea towel appeared before Runcorn. "What do you need, sir?" Runcorn almost laughed out loud. "I heard you need to save up for fare to go back to America." "You're from America?" "Yes, sir," Pillai said, putting on a cautious air. "You just tell me everything you know about the 4th floor, and this is yours." Runcorn produced a silver sickle and dangled it in front of Pillai. Pillai stared at the coin in shock, speechless for a long moment. "Is that too much?" "Then 10 nuts." Runcorn said smugly, putting away the silver coin and pulling out a handful of bronze. Pillai clutched his tea towel, tears practically welling up in his eyes. "What do you want to know, sir?" "I don't know much. Just tell me whatever you know." Runcorn tossed the copper coins at Pillai. The coins struck Pillai's body and clattered to the floor, forcing him to bend down and pick them up. "Thank you, generous sir. I only know that there's something very important on the 4th floor protected by magic, and only Mr. Harry Potter and Mr. Dumbledore can get to it. Pillai said, head bowed, picking up the copper coins from the floor without looking up. His voice trembled slightly, which Runcorn mistook for excitement. He laughed momentarily, forgetting the pain in his arm. So that was it. No wonder Potter had stopped coming to class. He knew Runcorn's purpose and was avoiding him. It seemed Potter wasn't as formidable as everyone said, scared by his threat. He just kept his distance, not even daring to tell Dumbledore. Otherwise Runcorn would have been thrown out by now. Pillai, you're a good elf. Remember, you must not tell anyone what I asked you. Runcorn threatened. Pillai's body trembled, and without daring to look up he said, yes, sir. I won't tell. I knew you wouldn't have the nerve. Go back to where you belong. They'll call you if I need you, and maybe you'll earn a bit of coin. Runcorn barked. Peeves shuddered and vanished from the hospital wing. An instant later he materialized in the Gryffindor common room, where Harry sat alone by the window flipping through Ron and the others' curriculum for the next year. After the last event, it had been announced that there would be no activities during exam week, resuming only in the new term. Everyone understood, since the first club meeting students of all years had been complaining bitterly. The professors had re-evaluated nearly every student, and the results were far from satisfactory. Thus the younger students got an early taste of what O.W.L.s year meant, while the older ones felt a nostalgic return to those days. The hourglasses had suffered their heaviest blow in a century, with nearly every house's sand nearly depleted beyond what even Quidditch points could salvage. Dumbledore found himself besieged by professors, each complaining that teaching 7 grades alone, grading assignments, and serving as heads of houses left them overwhelmed and neglecting their students. Something had to change, so each demanded a teaching assistant for the next year. But adding positions at Hogwarts was no simple matter, involving the Board of Governors' finances, assistants' benefits, and suitable. Dumbledore initially tried to delegate the matter to Professor McGonagall, but she flatly refused this time, declaring he could either find a new Transfiguration professor or let her resign as deputy headmistress. After much persuasion, Dumbledore managed to talk McGonagall out of quitting one of her posts, then submitted a request to the Board of Governors and began a grueling round of interviews. As a result, Dumbledore rarely appeared in the Great Hall these past 6 months. With a soft pop, Harry looked up at the sound and saw Peeves standing there, a look of disdain on his face. Harry waited for him to speak, but after a long moment Peeves remained silent. He suddenly realized, was the message delivered? Yes, sir. Peeves broke into a cheerful grin. He had been told not to tell anyone, but Harry Potter had guessed it himself. He hadn't lied, so no punishment for him. Good. Then follow his orders for now. If anything goes wrong, come to me. Stay safe, and if all goes well I can arrange for someone to send you back to America over the summer. Harry nodded with satisfaction and tossed Peeves a small pouch containing 5 galleons. It wasn't much, but Peeves had failed to deliver on time, so he had no choice. Still, a look of disgust crossed his face again. He had never met a wizard as stingy as Runcorn, not in America, nor anywhere else had been. The next day exam week officially began. Every student trudged into the exam hall with a grim expression. It was clear the tests would be tough, but never beyond what they were supposed to have learned. And that alone was enough to make everyone miserable. Who would have thought that 3rd and 4th years would have to be tested on first-year charms fundamentals? They had long since returned that knowledge to the professors after their initial exams, and despite reviewing for half the term, no one felt. Everyone cast envious, resentful glances at the first years, who only had to answer questions on their own year's material. Runcorn appeared in the exam hall with dark circles under his eyes. He hadn't been given the right to set the questions. The exams were prepared by other professors in advance, leaving him only to proctor. To make things easier for him, Harry deliberately wandered alone for several days, but Runcorn never made a move. Harry couldn't help wondering, was this man planning to act alone? How else could he test his comrades on the 4th floor corridor? The first year's final exam happened to be Defense Against the Dark Arts. Harry glanced at the paper and found it well-crafted, showing the professor's effort. Although he no longer attended the class, he still had to take the exam. Fortunately, the questions weren't set by Runcorn, or Harry would have had to actually memorize the textbook. He could only imagine what kind of test that fool would produce, likely just copying from the book. Finishing all the questions quickly, Harry handed in his paper with his head down, feigning fear. Yet even so, he waited all evening with no sign of trouble. Impatiently, Harry toyed with his wand, pondering whether he should just knock the man unconscious, drag him to the 4th floor, and leave a distress signal for Hermione. He was no good at this sort of thing. Never again. Just as Harry was about to act on his impulse, Peeves appeared holding a small box. What's this? Harry tapped the box with his wand. Peeves said nothing, his gaze fixed outside the common room. Harry raised an eyebrow and used the tip of his wand to lift the lid, revealing a beautiful gemstone brooch. After examining it, Harry almost laughed out loud. It was a brooch imbued with the Imperieuse curse. The moment he touched it, he would be controlled. Excellent, truly excellent. He hadn't expected someone else to beat him to his own idea. Harry regretted letting Dumbledore adjust the trap's head setup. With a flick of his wand, Harry deftly removed the Imperieuse curse from the brooch. He turned to Peeves. Go tell Hermione Granger that I've received something from Runcorn and have been taken away. Yes, sir. Should I inform Headmaster Dumbledore as well? Peeve bowed respectfully, awe in his voice. No other wizard could so easily dispel dark magic from an object. Yes, tell him the operation has begun. Harry stood up, picked up the brooch, and his gaze suddenly went blank, as if truly under the Imperieuse curse. Peeve vanished, and Harry walked out. Whenever he encountered anyone, he maintained that dazed look to pass by unnoticed. Following the information from Peeve, Harry shuffled in a trance to the door of the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Stupefied, Harry barely suppressed the urge to fight back, using a silent spell to neutralize the stunning charm, then collapsed to the ground. Runcorn emerged from behind a pillar and reached for Harry's collar, trying to lift him. But he strained and couldn't budge him. This kid looks so scrawny. How is he so heavy? Runcorn muttered. Harry nearly lost his composure. Couldn't it just be that Runcorn was weak? After a moment's thought, Runcorn gave up the effort, grabbed the hem of Harry's school robe, and dragged him along the floor. Feeling the tug on his robe, Harry silently thanked himself for growing taller this year. He could get a new uniform next year. In the first room, Fluffy heard the door open and caught the scent had been instructed to target. So when Runcorn pushed open the door, he was greeted by 3 gaping blood-filled maws. Sharp teeth and foul drool loomed over his head, and the 3-headed dog's barking nearly deafened him. Runcorn's legs gave way, and he almost collapsed at the threshold. Stupefied. A faint red light shot from his wand bounced off Fluffy and had no effect. Harry couldn't help but want to roll his eyes, even with them closed. Dumbledore was right. If he hadn't given instructions, this fool wouldn't even get past Fluffy. Everyone knew magical creatures had some resistance to magic. The higher the danger level, the greater the resistance. Fluffy, a 4's rated creature, had even higher magical resistance. Ordinary spells barely worked on it, let alone Runcorn's panicked attempt, which probably couldn't even stun a mouse. Stunned by the attack, Fluffy flew into a rage, all 3 heads lunging to bite Runcorn. But it seemed restrained, unable to leave the room despite its efforts. After a long moment, Runcorn calmed down and noticed this. Steeling himself, he stood at the door, peering past Fluffy's heads at the room beyond. Finally, he spotted the trapdoor on the floor and began pacing before the door, searching for a safe way through. After a while, he dredged up from the depths of his memory how to handle a 3-headed dog, grateful for Professor Kettleburn's lessons. With a flick of his wand, he conjured a self-playing harp. Fluffy's eyelids began to droop, and within minutes the beast collapsed into a deep sleep to the music. Harry silently sneered. So the man had some knowledge after all. While Runcorn moved Fluffy's paws aside, Harry pulled a vial of powder from his pocket and sprinkled it over himself. He was about to face biting cabbages and had no intention of getting chomped. Soon Runcorn panted as he stepped over Fluffy's body, grabbed Harry's robe, and dragged him into the room. Then, opening the trapdoor, he tossed Harry straight down. In the darkness, Harry opened his eyes and sneered upward. "You bastard, just you wait." Landing on the soft devil's snare, Harry relaxed as the plant wrapped around him and carried him through the barrier, depositing him gently on the next floor. The moment he hit the ground, Harry sprang up, stripped off his robe, and pulled out an alchemical dummy shaped like himself. He dressed the dummy in his robe, donned his invisibility cloak, and hid in a corner ready to watch the show. Just as Harry settled in, a hand landed on his shoulder. "Harry, you're going to scare me to death one day. Can't you stop sneaking up on people? It's lethal." Harry grumbled. The invisible Dumbledore shrugged. "Sorry, your friends have gone to Minerva. I've informed her, so no here evidence." Harry handed Dumbledore the gemstone brooch and fell silent as Runcorn had just jumped down. Dumbledore took the brooch, and the moment he touched it, his expression turned icy. He glared coldly at Runcorn, who was tangled in the devil's snare, and screaming, and clenched the brooch tightly in his palm. Just before being strangled to death, Runcorn managed to cast a Lumos, causing the devil's snare to recoil rapidly, and he crashed heavily to the floor. After coughing and clutching his throat for a long while, Runcorn remembered Harry, whom he had thrown down. He quickly scanned the room and spotted a shadow in the corner. Cautiously illuminating the area with his wand, he saw Harry, lying there, and sighed with relief. He rushed over, grabbed the dummy's ankle, and began dragging it away. "Ouch, that looks painful." Dumbledore winced as Harry's head knocked over a flower pot with a sharp crack. "Can he hear us?" Harry asked. "Of course not. I have my ways to keep him oblivious," Dumbledore replied. "Come on, he's heading to the next room." Harry hesitated, wanting to see how Hermione and the others would perform. "Don't worry, I've prepared," Dumbledore said, tossing something into the corner. Harry didn't see what it was, but trusting Dumbledore, he followed. Unfortunately, they hadn't taken a few steps before they heard Runcorn's screams again. A swarm, no, a pile, of biting cabbages with red leaves and sharp teeth clung fiercely to Runcorn's body. He desperately tore them off, but it was futile. When he threw them away, they scurried back and bit him again with their jagged teeth. Harry raised an eyebrow. "I thought they died from lack of sunlight." "How could they? These little darlings are adorable. I got some dragon dung fertilizer from Professor Sprout. Look how well they've thrived." Dumbledore chuckled, pleased with the plants had nurtured for half a year. The cabbages bit Runcorn until he was covered in blood. Finally, unable to bear it, he used a fire charm to drive them away. Dumbledore winced seeing the cabbage's scorched leaves. "At least I saved some seeds. Poor little things." Harry rolled his eyes. Why would he want to keep these things? Watching Runcorn treat his wounds and continue dragging Harry forward, Harry couldn't help worrying. Are you sure he'll make it to the final room? The answer was an awkward silence. After a long moment, Harry watched Runcorn cursing as he mounted a broom and grew more anxious. Would he end up waiting here for Hermione? That would be disastrous. Dumbledore coughed lightly. Maybe I should give him a little help. He hadn't expected Fudge to have the audacity to send such a fool to Hogwarts. Harry fell silent too. Reluctant as he was, he didn't want his assessment project to go to waste. He nodded reluctantly, watching Dumbledore toss something else into the corner and then confound the correct key, making it fly straight into Runcorn's hand. The next moment, Runcorn screamed as he fell from midair, crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The hand that had grabbed the key was blackened as if scorched. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence, and Llewellyn Cowan had completely lost consciousness, the charred marks on his hand. What a waste! Harry exclaimed in exasperation as he ripped off the invisibility cloak and waved his wand, dispelling the magic on Llewellyn Cowan without caring for his injuries. Quickly revive him. Soul out of body. Harry, I didn't kill him, Harry said angrily, having truly had enough. All the magic he learned was not meant for him to just endure. Moreover, this waste had already wasted half a year of his time. He promised himself that if Dumbledore continued to meddle with him using dark magic, he would immediately deal with this incompetent fool. Seeing the murderous intent in Harry's eyes, Dumbledore rubbed his nose. I meant to say you should have let me come after all. No one dares to check my wand. Come on, that's a convenient way to shift the blame, Harry said, transforming the figure on the ground into that of an adult man in a black cloak. This will be your responsibility. Dumbledore instantly understood, then pulled out his wand and tore the sleeve of the figure's left arm, drawing a sinister pattern on. Ugh, Harry grimaced. What terrible taste. Dumbledore shrugged. I think Hogwarts should add a course on aesthetics. What do you think? You're the headmaster, you call the shots, Harry replied, using the summoning charm to grab the key, roughly shoving it into the keyhole to open the wooden door. Harry maneuvered Llewellyn Cowan into the room, while Dumbledore guided the figure to follow. Throwing on the invisibility cloak, revealing only the tip of his wand, Harry quickly kept pace. Dumbledore also made his figure disappear, seeming to have found a fun toy manipulating the figure to perform various actions. As they walked further in, they dispelled the magic that Harry had previously left behind, replacing it with suitable ones for Hermione and the others. In Quirrell's originally reserved room, Harry had caught a giant eight-eyed spider the size of a grinding wheel, which was now hesitantly eyeing the trembling spider in the corner. What's wrong? Dumbledore asked in confusion as he noticed Harry stop. Where did you get this eight-eyed spider? It should be no problem for Mr. Malfoy and the others, right? There's a large colony in the Forbidden Forest. I caught it from there. The issue now is that Ron has a severe phobia of spiders. I'm wondering if they can handle it, Harry said. Dumbledore was taken aback. There's a colony of eight-eyed spiders in the Forbidden Forest. He wouldn't be surprised to find single eight-eyed spiders in the Forbidden Forest. After all, he knew Hagrid once raised one there. In his view, students could face a single eight-eyed spider. Even if they couldn't kill it, they could temporarily fend it off and escape. After all, eight-eyed spiders relied on pack hunting, and most creatures in the Forbidden Forest had signed contracts with Hogwarts to assist students in danger. However, eight-eyed spiders were not included in the contract, and a colony would be something students could not handle. Right, weren't there more in the past? And not just one, but now there is only one left. It's quite rare. Harry found it odd. The question now is, did you bring any magical creatures with you? Or catch one now? Dumbledore's mouth twitched, suppressing the urge to complain about how things used to be compared to now. I think we can keep it. You have to trust your friends, and Mr. Weasley didn't come here alone. Such a clear weakness should be overcome as soon as possible. Harry pondered. That's true. As long as he can defeat this eight-eyed spider, it should give him some confidence, and perhaps he won't be so afraid of such creatures anymore. Having made a decision, the two no longer lingered and quickly moved towards the next room. Only after both of their figures disappeared did the eight-eyed spider stop, trembling cautiously, beginning to move around the room. The next room was Snape's logic test. Dumbledore interestingly studied the riddle on the parchment, carefully choosing the correct potion, then opened the bottle and smelled it. His face instantly turned green. What did you add in there? Garrett's whimsical ideas. Heaven knows what that is. Harry shrugged, carefully sealing the bottle containing the potion that emitted a strange odor and placing it in his backpack, then setting down a large bottle of potion he brewed that could safely pass through flames. The amount in this bottle was enough for 10 people to drink, definitely enough for each of them to have a sip. Let's go. The last room still. Harry cast a fire protection spell on himself and prepared to step into the next room. Wait, Dumbledore called out. What now? Harry said, impatiently turning back. Are you planning to burn him alive? Dumbledore pointed at Llewellyn Cowan, who was being maneuvered by Harry to step forward. Harry slapped his forehead. I forgot. He also cast a fire protection spell on Llewellyn Cowan. This time Dumbledore did not stop him, and they passed through the flames and entered the final room. Harry maneuvered Llewellyn Cowan towards the mirror and deftly knocked him unconscious. Do you have any other entertainment planned? Dumbledore, manipulating the figure, appeared eager. It's all transformed. We can't waste it, can we? Don't go overboard. They are only first years. Harry casually advised, then found a comfortable spot, took off the invisibility cloak, and lay down. Dumbledore fiddled with the figure's limbs, then pointed his wand at his throat and recited a spell, causing his voice to become hoarse. Once he was thoroughly skilled at it, Dumbledore set the figure aside and took out several half-length mirrors with frames, looking for a suitable. "Oh, they're coming. Do you want to see?" Dumbledore tapped on the mirror hung on the wall and asked. Harry immediately sat up and quickly walked over. "I want to see." The mirror displayed an image from the angle it should be in the corner of O.W.L.s' room. Hermione and the others cautiously entered one after another from outside. Ron, Draco, Neville, Pansy, and Blaise, all accounted for. "Looks like you're quite popular," Dumbledore said with a smile. Harry grinned, of course. However, the group in O.W.L.s' room did not seem to be in such a good mood. "Merlin," Draco exclaimed, trembling, feeling that even one paw of this dog was larger than himself. "Shoo." Hermione tightly grasped Ron's arm, whose face was contorted, no longer able to care about being scared. "Quick, look at that trapdoor. Let's be careful as we approach. We don't want to surprise this giant." Ron redirected Hermione's attention, pulling back his arm, gasping for breath, and rubbing his arm vigorously, swearing that this place was definitely cursed. In the lowest room, Dumbledore watched the scene in the mirror with great interest. "It seems Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley have a good—" Harry pulled out a box of popcorn from his pocket. "Want some?" "Oh, Muggle snacks. Where did you get these? They smell—" Dumbledore unceremoniously grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth, his eyes squinting. "If it were a little sweeter, it would be even better. Uncle Remus sent it to me, though I mentioned I had never tried it before." Harry also took a handful and said vaguely. Dumbledore paused for a moment, looking at Harry with a pained expression. "You really don't let go of any chance to complain, do you?" "I'm just speaking the truth. Or are we still eating?" Harry rolled his eyes, wondering how that could be considered complaining. Satisfying a guilty conscience of an uncle who had never cared for him was something Harry had put a lot of effort into. He had asked Remus to buy snacks from the Muggle world. He had long wanted to try these snacks that Dudley had raved about. Truth be told, they were quite good. Dumbledore found that the popcorn in his mouth was not as sweet anymore. He could already imagine what the next meeting with Remus would be like. Remus was a straightforward person and wouldn't say anything unpleasant to him, but he would definitely look at him with a reproachful gaze, and that was what made him feel the worst. Thinking of this, Dumbledore felt he couldn't suffer in vain and decisively grabbed another large handful. Seeing this, Harry directly took out a new box and handed it over. The two sat side by side in the empty room, watching the scene in the mirror, eating popcorn bite by bite. After Ron's reminder, everyone finally shifted their gaze away from Lu and carefully crept past the sleeping Lu gathering in front of the open trapdoor to look down. It was pitch black inside and nothing was visible. "How do we go down?" Ron asked. "Jump down." Neville hesitantly said. Draco frowned in disagreement. "No way. Who knows what's down there? What if there's a trap waiting for us?" "Then what do you suggest?" Ron replied. Draco thought for a moment. "Take off your coats, turn them into a rope with hooks, and let one person climb down first to check for safety before the others follow." "Good idea." Hermione agreed, immediately starting to take off her school uniform jacket. "Wait. What now? Don't you think it's a bit too quiet?" Pansy's voice trembled slightly. They stiffened and held their breath. The entire room was deathly silent. Ron turned his head tremblingly. The three gigantic heads were right above them, glaring at the group gathered in front of the trapdoor. "Armored protection." Neville reacted quickly, casting the shield charm to block Lu-Weiss' attack. Only then did everyone react, immediately lining up behind Neville and taking turns casting the shield charm to block the attacks. "Think of something." Hermione grabbed her hair, looking around in fright. Why was it sleeping just now? What made it fall asleep? We must have overlooked something. The music? There was music just now. Draco released a shield charm and immediately realized. Pansy stood up unhesitatingly, opened her mouth, and began to hum in an ethereal voice. The others fell silent as they watched the three-headed dog shake its head, its eyelids beginning to droop, then it collapsed to the ground fast asleep. Pansy breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that she hadn't slept during art class. Just as Pansy stopped, Lu-Wei's paw began to move, showing signs of waking up. "Keep going," Draco shouted in a hurry upon seeing this. Pansy didn't hesitate and began to hum again, causing Lu-Wei to fall deeply asleep once more. The others sighed in relief and quickly began to take off their jackets and tie them together, letting Hermione, who was the best at transfiguration, work her magic. A thick rope with knots was formed, topped with a hook. They hooked the grab hook onto the door panel, and after some debate, Ron was the first to go down. He moved down the rope bit by bit, the knots helping a lot to prevent him from sliding down completely. After descending for an unknown distance, Ron finally felt the soft ground beneath his feet, shouting up, "You can jump down, O.W.L.s, come one by one. The ground is soft." After saying this, Ron stepped aside, and soon after a figure pulled on the rope and jumped down. Ron quickly used the levitation charm to lessen the force, and Neville landed on the ground, shouting up, "Next." Next was Draco, followed by Hermione and Blaise. Finally, as Pansy appeared, the singing stopped, and Lu-Weiss' barking became frantic. Everyone landed on the soft ground, watching Lu-Weiss head repeatedly, trying to dive into the trapdoor, all displaying expressions of relief. In the lowest room, Dumbledore exclaimed, "Beautiful shield charm, perfect teamwork." "Not bad, not bad." Harry said politely, though his expression suggested otherwise. Meanwhile, in the dark room beneath the trapdoor, the group felt somewhat lost. Which way do we go next? Ron, don't pull, Hermione said irritably. What? Ron asked in confusion. Looking over, Hermione saw that Ron was a distance away, and both his hands were in sight. What was grabbing her? Devil's snare. Neville recognized immediately. Lumos. A black vine shrank back at the moment it came into contact with the light. Quick, it fears light and fire. Neville shouted. Everyone hurriedly lit their wands, clearly seeing everything around them. In the small room, it was packed with Devil's snare. No wonder the ground felt soft. It was all entwined vines. The ground is soft. Hermione looked at Ron in disbelief. Ron scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't see clearly. The group twitched their lips. Should they say it was fortunate that the Devil's snare didn't react? Otherwise, they would have been hanged here. They spread out using light to drive the Devil's snare back to the corners, successfully revealing the exit. The floor had a large hole, clearly showing the ground of the next level. They also shone their wands downward to ensure there was nothing else there before jumping down. Look, Hermione exclaimed, pointing at the motionless biting cabbage on the ground. They must have been here. Merlin, this is a biting cabbage. So brutal. Neville said sadly, picking up the remnants of the cabbage that were almost burnt to ashes. This magical plant is on the verge of extinction. I think if we don't hurry up, the ones that will go extinct are the Potters. Ron quipped. Ha ha ha. Dumbledore burst into laughter, tears nearly streaming down his face. Harry's face turned pale as he mentally noted this down. Hermione gave Ron a hard slap on the back of his head, nearly knocking him over. Hermione, can't you wish him well? Hermione said angrily. Ron chuckled awkwardly. I just feel something is off. Draco glanced at Ron. He felt it too, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. What do you know? Harry is just a first-year student. He's up against a vicious adult wizard. Hermione shouted. Haven't you heard what people are? He looks wrong, dazed. He must have been controlled. Hermione anxiously bit her nails. I don't know what kind of magic that is, but he's definitely the Imperieuse curse. Draco frowned. I know that spell. Many families were controlled by the Dark Lord using the Imperieuse curse. It's a terrifying spell. Ron looked at him in surprise. I heard my dad say those people said that to avoid judgment. Weasley, you two stop arguing. Why don't you just go back? Hermione was angry. At a time like this, they were still debating this. What is so terrifying about this spell, eh? Let me explain. Blaise stepped forward, watching Draco and Ron glare at each other. This spell turns a person into the caster's puppet. Even if asked to commit suicide, the cursed person will act without hesitation. Hermione gasped, then turned and walked away, striding down the only exit in the corridor. The others hurriedly followed her. A few minutes later, they entered the room, filled with keys. Various winged keys fluttering about left them almost mesmerized. This must be a challenge set by Professor Flitwick, Ron murmured. We need to find the right one, Draco said, beginning to search through the swarm of keys. Pansy approached the door, examining the keyhole. It should be an old key resembling a door handle, though it seems to have been used recently. Perhaps it might be damaged. There. Following the hint, Draco immediately spotted the key Pansy mentioned. The key had one wing crooked, hiding among the swarm, flying extremely slowly. There are brooms here. Are we supposed to ride brooms to catch it? How's your flying? I'm not very good at it, Hermione said, looking troubled at the two floating brooms in front of her. I think you should try your usual methods, Blaise reassured, steadily raising his arm and pointing his wand at the correct key. Come. The spell missed, and the key seemed to anticipate it, quickly folding its wings to evade. Hermione suddenly understood. I see now. Thank you for the reminder, Blaise. Everyone reacted, standing in corners, continuously chanting the summoning spell at the keys. Eventually, Draco successfully caught the key and swiftly opened the wooden door, leading the group through. The door closed behind them, and the space beyond was dim. Very good, Mr. Zabinus' reaction was indeed quick, but Miss Granger's thinking is still a bit stiff. Dumbledore commented. Harry stuffed a handful of popcorn into his mouth. She's doing quite well. She's only a first year and a muggle-born. Don't underestimate her. She's already read more than half of the library books outside the restricted section and can remember almost all of it. She's practically a walking library. Just wait for another 2 years, after she integrates everything, you'll see her differently. Dumbledore was astonished. Is what you said really true? Merlin, are young wizards nowadays so impressive? Harry smiled. I have a good eye for people. The people in the image began to move again. They stopped talking and continued watching. What is this challenge? Ron whispered, preparing to light his wand. In the next moment, a sound of flames igniting echoed as the braziers on the wall were lit one after another, quickly forming a circle that illuminated the entire room. It was a huge room with a floor composed of black and white squares separated by two groups of stone statues. What is this? Hermione looked up, struggling to regain her voice. She stood in front of a statue that resembled a chess piece, though this piece was quite large, reaching only to her calf. Wizard's chess. Ron recognized immediately. Does this mean we have to win the game to pass? Shall we give it a try? Neville said as he took a few steps forward, stepping into the space between the two sets of pieces. The pieces rumbled as they turned their bodies. Even without eyes, Neville felt as if he was being watched. Neville obediently stepped back. Once he exited the chessboard's range, the pieces turned back, and he sighed in relief. It seems we can't go around it, Draco said, pulling out his handkerchief, transforming it into a palm-sized wooden figure, then using the levitation spell to control the puppet toward the door on the other side. The pieces seemed oblivious to the puppet in the air, remaining completely still. When the puppet reached the area of the white pieces, they immediately activated their stone weapons, transforming into real ones, glimmering sharply, looking extremely lethal. The pieces gathered with agile movements that contradicted their material, shredding the puppet into pieces. The transformation spell's effect faded, and the handkerchief turned into tattered cloth, fluttering down to the ground. Well, it looks like we can't pass through the air either, Draco sighed. Do we have to play chess? Everyone needs to replace a piece, and Ron frowned. How are your wizard's chess skills? I rarely play this, you can't expect Crab and Goyle to learn it. Draco said, his expression grim. Blaze and Pansy also looked troubled. They were in the same boat. Adults wouldn't play chess with them, and their peers were scarce with few opportunities to meet. Neville silently stepped back, opting out of this round. Is there any difference between this and international chess? Hermione hesitated to ask, but after glancing at the pieces she also conceded, all right, I can't do it either. Ron took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. All right, then I'll do it. He stepped forward, touching the Black Knight piece. The knight jumped off its horse and moved aside. Ron climbed onto the stone horse's back, overseeing the entire chessboard. He carefully considered each move before issuing. However, not a single piece was willing to move, all standing silently in place. This is troublesome, Pansy frowned. It seems each of us has to replace a piece. Blaze continued. Hermione looked terrified. What happens if we get taken? I don't know. Ron was sweating profusely. We can replace these pieces. You can step back and try looking for the professors, Neville said, taking a step forward. Ron, I'll follow your lead. Which piece should I replace? Hermione looked around determinedly and stepped forward. Count me in too. You Gryffindors really do love to speak for yourself. Draco rolled his eyes and took a step forward. Blaze silently followed, rubbing his nose. The Zabini family has already started cooperating with the Potter family. I can't let my partner get into trouble. The Parkinson family is the same. Pansy raised her chin, her expression proud, as if walking down a red carpet. And Slytherin is willing to trust friends. Pressure fell on Ron. His face turned red as he recalled every chess game he had played, then began to arrange positions, placing everyone in relatively safe spots that couldn't easily be sacrificed. Once he issued the command again, this time the pieces finally obeyed, rumbling forward and stopping at the positions Ron indicated. The opposing white pieces also began to move. The White Queen swiftly shattered the piece used for probing dust from the stone flying around the room, causing everyone to cough. Cough, cough. It seems our lives are in your hands now, Weasley, Draco said, covering his mouth and nose, speaking in a muffled voice. Don't worry, Ron, we trust you. Neville said affirmatively. I haven't seen you lose at Wizard's Chess, plus you never mentioned we couldn't use the shield charm. Everyone's eyes lit up. That's right. We don't have to take hits. Ron also sighed in relief, feeling some pressure lift from him, and his confidence in the game returned. One by one the pieces were swapped out. Eventually only they and the corresponding opposing pieces remained on the board. Ron looked nervously at the chessboard. All right, for the next move, Hermione, remember it well. What are you going to do? Hermione asked in panic. She knew a bit about international chess and had already recognized the situation before her. I have to be taken, then you checkmate, and we win. Ron said firmly. Don't worry, I'm in charge of teaching the shield charm, will be fine. Though he said this, they hadn't tested whether the shield charm could defend against chess piece attacks. Hermione hesitated, wanting to object, but she couldn't find another way. Remember, Hermione, don't make a mistake. Ron said, moving the knight forward a few squares. The White Queen raised her scepter high. Ron stared hard at the scepter, knowing he only had one chance. With the scepter raised high, it swiftly swung down at Ron. Shield charm. Ron shouted. The scepter struck the protective barrier formed by the spell, sending Ron flying. Ron, Weasley, cough, cough. I'm fine. Hermione, checkmate. Ron, who had crashed into the wall and landed on the floor, quickly got up, looking at the semi-transparent protective barrier that was already beginning to crack. If that force had hit him, he would have lost half his life. Hearing Ron's reply, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hermione strictly followed Ron's instructions and walked up to the white bishop. The long sword in the bishop's hand dropped to the ground, and the large door on the wall opposite made a cracking sound. The pieces all stepped down from the chessboard, standing at the wall's edge to clear a path in the middle. We did it! Hermione exclaimed joyfully, quickly running towards Ron. Are you sure you're okay? Hermione asked worriedly. Ron patted his chest vigorously. Don't worry. I'm fine. Let's hurry to the next room. Seeing Ron so lively, everyone also felt relieved and moved towards the big door together. Dumbledore was completely astonished. Mr. Weasley's chess skills are quite impressive. Right? I think this challenge was prepared just for him. Harry beamed, thinking it was time for others to experience what it felt like to be defeated. Ron had already defeated everyone in the school at Wizard's Chess. It was time to aim for the title of undefeated champion in the entire school. Dumbledore was eager. We can find Mr. Weasley to play chess in the future. Have you finished your work? Professor McGonagall isn't resigning. Are all the assistants in place? The triple questions made Dumbledore's smile disappear. This time it was Harry who laughed heartily, nearly spilling the popcorn he was holding. Watching the figures in the mirror enter the spider room, the two fell silent again. As soon as Ron stepped into the room, he couldn't help but shiver. Why does it feel a bit cold here? Cold? You weren't just hit, were you? Hermione asked worriedly. She didn't feel cold at all. After all the earlier activity, she even felt a bit hot. I told you I defended myself. It's really just a bit cold, Ron retorted. Draco shrugged. Perhaps it was too exciting earlier. Now that it's calm, it feels a bit chilly. Yeah, exactly. Ah. Ron's horrifying scream startled everyone, even Dumbledore and Harry in front of the mirror. Neville quickly raised his wand, turning to face the direction Ron had just faced. A spider the size of a millstone was silently approaching them, its 8 menacing eyes coldly fixed on the group, its sharp pincers clicking ominously. Disarming charm. Draco nearly screamed. A red light hit the giant spider, pushing it back a few steps. This time, as if trouble had been stirred, the giant spider lunged forward more ferociously, letting out a sharp screech. Everyone screamed and scattered in panic. At this moment, no one would mock Ron for fearing spiders. They were terrified of such enormous arachnids too. Ron, Neville, after running a few steps, suddenly realized and immediately turned back. There stood Ron, pale-faced, trembling, all over, completely frozen in place. Weasley! Draco heard the shout and instantly turned around. The acromantula's leg was already raised high, about to pierce through Ron in the next moment. They were too late to rescue him. Protego! Ron muttered through quivering lips, instinctively casting the spell he knew best. The spider's leg slammed hard against the shield, but failed to break it. Run, Ron! Hermione shouted urgently. Aye! Ron hastily reinforced his shield charm, yet his feet remained rooted. Expelliarmus! Draco knocked the spider back again. Seizing the moment, Neville dashed forward and dragged Ron away from his original spot. The spider's leg grazed Ron's shoe tip and stabbed into the floor, losing its balance and tumbling down with a stumble. Finish, Ron! You can do it! Hermione yelled. Ron looked on the verge of tears. No, I can't do this. The acromantula scrambled up swiftly, only to be knocked back again by Blaze's disarming charm, fueling its rage even further. Everyone began casting disarming charms incessantly, but their spells were not very effective. They could only briefly send the acromantula flying, thoroughly enraging it, and making it even more frenzied. Its speed increased, and the spells could barely keep up. Hermione quickly scanned the room and finally spotted a closed door. She dashed toward it immediately. Seeing her movement, Pansy stepped forward swiftly to take Hermione's place. No, the door is locked. Hermione tugged at the handle with all her might, but the door remained immovable. Alohomora! A beam of light struck the door, yet nothing happened. It won't open, Hermione shouted. Ron's face was ashen. He watched his friends shield him, launching attacks at the acromantula with diminishing effect, the creature drawing ever closer. Finally, he pulled himself together. He couldn't let this continue. His friends would get hurt. Think. What was that spell Harry had taught him a few days ago? Ron pounded his head vigorously, trying to jolt his numbed mind back to life. At last he remembered. Suppressing his terror, Ron fixed his gaze on the acromantula's movements and seized an opportunity. Defendo! The spell struck the joint of one of the spider's legs. A supporting leg snapped with a crack, and the acromantula rolled to the ground again, this time struggling to rise. It worked. Ron's confidence soared. He aimed at the other leg joints of the acromantula, firing spell after spell. Soon, all the spider's legs were severed, leaving only its millstone-sized body writhing futilely on the floor. We did it! Ron rejoiced, suddenly finding the spider's predicament rather amusing and feeling less afraid. Click! A soft sound. The door before Hermione swung open. Everyone hurried toward the open doorway, paying no heed to the pitiful acromantula on the floor. Harry laughed heartily. He did it. Mr. Weasley faced his fear bravely, a true Gryffindor. Dumbledore said with great approval. They're almost here. Who do you think will be in the last room? Draco, Hermione, or Blaze? Harry stated confidently. But it should be Hermione, since Draco and Blaze. One doesn't want to stand out, and the other avoids. Then we'd better prepare. Dumbledore said, rising from the floor. He popped the last popcorn into his mouth, then waved his wand to dispel the sweet aroma lingering in the air. Harry vanished the empty box, as well cleared away the scent and crumbs from his clothes, quickly returned to his chosen spot, lay down, wriggled into a comfortable position, and closed his eyes with satisfaction. Dumbledore smiled, concealing both the mirror and himself, then manipulated the alchemical puppet to stand before the mirror. Everything was ready, awaiting the actor's entrance. Meanwhile, those trapped in the room of fire fell into deep thought, staring at the array of bottles on the table. Granger, are you sure about this one? Pansy eyed the enormous bottle suspiciously, feeling something was off. According to the riddle, it should be this one, but... Hermione glanced at the parchment in her hand, then back at the bottle that didn't match the description, equally perplexed. Let me see. Blaze took the parchment from Hermione and began examining the bottles, finally stopping at the same one. He looked at Hermione, wearing the same bewildered expression. What the devil? On the other side of the wall, Harry let out a loud sneeze. Had he forgotten something? Harry, quiet. Do you need a stunning spell? Dumbledore said with clear displeasure. Harry rubbed his nose. Thanks but no. Someone must be talking about me. Draco also took the parchment and repeated the previous actions, then joined the trio in exchanging blank stares. So what's this riddle all about? What nonsense is written on that paper? Ron asked, grabbing the parchment, glancing at it, then tossing it to Pansy. I think I've forgotten how to read. Pansy didn't even look at it, handing it directly to Neville. Sorry, I can't count. Neville's face scrunched up. After a long moment, he looked up at the trio. Why don't you just tell us? Hermione rolled her eyes. According to the riddle, this bottle is the right one, the potion that lets us pass through the flames. But the riddle says it's the smallest bottle, and now. They all stared at the selected bottle. It wasn't large, but it was far from small. Could someone have swapped it? Blaise frowned. What if Quirrell took the correct potion and left a poison in its place? No way. He's a professor. Hermione said, utterly shocked. Oh heavens, Granger, you're such a sweet little thing. Pansy couldn't help but say in a mocking tone. Not all professors are good. Open your eyes. Remember, he's already used the Imperieuse curse at school. How good could he be? Hermione's face flushed crimson. She wanted to argue, but couldn't find the right words. So what do we do now? Neville looked at the various bottles in confusion. Draco scratched his head. Since it's potion, let me give it a try. Wait, Malfoy. You're not going to drink something of unknown origin, are you? Ron blocked the table. Draco was almost amused. Read more books. Weasley, there's more than one way to identify potions. Ron stepped aside with an awkward grin, admitting to himself that he indeed disliked potions class. Even with Harry urging him to read more library books, he had never picked up any on potions. Draco began identifying each bottle. These two are alcohol. I can smell it. He set aside the bottles of nettle wine as eliminated. Then he turned to the two bottles they suspected contained poison. He couldn't use smell for those, as many poisons were administered by inhalation. Draco took a transparent vial from his pocket, donned dragonhide gloves, carefully poured out some liquid, and observed it closely before saying, these two are definitely poison. With two more eliminated, only two bottles remained on the table, one that would let them pass through the black flames ahead to the next room, and the other that would take them back through the purple flames to the spider room. Draco grew more cautious. First, he verified the potion for returning, using every method he knew. Confirming it was correct, he took a deep breath and turned to the last bottle. He poured out a little to check its color, then tested it for poison. After confirming it was safe, he carefully sniffed it, identifying the ingredient. Finally, he concluded, this one is genuine. Draco stared at the large bottle in front of him, slightly unsettled. The potion inside was enough for each of them to take a sip with some leftover. Combined with the persistent sense of something amiss, he began to suspect something. What are we waiting for? We can't let Harry get into trouble. Ron grabbed the bottle, took a gulp, and shivered. That's freezing, Ron said, tentatively reaching his hand toward the flames. It passed through safely without any burning. It's real, Ron exclaimed, stepping forward through the flames. Ron, Hermione called out in exasperation. Hurry up. Ron can't handle this alone. With that, she snatched the bottle, took a sip, and passed it on. Everyone drank the potion and quickly ran toward the black flames, with no one choosing the other bottle for retreat. Look who's here. Hogwarts students. As soon as she stepped into the room, Hermione saw Ron tied up in a bundle, lying stiffly not far away, struggling fiercely. The hoarse, sinister voice sent a chill down everyone's spine. Who are you? Hermione gasped. In the center of the room stood not Quirrell, who lay unconscious on the floor, but a large floor-length mirror. Before it stood a cloaked, hooded figure in black. Where's Harry? Harry Potter. Isn't he right there? The sinister voice let out a triumphant laugh. Hermione and the others looked over. Harry lay slumped against the wall, eyes tightly shut. Taking advantage of the cover, Draco quickly moved toward Ron. Don't move. Boy from the Malfoy family, give my regards to... The figure before the mirror raised a hand, and a red beam shot toward Draco. Draco agilely rolled to avoid it reaching Ron's side. He pulled out a silver knife and swiftly cut through the ropes binding him. Neville stepped forward to shield them. Expelliarmus. The figure waved his wand, and the spell was nullified. Ah, the Longbottom whelp. How's your grandmother? If not for the chilling tone, it might have been a simple greeting. But with that hoarse, sinister aura, it felt unmistakably like a threat. Who are you? Neville said, his face darkening, standing his ground while glancing at Draco's progress. Ron was almost free. You shall know. Now who will tell me where the Philosopher's Stone is? The figure spoke with ominous intent, then demanded sharp. No one answered. Hermione tried to make herself inconspicuous, edging toward Harry, while Blaise, Pansy, and Neville stood in front of Draco, and Ron buying time to free Ron completely. Speak. The figure swept his wand in a wide arc, and an invisible biting wind howled through the room, nearly knocking everyone off balance. Hermione lunged forward, grabbing Harry's hand. Feeling its warmth, she breathed a sigh of relief. Move. The room erupted with flashes of colored light, as spells flew in all directions, all aimed at the figure in the center. From Defendo to levitation charms, Draco and the others unleashed every spell they knew, trying to obscure the figure's vision. Hermione quickly slapped Harry's face, trying to wake him, but to no avail. The figure began to move, dodging the barrage of spells, his wand tip flashing as he cast magic at the group. Draco dodged the figure's spells, his suspicion growing. This was a dark wizard, yet he was using only trivial curses that even if they hit would cause nothing more than a bit of pain. No real harm. Glancing at Hermione and Harry, he twitched his mouth. With the force Hermione was using to slap him, even an unconscious person would wake up, but Harry kept his eyes closed. Something was definitely wrong. With that realization, Draco calmed down. Since Harry was fine, there was no real danger. This was just a test. Though he didn't know who was on the other side, if it was a test, Draco was determined not to lose. The spells in the room grew even denser, and even Hermione, who had failed to wake Harry, joined the assault. Whether Dumbledore's control faltered with age, or the group's coordination was indeed impeccable, the alchemical puppet was caught by a binding spell, a thick rope wrapping around it entirely. "We won!" Ron shouted joyfully, about to cast his most powerful spell, when he saw the figure pause and the ropes fall off. A loud noise came from behind the door. Hermione's face lit up. "The professors are here. TCH, how troublesome." The figure seemed disheartened, waving his wand listlessly. A black mist suddenly filled the entire room. "No good. There's..." Draco's warning was cut short as he collapsed to the ground, his vision blurring, with only an arrogant voice echoing in his ears. "Deliver a message to the wizarding world for me. The Dark Lord shall return." The black-clad man laughed. Amidst the piercing laughter, Draco lost consciousness completely. The room fell silent, and the commotion outside ceased. Dumbledore waited a moment, confirming everyone had fallen for the trap before revealing himself and stowing away the alchemical puppet. "Ow!" Harry gasped as he scrambled up from the floor, rubbing his cheek vigorously. "Hermione really packs a punch." Dumbledore laughed heartily. "Miss Granger indeed embodies the spirit of Gryffindor, a new generation lioness." "Who was the old generation?" Harry asked casually as he applied ointment to his face. Dumbledore's laughter halted abruptly. "Minerva." Harry immediately recalled the scene in the headmaster's office of Professor McGonagall banging her fist on Dumbledore's desk, and he burst into laughter instead. Dumbledore pulled a long face, quickly tidied up the room, then summoned a house elf to escort everyone to the hospital wing. The black mist earlier was his doing, using a dreamless sleep potion. These children would wake up after a good sleep, none the worse for. "How did the test go?" Harry asked. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. "These kids are so sharp, I reckon they could apply directly to the Ministry for Auror positions when they're older." Harry fell silent, staring at Dumbledore in disbelief. Were the standards for Aurors really that low now? They do require quite a few certificates. Dumbledore cleared his throat awkwardly. Harry's lips twitched as he thought of his potions. Professor Sharp, a retired old Auror, and felt a deep concern for the future of the wizarding world. He now seriously suspected that Merlin himself had sent him back to school over 100 years ago, because he couldn't bear to watch the wizarding world's decline. "I remember when you were at school, it wasn't like this, was it?" Harry asked, puzzled. Dumbledore was silent. "Over these past centuries, too much has happened. Muggles have advanced so rapidly that we can't keep." "So the Muggle Protection Act. It protects wizards, not muggles." Harry suddenly thought of the law Dumbledore had been championing recently and asked, "You know about that too?" Dumbledore was surprised. "Arthur is already drafting the clauses. If all goes well, it will pass at this year's Wisengamot session." Harry fell into silence. Indeed, Merlin must have sent him to save the wizarding world, right? At the current rate of decline, by the time he reached Dumbledore's age, wizards might even struggle to cast a proper levitation. Muggle technology was advancing so rapidly that they might soon discover the existence of the magical world. If the wizarding world lacked sufficient deterrent force, by then the witch hunts of the Middle Ages could easily repeat themselves. Thinking about the current treatment of house eels, Harry shuddered violently. "This can't go on," he said. Dumbledore pursed his lips. "I know it can't, but I don't have much time left, Harry. I'm over 100 years old. The future, that's no excuse to shirk your responsibilities." Harry frowned. "You hold immense power now. Use it while you can, and do—" The old man was trying to slack off again, but Harry wasn't falling for it. Dumbledore rubbed his nose awkwardly. Harry was getting too clever, he never took the bait anymore. Normally, shouldn't he pity the old man and take over the burden? Harry snorted and rolled his eyes as he headed for the door. "Where are you going?" Dumbledore called out. Without looking back, Harry replied, "The hospital wing. I'm injured too." "But what about the 4th floor, eh?" Dumbledore exclaimed in alarm. "Whoever made the mess cleans it up." With that, Harry quickened his pace and rushed out. Dumbledore looked at the chaotic state of the 4th floor rooms and winced. Every room was covered in magical enchantments that needed to be undone, then cleaned. Even with house eels, it was no small task. Remembering Harry's words, Dumbledore felt a flicker of temptation. Maybe he should let each head of house clean up their own mess. But the image of Professor McGonagall flashed through his mind, and Dumbledore sighed, resignedly picking up his wand to start dismantling the magic in each room. Harry burst into the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey glanced at him, then at the pitiful state of Runcorn, and silently pointed to a bed further in. The hospital wing was nearly full. His friends each occupied a bed, sleeping soundly. Harry silently walked to the bed Madame Pomfrey had reserved for him, yawned, changed into his hospital pajamas, and decided to deal with everything in the morning. The next morning, Harry was woken by a commotion. Blinking groggily, he saw a crowd gathered around Runcorn's bed, exclaiming in shock and anger. "Silence!" A cold voice cut through the noise. Harry looked over. It was Draco's bedside. Lucius Malfoy stood there, his face like ice. My son lies here, and the culprit is the one you're all staring at. If you don't want a lawsuit from the Malfoy family, I suggest you keep quiet. The crowd immediately fell silent. Harry quickly shut his eyes, pretending he hadn't woken up. After a while, another commotion arose from the corridor outside. Dumbledore walked in, looking haggard. Dumbledore, why is my son lying here? What is going on at Hogwarts? Lucius angrily blocked Dumbledore, hissing his questions in a low voice. Dumbledore frowned. Let me see the children first. He checked each one before sighing with relief. They're fine. They've just been given a large dose of dreamless sleep potion. Severus can handle it, but for now let them sleep. Let's first question the witness, Mr. Potter. With that, he gestured for Snape to check on Harry. Snape strode quickly to the innermost bed and leaned over to examine Harry. Seeing Harry's fluttering eyelids, he scowled and pulled out a bottle, waving it under Harry's nose in a pretense. Feeling Snape's movements, Harry waited a moment before opening his eyes, feigning confusion. Professor Snape. His voice was hoarse and harsh. Wasn't I just summoned by Mr. Runcorn? Where am I? The room fell dead silent. Lucius glanced at the ministry official and let out a sneer. Dumbledore stepped forward. Harry, have you seen this before? He showed Harry a brooch wrapped in dragon hide. Harry fumbled for his glasses, put them on, and squinted for a long time. Professor Runcorn gave this to me through a house elf. I lost consciousness as soon as I touched it. What is it? Harry put on a terrified expression, scrambling to prop himself up and move back. Dumbledore's lips twitched, and he shot Harry a look that said, don't overdo it. Harry blinked innocently. Wasn't this a perfectly normal reaction? This brooch is enchanted with the Impeccable curse, Dumbledore said, turning around with a grave tone that sent shockwaves through the hospital wing. What a... Impossible. How could this be? Who would target Mr. Potter? What's going on with Runcorn? Who can Lucius' face was ashen. He gripped Draco's hand tightly, dreading to imagine what might have happened if his son had been placed under the Impeccable curse and forced to act. It's simple to prove. Use the priori incantatem, Dumbledore said sternly. The crowd fell silent again, exchanging uneasy glances, but no one stepped forward. Dumbledore, what's happened? I heard. Another person rushed in from the doorway. Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge. Seeing the crowd in the hospital wing and Lucius Malfoy's grim stare, he immediately shut his mouth. The minister has arrived. Now we have a witness of sufficient standing alongside the Hogwarts school governor, Dumbledore said, looking at Lucius, who nodded silently. And the Minister for Magic. Dumbledore then turned to Fudge, who looked confused but also nodded. And the school's professors. Snape and Professor McGonagall stepped forward together, as the patients here were all students from their respective houses. What are we witnessing? Fudge fidgeted nervously with the hat in his hands. Mr. Runcorn gave Harry an item enchanted with the Impeccable curse. We are about to verify this, Dumbledore explained. That's impossible. How could he? Fudge protested loudly. Hence we need to verify it, Dumbledore said in a low, unyielding. Fudge looked as if he had been choked, unable to speak. He glanced uneasily at Lucius, only to see young Mr. Malfoy lying unconscious in bed with Lucius standing guard. He understood immediately that the verification could not be stopped. Then who will perform the spell? Fudge asked. Dumbledore swept his gaze across the room. The priori incantatem is simple. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, I am also a party to this matter. So please conduct it amongst yourselves. Fudge looked at the crowd and randomly pointed at someone. You do it. The man dared not refuse and carefully picked up Runcorn's wand to cast the priori incantatem. Phantom images of spells dissipated in the air, the stunning spell, the fire-making spell, and finally the Impeccable curse appeared. It seems the evidence is conclusive, Dumbledore said gravely. I must formally charge Mr. Runcorn. As a ministry official and an adult wizard, he used an unforgivable curse, the Impeccable curse, on a first-year student at Hogwarts, and that student is none other than Harry Potter. Fudge's face turned pale. No, this can't be. There must be some mistake. The hospital wing doors burst open again, and a well-dressed wizard rushed in with a grim expression. Harry, are you all right? His voice reached Harry before he did. Snape immediately wore a look of disgust and hatred, stepping back swiftly. Uncle Remus, Harry said in surprise, looking at the newcomer. This he truly hadn't expected. What are you doing here? Lupin scrutinized Harry carefully. Seeing nothing more than a slightly red cheek, he breathed a sigh of relief. I received word that you were in trouble at school, and came immediately. I was in Germany, so I was a bit delayed. He then turned to Fudge. The ministry owes the Potter family an explanation, Mr. Fudge. Mr. Lupin, I'm sure this is all a misunderstanding. Fudge said nervously. Ever since Lupin took over the Potter family affairs, he had made substantial donations to the ministry and established good relations with several key departments. Even Fudge himself had received gifts and funds from the Potters. At this point, the Potter family's influence at the ministry rivaled that of the Malfoys. I need a result, Lupin said bluntly, having grown assertive over the past 6 months. Just then Snape roused Draco and the others. With the situation at a standstill, they needed a breakthrough. Seeing them awake, Fudge was the most relieved. He scanned the children and fixed his gaze on Hermione. Miss, do you remember what happened last night? Please tell the truth, it will serve as crucial evidence in court. Fudge said in a brusque tone. Hermione, still groggy from waking, looked around the room. Her eyes met Harry's, and she sighed in relief, glad he was safe. Just as she was about to speak, Fudge added, Miss, if necessary, we may need to examine your memories. Mr. Fudge, what are you saying to my student? I wasn't aware the ministry had such regulations. Professor McGonagall immediately stepped in front of Hermione, glaring at Fudge. Fudge tugged at his hat. Minerva, it's necessary, you know. I know nothing of the sort. I've never heard of the ministry resorting to memory extraction on a first-year student. McGonagall cut him off. Do I need to raise an objection in the Wisengamot? Fudge looked at Dumbledore. But Dumbledore, what do you think? Dumbledore lowered his eyelids. Fudge was asking for too much. If a memory check is required, I believe I can provide mine, Blaise said after watching in silence for a long time. As a Muggle-born, which Miss Granger's testimony might be questioned. But as the heir of the Zabini family, my memory should be more than sufficient. The stunning woman beside Blaise patted his hand. I agree with you, son. Well done. A lady should not be treated this way. If necessary, my memory is also available, Pansy added. Her father, standing beside her, glanced at Lucius and, seeing no objection, didn't stop her. My mother is right, Pansy, you'll handle it, Blaise said with a smile, then turned to Fudge. And what does the minister think? The hat in Fudge's hands was nearly twisted out of shape. Everyone in the room was staring at him, leaving him no choice but to find a suitable person in the room to perform the task. But after looking around, Fudge discovered with dismay that among all present, the only one he could trust not to tamper with anything, Dumbledore. Fudge looked at him pleadingly. Dumbledore removed his spectacles, wiped them with a corner of his robes, and put them back on. Cornelius, it's not that I'm unwilling to help, but I fear someone might later accuse me of tampering with Mr. Zabinus' memories. That would be troublesome. No, that won't happen, Dumbledore. As Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot, you are the most qualified and capable person here. Others might cause unnecessary harm to Mr. Zabini. Fudge, no longer stammering, spoke fluently. Dumbledore then looked at the others. And what do you all think? I trust you, Headmaster Dumbledore. Mrs. Zabini said with a smile, as Blaise's guardian, am at ease with you performing the task. As for others. She glanced at the noisy ministry officials and left her sentence unfinished. Fudge glared at those officials, who quickly chimed in with agreement, expressing no objections and guaranteeing a fair and open verification with no foul play. Only then did Dumbledore walk over to Blaise's bedside. One last time, are you certain, Mr. Zabini? Blaise nodded firmly. Rest assured, child, I won't pry into your privacy. I will only extract last night's memories. Dumbledore reassured him, then waved his wand. A silvery thread was drawn out by Dumbledore's wand, coiling around it. Then, with some unknown gesture, Dumbledore dispersed the silver memory into a mist that enveloped everyone, allowing them all to witness the memories within. It began with Hermione, Ron, and Neville finding Blaise practicing spells in an empty classroom, and continued until he lost. Their conversations and actions during this time were clearly seen by all present. Mrs. Zabini and Lucius stared in astonishment at their children, unaware they had acquired such prowess. Lucius had only instructed Draco to befriend the boy who lived Harry Potter, ideally becoming friends, but at least not enemies. Draco had excelled, even establishing a good rapport with the Savior. Had it not been for the Potter family's affairs, the Savior would have been invited to Malfoy Manor for Christmas. Voldemort had vanished for years. Though Lucius had striven to whitewash his reputation, some still viewed the Malfoys with suspicion. He didn't know if the Dark Lord would return, but one couldn't put all eggs in one basket. He had failed once, and was bound to the war chariot, but Draco was young, and still had a choice. Draco had made his choice as the Savior's close friend. If Voldemort returned, and succeeded, Lucius as his father could protect him. If the Dark Lord failed, sacrificing himself would ensure his wife and son could live on, and preserve the Malfoy legacy. Lucius had calculated it all clearly. Thus, when the Parkinson and Zabini families defended a Muggle-born which earlier he hadn't objected, they needed to show the world they had changed and no longer harbored hostility or contempt for Muggle-born wizards. Now Draco had given him a great surprise. The intelligence and power Draco displayed in the memories proved him a worthy Malfoy heir. Even if Lucius met with an accident with the Savior's help, Draco could uphold the Malfoy family. Thinking this, Lucius couldn't help but look at Harry, pondering how to further strengthen ties with the Potters. Unfortunately, the Malfoys had no suitable daughters, who otherwise marriage would be ideal. In just half a year, someone had transformed a prideful little lord into this, and not just one. Lucius felt that even if Voldemort returned, he couldn't win against this. Dumbledore waved his wand, rewinding the scene to when they entered the last room. Look, Mr. Runcorn is there. Then who is this figure in black? Dumbledore frowned, his expression grave. Merlin. His left arm. A voice gasped, staring intently at the faintly visible left forearm of the black-clad figure. That's the dark mark. Many older wizards turned pale, and even Lucius couldn't help but grip Draco's hand tight. Draco looked up at his tense father, gently patted his arm, and shook his head slightly. Lucius immediately steadied himself, then grew flustered again. What did Draco know? But this was clearly not the time for a conversation. Lucius could only press his lips together, glaring at the faint dark mark. Silence. Dumbledore dispersed the scene, his gaze sharp as he looked at the panicked Fudge. The children are hardly suitable listeners, Cornelius. Shall we discuss this elsewhere? Of course, yes, you're right. Let's move elsewhere. Fudge, looking lost, glanced around before making up his mind. Dumbledore glanced at Harry, then led the ministry officials out. The students' parents stayed by their children's sides, not following. After all, the families present needed to avoid any suspicion in such matters. After confirming their children were unharmed, the parents exchanged glances, took their leave, and departed. There was less than a week until the holidays, and they could talk at home. Once all the adults had left the hospital wing, the students climbed out of their beds. Harry looked at Draco, whose expression was grim, and felt a headache coming on. He knew he couldn't fool them. Not just Draco, but even Blaise and Hermione. Wait, Hermione. Harry quickly released his hold on Hermione. Sorry, I forgot. Hermione leaped out of bed, furiously storming over in 3 strides. I knew someone was behind this. Why? Everyone suddenly understood why it had been so quiet earlier. Hermione had been restrained. Granger, calm down. Pansy pulled her back. We need a display of goodwill toward Muggle-born witches. You can't ruin this opportunity, or we won't get another chance like this anytime soon. After today, the entire wizarding world will know that our 3 families fully support Dumbledore's ideals and have completely severed ties with the Dark Lord from a decade ago. Blaise explained. I barely spoke last night, and didn't you notice? Dumbledore tampered with some necessary memories. Hermione instantly calmed down, thinking it over. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Blaise and Pansy exchanged glances. If we had told you, you might have given it away. You're not used to this kind of scheming, but we are. So sorry. It's fine as long as it's cleared up. Hermione waved her hand magnanimously. Now let's talk about Harry's issue. Ron and Neville looked utterly bewildered. What are they talking about? You're asking me. We both look like idiots. Ron was thoroughly confused. Neville remained silent. I'm just being steady. Hey. Ron was indignant. So only he was the idiot. Quiet. Hermione shouted. Ron immediately shut up. Neville looked seriously at Harry, not knowing why, but since everyone else was doing it, he followed suit. Spill it, Harry. Did you do it on purpose? Hermione asked coldly. Harry gave an awkward smile and pulled a red stone from his pocket, placing it on the blanket. This is your reward for passing mine and Dumbledore's test perfectly, Harry said, presenting it like a treasure. Draco picked it up to examine it. What is this? The Philosopher's Stone, Harry said. Draco's hand immediately loosened, and the stone fell onto the blanket, rolling slightly. For us? Blaise asked incredulously. Harry nodded. Of course. It's nearly depleted. Can only conjure a few gold coins. Draco snatched the stone back. Will it vanish once it's depleted? Yes. Who would waste the Philosopher's Stone for a few gold coins? Draco grumbled, clutching the stone tightly, his fingers reddened by its edges, but refusing to let go. Draco, it's for all of us, not just you. Blaise eyed the red gem covetously. He wanted to collect it too. Ahem, it's for all of you. Decide among yourselves how to handle it. I won't interfere. Harry interrupted them and pulled out another money bag. Since we're at it, I'll say it all at once. This is the salary Dumbledore paid me over the past 6 months for teaching the Defense Association. Harry tipped the bag over, and gold coins rained onto the bed like a downpour. As you all know, you did the actual teaching, so I can't keep this all to myself. Harry began stacking the coins. 45 galleons a month for 5.5 months. Let's round it up to 6. That's 270 galleons. Draco, Ron, Hermione, and Neville did the bulk of the teaching and contributed the most, so 6 galleons each per month. For 6 months, that's 36 each. But Ron loses 2 galleons. As punishment for his big mouth, Harry picked 2 coins from Ron's pile, satisfied to see Ron's face turn green. Ron was already imagining what he could buy with 2 galleons. All gone because of his stupid mouth. Pansy and Blaise didn't teach directly, but they helped a lot as assistants, so 3 galleons each per month, totaling 18. Harry distributed the piles of gold and looked at them. Take them. These things are heavy on my lap, you know. But this isn't right. You're giving most of it away. Dumbledore paid you, Hermione said righteously. Ron's face turned even greener. He felt those beautiful little gold coins sprouting wings about to fly away. Take it, Hermione. You earned it. Harry said, after all, you did the work, didn't you? Seeing Hermione's conflicted expression, Draco and the other 2 exchanged glances, smiled, and took their share of the gold. I can't believe I earned galleons at school. I'll show my mother and keep one as a souvenir, my first self-earned money. Draco took out a separate silk pouch and carefully placed the galleons inside. Blaise and Pansy did the same content despite having half the amount. Ron pounced like a starving tiger, grabbing his 30 galleons, and looked mournfully at the 2 coins Harry was toying with. He resolved to guard his tongue. Neville silently took his share and began thinking about what gift to buy for his grandmother. Seeing everyone had taken theirs, Hermione finally picked up the coins with a shy expression. She had wanted a cat as a pet for a long time, but as a Muggle-born, her annual galleon exchange was fixed, and she had spent most of it on books, leaving a tight budget. All right, everyone can rest now. In a few days, grades will come out, and then it's summer break. Harry finished, yanked the blanket, and buried himself entirely under it, defying anyone to pull that thin layer away. As for what the people in the headmaster's office discussed, Harry said he didn't want to know, at least not now. His only worry was how to spend the summer. He had always been on adventures before, but not this year. He'd have to spend 2 weeks at the Dursleys, then visit Azkaban. Remus had already pulled strings waiting for Harry's holidays. Oh, and he needed to find someone to send Pyrie back to America. Traveling abroad himself wouldn't be easy, but using Muggle means seemed simple enough. Harry was tempted. Why not take a trip to the States? He suppressed the thought. Had heard the American magical authorities were strict with underage wizards. Had saved that idea for later. After Harry had spent enough time lingering in the hospital wing, the exam results had long been released. To his astonishment, he discovered that he was not ranked first. The marks he lost were in the history of magic, a subject that troubled him greatly. Taught by Professor Binns, this class had eluded his high scores even a century ago, and merely passing was a testament to his extensive reading and studious habits. Even with extra credits from Professor Flitwick, he could not make up for the deficit in history of magic. The rightful top spot belonged to Hermione, who had achieved a perfect score in the subject. Harry folded his exam results, clicking his tongue in resignation. This was truly incomparable. Harry, have you decided what to do this summer? Ron turned sideways to ask. Harry shrugged. Do what needs to be done. You. Ron rolled his eyes. Same as you. Do what needs to be done. My parents are taking me on a trip to tour all of England. They'll bring back souvenirs for you too, said Hermione. Ron looked at her curiously. What kind of souvenirs? Hermione ignored him, instead turning her gaze to the decorations in the Great Hall. Today the hall was draped in blue and bronze with sky blue ribbons edged in bronze, and the eagle emblem of Ravenclaw everywhere. Thanks to that examination, the professors had deducted all points from every house. But after a brief period of dejection, Ravenclaw had rallied fiercely. As the smartest of the 4 houses, reviewing already learned knowledge was effortless for them. Gryffindor, bolstered by Harry and Hermione's points, had been decent. Unfortunately, they also harbored a host of mischievous students reluctant to study, which resulted in them ranking last this year. Even Harry's desperate effort to secure the Quidditch Cup, a trophy that left Professor McGonagall beaming, could not salvage that. Slytherin, who valued honor above all, came in second. Their table was shrouded in silence, while Professor Snape on the staff table repeatedly fixed each Slytherin student with a dark and menacing glare. Quiet, quiet, please. Dumbledore rose and announced loudly. The bustling hall gradually fell silent, all eyes turning to the staff table. Dumbledore delivered his Indofire speech, then his gaze settled on Harry. He had intended to award extra points to several students for their deeds on the 4th floor, but Harry refused. They did not need such tactics, and Harry had contributed little throughout the ordeal. Even if Dumbledore wished to force the points, it would not convince anyone, so he abandoned the idea. After his speech, Dumbledore presented the House Cup to Ravenclaw and announced that dinner was served. The Indofire feast was always the most grand of the year, for it marked the graduation of students. This meal would be their last at Hogwarts. The house elves pulled out all the stops, ensuring the 7th years would leave with lasting memories. Harry did not know if the 7th years enjoyed their meal, but he knew Ron certainly did. The boy ate from start to finish without pause. Harry and Hermione were so impressed they nearly applauded. Not until Professor McGonagall came down with a stack of parchment to distribute did Ron stop, clutching his stomach and gazing regretfully at the table. What's this? Harry asked, taking the parchment in confusion. Professor McGonagall replied curtly, a notice forbidding the use of magic during the holidays. What a... Harry was stunned. Yes, that's it. Don't ask me to explain. Go to the older students if you have questions. I have to explain this every year. Professor McGonagall said with a stern face, continuing to distribute. Sign it quickly. You'll board the train tomorrow. Harry stared at the notice in disbelief. But I could use magic before I enrolled. You know that was before enrollment, Professor McGonagall said, her eyes flickering. If you have objections, go see the headmaster yourself. With that, she called Percy and instructed him to collect the signed parchments from all first years and bring them to her office before leaving. Harry pursed his lips, glaring at the parchment as if trying to burn it with his gaze. Harry, you're the only one left. Percy had collected everyone else's notices and stood before Harry. I need to see Dumbledore. Percy, go to Professor McGonagall first. If I must sign it, I'll hand it in myself. Harry said, casually folding the parchment and stuffing it into his pocket. Glancing at the staff table, he headed out. Percy hesitated, then shrugged and made his way to McGonagall's office. Ron, seeing this, tried to retrieve his own notice, but was sharply reprimanded by Percy and reluctantly gave up. Rushing to the headmaster's office, Harry was baffled. When had this rule appeared? It hadn't existed before. A holiday without magic would be dreadful. Having used magic for 6 years, it had become second nature. Forbidden from using it now, Harry felt he couldn't even maintain a normal... You're here, Dumbledore said, looking at Harry, bursting in as if expecting this. Do I have to sign this? Harry waved the notice. Dumbledore shrugged. Of course, everyone must sign, even Harry Potter. Or perhaps especially. Harry's mouth twitched. He understood. Many eyes were on him, and any violation would prompt those hostile to him to pounce. It might not harm him, but it would be a nuisance. Harry looked at the notice with a troubled expression. What do I do? Dumbledore laughed heartily. Sign it. Trust me, you'll have a surprise. Besides, it's not precise enough to pinpoint individuals. It's just a range. As long as you're careful, there will be no problem. Harry thought it over. If it was just a range, he couldn't use magic at the Dursleys. But after 2 weeks, once he returned to Potter Manor, who could prove whether the magic was his or Flash's? With that thought, Harry sighed in relief. 2 weeks would pass quickly. He grabbed a quill from Dumbledore's desk, signed his name on the line, and handed it over. Here, you take it. Professor McGonagall will be handing hers in soon anyway, right? Dumbledore pursed his lips. All because of you. In the past, Minerva handled this, but this year she refuses, claiming it's not her responsibility. Harry raised an eyebrow with a smile. You should stay active. They say idle elderly folks are prone to dementia. Professor McGonagall is just looking out for you. I'm off to pack. See you in 2 months. With that, Harry prepared to leave. Dumbledore gave a sly grin. See you later. Oh, I almost forgot. I need to take Pillai with me. I promised to send him back to America. Do you know anyone? Harry at the door suddenly turned back to ask. Dumbledore thought for a moment. I have an old friend who's going to America with his wife to visit her sister. He'll ask if he can take a house elf along. Shouldn't be a problem. Harry nodded. Thanks. If there are any expenses, charge them to the Potter account. Pillai. Harry called out. The elf appeared instantly in the headmaster's office. Sir, you called me. Yes. The headmaster will ask an old friend to take you back to America. If he's unwilling, he'll find someone else. Get your things ready. Harry instructed. Pillai was both excited and hesitant. What's wrong? Harry asked. Can I stay by your side? I require very little pay. May I work for you? Pillai looked at Harry expectantly. Even if he returned to America, his next master wouldn't be as generous or easygoing as Harry. Though there was a house elf association in the States, why gamble on uncertainty when a sure opportunity was right here? Pillai felt frighteningly clever at that moment. Harry looked at Pillai in surprise, then turned to Dumbledore. Dumbledore shrugged. It's your decision. Pillai only worked here, his debts are paid. He's free now. Harry smiled. Then 1 galleon a week, 1 day off a month, and bonuses for extra work. Does that work? Pillai can. Pillai agrees. Pillai nearly jumped for joy, his voice trembling with excitement. Then tidy yourself up, pack your things, and report to Flash at Potter Manor. She's the house elf there, and will assign your duties. Harry said, tossing Pillai a Potter family crest. Under Dumbledore's witness, they signed the agreement. Clutching the contract, Pillai bowed, incessantly babbling thanks. Finally, Dumbledore, at his wits' end, threw both Harry and Pillai out of the office, putting an end to it. Back in the Gryffindor common room, Harry found his luggage already packed neatly in a trunk. He couldn't help but smile. Pillai's work was indeed excellent. That night, students seized their last freedom to use magic before the break, staying up nearly until dawn in their dorms before energetically dragging their trunks to the train station. Harry sent Hedwig to Potter Manor, where Flash would care for her. The Dursleys might not welcome an owl. The train chugged along the tracks, Ron dozing against the window, occasionally bumping his head on the glass. The compartment door slid open with a crash, and Lee Jordan poked his head in. Ron. Fred wants to know if you're taking Scabbers back. Ron jolted awake. Scabbers. Merlin. I forgot about him. Scabbers. Harry asked, puzzled. He's my pet rat, used to be Percy's, then he gave him to me. Ron said, standing up to leave. Then why is he with Fred? Harry asked, confused. Ron's expression turned sheepish, his gaze darting away. Well, you see, Fred and George asked me if I wanted a side job, taste testing. I let Scabbers do it, and I earned quite a bit of pocket money. Harry and Hermione were shocked. You used your pet as a test subject for the twins? Harry's mouth twitched. He had assumed Ron was the test subject himself, and seeing no ill effects, thought the twins had shown brotherly mercy. Is Scabbers still alive? Ron gave an awkward grin. No problem. Scabbers is tough. He's been in our family for 12 years. Fred adores him. No matter what failed product, Scabbers recovers by the next day. They even bought him a new cage that even a dark wizard couldn't easily break into. With that, he hurried out. I'd better go ask Fred and George if they need Scabbers over the break, or if I should just sell him to them. I've saved enough for an owl. Hermione covered her forehead. Poor Scabbers. I need to remind the twins not to torment a little life like that. Harry stopped her. Forget it. Magical pet rats are meant to help their owners test spells. This is well a worthy end. Harry. Hermione looked at him incredulously, unable to believe he could say such a thing. It's like lab mice for scientists. Do you think those mice are pitiful? Harry asked. Hermione frowned. I mean, Scabbers isn't dead yet. Your wording is off. Do you need remedial literature? Harry flopped onto the opposite seat, pretending to sleep. If had known, he wouldn't have shared a compartment with Hermione. It would have been better to join Draco and the others. The train home seemed to race by. Before noon, they had already pulled into platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station. Harry, pulling his light luggage, stepped off the train and spotted Remus standing there. Harry, over here. Lupin waved. Harry broke into a smile and ran over. Uncle Remus, what are you doing here to pick me up? Well, this is your first time coming home from Hogwarts for the holidays. How could I miss it? Remus said with a warm smile, taking Harry's suitcase. Come on, I can only take you to the other side. Your aunt and uncle are already outside. Huh? Harry looked bewildered. He'll explain later. Remus said, his face all smiles, unwilling to say more. It wasn't a good place to talk with people milling about. In just that moment, several students had already brought their parents over to speak with Harry. If they lingered, they'd cause a traffic jam. Seeing this, Harry didn't delay. Following the guidance of ministry employees, he queued up and stepped through the barrier. Remus led Harry a few steps forward, steering clear of the crowd that had just disembarked, and pressed a wallet into his hand. This is some muggle money, you know. I used to have adventures, or perhaps wanderings, back in the day, and I lived among muggles. I know a thing or two a man can't get by without money out there. Back then I lived in the muggle world myself, so I picked up a few things. You can't manage alone without money. Harry took the wallet and opened it, revealing a thick stack of colorful banknotes in various denominations. Isn't this a bit too much? No, it's not too much at all. Hurry along now. Your aunt and uncle have been waiting outside for a while. They don't seem the easiest to get along with. Remus urged. Remus urged him on. Harry kept looking back as Remus stood there smiling and waving. Inwardly, he cursed Dumbledore half to death. No magic allowed, and he couldn't leave the Dursleys' house. This summer holiday was off to a terrible start. With a heavy sigh, Harry kept walking until Remus was out of sight, then broke into a grin. If he kept up this act, Uncle Remus would surely come to fetch him soon, wouldn't he? He gave himself a mental pat on the back for his cleverness. Harry mused happily as he stopped by the side of the passage. He opened his suitcase to retrieve the gifts he had prepared for his aunt and uncle, essential investments for a peaceful 2-week stay. He couldn't afford to skip them. He hurried along with the crowd, and from a distance he spotted Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia standing by their car in the parking lot, their faces etched with impatience as they stared at the exit. Harry quickly approached and greeted them. To his surprise, Uncle Vernon didn't scold him for once, instead telling him to get in the car quickly. During the drive home, the silence in the car was awkward and oppressive. Harry couldn't find the right words to say, so he pretended to. Just as Harry was about to actually drift off, Uncle Vernon spoke. Petunia, is he asleep? Looks like it, Aunt Petunia replied after glancing back. Uncle Vernon fell silent for a moment. Are you sure we should change how we treat him? We can't stop him from being involved with. Aunt Petunia paused, skipping over the word that made them all uncomfortable. So we have, but won't Dudley get hurt? Uncle Vernon asked, his voice laced with worry. Aunt Petunia gazed out the window, the fleeting shadows of trees, making her expression hard to read. He won't. Help her. After all, Dudley and I are his last blood relatives, Aunt Petunia said, her voice catching. My sister. She was so young. She covered her face with her hands. Uncle Vernon reached over with one hand to pat her shoulder and comfort. Weren't you two not on good terms? But she was my sister. I watched her from the day she was born. Aunt Petunia's voice grew agitated, then dropped low again. If it weren't for that bloody letter and that wretched school, I would have seen her grow up, get married, and maybe now she'd visit us like Marge does now and then. Instead of lying in a cold grave. I don't even know where her grave is. Her voice rose again. Uncle Vernon's hand jerked, and the car swerved sharply around a corner. Harry's head banged hard against the window, and he could no longer pretend to be asleep. Are we there? Harry asked, feigning a drowsy look. Shut up, boy. We've still got a way to go. If it weren't for picking you up, we'd be home right now sipping tea and eating pastries. Uncle Vernon growled. Aunt Petunia turned her face to the window, wiping away tears discreetly. Harry lowered his eyelids, clutching the gifts tightly in his hands. After about 20 more minutes of driving, the scenery outside became familiar. The car turned onto Privet Drive and stopped in. Get out, boy, Uncle Vernon said, shooing Harry inside. Go into the house. Your room is still the same one. Harry immediately opened the car door and got out, pulling his luggage from the trunk. The front door was already open, and Dudley stood at the living room entrance, eyeing Harry warily. Hey, Dudley, long time no see, Harry greeted as he dragged his suitcase inside. Dudley quickly slammed the door, and by the sound of it ran toward the kitchen. Harry shrugged. He was about to use a levitation charm to float his luggage upstairs when he remembered he couldn't use magic. Grunting with effort, he lugged the suitcase up to his room on the second floor. The layout of the second floor hadn't changed at all. Harry walked to the smallest room without thinking, but when he opened the door, he froze, thinking he had the wrong room. He stepped back to check the door, confirming it was the right one, then re-entered the room. The pile of old Dudley toys that used to clutter the corner had been cleared away. In their place stood a solid wooden bookshelf stocked with comic books and magazines that Muggle kids liked. The creaky old single bed had been replaced with a wider one made of solid wood and looking sturdy, no more risk of rolling off. The bedding appeared brand new. The old wardrobe by the door had been swapped for a new one inside, which hung some fresh clothes. Though they didn't fit Harry now, they would have been just right for his former scrawny frame. After all, Harry had grown a full 4 inches this year, leaving his trousers far too short. As Harry felt the fabric of the new clothes, fine material that looked expensive, he smiled ruefully, knowing he couldn't wear them. The desk by the window had also been replaced, but when Harry opened the drawers, he found the old broken toy soldier's head brought from the cupboard still there and not thrown away. Harry set his suitcase by the wardrobe and sat on the bed, suddenly feeling a genuine sense of coming home. In that moment, he wanted to do nothing but collapse onto the soft mattress, where drowsiness quickly overtook him. Before long, Aunt Petunia's voice pierced through the door from downstairs. Harry, Dudley, dinner. Harry leaped up, hearing Dudley's loud response and the thumping of footsteps outside the door. Confused, Harry wondered when he had returned. Grabbing the gifts whose wrappers he had crumpled, Harry opened the door and stepped out. At the top of the stairs, a strange thought struck him. He mimicked Dudley thumping loudly down the stairs. In the past, such behavior would have earned him a scolding. But today Aunt Petunia merely glanced at him through the living room door. "Come on, hurry up." Harry felt a mix of novelty and a sting in his nose, almost tempted to whip out his wand to check if they'd been hit with an impair. Only when Aunt Petunia called a second time did Harry quickly walk over and sit at the dining table, another novel experience. "Ahem, before we eat, let me say a few words." Uncle Vernon cleared his throat. Dudley eyed the food impatiently, but seeing Harry's attentive look, he dared not speak. "This year our company landed a big contract, and it's nearly done. The bonus is substantial. Now that it's summer and everyone's home, we can accomplish some family goals," Uncle Vernon said, glancing at the golf clubs in the corner. "For instance, I got a new set of golf clubs." "Petunia, what about you?" Uncle Vernon asked with a smile. Aunt Petunia beamed. "I love a new weed trimmer. The one from the latest ad." "No problem. That's easy." Uncle Vernon agreed quickly. "And Dudley?" Dudley frowned, thinking hard. I want a computer installed in my room." Uncle Vernon readily agreed, then everyone's gaze turned to Harry. Harry looked bewildered. "Me too. He'll stay home and pretend I don't exist," Harry ventured. Uncle Vernon's face flushed crimson, as if he might explode. "Not that. What's your wish?" he ground out, restraining himself. Harry coughed awkwardly. What was his wish? Was he supposed to say kill Voldemort? I hope I can." Harry faltered at a loss for words. The other three stared at him as if dinner wouldn't proceed without an answer. Then a spark of inspiration hit him. "I want to go to an amusement park." Truth be told, he had never been to one. While the Dursleys went out to play, he always stayed with Mrs. Fig next door. Every time classmates talked about the rides and attractions, he felt envious. It had been a small wish of his. "Fine," Uncle Vernon said. Harry was stunned. "Really? Would I lie to you, boy?" Uncle Vernon said irritably. "All right, shut up and eat. Don't waste Petunia's cooking." Dudley cheered and dug in. Harry sat in a daze, mechanically cutting the steak on his plate with a knife and fork. It all felt so unreal. Was he under some spell? Was this an illusion? But when he put the steak in his mouth, the tender flavor hit him, and running his finger along the serrated blade stung. It was real. After dinner, Harry got up out of habit to clear the table, but Uncle Vernon stopped him. "You've been clutching those things since you got off the train. Can't you put them in your room? Does anyone here want to steal from you?" Aunt Petunia stood up and quickly cleared the table, giving Harry no chance to help. Harry watched Aunt Petunia in amazement until Uncle Vernon's irritated voice snapped him back. These are gifts for you," Harry said hesitantly. "Gifts? What are they?" Dudley asked in surprise. "Is there one for me?" "Yes," Harry said, handing him a small box. Dudley cautiously touched the wrapping as if checking it wouldn't bite, then tore it open to see what was inside. It was a set of dragon models, specially adjusted so they only flapped their wings a little. Even if Dudley showed them to his friends, they'd just think they were electric toys. "Wow." Dudley's eyes lit up. He carefully took out a model of an Antipodean O.W.L.s, no bigger than his palm. The little dragon stood up, flapped its wings twice, then sat back down. "Dad, this is so cool. What's it called?" Dudley showed it off to Uncle Vernon, then looked at Harry. "It's an Antipodean O.W.L.s. Harry hesitated, unsure whether to continue. Further details would involve the magical world, and he didn't know if Uncle Vernon could handle it. "Is there a description? Can you copy one for me?" Dudley couldn't tear his eyes away from the dragon model. "Piers will be insanely jealous when he sees this." "Yes, he'll write one for you tonight," Harry said, sneaking a glance at Uncle Vernon. Seeing no objection, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he took out another box, set it on the table, and slid it toward Uncle Vernon. "This is for you." "For me, eh?" Uncle Vernon looked surprised. He eyed the box, then Harry, and after confirming Harry's sincerity, he took it cautiously. "There's no curse or trick in this, is there?" Uncle Vernon asked warily, recalling that every encounter with wizards had brought trouble. "No, it's just a normal gift," Harry said. Uncle Vernon then unwrapped it to reveal an exquisite pocket watch set with... Harry had specially chosen this watch. It had little magical content except for one feature: it never needed winding and always kept. Other than that, it was no different from Muggle pocket watches, and the gems gave it an air of luxury. Uncle Vernon held it for a long time, opening and closing the lid, fiddling with it. Finding nothing amiss, he finally clipped it to his chest with satisfaction. "And this one's for Aunt Petunia," Harry said, producing the last box. Aunt Petunia came over, tore off the wrapping, and stared at the contents in confusion. "What is this?" Harry glanced at Uncle Vernon, then at Dudley. "It's a cloth." Aunt Petunia's face fell. Her husband got a gem-studded pocket watch, her son got an intricate lifelike model, and she got a cloth. Harry quickly explained, "It's an enchanted cloth. It can clean every speck of dust in the house by itself. Just take it off the hook, and it works automatically. Hang it back up, and it's an ordinary cloth. It even cleans itself." Aunt Petunia looked at the box in her hands, and carefully took out a hook from it. "How do you use this?" Harry stood up, walked over, picked up the hook, and hung it directly on the edge of the sink. Then he grabbed the dishcloth and tossed it onto the dining table. The dishcloth began to wiggle on its own, wiping the table clean. Then it floated up and flew toward the sink. The faucet turned on automatically, and after being rinsed, it wiggled out of the sink, wiping every corner, even the hard-to-reach spots that were usually neglected. Aunt Petunia, skeptical, reached up and ran a finger along the top of a cabinet, a place that was only cleaned once a month due to its inaccessibility and invisibility. Seeing her clean finger, she suddenly smiled. This is very practical. I like it very much. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you like it. I was worried you wouldn't find it useful. No, it's very useful. Are there any other household items that can be used? Something not too conspicuous. Aunt Petunia was clearly intrigued. How long will this dishcloth last? Harry thought about the instruction manual. 1 year. He then grabbed the dishcloth as it passed by his eyes, hung it on the edge of the sink, and it became still, just like an ordinary dishcloth. I can ask the shop later. They sell many things, Harry said. Aunt Petunia looked disappointed. You didn't make this? Harry. Well, you're only in first year. Since it costs money, forget it. They don't take our money anyway, Aunt Petunia said, slapping her forehead. I still need to clean the kitchen. You two go watch TV for a while. Saying this, she turned and hurried away. Harry tried to follow, but was shooed out. Sitting on the sofa with Uncle Vernon and Dudley, they watched a comedy show. Uncle Vernon and Dudley were laughing uncontrollably, while Harry sat there in a daze, feeling as if he were dreaming. Night fell. After bathing, Harry lay on his new bed, staring blankly at the ceiling until his eyes grew tired. Then he murmured, "Good night." He closed his eyes, hoping that today wasn't really a dream. That night, Harry slept soundly. Thump, thump, thump. Harry's eyes snapped open. That familiar knock was Aunt Petunia calling him to get up. Was yesterday's friendliness all? Harry felt a bit disappointed and yawned lazily. Harry, get up. It's already 9 o'clock. Aunt Petunia's voice from outside the door didn't sound very pleased. Coming, Aunt Petunia, Harry said, pouting as he replied loudly. He then heard Aunt Petunia's footsteps move away to another door using the same knock. Dudley, hurry up, your friends will be here soon. It took several calls before Harry heard Dudley's response. Harry pulled a shimmering outfit from his bag, put it on, ruffled his hair, and reached for his wand. Though he couldn't use magic, it was best not to let his wand out of his sight. After washing up, Harry arrived at the dining room. It was empty. Aunt Petunia was in the garden watering flowers with a hose, craning her neck to see what was happening next door. 2 breakfasts were laid out on the table, looking somewhat cold. Harry suddenly smiled. So yesterday wasn't a dream. Though cold, the food tasted good. Harry ate happily, silently critiquing the flavors. He had just finished eating when Dudley came downstairs. Seeing that Harry was already done, he sat at the table fidgeting as if Harry silently washed his own dishes, ignoring Dudley. Though Dudley seemed to have something to say, sorry, he wasn't interested in listening. Ahem. Dudley coughed. Harry dried his plate with a towel. Ahem, ahem. Dudley coughed again. Harry put the plate in the cupboard. Hey, Piers is coming over to play today. Do you want to come? Dudley stared at the mangled fried egg in front of him, finally unable to hold back. Of course you can't use magic. Dudley quickly added. Harry looked at him until Dudley's forehead began to sweat, then said, No, I have to finish my holiday homework. Dudley breathed a sigh of relief, yet seemed a bit disappointed. Oh, okay. Maybe next time. Harry pouted. In your don't think he had forgotten, just because time had passed. Dudley and his friend's favorite activity was chasing him. He wasn't about to forget. Though he had given Dudley a gift, it was only to make his life easier at the Dursleys. The changes in his aunt and uncle surprised him, but true reconciliation. Harry didn't think he was that forgiving. Are you two done eating? Aunt Petunia came in from the garden, drying her hands on a towel. Old Mrs. Fig next door has moved out. A white-bearded old man has moved in. He looks a bit strange. Harry felt his mind go blank. A strange old man with a white beard. That sounded familiar. Do you know his name? Harry asked with difficulty. Aunt Petunia quickly opened the fridge, looking for dessert ingredients. No, I haven't visited yet. You always have to bring something for a first visit. That old man looks quite old. Cookies. Pie. Oi. The corner of Harry's mouth twitched slightly. If it was the old man he was thinking of. Add 2 extra lumps of sugar. Good idea. Old people like stronger flavors. Aunt Petunia began mixing her ingredients, and following Harry's advice, doubled the sugar. Who's coming with me to visit the new Aunt Petunia asked. Dudley quickly cleared his plate and rushed out. Piers will be here any minute. I'm off. Harry, a step behind, found himself with 1 foot in the hallway and 1 in the dining room, in an awkward position. Seeing Aunt Petunia's increasingly dangerous look, Harry wisely withdrew his foot. I'll come with you. Aunt Petunia nodded in satisfaction and continued busying herself with her work. Harry went into the living room and turned on the TV, sneaking a glance at Aunt Petunia. Not being stopped, he sat on the sofa and flipped through channels, though he wasn't sure what was on. Just as Aunt Petunia put the finished pastries into the oven, the sound of a car came from outside. Aunt Petunia was surprised. It was Uncle Vernon, but it wasn't even lunchtime yet. She hurried to the door and opened it, seeing Uncle Vernon chatting amiably with a sharply dressed man as they walked towards the house. Vernon, oh dear, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Remus Lupin, a business associate. And this is my wife, Petunia Dursley. Uncle Vernon said cheerfully. He then looked at Aunt Petunia. Dear Mr. Lupin is a major client of mine. We need to treat him well. I just found out today that the new house he bought is right next door. It's the one Mrs. Fig used to live in. Vernon said, inviting Remus inside. So it's your house. How come? Petunia asked, puzzled. Shouldn't a successful man like him live in a high-end London neighborhood or have his own manor? Remus smiled good-naturedly. My elder relative is quite old and prefers this kind of lively residential environment. Aunt Petunia said, looking at Remus with a hint of suspicion. Your name sounds familiar. Uncle Vernon laughed heartily. Maybe I've mentioned it at home. Now dear, could you get us some tea? We can't keep the guests standing at the door, can we? Of course. Please come in, Mr. Lupin. Petunia quickly moved. Thank you. Just call me Remus, Remus said with a smile, entering the house with Uncle Vernon. Harry stood at the living room doorway stunned as Remus walked in and gave him a big grin. Harry, you're home. Didn't you go out with Dudley? Well, go to your room, or go out and play. Boys shouldn't stay cooped up inside all day, Uncle Vernon said, frowning at the dazed Harry. Remus' smile faltered slightly. He gave Uncle Vernon's back a displeased look. They'll go out, Uncle, Harry said, snapping out of it and responding obediently. He greeted Remus as his uncle instructed, then headed for— What's this? Remus' tone was somewhat cold. Uncle Vernon, thinking he disliked Harry, quickly explained, This is my wife's nephew. He lost his parents young and lives with us. He goes to school far away and only comes back for summer break. He's just a kid not used to strangers. Don't mind him. Remus' expression softened a bit. At least he tried to make amends for Harry's attitude. That was something. Listening to the conversation behind him, Harry felt a headache coming on. He quickly left the house and, once sure his aunt and uncle couldn't see him, dashed straight to the house next door. As soon as he reached the front gate, the door swung open by itself. Harry stepped inside and, sure enough, saw Dumbledore sitting comfortably on